He traversed into the world as Uchiha Obito and acquired a system that allows him to grow stronger with every choice he makes. As a result, the landscape of the ninja world began to undergo a remarkable transformation. In the classroom, he answered questions arrogantly, bringing his teacher to tears. He wooed girls with classical literature, causing Noera Rin's heart to race. He even performed a princess carry for an elderly woman across the street, earning the respect for the elderly aura. While Kakashi was still caught in the grind and Minato was engaged in rigorous training, Obito had quietly grown stronger through his laid-back attitude and clever maneuvers. This was an unprecedented and leisurely path to divinity. Chapter 1. I, Uchiha Obito, Konoha, year 39. The breeze was gentle and the sunlight was just right. Inside a spacious classroom, the teacher droned on endlessly at the podium. Is there any environment more conducive to slumber than this? Zzz. Zzz. A rhythmic snore filled the air. A small boy's head bobbed comically, appearing rather ridiculous. Yet, the surrounding children seemed completely oblivious. This lad had been sleeping in class for quite some time now. One could truly question whether he came to school to learn or merely to cure his insomnia. The teacher appeared to have finally noticed the unusual behavior. A small girl sitting beside the boy gently nudged him. Obito, stop sleeping. The teacher is watching you. Huh. The boy opened his eyes, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, and surveyed his surroundings with a foggy consciousness. Before him stood an adorable little girl with brown short hair and large eyes, her round face adorned with 2 purple markings. The boy felt an inexplicable familiarity with this girl. Suddenly, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could it be? This was Noera Rin. He rubbed his eyes and glanced beside her. A striking boy with silver hair, wearing a mask, and with indifferent eyes, caught his attention. In a way, Kakashi Hitaki. The boy's mouth dropped open in astonishment. If this were not a dream, then only one possibility remained. I have traversed into another realm. He touched his cheek and felt the goggles resting on his forehead. Connecting this to the girl's earlier address of him, his identity became unmistakably clear. He had found himself inhabiting the body of Uchiha Obito. Ding. Traveler detected. Would you like to bind to this system? Feeling somewhat dazed, the boy instinctively inquired, System? What system? Ding. Host speech detected. God-level choice system, binding successful. The boy was left utterly baffled by the unconventional system. The teacher, now irate, hurled a piece of chalk that landed squarely on Obito's head. Obito, stand up. He could no longer tolerate Obito's antics. Sleeping during my lecture is one thing, but speaking and disrupting the class, others. The boy sprang to his feet, nervously gazing at the teacher. The fear of authority was ingrained in every student's DNA. Of course, he was not referring to the kind of teacher who would simply want to impart knowledge. As the boy's thoughts wandered, the teacher, with a dark expression, rapped the blackboard. Repeat the question I just posed. If you cannot, you will be punished. The boy narrowed his eyes, contemplating the question scrawled on the board. It comprised fundamental knowledge about the ninja world, basic in every sense. However, with Obito's memories now intertwined with his own, he realized that these questions were somewhat beyond Obito's grasp. While he hesitated, a luminous screen appeared before him, presenting 3 options. Option 1 asterisk sincerely apologized to the teacher. Dear boy. After all, sleeping in class is detrimental to one's neck. It is advisable to sleep at home next time. Completion reward. 1 teacher's favorability. Asterisk asterisk option 2 asterisk asterisk attempt to argue. Tell the teacher that if you were capable of answering these questions, you would indeed do so. Completion reward. Double homework for the night. Option 3 asterisk with your nostrils flared at the teacher. Declare, it's not that I look down on you. These questions are merely an insult to my intelligence. Completion reward. Ninja world knowledge. The boy's spirit surged. Although he hadn't read many books, he had perused a fair share of novels. It seemed he had activated a golden finger of sorts. None of the options significantly enhanced his strength. However, he was inclined to embrace the carefree path. With 1 foot propped on the chair, he raised his chin and proclaimed to the teacher, it's not that I look down on you. These questions are merely an insult to my intelligence. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Rin appeared dazed. What has come over Obito today? Even Kakashi could not help but cast a glance at Obito. What a fool. He clearly knows nothing yet acts so arrogantly. Fool. Asterisk asterisk choice successful. Reward acquired. Ninja world knowledge. Asterisk asterisk. The prompt echoed in his mind, and suddenly, an influx of knowledge surged into his consciousness. Thus, his expression became even more exaggerated, encapsulated in 4 words. Did you just say that? The teacher's voice trembled with rage, akin to a singer belting out an aria. Very well, indeed, that if you do not answer these questions today, you shall not leave this evening. The boy remained composed. Under the astonished, admiring, and incredulous gazes of his classmates, he accurately recited the answers to each question. Wait, he really got them right. Though the questions were of a basic level, the one answering them was Obito, mind you. Rin was stunned. Kakashi was astonished. Even the teacher was taken aback. Tears welled up in the teacher's eyes, overwhelmed with a bittersweet sense of accomplishment. All right, sniff, take your seat. From now on, pay attention to my class and do not sleep again. The boy sat down, somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just answering a question? Why was the teacher crying? The teacher composed himself and resumed the lesson. Under normal circumstances, as long as Obito did not disrupt the class, order would prevail. Thus, the lesson proceeded smoothly. During this time, the boy accepted his new identity. Traversing into this realm was a one-way ticket. Since he inhabited this body, infused with Obito's memories and emotions, he vowed in his heart to become Uchiha Obito. He secretly swore to transform the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan through his unyielding efforts. Cough, cough. You agree, right, system? Obito chuckled to himself. Having acquired the golden finger, why not embrace a laid-back existence? Why strive for effort? Let me share a joke. Even the most talentless underdog can become a hero with relentless perseverance. Surely no one would take such a flippant remark from a Naruto character seriously, would they? After school, the little ones busily packed their bags. In contrast, Obito appeared particularly carefree. Having come to school without any books, with his chin resting on his hand, he gazed at the little girl beside him with a broad smile. Nurturing, my favorite. Rin's expression was slightly awkward. Obito-kun seems quite strange today. First, and now, he keeps staring at me. Her little face flushed crimson as she fidgeted with her hair. Taitu-kun, why do you keep staring at me? Is my hair messy? Taitu shook his head and replied earnestly, from afar, you resemble the sun rising amidst the morning clouds. Up close, you shine like the lotus blooming from clear waters. Lin, you are truly beautiful. Though the nuances of this expression could not be fully captured in the language of the Neon Country, it was enough to send the young girl's heart racing. Taitu-kun, see you tomorrow. Lin grabbed her small bag and dashed out of the classroom. Watching the little girl flee in haste, a smile crept across Taitu's lips. Yahiko Lin, do you know? You are the light of Taitu's world. And I am Tai, Tuesday Chapter 2. Taitu's perpetual misfortunes. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that draped the earth in a shimmering veil. Taitu cradled his head, humming a cheerful tune as he wobbled his way home. Just like the sunlight piercing through the night, dawn quietly unfolds. In his past life, he was a mischievous lad, and now he had merged with another rascal. He could hardly fathom how exuberant his personality had become. Before long, Taitu halted in front of a modest house. Finally home, he carelessly tossed his shoes outside and skipped through the door. Grandma, I'm back. Inside, soft rustling sounds greeted him. An elderly woman, her hair a silvery white and her face gentle, stepped out. With a warm smile, she ruffled Taitu's hair. Little Taitu has returned. Are you hungry? I'll prepare something delicious for you. Taitu nodded eagerly, a grin lighting up his face. Yes, his grandmother was his only family in this world. In the tragic realm of Naruto, where no trio could muster a full set of parents, longing for a complete family felt like an extravagant wish. After sharing a meal with his grandmother, Taitu retreated to his room, pondering his future path. Ninjutsu was a skill he had yet to master. As for physical techniques, the original Taitu had been utterly oblivious to them. Yet, while watching Naruto, he had, through sheer talent, self-taught a single move, a technique that could inflict pain akin to 1,000 years of death. The 1,000-year kill. However, he currently moved too slowly. He dared not use this technique recklessly, for being caught would likely result in his demise. Taitu found himself in a state of despair. After a while, he simply lay back. It wasn't that he lacked the will to strive. His abilities simply did not permit it. Before long, he drifted into slumber. The next day, Ninja Academy. A figure hurriedly burst into the classroom, bowing repeatedly to the teacher at the podium. Apologies, sensei, Tai2 panted. I encountered an elderly lady in need of assistance on my way to school, so. Hearing this familiar excuse, the teacher found himself exasperated. Oh, Bito, if memory serves, you've helped over a dozen elderly ladies this month, haven't you? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, each little face wearing a look of schadenfreude. Lin sighed, resting her forehead in frustration. Tai2-kun, seriously, can't you come up with a better excuse? Kakashi, as usual, remained indifferent. He held the utmost disdain for those lacking a sense of commitment, like Tai Tuesday. Tai2 felt gloomy, unsure of how to explain. It seemed absurd that he encountered elderly ladies every day on his way to school. He even began to suspect that these grandmothers had conspired to team up and wait for him each day. The teacher sighed deeply, waving his hand dismissively. All right, just sit down. He couldn't be bothered to waste more time on this underachiever. Relieved, Tai2 hurriedly took a seat beside Lin. Immersed in his studies, time slipped away unnoticed. With Tai2 fully engaged, the day swiftly passed. Tai2-kun, class is over. Upon hearing Lin's soft voice, Tai2 groggily rose from his desk. With a lazy stretch, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, the little girl had already packed her bag, ready to leave. See you tomorrow, Tai2-kun, Lin chirped cheerfully. Gazing at her radiant smile, Tai2 felt a smile tug at his lips as well. See you tomorrow, Lin-chan. Once home, after sharing dinner with his grandmother, Tai2 retreated to his room, contemplating his training. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the long-awaited system notification rang out. A shimmering screen materialized before him. Option 1. Dedicate yourself to training, working tirelessly through the night. Young 1. Completion reward. 0.01 chakra. Option 2. Training should be natural. Eating and sleeping are also forms of cultivation. Sleep it off. Completion reward. 0.01 chakra. Tai2 pondered the two options. If he guessed correctly, this chakra referred to Kakashi. Not an old measurement unit indeed. Which option to choose was evident. Tai2 promptly lay back, pulling the blanket over his head. At this moment, a lively tune would have been perfect. He slept soundly through the night. Upon waking, Tai2 noticed a slight enhancement in his physique. It seemed that his 0.01 chakra had indeed been credited. Dressed, and with a serious expression, Tai2 stepped outside. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, moving carefully as if he were a thief. As he approached the school, relief washed over him. Just 100 meters away, he finally exhaled in relief. As he rounded a corner, he cautiously peeked out, adhering to his cautious principles. To his dismay, he locked eyes with an elderly lady. Oh no, I was careless. Caught again. Just as Tai2 hesitated, an option appeared before him. Option 1. Pretend you didn't see anything and walk straight to school. It's perfectly normal for a member of the Uchiha clan to have poor eyesight. Completion reward. Arrive at school on time. Option 2. Warmly help the elderly lady cross the street. As usual, completion reward. 1 point of moral integrity. Option 3. It has been a long time since anyone has given an elderly lady a hug. Carry her across the street. Completion reward. Elderly respect aura. Elderly respect aura. As a child who respects the elderly, all individuals over 60 will have their favorability towards you. Increased by 1. Tai2 found himself torn. Undoubtedly, option 3 offered the most generous reward. If he encountered Danzo in the future, perhaps he could forge a connection. However, such a physically demanding task. I'm just a 6-year-old child. Reluctantly, for the sake of the reward, he resolved to take the plunge. Tai2 confidently approached the elderly lady. Grandma, let me help you. A look of gratitude blossomed on the elderly woman's face. You truly are good. Before she could finish her sentence, she was astonished as Tai2 scooped her up in a princess carry. Struggling slightly, he carried her across the street. The elderly lady felt a whirlwind of emotions. At her age, she never expected to receive such treatment. After laboriously placing her safely on the opposite side of the road, the notification chimed in his mind. Choice successful. Reward acquired. Elderly respect aura. With the task completed, Tai2 hurriedly made his way to school. He felt that there was still hope for redemption. Meanwhile, the elderly woman gazed at the departing figure of Dato and suddenly found the child to be remarkably endearing. In the classroom, Dato and the teacher engaged in a silent standoff. So, did you encounter another elderly lady in need of assistance on your way to school? Dato nodded in astonishment. Indeed, teacher, Your prescience is truly remarkable. How did you guess? The teacher was momentarily at a loss for words. Please take your seat. He had initially believed that Dato had turned over a new leaf, yet appeared that the events of the past few days were merely a fleeting peak. Oh well, let us resume the lesson. Chapter 3. The challenge of Might Guy. As afternoon descended, it was time for the school's weekly practical class. The little ones stood eagerly on the playground, their faces alight with excitement. Compared to the monotony of being cooped up in the classroom, listening to tedious theories, the practical lessons were undoubtedly far more engaging. The first activity was shuriken practice. The teacher brought out several targets from the storeroom, beaming as he waved to Kakashi among the crowd. Kakashi, why don't you demonstrate for everyone? No matter the world, the teacher's favorite will always be the top student. Of course, even the underachievers are quite adorable in their own right. Kakashi nodded, casually stepping out of the crowd with his hands in his pockets. Coming to a halt before the targets, a gentle breeze swept through, and as his silver hair danced, he made his move. The little ones surrounding him could barely perceive his actions. By the time they reacted, several shurikens had already embedded themselves deep within the target's red center. After a brief silence, the girls erupted into a chorus of excited screams. Ah, Kakashi-kun is so handsome. My Kakashi, I would dedicate a lifetime of homework for you. Amidst the rising tide of cheers, Obito did not hear Rin's voice and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Rin was not the type to be so superficial. Where's my Rin? Obito searched for her presence, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Rin had already approached Kakashi. Kakashi-kun, are you tired? Have some warm water. This was intolerable. Including Obito, the boys in the class were incensed. A freckled boy exclaimed indignantly, that scoundrel Kakashi has stolen all the limelight. How are we supposed to shine? Obito nodded in agreement. You're right. Why don't you go give that guy a beating to vent our frustration? The boy retorted, get lost. My name is Nagano Hiba. Don't just give me a nickname. He patted his chest confidently, declaring, just wait, though I may not match him with shurikens. During the combat segment, I'll show him a thing or two. Obito sighed deeply. In truth, Kakashi was not being boastful. He simply possessed superior looks. Just then, a solitary voice broke through among the boys. But don't you all think Kakashi is really cool? Half a minute later, a boy with a green watermelon head was expelled from the group chat for inciting ire. The teacher, following the attendance list, called out names one by one, inviting students to step forward for shuriken testing. Aside from Kakashi, who dazzled everyone with perfect accuracy, the rest of the students performed rather averagely. Finally, it was Obito Uchiha's turn. The teacher's tone was difficult to describe. Hearing his name, Obito approached with an air of indifference, casually tossing the shuriken without looking back. After all, a real man never glances back at explosions. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, this fool didn't hit a single target. With skills like this, he still dares to dream of becoming Hokage? The Uchiha clan is filled with fools. Exactly. He is leagues away from Kakashi-kun. In my opinion, Kakashi-kun is the only one worthy of becoming Hokage. Obito merely dug at his ears, dismissing the taunts. In Konoha, the underachievers were the strongest. You don't understand anything. Only those who struggled in their youth can learn to excel later on. The second segment was a combat challenge. Many boys were eagerly rubbing their fists, their eyes fixed on Kakashi. Although Kakashi's strength was unparalleled, no one had ever defeated him. However, Kakashi always held back during battles, so the others felt no fear or reverence toward him. The teacher stood in the center of the arena, smiling at the little ones. Choose your opponents. Who wishes to step up first? Before the teacher could finish, 3 options suddenly appeared before Obito. Option 1. Challenge Kakashi and defeat him. The Uchiha clan thrives under pressure. Invincible among peers. Complete reward. Priority in mate selection. Option 2. Challenge Might Guy and ensure not to lose for 10 minutes. Youth should not be taken lightly. Let us engage in a heated youthful duel with Guy. Complete reward. Enhancement in physical techniques, Genin level. Option 3. Challenge Noira Rin and give her a good thrashing. What skill is there in fighting a man? If you have the ability, go after the girl you like. Complete reward. The killer love aura. Good heavens. This third option completely baffled Obito. The killer love aura was a treasure. He would rather reserve that for his brother Itachi. Obito had no desire for a fleeting thrill of hurting his beloved, leading to a painful chase. As for the first option, what a joke. There was no way he could best Kakashi now. After weighing his options, he concluded that only the second option had a feasible chance of success. Thus, Obito no longer hesitated and declared to the teacher, "I'll go first, teacher. I challenge Might Guy." The crowd gasped in surprise. Unlike Kakashi, who held back during battles, Might Guy always fought with unrestrained vigor. His strikes were often unbearable for the average person, which was why no one had ever dared to challenge him. Was Obito truly this brave? The teacher hesitated, wondering if there might be a serious incident in the making. "Are you sure, Obito?" Obito firmly nodded. "I am sure, teacher." The teacher slightly inclined his head. "Everyone, please step back and give Obito and Guy ample space." Moments later, in the center of the open space, Obito and Guy faced each other. As Guy advanced, Obito felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "This wild beast, please take it easy," Guy said earnestly. "Don't worry, Obito. I will give it my all." Obito's eyes twitched. "No, you misunderstood. I meant to ask you to hold back a little." Both raised a hand. Their index and middle fingers pointed skyward, the other 3 fingers clasped together, forming a seal. Seal completed, let the battle commence. In an instant, Guy lunged forward like a swift swallow, a rush of air trailing behind him. The distance of mere steps was covered in a heartbeat. "Yamato!" Obito gasped, retreating in alarm. Yet Guy was quicker, blocking his path. Lowering his center of gravity, Guy executed a stunning backward kick. Boom! The kick, propelled by a fierce gust, struck Obito squarely, sending him crashing to the ground. Grimacing in pain, his face contorted. He uttered a string of unintelligible words. Guy stood on one leg, striking a cool pose, and asked with genuine concern, "Do you wish to continue, Obito?" Obito struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he nodded. "Continue." Boom. Obito was sent flying again. He stood up, dusting himself off. "Continue." Boom. "Continue." Boom. Guy's relentless and merciless onslaught rained down upon Obito, knocking him down repeatedly. Yet Obito remained undeterred, getting back up time and again, shouting for more. The expressions of the onlooking little ones turned solemn, their laughter fading away. This individual, repeatedly knocked down, yet resolutely rising again. Is he truly the same person who once abandoned every endeavor halfway? The expression on Nagano's face was one of complexity. When did Obito become so spirited? Rin's eyes brimmed with concern as she instinctively clenched her small hands. Why does Obito refuse to concede? If this continues, his health will be at risk. Chapter 4. Challenge to Kakashi. Boom. Amidst the thunderous sound of air being cut, Guy delivered another fierce kick to Obito's abdomen. Once more, Obito found himself on the ground. This time, he genuinely wished to remain down. His body felt ablaze, every muscle throbbing in agony. Completing a mission is truly a daunting task, he mused silently. "Do not stop. Continue." Obito whimpered, trembling. To an outsider, it might seem as if he were reveling in a massage. Guy, however, retracted his fist, shaking his head solemnly. "Obito, your determination commands my respect. But let our duel conclude here." Even the teacher was moved by Obito's spirit, realizing he had misjudged this young man. His unwavering perseverance indeed bore the potential of a jonin. With a look of satisfaction, the teacher remarked, "Obito, your performance has been commendable. Let us end it here." Without a moment's hesitation, Obito declared, "No. As a person with an obsessive-compulsive disorder, I cannot allow myself a record of failure." He fervently urged Guy, "Mighty beast. Youth allows for no compromise. Please continue to push me until my youth is extinguished. I shall never yield." Casting a glance at his system panel, he mumbled, "My flame of youth can still burn for at least 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Obito's passionate declaration about youth resonated deeply with Guy. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of kinship, moved to tears. "Obito, this is what youth is all about. I will continue to give my all. For that is the utmost respect I can offer you." As Guy wept openly, he playfully struck and kicked Obito, creating an oddly humorous scene that elicited laughter from the onlookers. It was unclear who laughed first, but soon, a chorus of laughter followed. Even Rin couldn't help but chuckle through her tears. Obito, with arms shielding his face, lay on the ground, feeling utterly despondent. Guy, with his earnest demeanor, had indeed struck harder than before. Obito felt a twinge of regret. He hadn't anticipated that his first experience of being thoroughly thrashed after traveling through time would be one he had requested himself. Fate, much like a capricious girl, was utterly unpredictable. Choice successful. Reward, taijutsu enhancement, genin level. As the system notification chimed, Obito immediately exclaimed, "Stop, stop, I concede." Guy quickly retracted his leg, crouching to assist Obito to his feet. "Are you alright, Obito?" Obito, his legs trembling, lamented, "Do I look fine to you?" His eyes were bruised. A trickle of blood adorned his nose, and his face was swollen beyond recognition, resembling a pig's head. "I'm so sorry, Obito." Guy scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Yet, seeing Guy's sheepish expression, Obito felt a hint of embarrassment. After all, he had requested that beating. Even if Guy had erred, it was merely in his sincerity. With this thought in mind, he extended his fingers toward Guy, offering his index and middle fingers. Guy paused for a moment, then reciprocated with his own fingers, locking them together. Seal of reconciliation, complete. The teacher initiated applause, and the surrounding students joined in wholeheartedly. Even Kakashi was no exception. This bout had altered Kakashi's impression of Obito. Once the clapping subsided, the teacher, while using medical ninjutsu to heal Obito, commented, "I appreciate both Obito and Guy for presenting us with such an exhilarating confrontation." Upon hearing the teacher's praise, Obito felt a rush of elation. However, the teacher's subsequent remark shattered his pride. Although Obito's foundational skills are quite lacking and require significant improvement, his indomitable spirit is something we all should aspire to emulate. All right, who will be the next pair? Among the crowd, a freckled boy stepped forward. It was Nagano. He twisted his neck and announced loudly, "I will challenge Kakashi." "Oh." The teacher's gaze sharpened as he nodded. "Very well, the second match will be Nagano against Kakashi." Kakashi emerged from the throng, and the two stood in the center of the clearing, forming opposing hand seals. "Kakashi, you must give it your all." "My goodness." Kakashi looks incredibly suave while forming his seals. "Humph, just wait until Kakashi strikes. He'll be even more dashing." The enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding girls began to irk Nagano. Before Kakashi could lower his hands, Nagano roared, drawing a kunai and charging at Kakashi. The kunai traced a swift arc through the air, hurtling toward Kakashi's face. However, Kakashi deftly pivoted, narrowly evading the strike. "Humph." Nagano snorted disdainfully. He quickly retracted the kunai, shifting from a thrust to a slash, aiming again at Kakashi. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Ah, be careful, Kakashi." Kakashi's expression remained calm, seemingly unconcerned by the incoming kunai. Rather than retreating, he advanced, raising his arm to deliver a light slap to Nagano's wrist. Clang. Nagano winced as the kunai fell to the ground. TCH, overestimating yourself, daring to challenge Kakashi. Indeed, who granted him such audacity? The mockery pierced Nagano's heart, and his expression darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. "Damn it," he growled. "I merely intended to play around, but it seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. You've forced my hand." Taijutsu, Nagano's flying fist. Nagano's speed surged, delivering a flurry of punches like a tempest, engulfing Kakashi. The teacher's eyes brightened. He nodded appreciatively, then shook his head. Nagano's performance was commendable. After all, his father was a chunin, a significant advantage many students lacked. Yet, in the face of Kakashi, Nagano's proud lineage and talent were rendered insignificant. In terms of talent, after teaching for over a decade, he had never encountered a student as exceptional as Kakashi. Regarding lineage, with the esteemed White Fang of Konoha in their ranks, the Hitaki clan was undoubtedly among the elite of Konoha. Alas, the teacher sighed, as if contemplating something. The duel persisted. Amidst Nagano's relentless assaults, Kakashi's form became elusive, akin to a lone boat tossed about in a tempest, rising and falling with the waves. Yet, despite the tumult, the vessel remained uncapsized. At the critical moment, Kakashi consistently evaded Nagano's strikes by the narrowest of margins, untouched by the rain and wind. Nagano unleashed a barrage of attacks against the air for what seemed like an eternity, but not once did he graze Kakashi's clothing. Instead, he found himself breathless. "Shall we continue?" Kakashi inquired nonchalantly. One person remains calm and composed, while another is consumed by rage. The disparity is evident. The surrounding mockery intensifies. At this moment, Nagano finds himself at a loss for words. Kakashi's nonchalant remarks sound to him more like provocation. He remains silent, filled with humiliation and indignation, and charges at Kakashi once more, determined to teach this fellow a lesson. This singular thought dominates his mind. Chapter 5. The useless White Fang faced with Nagano-Bo's erratic attacks. Kakashi gently shook his head. Enough is enough. It is time to conclude this battle. The previous restraint in not delivering a decisive blow had already spared this individual some dignity. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded Nagano-Bo's fist. then delivered a straight punch that sent him crashing to the ground. The force of the blow was perfectly calibrated, enough to topple Nagano-bo, yet not enough to inflict any serious harm. Nagano-bo stumbled to the ground, his expression dazed, seemingly struggling to accept the reality of his defeat. Observing this, Kakashi took a couple of steps forward and extended a hand to the fallen Nagano-bo. Witnessing this scene, the girls erupted in excitement. Ah, Kakashi is so gracious. I'm smitten. He's strong, handsome, and so courteous, truly worthy of being my husband. Get lost. Calling him husband at every turn is so superficial. He is mine, you know. Ladies, don't let one boy disrupt our harmony. Let Kakashi belong to me, he. Draw your swords, rivals. In our upcoming duel, let our strengths speak for themselves. Toby, standing nearby, was left speechless. Wow, the girls in this world mature too quickly. Suddenly, he had a bold thought. Uncertain if it would be penalized in the world of Naruto, just as his mind wandered off, a furious roar snapped his focus back. Stop pretending. I don't need your feigned sympathy. Nagano-bo swatted Kakashi's hand away and stood up, seething with anger. A girl murmured in confusion. Has Nagano-bo taken the wrong medicine today? Why is he treating Kakashi like this? Another girl echoed her sentiments. Exactly. Kakashi was clearly showing him kindness just now. Why is he shouting like a madman? Even the teacher could no longer bear to watch. Bo, the outcome is clear. Extend a hand to your classmate and make peace. Nagano-bo had lost all reason. Why? Why is the teacher and everyone else siding with him? His eyes bloodshot, he pointed angrily at Kakashi. I can't stand your high and mighty demeanor. What is there to be proud of, son of the useless White Fang? Toby was taken aback by these words. He scanned the surroundings, noticing some were bewildered and unaware of what Nagano-bo was referring to, while others had peculiar expressions, evidently privy to some insider knowledge. Toby keenly sensed that these individuals had some connections to ninjas. A troubling thought flitted through his mind. Could the news of Konoha's White Fang's failed mission already be circulating among the ninja community? This could spell disaster. Though rumors may be baseless, they often grow until they consume the tragic hero, only to gradually subside afterward. As Toby pondered anxiously, the teacher's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. Enough, Nagano-bo. A loss is a loss. Attacking your fellow classmates personally will only lead to contempt from everyone. Nagano-bo did not relent. Teacher, who are you to silence me? As if fearing the audience might be unaware of the illustrious deeds of Konoha's White Fang. His voice grew louder as he addressed everyone present. The useless White Fang, in pursuit of his friends, willingly abandoned his mission, causing great loss to the village. As a member of Konoha, I believe I have the right to condemn such behavior. A person who drags down the collective for personal desires. What else could he be but useless? Kakashi's body trembled, his gaze fierce, resembling a predatory beast. He yearned to reprimand Nagano-bo, yet the memory of his father's admonitions tempered his anger. Seeing him in such a constrained state, Nagano-bo let out a sigh of relief, feeling elated. Aren't you usually so composed and unflappable, acting as if you were the best in the world? Why not continue the facade? As the son of such a failure, I truly don't understand what you have to be proud of every day. Especially when Nagano-bo noticed the looks of admiration from the female classmates who typically idolized Kakashi, now shifted toward him. The satisfaction was immeasurable. Rin looked on with concern at that solitary figure. Kakashi-kun. Kai wished to utter a few words in Kakashi's defense, but his tongue faltered, and he could not find the words. The teacher sighed deeply. Saku-emo dedicated half his life to the village, only to be critiqued by a mere child. Truly. His eyes glinted with coldness. Haha, Nagano-bo. As long as I am in charge, you will never graduate. Little did he expect that Kakashi's father would be invoked. Right? Indeed, this is truly. Listening to the gradually shifting opinions around him, Toby shook his head in disappointment. He understood why the brilliant White Fang had chosen to take his own life. The weight of public opinion is a fearsome thing. His gaze toward Nagano-bo grew increasingly hostile. Clearly, it is your lack of skill that led to this, yet you dare to lead the narrative. I can't take it anymore. I'll teach him a lesson. While Nagano-bo reveled in his self-satisfaction, Kakashi would soon become a defeated dog. Surely no one would admire him anymore. Who would the girls idolize? Naturally, it would be me. A figure rushed from the crowd, executing a flying kick that sent Nagano-bo sprawling. As he staggered to his feet, disbelief etched on his face, he turned to Toby. You've gone mad. How dare you strike me? Toby disdainfully spat on the ground. I think you're the one who's lost it. A mere chatterbox like you dares to criticize Konoha's White Fang? When he served the village, you were still in your father's pants. Nagano Bo was momentarily speechless. You. Toby scratched his nose. What are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're trying to say. Given your intellect, it's likely you don't quite grasp what I'm saying, right? How about we settle this with a fight? Huh, little sparrow. With that, Toby formed hand signs, looking provocatively at Nagano Bo. The latter's expression twisted in fury. Kakashi may have slapped me, but now you want to join in? Bring it on. What qualifications do you, an orphan, have to challenge me? Without forming any signs, Nagano Bo lunged at Toby with a sinister grin. Kakashi watched this scene with a sense of bewilderment. Too many unexpected events had unfolded today. Even though he was mature for his age, he found it difficult to accept. The teacher stood to the side, observing the situation unfold without intervening. Though Toby was unlikely to be a match for Nagano Bo, one could never tell. After all, Toby was known for his unpredictability. Perhaps he could indeed deliver a lesson that Nagano Bo would never forget. The teacher looked at Toby with a hint of expectation. Oh, Toby, this is the first time I have high hopes for you. Can you surprise me? Rin clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. She was well aware of Toby's capabilities. Even at his best, he would not stand a chance against Nagano Bo. Not to mention, he had just been thoroughly beaten by Kai for quite some time. How impulsive of Obito. However, his act of stepping up for Kakashi earlier seemed somewhat dashing amidst the varied gazes of the crowd. As the fist of Nagano fell heavily towards Obito, he remained unfazed. Had it been the old him, he would indeed have been no match for Nagano. Yet now, having acquired the physical prowess of a lower ninja, he thought to himself, everyone here is merely an elementary student. I could easily knock out each one of you. Ahem. Of course, excluding Kakashi and Kai. In a fleeting moment of thought, as the incoming fist approached, Obito sidestepped, grasping Nagano's arm, swiftly pivoting and executing a clean shoulder throw. A gasp escaped from a girl in the crowd. In her imagination, it should have been Obito on the ground. To her surprise, it was the class bully who had fallen. Nagano sat on the ground, his mind momentarily blank. What had just transpired? He had confidently launched an attack, only to be subdued by the perennial underdog before him. Rage surged within him, causing his face to flush crimson. How dare this perennial loser humiliate me? I shall make him pay dearly. Nagano rose, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Obito. Had he not been careless, Obito could never have been his opponent. He growled, I underestimated you just now. Now you shall witness the disparity between us. Obito chuckled dismissively. It was quite typical for elementary students to make such bold statements. Yet, there was something in his tone that echoed the wisdom of a seasoned elder. In his anger, Nagano found himself oddly composed, cautiously circling Obito as if searching for a weakness. The teacher, witnessing this scene, sighed inwardly. To be honest, Obito's unexpected victory over Nagano had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Nagano was serious, it seemed Obito was in for another beating. As Nagano continued to circle, he failed to notice any openings. While shifting his weight, he accidentally stumbled over a depression in the ground and lost his balance, falling backward. Seeing this, Obito seized the opportunity, charging forward. However, in a surprising twist, Nagano regained his footing and, with a cold smile, met Obito with another punch. Did you not see? The opening was a trap I intentionally left for you. Now that I am serious, you cannot withstand me. Prepare to meet your demise, loser. A sharp sound echoed as Nagano slapped his own face, momentarily stunned. Obito smirked. You only perceive the second layer, mistaking me for the first. In reality, I reside in the fifth layer, luring an opponent whose skills far exceed yours to close the distance. What were you thinking? Are you unaware that hunters often appear as prey? This time, Obito had no intention of granting Nagano a chance to regroup. Doing so would seem far too lenient. Seizing Nagano's momentary daze, Obito unleashed a barrage of strikes, proclaiming phrases that were unintelligible to others. After a while, even the teacher could no longer bear to watch. Ahem, Obito, that's enough. Reluctantly, Obito ceased his assault, casting a glance at the fallen Nagano and the bewildered classmates around him. Feeling the need to address the atmosphere, he proclaimed, I understand that in your eyes, a ninja who defies rules and fails missions is akin to a failure. Yet, those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than that. I believe that Konoha's White Fang is a true hero. His words resonated powerfully, causing Kakashi to visibly react. His demeanor shifting as he regarded Obito with newfound admiration. A notification appeared in his mind, one favorability. Sensing this, Obito smiled inwardly. realizing that earning Kakashi's favor made his earlier intervention worthwhile. In the crowd, a chubby boy who typically associated with Nagano voiced loudly. But he sacrificed the interests of the entire village for just a few people. Does that not deserve condemnation? Indeed. Many gazes turned towards Obito, filled with confusion. He retorted, "Are those few people you mention not also my fellow villagers? It's easy to speak lightly. If it were your parents on a mission, would you still be so resolute in your words?" The chubby boy faltered, his expression stiffening. He hesitated, wanting to assert that it was merely for the village and that his parents were insignificant in comparison. However, the thought of his parents made him realize he could not bear to say such a thing. Obito continued, "So, when it does not concern you, everyone can remain rational. But if it were your beloved friends and family on a mission, how would you choose then? Ahem. Let us not even discuss that, at the very least. I would demand more compensation." Embarrassed, the surrounding students lowered their heads, questioning themselves. If the ninja on that mission were their own relatives, they would likely make the same choice as the White Fang. Seeing this, Obito shrugged, stating, "What I'm saying is, while White Fang's actions may not be deemed correct, they are certainly not wrong. His decisions stem from human nature." After listening to Obito's heartfelt words, the teacher fell silent, then led the applause. He gazed at Obito, standing in the center, momentarily lost in thought. Could those profound words truly have come from this unfortunate child? It felt somewhat incongruous. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Obito stood, clad in black, arms crossed behind his back, striving to exude an air of an enlightened sage. Alas, with his bruised visage, attempting to appear dignified was rather comical. Many thought this was more like it. This amusing fellow was the Obito they were familiar with. Nagano had long since risen, his expression far from pleasant, clearly embarrassed. Yet, he spoke earnestly. "It was wrong of me to insult White Fang earlier. But you, young man, we shall settle the score later." With that, he retreated into the crowd, tail between his legs. The teacher, intending to mediate a handshake for reconciliation between Nagano and Obito, glanced at the shoe print on Nagano's face and realized perhaps this matter was beyond his capabilities. Shifting the topic, he asked, "Now, who is next for the next round?" The duel continued. Obito hummed a tune as he made his way to the restroom. After a refreshing relief, he washed his hands at the sink, preparing to leave when a watermelon-headed boy emerged from the restroom. Spotting Obito's damp hands, he burst into laughter. "Obito-kun, did you also pee on your hands?" "Obito?" Kai turned on the faucet, washing his hands before splashing cold water on his face, feeling quite invigorated. Obito laughed heartily. "Haha, Kai-san. I didn't expect you to be even braver than I am, splashing it on your face." Kai. As evening fell, Obito walked home, suddenly giving himself a slap on the face. "Oh no, have I stirred up trouble?" This afternoon, in a moment of youthful fervor, he extolled the virtues of Konoha's White Fang. Should these words reach the ears of a certain elder, he would tremble with a chilling realization. Instinctively shrinking his neck and glancing around anxiously, convinced that a rogue ninja might suddenly emerge from the shadows, grinning sinisterly as he met his demise, he silently admonished himself, "Obito, you must remain discreet. Until you possess sufficient strength, do not act recklessly. This world truly can be lethal." Sighing, he acknowledged that posturing had its limits. One must still exercise caution. Outside a modest abode, a silver-haired youth pushed open the door, announcing, "Father, I have returned." A middle-aged man emerged, his own flowing silver hair tied back in a ponytail. He bore a striking visage, yet his features were marred by fatigue. This was none other than the renowned White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo, father of Kakashi Hatake. Upon seeing his son, a faint smile struggled to break through the pallor of Tsukumo's face. "How did you fare at school today? You didn't embarrass me, did you?" Kakashi remained silent for a moment, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. His father, once a formidable presence, now appeared somewhat stooped, the vibrant spark in his gaze replaced by an enduring shadow. Kakashi finally spoke. "Father, today at school, someone mentioned your mission failure." Tsukumo's smile froze. "Is that so?" He responded, realizing that this matter had already reached the Ninja Academy. Without needing further elaboration from his son, he could surmise the nature of the remarks, accusations of negligence and abandonment that had resulted in grave losses for the village. Such words had echoed in his ears countless times over the past few days. What saddened him most was that even those he had once saved now turned against him. Tsukumo exhaled deeply, yet the turmoil within him remained unresolved. Was he truly in the wrong? Kakashi gently added. Some said you were worthless for not completing the mission. Indeed. Tsukumo's eyes dimmed, and a wave of guilt washed over him. His failures had cast a shadow upon his son. I am sorry, Kakashi. Father, please let me finish. Kakashi interjected earnestly. While some called you worthless, another defended you, stating that if one deems a ninja who fails a mission as worthless, then those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. In his eyes, the White Fang of Konoha is a true hero. Tsukumo's frame trembled with disbelief. Kakashi, you are not deceiving your father, are you? It was the first time in many days he had heard someone affirm his actions. Kakashi nodded firmly, certainly not. And you should know this person. His name is Uchiha Obito, a friend of mine. Tsukumo's expression turned complex. Son, you have chosen an admirable friend. He could not help but feel a strange mix of amusement and irony that the first glimmer of hope in his darkened world came from a boy of the same age as his son. Once Kakashi retreated to his room, Tsukumo's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. It had dawned on him that he had inadvertently obstructed someone's path, which might explain the hostility directed at him. If he could not find a resolution, his own disgrace mattered little. What weighed heavily was Kakashi's fate. His gaze deepened with concern. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat at his desk, savoring a cup of goji berry tea he had just brewed. He mused, reflecting on his youth, when he had scoffed at such notions as middle-aged individuals resorting to goji berries for vitality. Yet now, as age crept upon him, juggling official duties by day and managing familial obligations by night left him feeling somewhat drained. A series of knocks interrupted his reverie. The third Hokage discreetly hid his thermos, calling out, "Enter." Upon seeing the visitor, he greeted warmly, "Kisuke, what brings you here today? Please, take a seat." Urahara Kisuke, the homeroom teacher for Kakashi and Obito, nodded and sat across from the Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Lord Third, I believe I may have discovered a promising talent." The Hokage raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, who is this young prodigy?" "A student by the name of Uchiha Obito," Kisuke replied. He recounted Obito's performance in detail. After listening, the Hokage's eyes glimmered with interest. "It appears this boy from the Uchiha clan is indeed a gem. Kisuke, you must nurture his potential." He continued. Regardless of Tsukumo's choices, Obito's understanding of the concept of protection at such a young age is truly remarkable. The essence of the will of fire lies in protection and legacy. "I understand, Lord Third," Kisuke replied, nodding in agreement. Then, a thought struck him, and he hesitated. "However, did you not issue an order to suppress information regarding White Fang's failure? How then has this news spread?" Kisuke's unique position allowed him insight into matters beyond the ordinary. Leaving him puzzled, the Hokage rubbed his temples in exasperation. "I, too, am at a loss regarding this issue." As he spoke, he noticed a glimmer of suspicion in Kisuke's eyes. "Do you suspect that I am the one behind the dissemination of this information?" Kisuke, feeling awkward, chuckled nervously. No, I have never doubted you. It's just," after a moment of hesitation, he pressed on, "recently, there have been murmurs in the ninja community suggesting that White Fang has been targeted because his rising prominence overshadowed you." The Hokage's expression darkened, his face clouding over with displeasure. He remained silent, fixing Kisuke with a steely gaze. Kisuke swallowed the remainder of his words and, feeling somewhat sheepish, stood to leave. I came to report on the recent teaching affairs. I just remembered that I left something cooking at home, so I should." Enough. Just go." The Hokage snapped, waving his hand dismissively. Kisuke fled the room in relief. Once he departed, the Hokage retrieved his pipe, exhaling smoke as he pondered the recent turmoil in Konoha. Who could be the shadowy figure stirring up the storm? Chapter 8. Hiruzen, Danzo, and Uchiha. To be candid, Hiruzen found the mindless rumors circulating to be utterly exasperating. Over the years, his contributions to Konoha were irreplaceable. It was under his guidance that Konoha triumphed in the Second Shinobi War, fostering a new generation of powerful shinobi. Even Tsukumo Hatake could be deemed a half-student of his. What of Tsukumo's current achievements? They paled in comparison to his own. With Hiruzen's experience and connections, even if Tsukumo were to rise, what then? He had committed no grievous errors. Could Tsukumo demand that he step down? Hiruzen understood Tsukumo's character better than anyone else. Is there really a need to be wary of his usurpation? The order to conceal the failure of the Shuan Mao mission was issued by none other than myself. I genuinely cannot fathom what each of them is thinking. However, the very nature of rumors is what makes them so distasteful. Most individuals lack the ability to discern truth from falsehood. They simply relish in perpetuating the gossip. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, his eyes squinting slightly. When considering these two rumors together, it seems the puppeteer behind the scenes intends to achieve two objectives with one move. Could it be him? The third Hokage tapped the table with his smoking pipe. A ninja from the Umbu appeared at the door, responding promptly. Lord Third, what are your commands? The third Hokage replied with a smile. It has been a while since I last saw my old friend. Please make a trip to the route for me. Yes. The Umbu nodded slightly and departed. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a gray robe and leaning on a staff entered the Hokage's office. His right cheek was wrapped in bandages, and his left eye was half closed, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Shimura Danzo, a close companion from the days of youth. Now an old friend. He calmly inquired, Hizashi, why have you summoned me here at such an hour? The third Hokage gestured toward the freshly brewed tea on the table, smiling as he said, It's some fine tea that Kakashi sent me a few days ago. I brought you here to savor it. Danzo raised an eyebrow, said little, and sat across from the third Hokage. He lifted the teacup and took a measured sip. After a moment, he set the cup down and got straight to the point. Hizashi, if you have something to say, just say it. I have matters at root that require my attention. The third Hokage took a sip of tea, feigning nonchalance as he said, Then I shall be direct. Have you heard about the recent rumors regarding Shuan Mao in the village? Danzo nodded, his demeanor calm and unruffled. If you are aware, then naturally. I have heard as well. The third Hokage let out a cold snort, slightly displeased by his friend's veiled provocation. Since you are so well informed, have you discovered who leaked the confidential information? Danzo shook his head. I instructed my subordinates to investigate, but as of now, there has been no progress. Observing the third Hokage's somewhat displeased expression, he suddenly seemed to realize something and frowned slightly. Do you suspect that I am responsible for the leak? The third Hokage let out a non-committal hum, his gaze piercing as he stared at Danzo. So was it you? Danzo felt a chill run through him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. This matter has nothing to do with me. Bringing down Shuan Mao would offer me no advantage. The third Hokage nodded ambiguously, remaining silent. Danzo, feeling somewhat anxious, struck the ground with his staff. Hizashi, after all these years of friendship, do you still not trust me? If anyone were to do such a thing, I do have a suspect. The third Hokage lifted his teacup, awaiting Danzo's next words. Pray tell. Danzo fixed his gaze on the third Hokage's eyes, his tone grave. Let us not forget that there are members of the Uchiha clan within Shuan Mao's team. If they wish to vie for the next Hokage, Shuan Mao would undoubtedly be their formidable rival. The Uchiha clan? The third Hokage discreetly sipped his tea, suppressing his astonishment. After a moment, he resumed his composed demeanor and smiled. Isn't there still work waiting for you at root? I shan't keep you any longer. You may return, Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded, casting a lingering glance at the third Hokage before leaving without looking back. After his departure, the third Hokage rubbed his forehead. The situation grows increasingly perplexing. Who could it possibly be? The following morning, sunlight gently crept through the window, illuminating the face of a slumbering youth. The boy, grunting, rolled over, showing no inclination to rise. Just then, a voice called from outside. Obito, Rin has come to escort you to school. Startled, the boy sat up abruptly. After hastily dressing, he exited his room. Seeing her grandson finally awake, his grandmother sighed in relief. She handed both Rin and Obito a small lunchbox. This is breakfast I just prepared. It's getting late, so you two should eat on the way. Rin cheerfully said, Thank you, Grandma. Let's go? The grandmother's eyes sparkled with affection, clearly fond of Rin. All right, take your time on the way. As they walked, Obito munched on his breakfast, curiously glancing at Rin. Rin, what brings you here to take me to school today? After finishing the last bite, Rin elegantly wiped her mouth and replied, Well, you've been late recently, and I was a bit worried about you. Obito chuckled, feeling warmth spread through him. Aside from his grandmother, Rin was likely the one who cared for him the most. He silently vowed to protect her in this lifetime. Rin's curiosity piqued. She asked, By the way, Obito, how have you improved your taijutsu so quickly? After some contemplation, Obito explained, Actually, I've been secretly training at night. That's why I'm always so tired during the day and end up sleeping in class. Rin nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? But it seems like you've been sleeping in class since the beginning of the term. Obito cleared his throat, opting to change the subject. Ahem, Rin. You seem even more beautiful today. Rin's cheeks flushed. She had indeed been sidetracked by Obito's compliment. Really? Obito nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Strangely enough, during their walk to school, Obito did not encounter a single old lady. Perhaps they only snatch up single individuals, he mused. When the teacher saw Obito sitting at his desk on time, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It seems Obito has truly awakened. However, this child's recent transformation appears rather drastic. The teacher fell into deep thought, then suddenly smacked his forehead in shock. No way. It must be the effect of my diligent teachings. Who else could steer such an outlandish child like Obito onto the right path? If not me, Uchiha Kisuke. I ask you, who else? Just as the teacher reveled in his self-satisfaction, he heard a voice. Obito-kun, wake up. Class is about to start. The teacher's expression stiffened. Oh, it seems I still have a long way to go. Chapter 9. Not a human child, Obito. Obito, through sheer willpower, endured an entire morning of class. This display offered some comfort to Kisuke. As the class neared its end, Uchiha Kisuke clapped his hands to capture the children's attention. Students, I have an important announcement to make. In a little over a month, we will have the annual examination, and I hope everyone can. Before Kisuke could finish, the little ones erupted in dismay. Another exam already? It feels like just yesterday we had one. Why must we face such trials in life? I apologize for being human. Obito chuckled to himself. His classmates were truly talented, entertaining, and eloquent. Uchiha Kisuke, with a hint of exasperation, sought to restore order. Everyone, please quiet down. Once the chatter subsided, he continued, I hope you all seize this final stretch of time to study diligently and achieve commendable results, bringing honor to our class. If we excel this time, the teacher will treat everyone to a grand feast. The students exchanged glances, intrigued. Oh, that sounds rather appealing. Since we can't escape the exam, why not study a bit? Obito found himself momentarily distracted when three choices suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Maintain the esteemed title of the class's bottom dweller. Who else but I shall claim last place. Reward for completion, anger of the bottom dweller. Anger of the bottom dweller. When faced with opponents scoring higher than oneself, sanity decreases by 1. Option 2. Observe her 100 times, yet she remains unattainable. However, studying 100 times makes knowledge yours. Strive to be among the top 3 in class. Reward for completion, fire release, insight 1. Option 3. Better to exhaust oneself than to let classmates thrive. Achieve a position among the top 3 while maintaining the highest average score in class. Reward for completion, fire release, insight 5. Obito gasped, feeling the weight of global warming. What on earth is this anger of the bottom dweller? Without hesitation, he dismissed it. Options 2 and 3 stood before him, with option 2 clearly presenting a lower difficulty. Thus, he chose option 3. At the moment of decision, a profound weariness beyond his years flickered in Obito's eyes. Oh, I never anticipated that arriving in this world would subject me to this relentless competition. Very well, let me show you the terrifying prowess of a student from Uchiha. Experience the fear of being dominated. Strive. As long as I don't perish from the effort, I shall push myself to the limit. Obito raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question. Uchiha's heart sank. What mischief was Obito up to now? He cautiously inclined his head towards Obito, signaling him to speak quickly. Rising to his feet, Obito surveyed his classmates, feeling a twinge of melancholy. They were classmates now, but soon they might become rivals. Just as he hesitated, whispers began to circulate among the students. What scheme does that guy Obito have this time? A top student adjusted his glasses, a disdainful smirk forming on his lips. Isn't it obvious? He's just trying to justify not studying, as if this is his first time. Another top student sighed in agreement. Alas, how unfortunate we are to be in the same class as this bottom dweller. I only realized after meeting him that one individual could lower the class average by 10 points. The first student nodded solemnly. Indeed. If it weren't for the two of us being prodigies in this class, we might have plummeted from second to last to dead last. Hearing their remarks, Obito's guilt evaporated. Smiling broadly, he spoke. Teacher Kisuke, I believe the homework you've assigned today is rather insufficient. With the year-end exams approaching, shouldn't the workload at least double? A stunned silence enveloped the classroom as the students processed his words, each one taken aback. What on earth? Is Obito out of his mind? Kisuke's smile widened. He found himself increasingly fond of this student. Since Obito had raised the issue, it seemed the homework indeed warranted reconsideration. All right, everyone, please open your textbooks. I will assign a few more problems. The students reluctantly opened their books, glancing daggers at Obito. Fortunately, Kisuke only assigned 5 or 6 additional problems, which provided them a modicum of relief. Aside from the problems I just mentioned, the rest constitutes today as homework, Kisuke announced cheerfully. What? Oh my goodness. You're impossible. After the teacher left the classroom with a beaming smile, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, intending to approach Obito. However, someone beat him to it. Nagano stood abruptly, approaching Obito with a fierce look. Obito, we'll meet in the grove tonight. I'll settle both new and old scores with you. Obito scoffed. What grievances do we have? Yesterday was your pinnacle, do you not realize? You dared to challenge the 6th Hokage, provoking the great villain of the ninja world. In the entire ninja realm, only Zabuza could rival you. Enjoy your moment of triumph. As for today's matter, what is wrong with you learning a bit more? It's all for your own good. With these thoughts in mind, he replied, all right, let's South meet in the grove tonight. Don't you dare back out. I'll lose respect for you. Nagano huffed. I'll return the same words to you. He strutted away, chest puffed out like a triumphant hero. Lin spoke softly, concern evident in her voice. Obito-kun, are you really going to fight Nagano? Obito grinned cheekily. Of course not. Tonight I'll be at home diligently completing my homework. I was just pulling his leg. Relieved, Lin smiled. You're so mischievous, Obito-kun. Obito chuckled. A boy must be a little bad to be loved by girls. While he engaged in a lively conversation with Lin, he noticed Kai standing beside Kakashi, his face a picture of eagerness as he animatedly gestured while conversing with Kakashi. Wow, a boy is actually beside me. Obito surveyed the room and realized it wasn't just Kakashi and Kai. Other boys in the class seemed to be paired off. While he found himself engrossed in conversation with the girls, Obito fell into contemplation. In this world brimming with camaraderie and brotherhood, he felt somewhat out of place. Moreover, it seemed that those who ventured into romance in the Naruto series often met unfortunate ends, be it Shippuden or Asuma. His brow furrowed with worry. Should I perhaps form a bond with Lin? He pondered whether such a cosmic connection would be recognized. How complicated. Chapter 10. Let us roll up our sleeves. In the stillness of the night, beneath the sparse starlight, a melancholic voice sang a heart-wrenching melody. If you would but peel back the layers of my homework, you would find that this page is unwritten, that page too, and all are blank. An exasperated voice of an elder echoed. Obito, your grandmother has just fallen asleep. And you've woken her again. Obito sheepishly called out. Sorry, Grandma. Please rest. I shall keep quiet. Gazing at the seemingly insurmountable pile of homework before him, he sighed heavily. Alas, it appears I've overcommit. Can any human truly complete this much work? He realized he must be cautious at school, especially when alone, for many likely sought to bring him down. After lingering for a moment, Obito resolutely declared, no more. I shall submit what I have. He tucked away his assignments and dove into his soft bed. Regardless of the quantity completed, as long as he submitted the homework, it would suffice to maintain his standing with teacher Kisuke. Indeed, this was the status of Obito Uchiha. After resting for a while, 2 options materialized before him. Option 1. Are you awake? P.S. Asleep. Come train. Reward for completion, 001 chakra card. Option 2. Sleep well. Late nights stunt growth. Even sparrows have lofty aspirations. Reward for completion, 001 chakra card. Obito, in a daze, chose option 2. In his hazy state, he sensed he had forgotten something important. The following morning, his grandmother's voice rang out. Obito, hurry and get up. Lin is waiting for you. Upon hearing that his beloved had arrived, Obito swiftly leaped from his bed. Just a moment, I'm coming. He had risen early today, with ample time to spare. After breakfast with Rin and another friend, he took Rin's hand and left their home, heading towards the school. Living together in Konoha, their bond was innocent and free of malice. Obito mused that he and Rin were akin to childhood sweethearts. Observing Rin's pure and innocent smile stirred emotions within him. If only he could spend each day with Rin, living a tranquil life, surely he would find immense happiness. Yet, Obito understood that such bliss would not endure. Somewhere in this world, a crisis was brewing that threatened to engulf the entire shinobi realm. No one could remain untouched by its repercussions, and he was undoubtedly at the forefront of it all. Thus, even with the presence of the system, he could not afford to be complacent. Upon entering the classroom, Obito felt a prickling sensation on his back. Numerous eyes were cast upon him with hostility. If glares could kill, he would have perished countless times. He hunched his shoulders and settled into his seat. Suddenly, he noticed a small package inside his drawer. Curiosity piqued, He opened it to discover several boxes of milk and a small note that simply read "Thank you," without a signature. After a moment of contemplation, he smirked. Do they think such trivial tricks can deceive me, Obito? If he guessed correctly, the milk must be tainted. He unceremoniously discarded the package along with the milk and returned to his seat, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Kakashi's face nearby. Shortly after, Iruka entered the classroom, carrying a stack of books. Classmates, let us begin our lesson, he announced. A chubby boy, a loyal follower of Nagano, raised his hand. But Iruka-sensei, Nagano hasn't arrived yet. Iruka, while writing on the blackboard, replied, Nagano is ill and has already informed me of his absence. Obito suddenly realized his oversight from the previous night. He had forgotten about Nagano. Shaking his head, he began to pay close attention to Iruka's lecture. Weeks passed, and everyone was astonished to witness Obito's newfound dedication to his studies. He sat upright in class, responding to questions with remarkable speed. Many found it difficult to fathom his rapid progress, but Obito himself deemed it elementary. Having undergone compulsory education, Iruka's lessons seemed like child's play to him. The history of the shinobi world paled in comparison to the thousands of years of history from his homeland. After watching an anime once, he had retained every detail. He was well-versed in matters not even covered in textbooks. As for mathematics, it was exceedingly simple, with the most challenging problems being mere quadratic equations. Regarding the ideological education courses in Konoha, he could recite passages from his past life's textbooks that were far more profound than the teacher's explanations. The only knowledge he truly needed to acquire was some basic techniques of ninjutsu. After all, having hands was sufficient. The top students were alarmed by this situation. How has he progressed so rapidly? He is about to catch up to me. Another student nodded in agreement. This is indeed terrifying. They exchanged glances and resolutely decided to study with fervor. We must not allow a slacker to surpass us. Many shared this sentiment. And the atmosphere of learning in Iruka's class began to flourish, precisely what Obito had hoped for. A month swiftly passed. On this day, the sky was overcast, and a light drizzle fell, mirroring the somber mood of the students. Today marked the annual examination. Within the classroom, Fortunan teachers paced back and forth, preventing any misconduct. Anxiety plagued the students as they fidgeted restlessly. It is said that when pushed to the brink, one can resort to anything. But the questions on the exam were evidently not among them. Upon receiving his exam paper, Obito, brimming with confidence, began to write furiously. These questions are utterly devoid of difficulty, he muttered to himself. After a spell of idleness, he contemplated submitting his paper early. Wait. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Submitting the paper early seemed dull. It would be far more entertaining to toy with the other's nerves. He flipped his paper repeatedly, causing a stir among the students. I've only completed 2 questions, and everyone else is flipping pages already? Iruka noticed the commotion and approached Obito, delivering a light tap on his head. Quit causing trouble and ensure you've checked your paper. Have you filled out the answer sheet? Obito's expression froze. Answer sheet? What answer sheet? Iruka, exasperated, retrieved an answer sheet from the podium and handed it to Obito. You haven't even collected your answer sheet, and you're here showing off. If you end up with the lowest score again, you'll stand during class in the future. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Obito scratched his head and replied, I'm aiming for the top 3 this time. His words ignited even more laughter. Iruka was at a loss for words. Although Obito had shown commendable effort lately, aiming for the top 3 seemed a tall order. Nagano burst into laughter. You? If you place in the top 3, I'll take your last name. After a moment's reflection, Obito replied, but I wouldn't care for you taking my surname. Perhaps I'll let your son take my surname instead. 8 yakas. By the time Nagano processed this, he erupted in anger, slamming his desk and lunging at Obito with a chair in hand. You're dead. Obito dramatically shouted, Iruka-sensei, help me. The classroom descended into chaos, the atmosphere instantly transforming into one of merriment. Chapter 11. An invitation from White Fang. Following the conclusion of the theoretical examination, the practical assessment commenced. For the first-year students, this segment would test only one skill, shuriken throwing. A row of targets had already been set up in the playground, awaiting the young ones to step forward for their assessment. The scoring system was straightforward. Each student would throw 10 shuriken, earning 1 point for each ring hit, culminating in a perfect score of 100 points. Kakashi Hitaki, 100 points. Mike Guy, 69 points. Rin Noera, 67 points. Nagano, 83 points. Nagano returned to the group with an air of pride, defiantly gesturing at Obito with his middle finger. Humph, Obito scoffed, retorting with a few choice words. Next, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing his name, Obito straightened with newfound vigor, striding confidently to the target. The supervising teacher, seeing Obito, chuckled. Ah, it's you. While it's common for children to miss the target while throwing shuriken, it's quite rare to witness someone miss all 10, something you've managed to achieve. The teacher, somewhat apprehensive, advised him, make sure you aim carefully this time. Don't throw them at my face again. Obito chuckled lightly, raising his chin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Teacher, your expectations are too low. After 3 days apart, one must see me in a new light. I am no longer the same person. My goal is perfection. After his dramatic proclamation, Obito began to unleash his shuriken with impressive speed, combining his shinobi-level physical prowess with rigorous training. His throwing skills, of course, could not be compared to before. Once Obito came to a halt, the teacher glanced at the target and, with a hint of surprise, announced, Uchiha Obito, 90 points. The young man has indeed made remarkable progress. Obito scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, I did blow my chance for a perfect score, but I accidentally missed 2 shots. Never mind. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's fine. In truth, a score of 90 was quite commendable. Apart from that freak Kakashi, it was already considered top-notch. Once all the students had completed their tests, a teacher declared loudly, the results of the annual exam will be announced in a week. There will be no homework during this week, so everyone relax. Before the teacher could finish, the joyous cheers of the students drowned out his words. Yay! Hooray! Rin approached Obito, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Obito-kun, do you have any plans for the holiday? Obito pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. How about we go play at my house? It's quite spacious. Just as Obito was about to invite the little girl over, an unexpected figure approached him. Rin blinked in surprise and then joyfully asked, Kakashi-kun, I was just discussing holiday plans with Obito. Would you like to join us? Kakashi ignored Rin entirely and turned to Obito, stating, My father wishes to invite you to dinner at our house tonight at 7. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Obito was presented with a choice. Option 1. An old man can't compare to my little Rin. I'm not going. Reward, 1 LSP. Option 2. Women only slow my blade. I should seek guidance from White Fang. Reward, unlock subsequent tasks. Wow, I've never seen a reward for unlocking subsequent tasks before, Obito thought, hesitating briefly before opting for the second choice. All right, please thank your father for me, he said to Kakashi. Kakashi merely acknowledged him with a grunt and nodded slightly to Rin before departing. Obito glanced at the slightly disappointed little girl and feigned indignation. Kakashi is as cold as ever, treating my adorable Rin-chan this way. Rin's cheeks flushed as she pouted. Obito-kun, you're just teasing me again. Obito replied earnestly, No. Rin-chan is the most adorable person in my heart. After comforting the little girl for a moment, he began his walk home. He needed to inform his grandmother about going out for dinner. At 6:30 in the evening, Obito set out from home, feeling upbeat as he headed to the appointment. The moon hung above the willow branches, marking the time for evening engagements. Alas, he was not meeting a beautiful elder sister, but rather a middle-aged man. However, why had White Fang invited him? Obito speculated that perhaps Shumo had heard about his supportive comments and thought of him as a promising junior, hence the dinner invitation. Lost in thought, Obito soon arrived at Kakashi's doorstep. Outside the house, a figure stood waiting, seemingly there specifically for him. Obito waved to the figure. I'm here, Kakashi. Kakashi replied coolly, turning without looking back. Follow me. Obito hurried to catch up, curiously surveying his surroundings. The interior of Kakashi's home was simply decorated but radiated a warm atmosphere. In a fleeting glance, Obito spotted a childhood photo of Kakashi on the wall. He looked irresistibly cute, like a little silver fluff ball. As if sensing the commotion, footsteps echoed from within the house. A handsome silver-haired man emerged, appearing somewhat haggard, yet still exuding charisma. Shumo. He smiled at Obito. You must be little Obito. I've heard much about you from Kakashi. Obito nodded, feeling shy. Hello. White Fang. You must have heard quite a few of my embarrassing stories from Kakashi. Kakashi's face flushed slightly beneath his mask at the remark. Shumo laughed heartily, ruffling his son's hair. Embarrassing stories? More like amusing anecdotes. Let's sit down and enjoy a meal together. I've prepared some of my signature dishes for you to try. Obito eagerly nodded. He was famished. The three of them sat at the dining table, and Obito discreetly observed Shumo. finding it hard to imagine that this gentle family man had carved out a fearsome reputation outside. With a slight smile, Shimo encouraged, "Don't just stare, try my cooking." Obito did not hesitate, picking up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and tasting it, his eyes lighting up. The rich flavors burst in his mouth, awakening every taste bud. Delicious. Shimo's smile grew wider. "Then eat up. There's more in the pot. Don't be shy at my house." Obito chuckled, "All right." After a sumptuous dinner, Kakashi took the initiative to clear the dishes, heading to the kitchen to wash up. Obito rubbed his belly appreciatively, nodding in approval. I can foresee that Kakashi will be a wonderful homemaker in the future. I wonder which woman, or man, will be lucky enough to have him. Just as Obito's mind wandered, Shimo suddenly inquired, "Obito, what kind of person do you think I am?" Before Obito could respond, a new choice appeared before him. Option 1. White Fang is a true hero. Since we get along well, why don't we become sworn brothers? Reward, Nephew Kakashi 1. Option 2. I can't say for sure, but if my father were still alive, I believe he would be just as gentle and handsome as you. Reward, unlock subsequent tasks. Looking at the peculiar options, Obito found them quite amusing. If he chose the first option, he feared he might be stabbed right there by his new nephew. As for the second option, the flattery was too overt. Thus, he chose the second option, not solely for the allure of unlocking subsequent tasks, but simply because the first option seemed absurd and potentially life-threatening. With admiration in his eyes and sincerity in his tone, Obito said, I can't say for sure, but if my father were still alive, I believe he would be just as gentle and handsome as you. Shimo was momentarily taken aback, his expression softening. He hadn't anticipated such high praise from Obito. He refrained from pressing further, recognizing that being compared to a father was the highest form of acknowledgement. In the kitchen, Kakashi was equally stunned. Obito had once again redefined his understanding of audacity. Shimo took a deep breath, seemingly casual yet serious as he asked, "And what do you think of my son, Kakashi?" Kakashi perked up, curious about Obito's response. This time, Obito was not presented with options. He contemplated for a moment, deciding to speak from the heart. Kakashi is someone who could be a lifelong friend. He bears darkness, yet yearns for the light. He endures pain and conveys kindness. His unique personality is hard not to admire. Aside from a hint of lewdness, this fellow could be described as impeccable. As long as he refrains from stabbing me in the heart or piercing my wife's bosom, I wholeheartedly accept him as my friend. Shuo Mao possesses a keen eye for discerning character. He can undoubtedly see that Dato speaks nothing but the truth. With a nod of satisfaction, he remarked, "Dato, you are a fine young man. It is indeed Kakashi's fortune to have a friend like you." In the kitchen, Kakashi scoffed dismissively. Yet his lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile that he could not suppress. The speed at which he washed the dishes seemed to quicken unconsciously. Rising from his seat with a smile, Shuo Mao said, "Today marks our first meeting. As an elder, I intend to present you with a gift. Please wait here for a moment." With that, Shuo Mao entered the room to rummage through some items. Dato rubbed his hands together in anticipation, filled with excitement for the gift Shuo Mao had mentioned. After a brief moment, Shuo Mao emerged holding a long sword, which he presented to Dato. This blade is named Shadow Elegance, inspired by the slender silhouette it casts under the sun. From now on, it shall belong to you. Suddenly, the sound of a ceramic bowl shattering echoed from the kitchen, followed by a small figure rushing out, astonished. "Father, you intend to gift this sword to him?" Dato examined the blade in his hands, realizing from Kakashi's reaction how precious it truly was. Clutching the sword closely, he looked at Shuo Mao with questioning eyes. "Senior White Fang, is this gift not too extravagant?" Shuo Mao shook his head calmly and replied, "The true value of a sword lies in the hands of its wielder. This blade is well suited for you. Accept it, but I hope you shall not let it down." Kakashi struggled to comprehend the situation. "Father," Shuo Mao silenced him with a glance. Dato, brimming with joy, caressed the Shadow Elegance. The blade was neither too long nor too short. Its hilt a striking red adorned with intricate patterns. The more he gazed at it, the more he cherished it. Furthermore, the sound it made when being drawn and sheathed was a delightful metallic chime. The sound of a sword unsheathed, the roar of a sports car, and the voice of a girl. No boy could resist such temptations. Dato carefully secured the Shadow Elegance and bowed deeply to Shuo Mao. "Thank you, Senior White Fang. I truly cherish this gift." Shuo Mao nodded slightly and replied, "As long as you like it." He ruffled Kakashi's hair, soothing his somewhat unsettled son, then turned to Dato and asked, "Oh, Dato, Have you ever practiced swordsmanship? Dato shook his head and replied honestly, no, Senior White Fang. To be frank, I have hardly ever been exposed to sword techniques. Is that so? Shuo Mao pondered for a moment before saying, Kakashi, tidy up the kitchen. Dato, come with me. Reluctantly, Kakashi headed to the kitchen while Dato followed Shuo Mao to the training ground of the Hitaki family. As Shuo Mao casually picked up a sword from the nearby weapons rack, his demeanor transformed entirely. The gentle and serene aura he had moments ago vanished, replaced by an intensity that made it difficult to look him in the eye. Dato found himself instinctively retreating 2 or 3 steps, overwhelmed by the formidable presence emanating from Shuo Mao. His eyes deepened, seemingly fixated solely on the sword. Swordsmanship requires a grounded approach. To achieve mastery, one must practice diligently. You have never systematically studied sword techniques, so today I will teach you a single draw technique. If you can grasp its essence and practice diligently each day, I believe you will reap the rewards. Shuo Mao's right hand had unknowingly settled on the hilt of the sword. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, and a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air, as if to shatter the void itself. In that moment, Dato's gaze was entirely captivated by the breathtaking display. Wow, that's so cool. After a while, as Dato regained his composure, he noticed that Shuo Mao had already sheathed the sword and was smiling at him. The core philosophy of the draw technique is to strike with lethal precision. By harnessing instantaneous explosive power, one can surprise and deliver a fatal blow. If you are truly interested in swordsmanship, I encourage you to practice it daily. Shuo Mao added, of course. It would be even better if you could systematically learn some foundational sword techniques. Dato chuckled. Uncle, that move you just performed was truly impressive. Could you demonstrate it once more? After a few more demonstrations, Dato began to grasp the essence of the draw technique, feeling reluctant to ask Shuo Mao for further demonstrations. Once again, he bowed deeply and inquired, Thank you, Senior Shuo Mao, for the splendid sword and your generous instruction. However, I must ask why? Shuo Mao placed the sword down, his eyes clouded with an incomprehensible melancholy. Dato, you are a wise young man. Recently, I have encountered some matters of concern. Should anything unfortunate happen to me in the future, I hope you will look after Kakashi. Chapter 13. Strength through perseverance. Kakashi has always been obstinate since childhood, and I fear for him. At this point, Shuo Mao let out a long sigh. Dato's heart sank. Could it be that Shuo Mao had sensed something? A wave of helplessness washed over him. He genuinely admired this gentle elder and wished to do something in return. Yet, he felt powerless, lacking the strength or authority to effect change. As his thoughts swirled, Dato gazed earnestly into Shuo Mao's eyes and said, Senior White Fang, you must take care of yourself. Please stay strong. Shuo Mao chuckled softly and chose not to elaborate further. After practicing with Dato for a while longer, he guided him out of the training room. In the living room, Kakashi had just finished tidying up the kitchen and sat on the sofa, intending to rest for a moment when Shuo Mao entered and said, Son, Dato is about to leave. Please see him off. Kakashi sighed inwardly, standing up with a calm demeanor and nodding in agreement. Very well, father. As Dato prepared to leave, he felt a weight in his heart, bidding farewell to Shuo Mao. Goodbye, Senior White Fang. Thank you for your hospitality today. The moonlight was pale, and a cool breeze swept through. The bustling streets of the day were now eerily quiet, devoid of life. The footsteps of the two boys echoed as the only sound in the night. Kakashi glanced at Dato beside him and could not contain his curiosity any longer. What did my father say to you? Dato pondered for a moment, shrugged, and replied, Senior White Fang mentioned that you are too aloof and need to make more friends. He asked me to look after you. Kakashi scoffed softly. This statement indeed sounded like something his father would say, and given Dato's intelligence, he likely spoke the truth. What on earth was his father thinking? He certainly did not need this fool Dato to look after him. Internally berating himself, Kakashi remained silent, and the atmosphere between the two grew heavy once more. As they walked, Dato eventually reached home. He waved goodbye to Kakashi with ease. See you later, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly in response and departed without looking back. Dato pouted and muttered under his breath, Tisich, what a cold guy. Shaking his head, he called out as he entered the house, Grandma, I'm back. Early the next morning, before the chickens next door had a chance to crow, Dato sprang from his bed. He never slept in late unless it was a school day. What should I do today? Just as Dato contemplated his options, the system presented him with 3 choices. Option 1. A heart devoid of women. The sword drawn naturally reveals divinity. Practice the sword drawing technique 10,000 times. Completion reward. Mastery of the sword drawing technique. Option 2. What use is a sword? It is akin to playing with Kakashi's eyes, a distraction from diligence. Wouldn't it be more delightful to seek Lin? Completion reward. Little Sparrow 0. 1 centimeter. Option 3. Women and swordsmanship are of no interest to me. I simply wish to recline at home. Completion reward. 0.01 chakra. Firstly, I shall dismiss option 3. Obito, rise with resolve, embodying perseverance. I am not one to shy away from ambition. Option 2 does appear somewhat tempting, yet 0.1 centimeter? Is that truly what I lack? Cough. In any case, if I desire rapid enhancement of my abilities, option 1 is far more suitable for me. Obito swiftly made his decision. I shall choose option 1. After dinner, I will commence my sword training. My grandmother has yet to awaken. After hastily consuming some bread and a pouch of milk, he eagerly grasped the shadow show and began practicing the sword drawing technique as instructed by Shwomo. Death is like the wind, ever at my side. The might of this blade intensifies with each slash. Wait, am I not practicing swordsmanship? An hour later, Obito, panting heavily, sheathed the shadow show and collapsed onto the ground. His arms felt as though they were filled with lead, utterly incapable of lifting. Due to certain adolescent reasons, his voice was slightly hoarse. Alas, in 2 hours, I barely completed 100 strokes. How long will it take to reach 10,000? He sighed deeply, feeling the weight of pressures that were not meant for someone of his age. However, upon reflection, it was not so grave. After all, he was still young. And for the time being, he did not require these 2 arms for any extraordinary tasks. The week of vacation swiftly passed. Obito did not venture anywhere, but remained at home, diligently practicing the sword. 7 days. Do you know how I spent these 7 days? The skin on my hands is nearly worn away, my shoulders are trembling with strain, and my elbows are nearly immobile. Yet, despite his tireless efforts, he had scarcely achieved 1/5 of his goal. Sigh, that will be enough for today. Obito exhaled, shakily placing the shadow show down. He then dragged his weary body and flung himself onto his bed. There is school tomorrow. I must rest early, he thought. At that moment, a multiple-choice question appeared before him. Option 1. Stay up late to cultivate immortality, boundless power, or sacrifice to the heavens. Push your limits, young one. Completion reward. Current task. Sword drawing technique. Progress doubled. Option 2. Pretend not to see option 1. Completion reward. Vision 1. What the hell? Is this the legendary illusion of having a choice when there is none? Obito suddenly sat up, exclaiming, I can do it. I can. His grandmother's gentle voice drifted in from outside. Oh dear, Obito awkwardly responded. My apologies, grandmother, please rest. He weakly lifted his arm and picked up the shadow show once more, commencing a new round of progress. The next morning, Obito, sporting dark circles under his eyes, trudged towards school, resembling a weary celebrity. I am so tired. However, after receiving the doubled progress reward, he was nearing 4,000 strokes. Is this the joy of pushing oneself to the limit? He stumbled into the classroom, collapsing onto his desk without a word. Time passed, and a soft voice reached his ears. Obito-kun, Teacher Kasuke has arrived. Wake up. Rubbing his eyes, Obito groggily sat up, his mind a blank slate. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I so handsome? Kasuke Urahara strode into the classroom, holding up a report card, radiating joy as he stood at the podium. Students, I have wonderful news. He paused for effect before continuing. Our class has achieved the highest average score in the grade. The students erupted into cheers. Whoa! When will you treat us to a grand feast, Teacher Kasuke? Longiambo exclaimed. Kasuke scratched his head, puzzled. Grand feast? What grand feast? The classroom fell silent. Even Kasuke's thick skin couldn't withstand the embarrassment. He had indeed intended to treat the children, but was thwarted by his wife, who categorically refused to sponsor him. Though he had some personal savings, it was hardly sufficient. To avoid further awkwardness, Kasuke quickly shifted topics. Now, let me announce our class's scores. However, the students were not easily distracted. Teacher Kasuke is trying to change the subject. One shouted. Exactly. You promised to treat us if we came in first. Another chimed in. Right. Leaf villagers do not deceive each other. Don't play tricks on us. The children's uproar nearly lifted the roof. Just then, a soft voice broke through. Come on, let's forgive Teacher Kasuke. He has it tough. From my calculations, his salary likely doesn't even reach his hands. The children paused in surprise, their expressions shifting dramatically. Is that so? Longiambo smirked. Teacher Kasuke, you should have mentioned your difficulties. We all understand. Yes, we get it. Children in this world are remarkably mature. For them, the prospect of a feast paled in comparison to such juicy gossip. One girl giggled. I didn't expect Teacher Kasuke to be so devoted to his wife. Love it. I want to marry a man like Teacher Kasuke someday, referring to his character, not his looks. Kasuke buried his face in his hands, feeling his dignity as a teacher evaporate in that instant. Were it not for his shoes, he would have been embarrassed enough to dig a hole to hide in. Kasuke cast a resentful glance at the child who had instigated this. Thank you, teacher, said the little one named Rukuyu, waving his hand dismissively. Women are indeed the most troublesome, Rukuyu muttered, resting his head lazily on the desk. His distinctive hairstyle and exceptional IQ made it clear he was from the Nara clan. Once the children calmed down, Kasuke rapped his desk to regain their attention. All right, I will announce the scores. Those whose names I call, please come up to collect your papers. Upon hearing about the scores, the atmosphere grew tense. Phew, I'm so nervous. Me too. If I don't do well, I'll get scolded at home. Huh, good thing I'm an orphan. Being an orphan? I'll be sure to inform your uncle and aunt next time. Wait, please don't. I'll treat you to drinks after school. Please be a nice person. Kasuke announced. First place, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, indifferent, stood up, retrieved his paper, and returned to his seat, a behavior Kasuke had grown accustomed to. The boy was always emotionless. Second place, Nara Rukuyu. Rukuyu rose leisurely, reminiscent of an elderly man. Ah, the top two again. One studious child lamented. I guess I'll be third again. Another student sighed in agreement. I don't know if we are lucky or unfortunate to be in the same class as them. However, returning to the topic, I should be in third place. The two prodigies exchanged glances, and sparks seemed to ignite in their eyes. Nagano laughed heartily, declaring, You are mistaken. Did someone not claim during the exam that they could secure a spot in the top three? He said with a sarcastic tone. Without a doubt. The third place belongs to our class's genius, Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Riku leisurely returned to his seat as Kasuke continued to announce the results. Third place, Uchiha Obito. Scholar A. Scholar B. Nagano. Not only they, but everyone cast doubtful glances at each other. No way. Obito actually made it into the top three. Obito, with a smile adorning his face, did not rise to collect his paper. Instead, he mischievously winked at Nagano. Seeing this, Kasuke could only shake his head in disbelief. Obito, the teacher is calling you. Did you not hear? With a grin, Obito replied, I heard the teacher. But I was worried my classmates might not have. Kasuke urged, come over quickly. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of his peers, Obito cheerfully collected his paper. In his mind, he received a prompt indicating the completion of a choice. Choice successful. Reward, fire release, insight 5. Kasuke continued to announce the results. Fourth place, Scholar A. Fifth place, Scholar B. After he finished revealing everyone's scores, he began to assign holiday homework. However, Obito was entirely oblivious to it. Homework? What homework? When I was at the bottom, I didn't do homework, so now that I've made it to the top three, I certainly won't do it. Kasuke rambled on for half an hour before finally concluding. All right, I wish you all a pleasant holiday. See you next semester. Once Kasuke left the classroom, the students rejoiced. It's vacation time. In the classroom, close friends gathered in small groups, discussing how to spend their holiday. As for the homework, who would think about it until school was about to start again? Just as Rin was about to congratulate Obito, a girl subtly pushed her aside and approached Obito. Speaking in a high-pitched voice, Obito, I didn't expect you to do so well. There were a few questions I didn't quite understand. Could you explain them to me later? Obito shot her a glare. You didn't ask the teacher when he was here, but now that he has gone, you come to me? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? I'm busy, ask Kakashi instead. The girl left, gritting her teeth. I absolutely detest these dense boys. Rin couldn't help but chuckle from the side. At that moment, an unexpected figure approached, hands clasped behind his head. Well, you did quite well on the exam. Congratulations. I must admit, I underestimated you. Riku? Obito was slightly taken aback, as he had little interaction with Riku in the past. He never expected him to approach and speak. Thank you, Riku, Obito replied. Riku nodded slightly, sighing inwardly. He felt lonely and pitiful. Normally, members of the Nara clan had two companions, one from the Yamanaka clan and one from the Akimichi clan, forming the well-known trio. However, that year, his parents decided to have a second child, while the other two families did not. Over the years, he attempted to make friends, but geniuses are often solitary, and he looked down upon befriending ordinary people. His attempts to befriend Kakashi had failed, and he found the remaining classmates unworthy. Until now, he had discovered a new intriguing target, Obito. Rika leaned closer to Obito, scrutinizing him seriously. Honestly, you seem like a completely different person lately. You're not the same Obito from before, are you? Obito's heart raced. Is my pineapple head really that terrifying? Noticing Obito's slightly unnatural expression, Riku scratched his head. Just a joke, nothing to take seriously. A brief, awkward silence lingered. Suddenly, a lively voice broke through. Obito-kun, Rika-kun, and Rin, what are your plans for the holiday? The three turned their heads in unison, each sharing the same thought. Who is this person? Do we know her? The speaker was a girl in black attire, with long black hair and an ordinary appearance, looking somewhat shy. On her youthful face, she wore a small pair of sunglasses. Obito pondered for a moment before recalling Ayako. The oil woman Ayako, a classmate of ours. Unbelievable. Obito internally muttered. He had thought his relationship with Ayako was decent. Yet why did his mind go blank upon seeing her? Rin, grinning, took Ayako's hand. Ayako, when did you arrive? I didn't even notice. Ayako's voice carried a hint of grievance. I've been standing next to you for quite some time, and you both ignored me. Obito was taken aback. Is the oil woman clan's lack of presence hereditary? After chatting for a while, Riku took his leave. Rin pulled Ayako away to converse with the other girls, while Obito sauntered over to Kakashi, cheerfully draping an arm around his shoulder. Is something the matter? Kakashi frowned slightly, coldly brushing off Obito's arm. He disliked people getting too close. Obito chuckled. I've been missing your uncle's cooking. Do you think I could join you for a meal in a few days? Kakashi stared at Obito blankly, the thoughts in his mind unknown. After a moment, he nodded. All right, let us do it tomorrow at noon. My father should be free. At that moment, a green-haired boy interjected. Kakashi, let us have a youthful duel. No, come on, no. Obito felt the atmosphere around him becoming overwhelmingly intense, prompting him to make a hasty exit, fearing the influence of the two. Rinchan, let us go. I'll walk you home. Okay. On the way home, Obito held Rin's hand the entire time, his heart racing. It was only when he reached her doorstep that he reluctantly released her hand. Goodbye, Rinchan. I'll come to play when I have time. Rin beamed, waving energetically at Obito. We have a deal. Goodbye, Obito-kun. Obito raised his right hand, feeling a sense of longing as he returned home. He decided not to wash his hands that day. The following day at noon, Obito arrived at Kakashi's house, accompanied by his shadow. He sought to enjoy a meal prepared by White Fang, with two main objectives. Firstly, as the current pinnacle of combat capability, he should be able to provide insight for the choices. Secondly, he aimed to counsel White Fang, steering him away from thoughts of despair. Although uncertain if he could achieve this, it was the only thing he could do for White Fang at the moment. With this in mind, Obito sighed and knocked on the Hitaki household's door. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Shoma. The melancholy in his eyes was palpable, nearly spilling over. Yet upon seeing Obito, he offered a genuine smile. Ah, you're here, little Obito. Obito grinned. Uncle, your cooking is simply irresistible. I couldn't resist coming for more. Thank you for your hospitality. Shoma gently ruffled Obito's hair. It's no trouble at all. Come in and sit. Shoma's culinary skills were indeed unparalleled. Obito was truly delighted with the meal, especially since his uncle was affluent. He could indulge in exquisite meats. After a hearty feast, Shoma cheerfully remarked, I noticed you've brought a shadow clone with you. Are you here to seek my guidance in swordsmanship? Before Obito could respond, a set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Seek White Fang's instruction on the draw technique. Completion reward. Double progress on current task, draw technique. Option 2. Seek White Fang's instruction on basic sword techniques. Completion reward. Unlock basic sword techniques task. Option 3. Uncle, this sword is meant for cutting vegetables. I actually wish to learn cooking from you. Seek White Fang's culinary skills. Completion reward. The family recipe of the Hitaki clan. Obito quickly dismissed option 3 with a glance and swiftly made his decision. He would continue learning the draw technique from White Fang. While swordsmanship had some utility in the early stages, it became less relevant in later confrontations where extraordinary abilities were commonplace. Therefore, a few techniques would suffice. There was no need to invest all his energy in this pursuit. He could always return to learn more later. Uncle Shoma, I genuinely wish to seek your guidance on the draw technique you taught me last time, Obito said earnestly. Shoma nodded in acknowledgement. Then follow me, he replied. Kakashi, you come along too. Shoma led the two youngsters to the training ground, where he began instructing them in swordsmanship. Obito immersed himself wholeheartedly in the training, and before long, the afternoon passed swiftly. As evening approached, he naturally stayed for another meal. During dinner, Obito subtly flattered Shoma. Kakashi is truly fortunate to have such an outstanding father like you. No wonder he excels. It must be due to your diligent guidance. You should invest more effort in Kakashi. Who knows? He might become Hokage one day. He delivered a barrage of compliments, and while Shoma took it well, Kakashi's face, hidden beneath his mask, turned crimson. Oh, Obito really? He thought, surprised he hadn't noticed how genuinely charming Obito's words could be. After the meal, Obito cheerfully exclaimed, Uncle, your cooking is simply irresistible. May I come again for another meal? Shoma laughed heartily, holding back his somewhat reluctant son. Of course, you're always welcome. As Obito stood up, he said, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye, Kakashi. Shoma intended to have Kakashi see Obito off, but Obito declined. Watching him depart, Shoma felt a mix of emotions. Obito was indeed a good child. Obito returned home, feeling exceedingly accomplished. His progress with the draw technique had reached nearly 4,000 attempts, and with the completion of the task, it doubled, nearing 8,000 attempts. With this advancement, he was not far from completion. Exhausted, he lay in bed and quickly fell into slumber, with plans for the next day already forming in his mind. The following day, Obito slept until noon, rising with a yawn. It feels like I have half as much time as everyone else, he murmured as he dressed. After a quick meal, he set out to learn ninjutsu. Ninjutsu was an indispensable facet of the world of Hokage. Generally, the more ninjutsu one mastered and the higher the level of those techniques, the stronger a ninja would become. However, ninjutsu was monopolized by the prominent clans and the higher echelons of Konoha. In the Ninja Academy, commoners could only learn the most basic techniques, the body flicker technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. Want to learn other ninjutsu? Sorry, that's a mere fantasy. Unless you join Konoha's official organization or align with a powerful clan, you won't have access to the deadly ninjutsu. It's best to be content leading a life of mediocrity. As one of Konoha's prominent clans, the Uchiha clan possessed a rich heritage, inheriting numerous ninjutsu through generations. Unfortunately, his parents perished on the battlefield. Reflecting on this, Obito's expression darkened. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, his gaze resolute. In any case, if he wanted to learn ninjutsu now, he would need to seek guidance from others. Navigating through familiar alleyways, he arrived at a small courtyard where a group of short children were squatting on the ground, studying ants. Upon seeing Obito, one child's eyes lit up with excitement as he stood to greet him. Obito. Obito smiled, thinking, if there were someone in Hokage who devoted their life to protecting Konoha, it would undoubtedly be Shisui. He ruffled Shisui's hair and asked playfully, Shisui, is your uncle home today? Before Shisui could respond, a middle-aged man emerged from the house. Ah, Obito, what brings you here to visit your uncle today? The man bore the distinctive spiky black hair of the Uchiha clan, his gentle features and wise eyes radiating warmth. Obito scratched his head and chuckled. It's been a while since I last saw you, so I thought I'd come by and learn some ninjutsu. This was indeed his uncle, Uchiha Kawakawa. Kawakawa chuckled. Well, since I have some free time today, I'll teach you a technique. Obito's excitement bubbled over as he clenched his fist. All right. Kawakawa led Shisui back into the house and then took Obito to the backyard. It was an open area with uneven ground, clearly designated for training. Stopping, Kawakawa turned to his nephew and said, our Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques. Today, I'll teach you a basic fire technique. Obito tentatively asked, Uncle, you're not talking about the great fireball technique, are you? Kawakawa nodded with a smile. Yes, indeed. Obito felt a bit exasperated. That technique has never harmed anyone in all 720 episodes. How can I be interested in a technique that doesn't even defeat anyone? Noticing his nephew's peculiar expression, Kawakawa inquired, what's wrong, Obito? Obito quickly composed himself, shaking his head. It's nothing, uncle. Please continue. Every great achievement begins with a solid foundation, Kawakawa affirmed, detailing the key points for executing the great fireball technique. The necessary hand seals were rat, horse, monkey, boar, snake, and tiger. Finally, one needed to channel fire chakra, gathering it in the throat to unleash it toward the intended target. Now, these are the essentials. Give it a try. Obito took a deep breath and clumsily formed the hand seals, attempting to gather chakra in his throat. Huh. A weak flame flickered out, but was immediately extinguished by the breeze. Obito attempted several more times, managing only to produce tiny sparks. He felt like a human lighter. Seeing his nephew's discouragement, Kawakawa offered encouragement. Don't be disheartened, Obito. I remember when I first learned this technique, it took me quite a while to master it completely. He refrained from mentioning that he feared it might dampen Obito's enthusiasm for learning. In his view, Obito's talent was not particularly outstanding, and mastering the Great Fireball technique would likely take him 2 or 3 days. Kawakawa patted Obito's shoulder, saying, in any case, persistence is key to training. In this practice session, the uncle went to the back room to play with Shimizu for a while. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Obito nodded gratefully. Thank you, uncle. Once Uchiha Chuan returned to the room, Obito focused his mind and repeatedly formed hand seals, earnestly experiencing the changes in the chakra within him. With a fire release comprehension level of 5, there was no reason he couldn't master the art of the fireball technique. An hour later, Uchiha Chuan stretched and stepped out of the room. How's it going, Obito? Obito grinned and replied, I feel like I've already learned it, uncle. Chuan smiled and nodded. Well, it's normal not to learn it right away, but as long as he suddenly realized something was amiss, and the smile on his face froze. Wait, nephew, what did you just say? Obito remained silent, choosing to demonstrate instead. See Wu, Shun, Hai, Wu, In, fire release, great fireball technique. Obito's mouth opened slightly as he expelled a massive fireball. The scorching flames distorted the air, and the terrifying blaze struck the ground, creating a significant dent in the once flat surface. Chuan's throat bobbed. He never expected his typically lackluster nephew to grasp the great fireball technique so quickly, faster than he himself had. Having just mastered the ninjutsu, Obito was in high spirits. Curiously, he glanced at Uchiha Chuan and asked, Uncle, how long did it take you to learn the great fireball technique? Chuan, not wanting to lose face in front of his nephew, decided to tell a little white lie. Well, it took me about 40 to 50 minutes. Just a bit faster than you. But don't be discouraged. Your speed isn't far behind mine. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Obito couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Despite his enhanced fire release comprehension, he still couldn't match his uncle's learning speed. How exceptional Chuan was. My uncle Chuan truly has the potential to be Hokage, but if he is so talented, why isn't he more renowned among the Hokage? Before Obito could ponder further, Uchiha Chuan, feeling somewhat guilty, shifted the topic. Ahem, Obito, since you've already mastered the great fireball technique, do you have any further plans? Uncle, please allow me a moment to think. Obito gazed at the 3 options before him, lost in contemplation. Option 1. Continue to solidify the great fireball technique to contribute to a harmonious ninja world. Completion reward. Power of this ninjutsu increased by 3. Option 2. Continue to mooch, telling Uchiha Chuan that he wants to learn a new ninjutsu. Completion reward. Randomly master a ninjutsu, mainly depends on what your uncle teaches. Option 3. Depart and head home for a meal. Completion reward. The aura of a connoisseur. The aura of a connoisseur? Pass. Option 1 is also a pass. The great fireball technique doesn't even hit anyone. What use is its power? I decisively choose option 2. Chapter 17. A new semester. Obito rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Uncle, I want to learn another new ninjutsu. Uchiha Chuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Obito, you must understand the wisdom of not biting off more than you can chew. It would be better to master the great fireball technique first before seeking to learn new ninjutsu. Obito thought to himself. But what if the system doesn't give me this task again next time? Uncle, I just want to broaden my horizons regarding ninjutsu. Please understand my thirst for knowledge. Even if you could explain a bit to me, that would suffice. Ideally, teach me a forbidden technique. Seeing the eager look in his nephew's eyes, Uchiha Chuan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right then, I will teach you a ninjutsu, Phoenix Fire technique. As Uchiha Chuan spoke these words, a notification chimed in Obito's mind. Choice successful. Reward, fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Obito cheerfully interrupted Chuan. All right, uncle, let us call it a day. Thank you. Uchiha Chuan was perplexed. Didn't you say you wanted to learn? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Chuan muttered, fine. Giggling, Obito dashed home. I'm off to play with my treasured sword. At a speed of 70, he hummed a joyful tune. Mastering 2 ninjutsu in half a day, truly remarkable. Indeed. Diligence is the only path to success. I must work even harder to excel at these choices. Upon returning home, Obito searched his room only to discover, to his dismay, that his sword was missing. He shouted, "Grandma, where's my sword?" His grandmother's voice called from outside. "I tidied your room today and put your sword in the box under the bed." Obito exclaimed, "Ah." He rummaged under the bed to retrieve his cherished weapon and resumed his tasks. In the days that followed, Obito devoted himself entirely to training. Hardly noticing the passage of time, he never found training dull. The ability to wield dazzling ninjutsu and perform elegant sword techniques while scaling high walls was the dream of countless boys in his previous world. Of course, it would be even better if the system could reward him with a telescope technique, so he could reward himself. With the system's assistance, he made tremendous progress. He now mastered 4 ninjutsu: Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, and Earth Flow Wall, not including the fundamental Body Flicker Technique. After learning the sword drawing technique, he also acquired basic swordsmanship from Kakashi. As for his physical skills, he estimated himself to be between a Jinin and a Chunin. His illusion skills, however, remained a weak point, but being an Uchiha, this issue would soon be resolved once he awakened his Sharingan. This holiday has been incredibly fulfilling, Obito reflected. Not only had his strength increased significantly, but his relationship with Rin had also deepened, alongside his bond with Kakashi. Despite the escalating rumors in the village, as long as Shoma maintained his resolve, Obito believed he would make different choices. He hoped Kakashi could find happiness this time. Shaking his head, Obito lay down on his bed to rest. Tomorrow, a new semester would begin. On the first day of school, as expected, Obito was summoned to the office by Urahara Kisuke. Sitting at his desk, Kisuke glanced at the dejected Obito and snorted, "Obito, why haven't you done your homework again?" Obito pondered and replied, "Kisuke-sensei, I feel that what you teach is mostly useless." Before he could finish, Kisuke sighed, "Obito, don't say that about yourself. In reality, you possess many shining qualities in my eyes." Obito was taken aback. "Sensei, I meant to say that the assignments you give have little impact on improving my strength." Kisuke tapped his desk, deep in thought. He was well aware of how trivial the curriculum at the Ninja Academy was. Dealing with a lively child like Obito, being overly rigid would hinder their growth. Tailoring education to fit each student's needs is an essential quality for a teacher. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to be flexible. "How about this, Itachi? If you can ensure your grades remain stable, the teacher will allow you to forego your homework. However, this matter is strictly between us. Do not disclose it to anyone else." Itachi, filled with joy, readily agreed. "No problem, Yoshizu-sensei." Yoshizu waved his hand dismissively. "All right, hurry back to the classroom. Do not delay the next lesson." Itachi cheerfully returned to class. A freckled boy stood in his path, glaring menacingly. "Itachi, let us duel after school today." Itachi, exasperated, pushed the boy aside. "I know you, Nagano, and if someone didn't they might mistake you for Might Guy. Duel? Please." Itachi replied, "You are no match for me. I advise you to concede." Nagano scoffed, "Concede? That word does not exist in my dictionary." Itachi scratched his head and retorted, "Then you should probably visit the bookstore owner. You must have purchased a pirated dictionary." At that moment, Itachi had already bypassed him and settled beside the little girl. He observed her and cheerfully remarked, "Lin-chan, it's only been a few days, yet you seem even more beautiful." Lin's cheeks flushed. "Itachi-kun, you're teasing me again." Itachi replied earnestly, "Not at all. Everyone knows Obito, never lie." Nagano interjected angrily, "Nonsense. You tricked me last time, leaving me waiting in the cold all night." Itachi shot a menacing glance at Nagano. "Do you want to get beaten up, you dead sparrow? Don't leave after school. I'll teach you a lesson on the playground." Nagano sneered, "Whoever backs down is the coward. Today, I shall redeem myself." Only when the teacher entered the classroom did Nagano return to his seat. The teacher began the lecture, yet Nagano absorbed none of it. His thoughts were consumed by Itachi. Finally, the bell rang. Nagano, unable to contain himself, leapt to his feet, grinning wickedly at Itachi. "See you on the playground. Don't chicken out, coward." Itachi rolled his eyes. "Humph, I've never seen anyone so eager to get beaten up." On the playground, 2 figures stood facing each other. A cold breeze swept through, causing their sleeves to flutter, their gazes icy. Itachi handed his cup to the little girl beside him, without glancing back. "Lin, please fetch me a cup of hot water. We'll drink it on our way back." Once Lin left, Itachi rolled up his sleeves and beckoned Nagano. Come on, hurry up. Nagano scoffed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Itachi, you must think victory is in the bag. Itachi nodded, albeit with growing impatience. If we're going to fight, just do it. Why all the chatter? Nagano, hands on hips, declared, If you truly believe that, you are gravely mistaken. To defeat you, I have put in tenfold the effort this holiday. I am no longer the same person I once was. Before Nagano could finish, a fist suddenly loomed before him. Bam! Itachi's punch landed squarely on Nagano's face. Stars danced before Nagano's eyes as he lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Itachi proceeded to rain blows upon Nagano. Is this all? I told you to stop talking. Nagano, shielding his head on the ground, cursed, You coward. You attacked me unexpectedly. You can't handle a fair fight. Itachi increased the force of his kicks. Oh, really? Welcome to the battleground. Within just a few minutes, Itachi easily dominated the fight. Or rather, it was a one-sided thrashing. Meanwhile, Lin returned, holding the cup. Itachi-kun, here is your cup. Itachi accepted the cup, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Thank you, Lin-chan. He glanced at the fallen Nagano, raised his cup, and felt a surge of valor. Once, Guan Yu drank wine to defeat Hua Xiong. Today, I, Itachi. Uffed. Itachi took a sip of water but failed to swallow, spraying it all over Nagano's face. Ah! Nagano cried out. Itachi looked at Lin, bewildered. Lin blinked her large eyes and said, You told me to fetch hot water. I brought freshly boiled water. Oh dear! Itachi clasped his hands together, bowing apologetically to the fallen Nagano. I'm so sorry. Let us go, Lin-chan. Itachi took Lin's hand and left the scene of the incident. Behind them, Nagano's anguished voice echoed throughout the campus. Obito, I will not rest until we settle this. After escorting Lin home, Itachi walked the streets with a furrowed brow. He now faced a significant dilemma. The system had not presented him with a choice for nearly 10 days. During this time, he had attempted various peculiar poses. Yet the system remained unresponsive. The system was his sole source of confidence, and its silence left him in a state of panic. System, are you there? Please give me a task. System brother? System father? System grandfather? The system, exasperated by Itachi, projected a luminous screen. Itachi gasped. Oh, it actually worked? However, the options presented were perplexing. Option 1. Immerse yourself in any slime for half an hour daily, practicing slug bubble blowing for 10 years. Completion reward, wet bone forest technique. Option 2. Learn frog croaking and jumping for half an hour daily for 10 years. Completion reward, Mayaboku mountain technique. Option 3. Practice snake crawling for half an hour daily for 10 years. Completion reward, dragon cave technique. To be honest, the rewards for this selection were the most substantial Itachi had ever encountered. Sage techniques, the pinnacle of power in the world of Naruto. But what were these ridiculous options? One humiliating experience wasn't he enough? This would lead him to social death for a decade. Itachi seriously suspected the system was targeting him. System, ding. Do not doubt. This system is indeed targeting you. Which one should he choose? Or rather, which one could he choose? This was the first time Itachi focused solely on the options, disregarding the rewards. Option 1 was for neat freaks, which he couldn't endure. Option 2 involved calling and jumping, making it easy to be discovered. With a sigh, Itachi had to make a choice. Then I'll go with option 3. His current state was one of painful delight. Only by flirting with social demise could he grasp the true essence of power. As evening fell, the last rays of light faded, and the inky blackness enveloped the earth. A figure cautiously emerged from his home, stealthily heading towards the small grove. Humph, it's so late. I refuse to believe anyone is still in the woods. The figure was Itachi. He had deliberately chosen this time to fulfill the requirements of his option. After confirming that no one was nearby, Itachi knelt on the ground and awkwardly imitated a snake, slowly crawling forward. After a while, Itachi felt relieved. Phew, good thing I'm clever. I laid a towel down for the little sparrow beforehand, or the consequences would have been dire. On the other side of the grove, a boy diligently practicing martial arts slowly retracted his left leg. He looked curiously into the distance. Why do I feel like I heard Itachi-kun's voice? It seems that a thought has struck him, and the youth's expression subtly brightens with excitement. Could it be that Obito, like myself, is diligently training so late into the night? Truly, he embodies the essence of youth. The sweat we shed is the brilliance of our youth. The young man strides towards the source of the voice he just heard. Before long, he spots that familiar figure. Puzzled, he scratches his head and mutters softly. It really is Obito, But what on earth is he doing? He halts, scrutinizing Obito's every movement. Ouch, this is so painful. I feel as though my little iron pestle is about to be ground into a needle. Obito grumbles while striving to wriggle forward, eager to complete his task. As he crawls, he suddenly hears some peculiar noises. Raising his head, he locks eyes with another person. One experiences two deaths in life, the physiological and the social. Of these, the latter is the more excruciating. Obito's face contorts. At this hour, you're not at home sleeping, nor have you brought a girlfriend. What brings you here alone to this grove, Guy? Yet at this moment, Guy poses the same question. Obito, what are you doing? After observing for a while, he remains baffled by Obito's actions. After a brief silence, Obito slowly responds. I am practicing the dragon spine technique. When combined with bionic techniques, it can strengthen the core abdominal muscles and revitalize stiff muscle groups. Guy's eyes begin to sparkle with admiration for this ingenious exercise method. Obito, may I join you? After a sleepless night of homework, I woke up feeling dazed and updated. Oh, how I wish I could be like Obito and not have to do homework. Chapter 19. Danzo's proposal in the grove. Obito continues to struggle and crawl forward. However, unlike before, he now has a green snake accompanying him. The two awkward serpents twist and turn together, resembling a comical sight. Obito feels numb, as if he is reenacting the tale of Madame White Snake with Guy. As they crawl, Guy, astonished, exclaims, Obito, I never imagined that the dragon spine technique could truly stimulate the core muscles. How did you come up with such a brilliant exercise method? Obito calmly replies, during the practice of the dragon spine technique, one must refrain from speaking, as it affects the effectiveness of the training. Guy nods and falls silent. Obito breathes a sigh of relief. For a moment, the grove is filled only with the rustling of the wind and the sound of their crawling. But before long, Guy speaks up again. Obito, do you come here every night to practice the dragon spine? Can I train with you in the future? Obito's eyes twitch as he firmly states, no, absolutely not. There is no possibility for that. You should give up on this idea. Guy's expression falls, his thick brows drooping. It seems that Obito does not consider him a friend, even though he has long regarded him as a confidant. Just as Obito resolutely declines Guy's proposition, a light screen appears before him. Option 1. The path of training is long and requires companionship. Since he wishes to practice with you, why not acquiesce? Completion reward, Taijutsu enhancement, Shunin level. Option 2. I, Obito, would rather starve than accept rewards and engage in artistic endeavors with this green-skinned fellow. Completion reward, no reward. Option 3. Tell Guy that if he can bring Kakashi along, you will agree to train together joyfully. Completion reward, Triad Aura. Triad Aura. As long as you have 2 or more companions, you will not feel awkward, no matter what you do. Oh. Obito feels a sincere desire to refuse, but alas, the rewards offered by the system are simply too enticing. He forces a smile and turns to the silent snake beside him. Guy, actually, I was just joking earlier. Let us train together from now on. Encouraging and motivating each other to progress. Guy's previously despondent heart is now rekindled with warmth. Really, Obito? That's wonderful. At that moment, the system notification chimes in. Selection successful. Reward acquired. Taijutsu enhancement, Shunin level. Obito lets out a long sigh. What a predicament. He feels a surge of inexhaustible strength within him, and his crawling speed quickens significantly. However, to his astonishment, no matter how fast he moves, Guy keeps pace effortlessly. This defies logic, Obito mutters under his breath. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realizes that this must be the difference between an acorn and a swimming dragon. A week later, in the classroom of the ninja school, the teacher passionately lectures at the podium, yet Obito's mind wanders, frequently glancing towards an empty seat not far away. Why hasn't Kakashi shown up for class today? After class, while exercising on the playground, Obito spots that familiar figure. Kakashi seems to be waiting specifically for him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Approaching Kakashi, Obito inquires with curiosity, "What's going on, Kakashi?" Kakashi remains silent for a moment before slowly responding. "I've applied for early graduation and won't be coming to school anymore. Just wanted to inform you." Obito nods with a complex expression. "I understand." The Kakashi before him is still a child, not the composed figure he has always imagined, who remains unfazed by praise or blame. Despite his mature demeanor, he is still affected by rumors and whispers. Obito contemplates for a moment, then places a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. This time, Kakashi does not push him away. Gazing directly into Kakashi's eyes, Obito earnestly states, I want you to know that no matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. Because you are Kakashi, and you are my friend. The corners of Kakashi's mouth subtly rise beneath his mask, yet he maintains a calm facade. Yeah, I'm leaving. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, his steps as he departs are far lighter than when he arrived. Obito smirks. This stubborn guy, would it hurt him to say a few more words? Just then, Guy rushes over, breathless. Obito, I just saw Kakashi upstairs looking for you. What did you two talk about? Did he mention why he didn't come to class today? The palpable tension of their bond is almost overwhelming. Obito, maintaining his composure, takes a step back and recounts Kakashi's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Guy murmurs despondently. How could this happen? How could this happen? With newfound determination, he states firmly, No, I want to graduate early too. Obito shakes his head, ruthlessly dispelling Guy's fantasies. Guy, let's be honest, with your lackluster three-body technique, graduating might be a tad difficult. Oh, I see. Guy's expression stiffens. Days pass, and the rumors surrounding White Fang in the village show no signs of dissipating. Instead, they intensify, reaching a peak. During this time, some attempted to defend White Fang, but they were quickly drowned out by the tide of malice. What a useless failure who can't complete his missions. Why is he still alive after causing such immense loss to the village? I feel embarrassed for him. I propose we expel White Fang from the village. He is a disgrace to our Konoha. Once exalted heroes have fallen from grace, and everyone seems eager to trample upon them. It is as if, by doing so, they too could ascend to greatness, wielding the power and pleasure of judging others at will. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed at Kakashi Hitaki, his heart heavy with unspoken words. Kakashi, the torrent of insults and rumors, is nearly overwhelming this young man. His stature had diminished, and the depth of his eyes had lost its brilliance. The spirited White Fang was but a memory, leaving behind a mere shell devoid of soul. A figure emerged from the shadows, displeased with the third Hokage's hesitance. Hiruzen, allow me to speak. Danzo stepped forward, looking down at Kakashi. You have an opportunity to redeem yourself, a mission that could erase your disgrace. If you succeed, the murmurs within the village will cease, and you shall once again be hailed as a hero. Will you accept? Chapter 20. The mission. Kakashi abruptly lifted his head, as if a decision had crystallized in an instant. The third Hokage interrupted him, speaking gravely. Kakashi, hold your response for now. This mission is fraught with peril. It may thrust you into a life-and-death situation. Take your time to consider before providing your answer. Danzo frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Yet he maintained a calm facade. Yes, contemplate it well. It may be your final opportunity. Moreover, your team members have already consented to join you. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table. Enough, Danzo. Let Kakashi decide for himself. Kakashi's expression was one of turmoil, appearing deeply conflicted. Yet, in truth, it was merely a guise. He was calmly analyzing the situation. On the surface, it seemed the third Hokage did not support him taking on this mission. But who could say if he was merely playing a game of good cop, bad cop with Danzo? After a prolonged silence, Kakashi finally spoke. May I know the details of the mission in advance? The third Hokage nodded, retrieving a scroll from his drawer and handing it to Kakashi. This mission is quite unique. You will understand upon reviewing it. Kakashi accepted the scroll, his gaze skimming over the information before he comprehended the third Hokage's intentions. This is... The third Hokage nodded slightly. Indeed, it is the same target from your previous mission, who has since escaped the reach of your influence. Kakashi's expression darkened. The target capable of besting the White Fang of Konoha was certainly no trivial adversary. Even with his cunning, Kakashi had failed to eliminate him before. Now, fortified with caution, the difficulty of the mission would surely escalate. The Hokage's office fell into silence. After a long pause, Kakashi sighed and knelt, declaring, I, Kakashi Hitaki, am willing. The third Hokage, shrouded in smoke, appeared inscrutable. Very well, prepare yourself. Once Kakashi departed, Danzo chuckled. Hiruzen, I fail to grasp your concerns, though the mission bears its challenges. With Kakashi's intellect and strength, it will be mere exertion. The third Hokage turned, his expression emotionless, fixing Danzo with a penetrating gaze. Let us hope so. Danzo felt a chill under his old friend's stare, his demeanor becoming awkward. Well, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. In the classroom, Kizashi paced the front like a walking sedative. Obito's head bobbed as his consciousness began to fade. Seeing Obito's drowsiness, Kazashi's irritation flared. Obito. A piece of chalk whizzed through the air, landing precisely on Obito's head. U1S1, a ninja's aim is no joke. Obito straightened, looking aggrieved at Kazashi. Teacher, is it necessary to use chakra to throw projectiles at me? Kazashi snorted. Some students, having just achieved a modicum of success, begin to show off. Such behavior is unacceptable. Obito felt exasperated. Teacher Kazashi, you might as well just call my name directly. After reprimanding Obito, Kazashi continued the lesson. After a while, Obito began to zone out. In his past life during English listening exams, he had learned that some words are only meant for those who understand. With no missions from the system, why bother with the scroll? After class, as usual, Obito took Rin's hand, smiling as he said, Rin-chan, it's the weekend today, let us go out for a meal. I will treat you. Rin's face flushed as she withdrew her hand. Obito-kun, there are so many people watching. At that moment, Obito's world revolved solely around Rin. He felt their bond rapidly intensifying, as if pink petals were drifting through the air, and a hazy atmosphere of affection blossomed. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted. Ahem, may I join you too? Obito turned with a dark expression, spotting a lazy-haired boy. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at Raku. Raku wondered if he had inadvertently offended Obito. The pleasant atmosphere shattered, prompting Obito to respond curtly, sure, but you'll have to pay your own way. Raku scratched his head. That's only fair, or I could treat you both. Obito's expression instantly brightened, revealing a radiant smile. How could I possibly accept that? What do you plan to treat us to? Raku replied. How about I treat you to barbecue? The trio arrived at a barbecue restaurant. The hostess's eyes sparkled as she greeted them with a slight bow. Welcome, please come in. A flash of white caught their attention. Obito and Raku simultaneously swallowed hard. That kimono is far too loose, Raku thought. One cannot judge a book by its cover. She looks 16 but possesses the maturity of someone much older, Obito mused. Led by the hostess, they entered the restaurant. She inquired, what would you like to order? Raku pondered for a moment and said, let us have 3 portions of the signature barbecue set. The hostess glanced at Raku, her tone slightly odd. Are you sure 3 portions will suffice? It might not be enough for all 4 of you. Raku and the others exchanged puzzled glances. 4? But there are only 3 of us, they exclaimed in unison. Suddenly remembering, a girl with black hair and sunglasses stood behind them, looking quite put out. Obito smacked his forehead in frustration. Damn it, how could we forget about Ayako? Rin, equally puzzled, remarked, yes, we all agreed to eat together, but... Raku thought to himself, yet, we just couldn't seem to recall Ayako's presence. He turned to the hostess. Could we have 4 portions of the signature barbecue, please? Thank you. The hostess replied sweetly, of course, please have a seat. And your barbecue will be ready shortly. The 4 settled at a table, and soon, the fragrant barbecue was served. As they enjoyed their meal, they chatted. Rin set down her fork, her brow furrowed thoughtfully. By the way, does anyone know what Kakashi has been up to lately? I have not received any news from him for quite some time. Chapter 21. The crisis scene. Obito set down his chopsticks, a pang of sadness filling his heart. The girl he cherished was showing concern for another boy right in front of him. My mind is unraveling. Ayako shook her head and said, I don't know. Ria, cradling her head in her hands, lazily tilted her head towards Obito. If you want to know about Kakashi, you can just ask that guy next to you. He is the one in our class who is closest to Kakashi. Upon hearing Ria's words, Rin looked at Obito with surprise and a hint of anticipation, asking, Obito-kun, do you know how Kakashi is doing now? Obito hesitated for a moment and, somewhat reluctantly, replied, that guy is either on missions or training every day, so he has little free time. Recently, he mentioned wanting to participate in the Chunin exams, so he is probably preparing for that. Ayako's small mouth fell open in astonishment. The Chunin exams. If Kakashi passes, he will break the current record in Konoha. Ria nodded. Indeed, he will become the youngest Chunin in Konoha's history. Rin's big eyes sparkled like stars. As expected of Kakashi-kun, Obito, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pouted. Kakashi hasn't passed the exam yet, so why are you all so excited? Although he probably will, you haven't seen the Hokage. I want to create a world without Kakashi, Obito said, feeling a bit irritable as he poked at the grilled meat. Withdrawing from the conversation between the 3, after chatting for a while, the topic shifted back to their own futures after graduation. Ayako spoke first. Well, after graduation, I will probably become a sensory ninja. Ria rested her chin on her hands and said weakly, to be honest, I don't want to become a ninja. It's too troublesome. But in this regard, I seem to have no say. Rin, with her big eyes crinkling into a smile, chimed in, Ryasen, you are so clever. It would be a shame not to become a ninja. As for me, I want to become a medical ninja. Saving lives has always been my ideal. Obito-kun, what about you? Seeing the three look at him, Obito suppressed his displeasure and shyly said, I want to become Hokage. Ruya and the others expressed their disbelief, saying, you should just stay quiet, Obito. We can't follow that. After finishing their meal, the four parted ways. Ruya and Ayako returned home, while Obito held Rin's small hand and walked alongside her. The night breeze brought a refreshing coolness, and the moonlight cast a mottled silver glow. Everything, including her, seemed so serene. Obito wished he could hold Rin's hand for a lifetime. Unfortunately, the walk from the barbecue shop to her home only took 10 minutes. Reluctantly, he let go of her hand. We'll see each other when school starts, Rin-chan. Rin, with her hands behind her back and her head tilted, smiled brightly and said, yes, Obito-kun, please be careful on your way home. Obito nodded with a silly grin and set off on his way home. As an ordinary person, I am truly happy today. He hummed a little tune, feeling quite content. However, at that moment, an indescribable sadness surged from his heart. A wave of excruciating pain gripped his chest, making it hard for Obito to breathe. He knelt down, bewildered, clutching his chest. What is happening to me? A shimmering light curtain slowly unfurled before Obito. The radiant glow enveloped him in an instant. When he regained his sight, it felt as though he had been transported to the other end of the world. Where's this? Why am I here? Obito rose cautiously, surveying his surroundings. He seemed to find himself in a narrow alleyway. The buildings around him appeared unusually low, their walls painted a stark white, contrasting sharply with the style of Konoha. Had this street long been abandoned? It felt eerily lifeless. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. A steady drizzle fell endlessly, creating ripples on the puddles below. When Obito raised his arm, he noticed the raindrops passed through his body. Moreover, there was no reflection of himself in the water. Obito began to realize that he did not truly exist in this place. But what was happening before him? Before he could ponder further, a familiar figure burst into his line of sight. Kakashi Hitaki. At that moment, Kakashi looked utterly dreadful. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his body was marred with scars. There was a gaping hole the size of a fist in the left side of his abdomen. Obito gasped in shock and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi-san, what happened to you? Kakashi abruptly turned to Obito, his gaze fierce, like a beast ready to pounce. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, crashing over Obito in waves. This was the first time Obito had seen Kakashi in such a state. He was paralyzed by the terrifying pressure, struggling to breathe. With great difficulty, Obito managed to speak. It's me, Kakashi-san, I'm Obito. Kakashi's eyes remained cold. His white fang sword pointed directly at Obito's chest. Why do you choose to appear now, of all times? It's hard not to overthink this. You all. Obito seemed to grasp something and suddenly turned to look behind him. He noticed that, unbeknownst to him, several figures had appeared, slowly encircling Kakashi. The leader smiled and said, Kakashi-dano, do not misunderstand. We are here on Lord Danzo's orders to assist you. Kakashi snorted softly and calmly asked, Are you really here to help me? The leader nodded slightly and replied earnestly, We are indeed here to help you pass on. Before he could finish, the group lunged at Kakashi. One of them even passed straight through Obito's body as they advanced. Could it be? A troubling thought crossed Obito's mind, and he shook his head vigorously. No, that can't be. Kakashi-san is so strong, he won't come to harm. Two ninjas quickly formed hand signs and executed a combined jutsu. Fire release, fire path technique. Wind release, divine wind. Scorching flames erupted, transformed into a sea of fire by the raging winds, rushing towards Kakashi like a surging river ready to consume everything in its path. Obito watched in horror, his heart racing. However, Kakashi's speed was even faster than the wind, too swift for the eye to catch. In the eyes of those present, a silver flash of lightning split the raging sea of flames in two. A misfortunate root ninja met the same fate. What a quick blade, the leader remarked, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. The strength of Lord White Fang is truly commendable. But how long can you endure in your injured state? Blood gushed from Kakashi's wounds, quickly staining the water beneath him red. Yet he remained as calm as ever, as if he were not the one facing a life-and-death crisis. Eliminating you all will suffice, he said coolly. The leader clapped his hands in approval, his tone both appreciative and regretful. No wonder Lord Danzo values you so highly. This demeanor and composure, truly befitting of Lord Kakashi. Chapter 22. The Fall of White Fang. He waved his hand again. If that is the case, let us all come out and send Lord Kakashi off in style. A figure cloaked in black emerged silently from the shadows, observing Shuan Mao with a silent intensity. The grotesque mask and sharp blades they bore resembled a cadre of reapers, harvesting lives. Shuan Mao sighed softly, aware that he would not return today. After narrowly surviving his mission, he never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of his own comrades. Clenching the white fangs in his grip, he approached the black-clad ninjas with measured steps. Silence enveloped them, save for the crisp sound of metal clashing, which resonated almost melodiously. It was as if they were performing a wordless drama, where the art of power and speed was vividly displayed through flashes of blades and intertwined figures. With each heroic maneuver, one black-clad figure after another fell to the ground, becoming mere decorations on the stage. Yet, even the strongest of fists cannot withstand the multitude of hands. Even heroes can reach their limits. As the breathtaking display of combat reached its crescendo, the metallic symphony quickened, heralding the climax. A broken blade flew forth, crashing heavily to the ground, symbolizing the hero's demise. The figure at the center collapsed, unable to rise again, marking the end of the performance. One individual stepped forward from the crowd, bowing slightly in a final salute. Lord Shuamao, you shall be remembered as a hero by the village of Konoha. May you rest in peace. Shuamao lay on the ground, calmly inquiring, why? After dedicating his life to the village, why did he receive such a fate? The leader sighed. Because you obstructed Lord Danzo's path, hindered our routes, and impeded Konoha's progress. For the greater good, some sacrifices are necessary. A low laugh escaped Shuan Mao, blood spilling from his lips. You do not represent Konoha. Your words are misguided. Lord Shuan Mao, the leader replied solemnly, raising his right arm and positioning it across his chest. Not just he, but the ninjas behind him mirrored his gesture in unison. They spoke in unison, devoid of names or emotions, without a past or a future. We are the roots that support the great tree of Konoha. Deeply entrenched in the earth, Konoha thrives because of us. Shuan Mao resolutely closed his eyes. A group of mindless pawns. What was the point of conversing with them? The image of his son surfaced in his mind. If he were to die, Kakashi would surely be heartbroken. Yet, there was some solace in knowing that Obito would always be there for him. You are worse than Danzo. When I come down, I will take my blade and slay you. The leader adjusted his robes, gazing at the lifeless Shuan Mao. With a dismissive wave, he declared, target neutralized, mission accomplished. Let us prepare the scene. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to report to Lord Danzo. Figures moved forward, methodically arranging the scene to their liking. Obito's face twisted in rage as he lunged at them, shouting, bastards, I will kill you. Aya. But at that moment, the scene before him suddenly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Then, everything shattered around him, dissolving into specks of light and vanishing. Obito found himself back in the same spot, his clenched fingers digging painfully into his flesh. Damn it all, he cried, collapsing to the ground, pounding his fists against the earth. The gentle uncle who would prepare delicious meals and teach him swordsmanship was gone. He had dragged him from despair, had changed the course of the tragic fate. How could these inhumane wretches dare? Anger, despair, resentment, and murderous intent surged within Obito, overwhelming his consciousness. A cracking sound echoed in his mind, as if a shackle had been released. At that moment, an extraordinary power surged forth, penetrating Obito's optic nerves. His vision was flooded with crimson. Amidst the scarlet, a black tomo materialized. Driven by that power, a second tomo began to take form. Yet, Obito's youthful body seemed unable to bear such intensity. The second tomo gradually faded, retreating back into his mind, awaiting its next emergence. Is this the Sharingan? Obito murmured, devoid of joy, his heart heavy with sorrow. This was the first time he had personally experienced the pain of life and death in this world. Ding! The emotionless voice of the system chimed. Previous video playback complete. Host, please make a selection. Important notice. This choice will affect the main storyline's progression, and no further options will be presented until this selection is completed. Please choose wisely. 3 glaring red exclamation marks caught Obito's attention. His brow furrowed. I can't trigger other tasks until I complete this choice. This was his first encounter with such a selection. He took a moment to steady his emotions and examine the options presented. Option 1. Avenge White Fang by decapitating Danzo. Completion reward: White Fang swordsmanship. Option 2. Avenge White Fang by exposing Danzo's shameless deeds to the public. Completion reward: Titanium Alloy Tombstone X1. Option 3. Forget White Fang and sever all attachments. Completion reward: Byakugan X2. Option 4. Join the Roots and become a double agent. Completion reward: Tongue-harming Curse Seal X1. Option 5. Endure silently and await an opportunity. Completion reward: Unknown. Obito's furrow deepened further. At a tender age, he was already bearing the weight of the world. Shuo Mao had treated him well, and he regarded him as a mentor. Therefore, he would not forget this grudge. However, with his current strength, he could not possibly defeat Danzo. Going after him would be tantamount to seeking death. He initially intended to leverage the system's power to rapidly enhance his abilities. Yet, it seemed the system had other plans. Damn it. After weighing his options, it appeared that only option 5 was viable. Yet, how long must he endure, and when would that opportunity arise? The system offered no assurances. Even the reward remained a mystery. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Even without the system, I am Uchiha Obito. What is there to fear? I will act. Resolutely. He focused his thoughts on option 5. Danzo, just wait. In 10 years, at the most, I will claim your head. With a heavy heart, Obito walked to his home. He brushed off the dust from his clothes before stepping inside. His grandmother, hearing the commotion, hurried out, her face etched with concern. Obito, why are you so late? Did something happen? Obito forced a smile, attempting to ease her worries. But as he smiled, tears began to well up. Grandma, I am so sad. His grandmother embraced him tightly, gently patting his back. My dear grandson, what is troubling you? She asked, a hint of anger in her voice. Who has bullied my little Obito? I will go settle the score. Obito sobbed. Grandma, you can't take on the person who bullied me. His grandmother widened her eyes. Her voice filled with determination. If I can't handle them, I'll call for help. If I can't defeat them, I'll have little Chuan teach them a lesson. Not even the Hokage can bully my precious grandson. Obito clung to the elderly woman. I am so grateful to have you, Grandma. She lovingly stroked his hair, remaining silent as he leaned against her, finding solace in her embrace. Chapter 23. Comforting Kakashi. The news of White Fang's demise quickly spread throughout the village, fueled by those with ulterior motives. Have you heard? In an effort to restore the lost interests of the village, Lord White Fang undertook a perilous mission, ultimately suffering grave injuries that led to his untimely demise. Alas, what did I say back then? I had long asserted that Lord White Fang was not a selfish individual. Yet you all doubted me. Now are you convinced? Oh, spare me. You were the most vocal in your criticisms, while I consistently defended Lord White Fang. Nonsense. You were the one who spewed the most vitriol. You stood at the door and berated him for days, and now you have the audacity to criticize me? As the two continued their heated exchange, they soon found themselves in a scuffle. A woman accompanying them intervened, pleading, Please, stop fighting. You must cease this. Several passers-by nodded in agreement, echoing, Indeed, stop this. You won't kill each other like this. The two men, caught in their fervor, abruptly halted their tussle, casting fierce glances at the bystanders. One passerby adjusted his ninja headband and remarked nonchalantly, What are you staring at? Do you wish to fight me as well? One of the men changed his expression. My lord, I was merely taken aback by your striking visage. I could not help but gaze longer. The other man feigned a smile, adding, Indeed, indeed. The ninja waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in further engagement. Leave. The two men and the woman felt as if released from a heavy burden, retreating in shame to calm their nerves. The ninja spat disdainfully, muttering, A bunch of capricious townsfolk, truly irksome. His companion offered a resigned smile. Do not stoop to their level. They are merely pitiful souls at the mercy of fate. We should focus on comforting our young teammate. He has appeared rather troubled these past few days. The first ninja retorted irritably. Do you think I have not attempted to console him? That kid is too withdrawn. He completely ignores me. Whatever I say goes in one ear and out the other. If I bother with him again, I might as well share his surname. The second ninja chuckled, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Come now. No need for such harsh words. Even if you idolize Lord White Fang, there is no need to change your name. All right, let us hasten our departure. The setting sun painted the clear sky in crimson hues, resembling a blazing fire in the heavens. The swirling yellow leaves danced in the cool breeze, lending an air of melancholy to the world. A small figure stood by the lakeside, gazing at the blood-red sunset and listening to the water's mournful murmur. His heart a tumult of emotions. In the past, whenever his father had free time, he would bring him here to enjoy the scenery, imparting many lessons about life. Now, the verdant hills and flowing waters remained, yet his father would never return. Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling a fiery turmoil within, an urge to vent his frustration. Obito observed the distant figure, his expression a mix of complexity. For days, he had sought out Kakashi, who seemed to be avoiding him, never revealing himself. After searching multiple locations today, he finally located him. Obito swiftly approached Kakashi, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Kakashi, are you intentionally avoiding me?" Kakashi turned his head, casting a detached glance at Obito, remaining silent. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, Obito sighed, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. "Kakashi, I know you are in pain." But Kakashi pushed Obito's arm away, his emotions wavering. "Stop talking as if you understand. How could you possibly comprehend my suffering?" Obito lifted his chin, his dark eyes suddenly clouded with crimson. "Trust me, I can understand, truly." Kakashi paused, taken aback, and hesitantly asked, "When did you awaken your Sharingan?" Obito met Kakashi's gaze, speaking each word with gravity. "The moment I learned of Uncle Tsukumo's death." Kakashi's gaze fell, enveloped in silence once more. He had not anticipated that Obito awakened his Sharingan due to the death of his own father. Gently, Obito embraced Kakashi. "I understand your feelings, truly. But I want you to know, you are not alone. I am here for you. You must rally your spirits. Uncle Tsukumo would not wish to see you like this." Kakashi finally showed a flicker of emotion. After a moment of hesitation, he whispered into Obito's ear, "Will you spar with me?" Obito nodded vigorously. "Absolutely." The two boys engaged in playful combat by the lakeside, exchanging punches and kicks without hesitation. Each allowed the other's blows to land, only to retaliate fiercely. In no time, they resembled two small pandas, playfully brawling. Amid their tussle, Kakashi let out a roar, and Obito followed suit with wild cries. After releasing their pent-up frustrations, both Kakashi and Obito felt considerably lighter in spirit. Gasping for breath, they sat on the ground, observing each other's bruised faces, erupting into hearty laughter. Kakashi earnestly stated, "Thank you, Obito." Obito waved him off, wrapping an arm around him. "No need for thanks. We are good brothers, right, little brother?" Kakashi replied, in the evening, as Obito returned home, sporting a swollen head, feeling akin to a pill capsule. His grandmother, upon seeing him, trembled with concern. "Oh dear, my precious grandson. What has happened to you? Did you get into a fight at school?" Obito chuckled, shaking his head playfully. "No, Grandma. I just got a few punches while practicing taijutsu." His grandmother sighed in relief. "I knew it. The atmosphere at your school is quite good. No one should bully you." Obito disagreed with her optimism. "Grandma, you are so naive. In that environment, even Sun Honglei would be made to commute." His grandmother fetched some ointment, applying it to his wounds while chiding him. "You must take care. You only know how to worry me." Obito grinned, nuzzling against her. "I am your oldest grandson. If you don't worry about me, who will?" His grandmother playfully poked his forehead. "You little rascal. If you keep this up, I want to make you anything delicious tonight." Obito gasped dramatically, immediately beginning to plead. "Please, Grandma, I promise I won't do it again." His grandmother pretended to be stern, asking, "Then tell me, where did you go wrong?" Obito scratched his head, pondering. "Where did I go wrong?" His grandmother chimed in. "I will go prepare some hot rice. Tonight, we'll have braised pork." Obito hugged his grandmother tightly. "Yay. You're the best, Grandma." The world was not so despairing after all, Obito mused quietly. There were still beautiful beings like Grandma, Kakashi, and Rin to protect. Those ambitious individuals seeking to plunge the ninja world into darkness should brace themselves for Obito's reckoning. Chapter 24, Graduation, Becoming a Genin Day by Day. Life became a blend of nostalgia and experience, as stories unfolded both in reflection and in progress. Without the absurd options provided by a system, daily life seemed to settle into a tranquil rhythm. Obito spent his days playing in the woods with Guy, engaging in light-hearted banter with Kakashi, and teasing the little girls. Indeed, he embraced the philosophy of prioritizing play over study. In the blink of an eye, Obito found himself on the brink of graduation. Over the past year, his progress in taijutsu and ninjutsu had been modest, as he primarily focused on honing his jinjutsu skills. After all, with the hereditary red eyes of his clan, it would be a pity not to master the art of illusion. With the assistance of his clan uncle, Chosai, he had nearly grasped the intricacies of the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu knowledge. Having mastered the art of illusion, including the techniques of non-existence, the abyss, and the mirror of the world, as well as the unknowable fire, he now possesses a comprehensive strength that rivals that of certain Chunin. However, he remains uncertain about when this cursed mission will be deemed complete, murmured Obito to himself. Obito, Lin is here to pick you up. His grandmother called from outside the house. Coming. Obito sprang from his bed with a nimble leap. He quickly donned his clothes and dashed out of his room. Scratching his head as he asked, Lin-chan, what brings you here today? Lin was adorned in a light purple short skirt and reddish-brown boots, her long, fair legs making Obito swallow hard. I'm not a pervert. I'm just hungry, Lin said, tilting her head with her hands behind her back. Today is the graduation ceremony, and I feared you might be late, so I thought I'd come pick you up. Obito replied somewhat sheepishly, You're overthinking it, Lin-chan. How could I possibly be late for such an important occasion? Lin responded with a non-committal hum. You should hurry and eat something. We need to get going. Obito hastily shoveled a few bites of food into his mouth, mumbling, All right, let us go. Lin nodded obediently to his grandmother, saying, We're off now, Grandma. Goodbye. Wiping his mouth, Obito followed Lin outside. His grandmother called after them, Lin, Obito, be careful on your way. Obito shouted back without turning, We know, don't worry, Grandma. Cherry blossoms fell gently, their pink petals swirling in the air, creating a romantic and beautiful scene. Obito couldn't help but gaze at the girl beside him. A passing breeze lifted a strand of hair from her ear, and the bright sunlight paled in comparison to her radiant smile. He etched this moment deeply into his memory, knowing that even years later, he would recall this day. The two arrived at the Ninja Academy. In the grand auditorium, the third Hokage sat beaming on the stage, his smile growing even brighter as he surveyed the little ones below. These children would become the pillars of Konoha in the future. Once everyone was gathered, Urahara Kisuke, standing beside the third Hokage, cleared his throat and began to read from his script. Esteemed Hokage, dear students, good morning. Today marks the most significant day of your lives, the graduation ceremony. Allow me to congratulate you all on your graduation. Obito was the first to enthusiastically applaud. Well said. Yes. Seeing his student's enthusiasm, Kisuke nodded with satisfaction and continued, Yahira Lin, Nagano Nami, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurinai, Shizun, Abure Maiko, Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Isuma, and others have excelled in their studies through relentless effort and perseverance. I hereby announce that these students meet the graduation criteria of Konoha Ninja Academy and are all granted graduation. Obito applauded again, exclaiming, Wonderful, splendid. Kisuke coughed twice and subtly gestured for Obito to tone it down. Now, each student will come up in the order their names were called to receive their diplomas from the Hokage. Lin was the first to step up, bowing slightly to the third Hokage as she awaited her certificate. The third Hokage smiled and asked, Little girl, what do you wish to do after graduation? Lin replied earnestly, I want to become a medical ninja. The Hokage nodded approvingly and handed her the diploma. Very good. I believe you have potential in that area. Keep up the good work, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Lin accepted her diploma with a slight nod, saying, Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. The second to step up was Nagano Nami. When asked about his future plans, he proudly declared, I want to become a distinguished jonin and make my father speechless. The third Hokage looked curiously at Kisuke, who whispered back, his father, Nagano Kiku, is a chunin. The Hokage nodded in understanding and awarded Nami his diploma. Keep at it, young man. The third to approach was Nara Shikaku. He wore a wry smile as he asked, Hokage Grandpa, can I choose not to be a ninja? The Hokage burst into hearty laughter. No, you cannot. Next, one by one, the children came and went until it was Obito's turn. He bounced onto the stage. And the third Hokage, looking fondly at the little Uchiha, asked, Little Obito, what do you plan to do after graduation? For reasons unknown, he felt a deep affection for this child. Obito grinned widely and proclaimed, My dream is to become Hokage, to eradicate all that is evil, and to protect the peace of Konoha. Kisuke's expression shifted slightly, and the third Hokage appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and smiled. That's a commendable aspiration, little Obito. However, becoming Hokage is no easy feat. You must continue to strive for it. Here is your diploma. Obito accepted the certificate with both hands, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. Nami scoffed from below, rolling his eyes. TCH, Obito really has the audacity to say such things. Shikaka nodded in agreement. To declare such ambitions in front of the Hokage, Obito truly has guts. As the remaining students received their diplomas, this segment concluded. Kisuke stepped forward once more, stating loudly, "From the moment you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you officially become a ninja. You will form teams of 3, under the guidance of a jonin, to begin undertaking missions for the village." Nami cheered from the audience. "Yes, I've been itching for this." Shikako lazily complained, what a hassle." Kisuke ignored the children's reactions and continued reading from the list. Team 1, Nagano Nami, Nara Shikaku, Abure Maiko. Team 2, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Yahira Lin. Upon hearing the familiar team assignments, Obito let out a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that the plot might be altered due to his presence, fearing he would be assigned to a team without Kakashi or Lin. Chapter 25. Still the same Minato class. Obito joyfully turned to the girl beside him, Lin-chan. "This is fantastic. We're in the same class." Lin feigned indifference, hiding her inner joy as she teased, "What is so great about it? I'll still have to take care of you." Obito scratched his head awkwardly, failing to notice the subtle smile on Lin's lips. Meanwhile, Shikaka grumbled, "Ugh. Why did I have to be placed in a group with such a troublesome guy?" Nami snorted in displeasure. "Are you referring to me?" Shikaku retorted lazily. "I didn't name names, but some people ought to have self-awareness." Nami, infuriated, shouted, "You want a duel, Shikaku?" Aiko, feeling exasperated, intervened between the two. "Come on, everyone. We'll be classmates. Let us not create conflict." After announcing the team assignments, Kisuke shared the gathering time and location for each group before delivering his final remarks. With that, the graduation ceremony came to a complete end. Kisuke accompanied the third Hokage as they exited, leaving the children behind to converse amongst themselves. Shikaku approached Obito, sighing deeply. "I had hoped to be grouped with you, but who would have thought?" Obito patted Riku's shoulder. "It's all right. At least Ayako is still on your team. Just ignore that guy, Masaru." Nagano waved his hand, grinning at Obito. "Hey, let's duel." "Duel my foot." Obito silently scoffed. "Could you please speak more normally, not so youthful?" Asuma glanced over at the boys, feeling little interest in their conversation. He shook his head and walked away. The girls, however, were quite harmonious. Rin, Shizuka, Ayako, and others were chatting and laughing, appearing quite joyous. The youth, unaware of the sorrows that lay ahead, reveled in the delight of graduation, oblivious to the fact that some may never meet again after this day. In an open space outside the Konoha forest, a figure rushed in, panting heavily as he bent over to catch his breath. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting," a silver-haired boy said, arms crossed, with a frown. "You're too slow, Obito." The girl next to him nodded in agreement. "We've been waiting for ages." Between Kakashi and Rin stood a golden-haired youth wearing a jonin vest. He looked at Obito with a smile. "At last, you must be Obito." This blonde was strikingly handsome, with blue eyes as clear as gems and deep like a tranquil spring. At the moment he smiled, Obito felt an inexplicable stir within him, as if his very DNA resonated. A voice echoed in his ears, "Though you are my enemy, you are not bad. I am Minato Namikaze, and from today onwards, I shall be your jonin instructor. I look forward to working with you." Obito straightened up and gave Minato a thumbs up. "Yosh." Minato clapped his hands, cheerfully saying, "Now that we're all here, let's do a brief self-introduction. My name is already known to you. I enjoy reading, especially novels written by Lord Jiraiya, and I have no particular dislikes. Who's next?" Obito stifled a chuckle. He knew Minato referred to the Will of Fire, but Kakashi and Rin were oblivious. Once Jiraiya published the Paradise series, Minato would surely suffer from his reputation. "I'll go first, Minato-sensei," Rin volunteered, raising her small hand. "I am Rin Noera, and what I cherish most is the companions by my side." At this point, Rin subtly glanced at Obito, who was lost in his own world, smiling foolishly. Rin paused and continued, "Like Minato-sensei, I have nothing in particular that I dislike." Minato nodded approvingly at Rin, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi replied coolly, "Kakashi Hatake. I have nothing I particularly like or dislike." Wow, this kid is quite indifferent, Minato thought, wiping his nose with a hint of exasperation. He turned to Obito. "Your turn." "Obito." Obito patted his chest and proclaimed, "What I love is studying. What I hate most is school, and my dream is to become Hokage." Minato nodded thoughtfully. Through this brief introduction, he gleaned a general sense of the personalities of his 3 students. Rin was quite obedient and should be an easy student to manage. However, the other two were rather distinct, perhaps even eccentric. This team could prove challenging to lead, yet also intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Minato chuckled lightly and stood opposite the three. All right, let us commence with our first exercise to assess your teamwork abilities. Teamwork. Obito and Kakashi exchanged nervous glances. Rin repeated with slight confusion, teamwork? Minato pulled 2 bells from his pocket, shaking them before the trio. The exercise is simple. If you can seize these bells from me, you will have passed. Such exquisite bells. Where did you get them, teacher? Can I see them? Obito exclaimed in wonder. Minato smiled, fastening the bells to his waist, shaking his head. A commendable attempt, but no, Obito. Obito sighed, realizing his ploy had no chance of success. Then, Minato-sensei, could we have some time to discuss our tactics? Minato nodded slightly. Certainly, I will grant you half an hour. The 3 youngsters moved aside to confer. Obito turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, you're more experienced. What should we do? Kakashi pondered for a moment. Rin will distract Minato-sensei from a distance, while we two will engage him up close, using the paired formation taught in school. You will try to divert Minato-sensei's attention while I take the lead. Obito nodded in agreement. Sounds good to me. Rin also nodded enthusiastically. Let's follow Kakashi-kun's plan. After their discussion, they confidently approached Minato from 3 directions, subtly encircling him. Have you reached a decision? Minato inquired. Obito adjusted his headband, nodding at Minato. Yes, Minato-sensei. Minato smiled. Good, let us begin. Chapter 26, Seizing the Bells. System online at the sound of begin, Kakashi and Obito dashed forward, charging straight at Minato. The two swiftly launched shuriken, creating a flurry of projectiles. Clang, clang. Minato swiftly drew a kunai, his arms deftly parrying the onslaught of shuriken. A chill raced down his back as he sensed a swift attack from behind. With a slight smirk, he evaded the incoming strike from the young girl. Such speed. Obito thought, astonished. Is this truly the fastest man in the ninja world? Seeing the ranged attack fail, Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, propelling himself toward Minato with renewed speed. Obito followed closely, kunai in hand, as they aimed to encircle Minato. Minato's gaze sharpened as he discerned their strategy. They intended to force him to confront them directly, exposing his back to create an opening for Rin. Minato silently acknowledged this budding teamwork. Yet, this level of coordination was still insufficient. With a swift motion, Kakashi's blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Rather than retreating, Minato advanced, raising his kunai to meet Kakashi's blade. A grating sound of metal on metal echoed as sparks flew from their clash. Minato redirected the force of Kakashi's attack, sidestepping and stealthily positioning himself behind Kakashi. Rin, losing her target, found herself halted in her tracks. Kakashi, retreat. Obito yelled. Kakashi, heeding the command, feigned an attack before swiftly withdrawing. Obito clasped his hands together, his throat constricting. Fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing sphere of flame erupted, hurtling towards Minato. A flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes as he lightly tapped his toes against the ground, swiftly evading the explosion of flames. Obito had never anticipated that the technique meant to miss its target would indeed strike true. Seizing the moment, he joined forces with Kakashi and launched another assault on Minato. As soon as Minato landed, their fierce attacks came crashing down in quick succession. Kakashi's strikes were executed with cunning angles, each aimed at critical points, while Obito wielded a kunai, complementing his offensive with a flurry of powerful kicks and punches. Minato effortlessly deflected the hidden weapons thrown by a nearby girl, feeling quite pleased with the trio's performance. Excellent. Kakashi's combat skills were nearing those of a seasoned jonin, and Obito's overall proficiency was comparable to that of some experienced chunin. It was no wonder that the third Hokage had specifically requested Minato to mentor this class. They were indeed promising talents. Of course, the girl's performance was equally commendable. As Minato and the 2 boys engaged in combat, they unknowingly maneuvered to the spot where Obito had previously strategized. Now was the moment. Kakashi called out sharply. Yo! Obito replied. The two combined their efforts, launching a coordinated attack that forced Minato to take a step back. Behind Minato, the seemingly flat ground suddenly gave way, revealing a vast pit. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Minato's mouth. Have they set a trap? Quite clever. He feigned a lack of response, momentarily pausing in midair to create an opening. The 3 youngsters charged toward him in unison. Ultimately, a small hand successfully grasped the bell at his waist. The 4 landed simultaneously. Kakashi knelt on the ground, slowly opening his hand to reveal a bell resting quietly within. Obito sat on the ground, panting with exhilaration. Phew, we did it. Rin, too, clenched her small hands in delight. Yes. Minato's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at the performance of his 3 students. Excellent. I hereby declare that everyone has passed the assessment. Just then, a long-forgotten notification echoed in Obito's mind. Selection successful. Reward, lightning. What? My system has finally returned. Obito seemed to grasp something. 2 years prior, he had chosen to endure silently, waiting for the right opportunity. Now, the system was notifying him of the completion of his task. Could it be that this opportunity refers to successfully becoming Minato-sensei's student? Regardless, the return of the system is indeed a positive development. Obito concentrated his thoughts on the interface to examine this reward. Lightning, in moments of life and death. Your attacks will carry the power of thunder. It is as if a gentle elder is silently watching over and protecting you, aiding you in shattering darkness with thunderous might. Upon reading the reward description, Obito felt the handsome figure re-emerge before him. Memories from the past surged forth. Obito was taken aback, tears streaming down his face. Wah! Minato was startled. Obito, what's wrong? You were just smiling. How could you suddenly burst into tears? Known as the Yellow Flash, renowned for his strategic prowess, he found himself momentarily at a loss. This was his first time mentoring, and he had no experience whatsoever. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Obito wiped his tears as he sobbed. Wah, I'm just so happy to be your student. Minato exhaled, patting Obito's back gently. Having a student like you brings me great joy as well. Please, stop crying. Kakashi silently mused. You truly celebrated too soon. Rin joined Minato in comforting Obito. Yet he continued to weep. Minato, feeling somewhat helpless, said, Please stop crying, Obito. To celebrate the establishment of our class, how about I treat you all to dinner tonight? Obito sniffled. Wah, I feel so embarrassed. How about we, sniff, go for barbecue? Minato replied. The 4 of them settled into a barbecue restaurant. As Minato grilled the meat for them, he remarked, From tomorrow onward, you will begin to undertake missions. After swallowing a piece of grilled meat, Obito, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, That is wonderful. I've been eager to explore. Minato placed the cooked meat onto Obito's plate, smiling as he said, That being said, your initial assignments will likely be within the village. Tasks such as helping to find lost pets or locating misplaced items. Obito sighed. As expected, we can't escape these mundane tasks. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, the first mission for any newly formed team is invariably to find a lost cat. Much like how the first task in the main divine space is always a survival horror scenario. Rin had no objections to this. Taking things step by step is perfectly fine. Minato contemplated for a moment and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, having participated in numerous real combat scenarios, you might find these tasks unsatisfactory. However, they must still be completed seriously. Kakashi nodded slightly, remaining silent, his peripheral vision catching Obito beside him. Spending a little more time with this guy is no great loss. Obito cheerfully raised his cup. Let us toast to the establishment of Team Minato. Cheers. The 4 cups clinked together, each face radiating with joy. Undoubtedly, they would forge the most significant bonds with one another in the days to come. Chapter 27. Tree Climbing Practice. Obito's wild display the following day. As Obito had anticipated, their class received its first mission, which indeed involved searching for a lost kitten. The 3 decided to split up and regroup at a designated location before lunch. Rin traversed the streets and alleys, diligently searching every corner, yet still found no trace of the kitten. Turning a corner, she happened upon Kakashi and quickly waved to him. Kakashi-kun, did you find it? Kakashi shook his head. No, I have come up empty-handed. Rin sighed at this and adjusted her somewhat disheveled hair. I didn't realize finding a pet would be such a hassle. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Rin's sentiment. That said, if we can't even complete this minor task, we'll never progress to the real missions. By the way, where's Obito? Rin shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. Obito mentioned he had an idea he wanted to try out, but I have no idea where he ran off to. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, they gathered at the prearranged spot. Obito appeared, cradling a small kitten in his left arm and carrying several bags in his right, grinning broadly. Look, I found the kitten, thanks to the help of some grandmothers. They even gave me some pastries. Let us enjoy them together later. Rin stared in amazement. Obito-kun, your popularity among the grandmothers is remarkable. All those late arrivals were not in vain. Obito proudly lifted his chin. Of course, they call me the Grandma Slayer. If I ever tire of working hard, I could live off their kindness. Minato chuckled, commenting on Obito's benevolence. Helping others is a virtuous act, and it has been returned to you. Obito glanced at Kakashi, who remained silent and appeared slightly sullen. He shook his head. This guy is young and doesn't yet understand the importance of connections. To put it bluntly, just look at the selection of past Hokage. Those who understand will know, and those who don't, well, it's futile to explain. In the afternoon, for individuals gathered at the training grounds by the forest. For ninjas, the completion of missions is of utmost importance. However, daily training is equally essential. The soles of the feet are the most challenging area for chakra concentration. Climbing trees using one's feet is an excellent way to enhance the ability to refine, maintain, and control the chakra within. After Watergate concluded his explanation, he clapped his hands cheerfully and said, "Lin, why don't you give it a try?" Lin nodded slightly, feeling a bit apprehensive as she dashed towards the towering tree. Just a step away from the trunk, the young girl leaped and placed one foot firmly against the tree's surface. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Oh no! The chakra beneath her feet suddenly dissipated. With the loss of adhesion, she performed a backflip and landed on the ground. Lin looked at Watergate with a hint of anxiety. Watergate smiled and nodded encouragingly at her, indicating that she had done well. "Next, it's your turn, Kakashi," Watergate instructed. Kakashi nodded slightly, stepping forward and placing 1 foot on the tree. Subsequently, he ascended leisurely. Moving step by step, he navigated the uneven surface of the tree as if it were flat ground, quickly reaching the crown. Lin gazed at the silver-haired youth with admiration. "Kakashi-kun, you're amazing. You completed it so effortlessly." Kakashi remained silent. He turned his head and cast a sidelong glance at Obito, gracefully landing from the treetop. Obito felt a surge of irritation. In his eyes, Kakashi's actions were a blatant provocation. "What's this? It's just about having legs, right?" he retorted as he approached another large tree, clearly upset. "Watch me do something even more impressive." "Oh." Watergate looked at Obito with surprise, feeling a hint of anticipation. Could it be that Obito had an even better method to enhance chakra control? Kakashi's gaze sharpened, eager to see what Obito had up his sleeve. "You can do it, Obito. Just be careful." Lin cheered, shaking her little fists. Obito turned around, giving Lin a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. "All right, just watch me, Lin." He then positioned himself against the tree, his hands clasped behind him, and began to slither up the trunk like a serpent, spiraling upwards with remarkable agility. As he climbed, he occasionally flicked his tongue, reminiscent of a venomous snake. Watergate's expression shifted from anticipation to disbelief. Lin's mouth fell open in shock. Kakashi's eyes nearly bulged out. The three were utterly astounded. Who could possibly conceive such a posture? Was this truly a position achievable by a mammal? Even Orochimaru would be impressed. After reaching the treetop, Obito skillfully turned around and descended gracefully. He landed softly on the ground, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. "How was that, Lin-chan, Watergate-sensei? Wasn't my performance far superior to that of Kakashi?" This was a training method he had devised while learning to slither like a snake, allowing him to complete systematic tasks while strengthening his core and enhancing his chakra control. Truly a multifaceted approach. Even Might Guy would commend it. Obito regarded himself as a genius. How could one possibly conceive such an extraordinary training method? Watergate opened his mouth, ultimately choosing silence. It felt as though he had said nothing, yet everything at once. Watergate reflected on his hasty decision to take on disciples, realizing he should have considered it more thoroughly beforehand. Obito then provocatively glanced at Kakashi, who silently facepalmed. Kakashi thought to himself how foolish he was to have held expectations for such a simpleton. Lin also fell into silence. The impact of Obito's recent display left her speechless. In this moment, even if she wished to console Obito, she struggled to find the words. Obito awkwardly scratched his head. "Is everyone quiet because I messed up again?" Watergate, having recovered from his shock, spoke with some difficulty. No, Obito's method is indeed unique and innovative." Leaving the teacher in awe, Obito felt a bit perplexed. Unique and innovative? Why did that sound so awkward? Was Watergate-sensei truly praising him? Before he could ponder further, Watergate continued, "Kakashi and Obito, both of you have already reached a high level of chakra control. Therefore, your upcoming training will focus on practical combat." Watergate's index and middle fingers came together, crossing to form a symbol. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, another Watergate appeared beside him. Let us head into the woods for a practical exercise, Watergate declared to the two. Kakashi and Obito nodded, following Watergate's lead. Meanwhile, Watergate's other self turned to Lin and encouraged her. Lin, you continue practicing tree climbing. I'll stay here with you. Lin nodded earnestly. All right, Watergate-sensei. As she watched the three venture into the forest, Lin silently encouraged herself. Lin, you must work hard and do your best. Kakashi and Obito-kun are so excellent. You cannot fall behind. Chapter 28. Practical Training. Watergate's teaching in the woods. Watergate halted with the two, surveying their surroundings before nodding in satisfaction. All right, we will train here. Kakashi and Obito exchanged glances, both reflecting the excitement in each other's eyes. Watergate formed hand seals once more and declared, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of clones surrounded Kakashi and Obito, filling the spacious glade with a sea of figures. Obito felt the fire of his competitive spirit igniting within him. Watergate-sensei, that technique is so cool. Can you teach me? Watergate smiled faintly, just as his other self interjected. Sure, if you both can endure the practical training, I will teach you the shadow clone technique. All right. Upon hearing of the reward, Obito's enthusiasm surged. He adjusted his goggles and eagerly inquired, Watergate-sensei, what will the practical training entail? Watergate slowed his speech, stating, Soon, I will throw shurikens at you from the woods. As long as you can withstand my attacks for half an hour, you will have passed the training. Ah. Obito glanced at the dense cluster of Watergate clones. Feeling overwhelmed, Watergate-sensei, let us get started, Kakashi said in a serious tone. Watergate nodded, casting a glance at his two students, reminding them, if you cannot hold on, remember to call off the training immediately. Do not push yourselves, you could get hurt. Understood, Watergate-sensei. With that, the two nodded in agreement. The Watergate clones scattered into the woods, sounds of movement emanating from all directions. Let the training begin. Kakashi drew his short blade, while Obito grimaced, unsheathing two kunai. Whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of slicing as shurikens flew from the woods, attacking from every conceivable angle, almost covering all possible escape routes. Clang. The weapons clashed. Sparks flying. Kakashi's short blade transformed into a blur, creating an impenetrable defense that intercepted the onslaught of shurikens. Obito, equally determined, wielded his kunai with swift precision. Shuriken fell before him, quickly covering the ground. Hidden in the shadows, Minato nodded to himself, pleased with the performance of the two. While Kakashi's excellence was to be expected, Obito's impressive display was a delightful surprise. It seemed necessary to elevate the difficulty for these two young ones, Minato mused. 20 minutes later, Obito, in a voice only he could hear, grumbled, Wow, Minato-sensei's speed is astounding. Can Kushina handle this? The number of shuriken flying from the trees increased, as did their speed. Yet Minato, seemingly tireless, continued to shorten the intervals between his throws. This is what they call a wealthy lady's joyful hand, isn't it? Obito shouted to Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, how long have we been at this? Kakashi, panting from exertion, replied, It should be over 20 minutes now, at most 10 minutes left. Upon hearing this, Obito's spirits lifted. All right, let's hang in there. However, after a few more rounds of attacks, Obito felt he was nearing his limit. Had he not been swinging a sword every day, he would have likely been unable to lift his arms by now. As dozens of shuriken came flying at him again, Obito decided to brace himself. Earth style, earth flow wall. A low wall, engraved with a dog's head, rose up to envelop Obito. The shuriken clattered against the earthen wall, sending a jolt of fear through him. After fending off another wave of attacks, Kakashi turned to see this scene and asked in confusion, with so little chakra left. Why are you carving a dog's head into the wall? Are you out of your mind? Obito scoffed dismissively. You're the one who spent your last life as a dog, holding a raikiri and chatting with me for several episodes. You still have the nerve to criticize me? Not a chance I'll lend you my number this time. Let's see how you fare in the future. Time slipped away quietly. With only half a minute remaining before the half-hour limit, Obito exhaled in relief, feeling assured about the training. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Minato appeared behind him and kicked him away. Obito flew backward, still puzzled, until he saw Kakashi following suit, which eased his mind considerably. They landed heavily on the ground, grimacing as they rose. Kakashi, somewhat bewildered, looked at Minato. Minato-sensei, you. Minato regarded the two with an unusually serious expression, lacking his usual smile. This is the first lesson I teach you about real combat. The enemy will never adhere to the so-called rules or play according to your expectations. On the battlefield, they will do everything possible to defy conventions and catch you off guard. If you are not prepared for every eventuality, death awaits you. Kakashi and Obito pondered Minato's words, reflecting deeply. After a moment, Kakashi nodded. I understand, Minato-sensei. Obito added, me too. Yet, he wore a look of disappointment. It seemed he would not be able to master the shadow clone technique today. Seeing that his two disciples had grasped his intentions, Minato finally smiled again. I am quite satisfied with your performance. You both have passed. He formed hand seals and summoned another shadow clone. The clones said, Obito, come with me. I will teach you the shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, Minato addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, stay and practice with me to refine your taijutsu. Kakashi and Obito replied in unison, yes, Minato-sensei. Following the shadow clone to an open area, Minato began to explain, the shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. It creates tangible clones using chakra, just like I am now. Each clone possesses independent consciousness and a degree of resilience, capable of thinking and fighting like the original. Once the technique is dispelled, my memories and experiences return to the original body, awaiting its next summoning. Obito nodded eagerly, thinking to himself how selfless the shadow clones were, willing to sacrifice themselves for the original. He felt deeply moved. Minato continued to elaborate on the nuances of the shadow clone technique. That's about it. Now you give it a try, Obito. Obito slightly bowed his head, formed the necessary hand seals, and gradually gathered chakra within. Clone jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared and dissipated. Next to Obito stood another version of himself, albeit one that appeared unusual, with a head disproportionately larger than his body. I think I failed, he said, awkwardly dispelling the clone. Minato chuckled heartily. Don't worry, B-rank ninjutsu isn't easy to master. Let's try again. Obito nodded resolutely. All right. As the moon quietly ascended into the sky, darkness enveloped the earth. Obito, feeling somewhat dejected, ceased his attempts. In the end, he still could not master the shadow clone technique smoothly. Minato, noticing his frustration, patted his head and said, Don't lose heart, Obito. Within a week, you will surely master the shadow clone technique. Obito replied, I understand, Minato-sensei. The four gathered outside the woods. Today's training is concluded, Minato announced. I'll take my leave. See you all later. Obito, feeling low-spirited, quickly bid farewell to Kakashi and the others before departing. Rin remarked with curiosity, What's wrong with Obito? He usually accompanies me home. Minato softly replied, Perhaps his training did not go as well as he hoped. I don't know why, but Obito seems to hold himself to high standards. Kakashi, watching Obito's retreating figure, thoughtfully touched his forehead protector. If only I had achieved greatness in my youth, I wouldn't feel inferior. I could wield Susanoo and the divine might. Obito hummed a melancholy tune as he trudged home, feeling despondent. After greeting his grandmother, he dove into his small bed. Today's training had not gone well, leaving him restless and irritable. Only 5 years remain until my demise, Obito sighed deeply. Though his strength had surpassed many of his peers, he knew all too well that in the eyes of true power, he was merely a novice, far from being a king or a father figure. The tragedies of the godless bridge battle, Rin's death, the chaos of the Nine Tails, and the sorrow of the Uchiha weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him. Sigh, with my current strength, attempting to halt this overwhelming tide is as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But I can't do nothing, can I? What else can I do? Lying on his bed, Obito fell into deep contemplation. Aside from relying on the system, what other plans could he devise? As his thoughts flowed, Obito expanded his imagination, generating a myriad of fantastical ideas in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang up from the bed and exclaimed, I've thought of a way to resolve the Nine Tails crisis. Regardless of how Uchiha Obito might manipulate others as pawns, this strategy would undoubtedly prove effective. Obito murmured to himself. What triggered the Nine Tails incident? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, experienced a weakening of the seal during childbirth, which allowed the mysterious masked man to exploit the situation. Thus, while Konoha is still relatively strong, I can devise a plan to ensure Naruto's early arrival. Or perhaps I could simply render Minato-sensei incapable of fatherhood. Wouldn't that solve the issue effortlessly? The more Obito contemplated, the more he felt convinced of the feasibility of his plan. Minato-sensei has always treated me well. It is only fitting that I do this for him. At that very moment, The system presented him with new choices. Option 1. Secretly devise a plan to ensure Naruto's early birth. Completion reward, 1 chakra card. Option 2. Secretly plot to ensure Minato-sensei cannot have children. Completion reward, 2 Byakugan. Option 3. Secretly scheme to render Kushina incapable of childbirth. Completion reward, 2 Byakugan. Option 4. Commit suicide to resolve the Nine Tails crisis. Completion reward, 1 Dragon's Coffin service. Obito did not even glance at the latter 3 options. The system always provided absurd choices, and he had grown accustomed to it. He opted for the first without hesitation. The reward of 1 chakra card was quite delightful, Obito mused. However, upon reflection, he realized that 1 chakra card was merely equivalent to 0.01 Naruto chakra. This reward was not to be dismissed. Once more, Obito reclined back onto his bed, contemplating how to expedite Minato-sensei's actions. Before long, he devised a meticulous plan. Not to boast, but when it came to devious strategies, he had never been outdone. The following day, coincidentally a day off, Obito ventured into a pharmacy. A strikingly beautiful woman with an exceptional aura sat at the counter, propping her chin on one arm while her delicate hands rested on the table. The sight left Obito momentarily stunned. Upon noticing his presence, the woman playfully swept her hair aside and lazily asked, "What kind of medicine do you need, little one?" Her movement revealed the grandeur of her presence, and Obito stammered, I need some tonic, the kind that can make couples more joyous and their voices more robust at night." The shopkeeper eyed him skeptically, even glancing pointedly at a particular area. "Little one, what do you need such medicine for? You seem rather young for it." Obito thought to himself, "It seems I have been underestimated. It's not for me. I'm buying it for my master and his wife." The shopkeeper raised her thumb in approval. "It's rare to find such a filial junior like you." Obito proudly lifted his chin. "Of course, you wouldn't find another child as devoted as me in the ninja world, even if you search with a lantern. Unless, of course, you count Korezetsu and the rest." The shopkeeper stood up to fetch the medicine, and Obito took the opportunity to admire her figure, thinking to himself, this trip was truly worthwhile. However, his smile soon faded. The shopkeeper placed a package on the table and indicated a price. Obito's heart sank. "Why is it so expensive?" The shopkeeper shrugged, a teasing glint in her eyes. "So, do you want it or not, little one?" With gritted teeth, Obito dug into his savings and slammed the money onto the table. "I'll take it." Watching his hard-earned savings vanish before his eyes, Obito felt as though his heart was bleeding. "Minato-sensei, if you don't work a few hours every night, you're not worthy of my little money." He hurriedly left the pharmacy, eager to escape the place that had caused him such distress. The shopkeeper smiled as she watched him go. "What an interesting little fellow," she murmured. Upon returning home, Obito carefully set down the medicine package and rushed to his grandmother's room. "Grandma, I would like to take a jar of your fruit wine to our teacher. He has been so good to me, and I thought I would bring him a little something during my visit." His grandmother, pleased by his words, replied, "Of course. Do you need me to accompany you, little Obito? And is 1 jar enough? If not, we have plenty of fruit wine at home." Obito cheerfully replied, "I'll go by myself, Grandma. Let me take 1 jar for now. I'm worried my teacher might not handle more." His grandmother, slightly puzzled by his words, nodded, thinking that her grandson's teacher must not have a strong tolerance for alcohol. After saying goodbye to his grandmother, Obito took a jar of fruit wine from the kitchen and returned to his room. He opened the medicine package and carefully read the accompanying instructions. There were a total of 60 small packets, to be mixed with water once a day, enough for 2 months. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the jar and poured 10 packets of medicine into it. "This should have some effect," he murmured. He hurried back to the kitchen, fetched a small spoon, and stirred the mixture until the powder dissolved completely. Taking a small sip, he found the taste pleasantly sweet and aromatic. "This should be fine." He sealed the jar and stepped outside. "Grandma, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." His grandmother's voice called from inside, "Be careful on the way, Obito." Obito replied loudly, "I know, Grandma." To facilitate communication with his students, Minato had shared his address with his 3 disciples. Obito jogged along the path and soon arrived at Minato's doorstep. Knocking gently, he heard a woman's voice from inside. "Minato, it sounds like someone is knocking at the door, doesn't it?" Minato's voice followed. "Continue cooking, Kushina. I'll go check." The sound of footsteps approached, and the door opened swiftly. "Obito?" Minato exclaimed, surprised to see the young boy before him. With a smile, Obito replied, "I came specifically to visit you. My grandmother just brewed some fruit wine, and I thought I would bring you a jar." He extended the jar towards Minato, who took it with a grin, ruffling Obito's hair. How thoughtful, Obito. Come in and sit down. Kushina is cooking, so let's have a meal together. Obito shook his head vigorously. He would not eat the food prepared by his sensei's wife, even if he were starving. No need, Minato-sensei. My grandmother has prepared a meal at home, so I won't trouble you. He cheerfully added, I'll be off now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Obito. Minato watched as Obito left, glancing at the jar in his hand, feeling a sense of warmth. What a good kid Obito is, he thought as he returned to the house, where Kushina emerged from the kitchen with their lunch. At this moment, she gazed curiously at Minato, observing her interest. Minato lifted the small jar of wine in his hand and explained, that little fellow was just taken on as my apprentice. He specifically brought me a jar of fruit wine. Kushina raised her eyebrows in intrigue. Oh, your apprentice seems quite thoughtful. Let me take a look. She set her meal aside and playfully took the wine jar from Minato. Upon opening it, she inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with delight. It smells delightful. Shall we have a little during our meal? Minato nodded indulgently and retrieved 2 small cups from the kitchen. All right. Both were seasoned ninjas, easily discerning that the wine was harmless. However, the restorative properties of the medicine were not so easily detectable. After all, who would expect their apprentice to prepare such a treat? After dinner, Obito returned to his room and flopped onto his small bed. He lay there for a while, unable to fall into a peaceful slumber, kicking off the blanket in frustration. He felt as if he were a small furnace, combustible and ready to explode. What was happening? Could it be the effect of that sip of fruit wine? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If such a minor taste had such a reaction, what about Minato and the others? Meanwhile, at the Minato household, after sharing a few drinks with Kushina, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through him, accompanied by a flurry of complex emotions. He looked at Kushina and, unable to restrain himself, remarked, Kushina, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Kushina, with her enchanting gaze, playfully nudged her fair legs against his beneath the table. What is this? Am I not beautiful on other days? Minato, desperate to survive, replied, You are beautiful every day. But today you are particularly captivating. With a playful smile, Kushina rose and settled herself in Minato's lap. You sweet talker, your charm seems to have increased. She wrapped her arms around him, nestling his head against her ample bosom. Minato, I'm feeling a bit tired, yet it's still early. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato tossed a shuriken towards the window. Embracing Kushina, he performed the flying thunder god technique and arrived at the window, gently drawing the curtains. He whispered in her ear, Now it is dark. Later that evening, as he tidied up the disarray in the room, Minato chuckled wearily. That fruit wine brewed by Obito's grandmother is truly revitalizing. Kushina's large eyes sparkled in the dim light. Dear, why not have another drink? We can chat a bit longer. Ah, but my dear, I have to lead the class tomorrow. Chapter 31. Absurd choices in the depths of the majestic Myobokuzan Mountains, within a grand palace, sat a colossal toad upon a throne inscribed with the character Forsage. Adorned in orange, with a doctoral cap atop its head and a string of prayer beads around its neck. It bore a purple-blue cat's eye stone inscribed with the word oil. The great toad sage had been in a deep slumber for many years, yet today, it suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of astonishment within its golden gaze. Just moments ago, it sensed a shift within the ninja world, leading to an unspoken alteration in its prior prophecies, transforming them into something unrecognizable. After a brief contemplation, it spoke, Shin, Jiraiya, summon little Jiraiya and tell him I have matters to discuss. 2 small toads leaped forth. Shin, with surprise, inquired, Have you made a new prophecy? The great toad sage nodded, speaking uncertainly, It would seem so. The following day, Obito and the others gathered at the designated spot. After assigning tasks to the 3, Minato cast a complex glance at Obito before hurriedly departing. Rin remarked curiously, Did anyone else notice that Minato-sensei seems rather worn today? Obito rested his chin on his hand with a smirk. Oh, I think he looks quite happy. Kakashi discreetly shot Obito a glance, sensing that Minato's haste was directly or indirectly related to this fool. As the newly appointed Genin, Obito and Rin could only undertake D-rank missions, and as a member of the team, Kakashi was also bound to these tasks. Ah, another day of trivialities, Obito sighed. Kakashi and Rin nodded in agreement. D-rank missions typically involved light tasks with no combat or life-threatening risks, often mundane, such as finding lost pets, picking up litter, babysitting, conducting behavior surveys, or helping to dig sweet potatoes. Let us finish today's tasks quickly so we can start training early this afternoon, Kakashi suggested. All right. Amidst the daily grind of missions and training, the three gradually improved. Obito finally mastered the shadow clone technique he had longed for. After training, he returned home and, with a triumphant grin, formed the hand signs. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone identical to him instantly appeared. They exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of novelty. All right, you train for me, good buddy, Obito declared. The clone, lounging on the bed, shook its head. I refuse. The two stared at each other for a while before Obito sighed in resignation. I should have known better. I create a clone because I'm too lazy to train myself, and I expect it to be willing to train? He clicked his tongue in exasperation and dispersed the clone. So much for my plan to train using shadow clones. He glanced outside, noticing that it was still early. Perhaps I should go out for a stroll and find someone to play with. But who should I look for? Just then, the system presented him with options. Option 1, find guy. Reward, white lady skin 1. Option 2, find Rin. Reward, Balenciaga high socks 1. Option 3, find Kagaya. Reward, partner and vehicle. Option 4, find Ayako. Reward, chakra bug eggs 100. Option 5, find Kakashi. Reward, seduction technique. Obito was momentarily at a loss, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the choices. The white lady skin and the chess-related rewards were ridiculous, though somewhat related to the mission objectives. However, he was particularly curious as to why seeking Kakashi would reward him with the seduction technique. After some contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. I must be overthinking this. All right, time to make my choice. He eliminated options 1 and 3 first. For Kingo 2, I have no interest in bugs. Option 2 was tempting, but if he gave it to Rin now, wouldn't he that just allow others to feast their eyes on her? He shook his head again. No, I must not allow that to happen. By the way, system, can I select multiple options? Obito asked tentatively. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Can this system change hosts? Obito was momentarily speechless. Forget I asked. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He formed the hand signs again, summoning his shadow clone. Brother, I'll tackle the choice question while you prepare another jar of fruit wine to deliver to Minato-sensei. We need to ensure he remains diligently focused on his work every day. Obito felt it necessary to present his teacher with a few more bottles of wine. The shadow clone readily agreed, exclaiming, all right, as long as it doesn't interfere with my training, I can do anything. After hastily departing, Obito emerged from the kitchen, cradling a jar of fruit wine. It seemed he had added too much last time, so he pondered whether to add a little less this time. After some contemplation, he retrieved 9 medicinal packets from the drawer, concluding that this should suffice. Obito dashed to Kakashi's doorstep, knocking energetically. Who is it? Kakashi inquired as he opened the door. His brow furrowed with confusion upon seeing Obito. Oh, Obito, what brings you here? Obito replied with a cheerful grin. Nothing much, just came to check on you. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Choice successful. Reward, seduction technique. Kakashi regarded Obito with skepticism, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. Obito scratched his head and asked, aren't you going to invite me in? Without hesitation, Kakashi shook his head firmly. No way. Obito pouted, but suddenly his eyes lit up with mischief. By the way, Kakashi, I've learned a new ninjutsu. Would you like to see? It's quite grand. Kakashi, disinterested, coldly declined. No, thank you. Yet his words faltered as he stared wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. Before him, Obito had vanished, replaced by a stunning young woman with shoulder-length black hair. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her beauty surpassed that of the world's finest. Kakashi found himself momentarily entranced. Haha. Seeing Kakashi's dazed expression, Obito chuckled inwardly. Earlier, when he had manipulated his appearance, he had borrowed the visage of several exquisite beauties from his past life, even modeling the figure after that of a voluptuous apothecary. The only notable difference was a more daring choice of attire. Kakashi felt a warmth rising in his nose as he grasped the girl's hand, resolutely pulling her into the house. It's too windy outside. Let us go in and chat. The girl gasped in distress. Kakashi, no? With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, silencing her voice abruptly. The next day, Obito abruptly awoke, realizing Kakashi was not beside him, and he sighed with relief. His body ached as he struggled to rise from the bed. Kakashi had insisted he stay the night. After getting dressed, he exited his room and encountered Kakashi, who wore an indifferent expression. Let us go. We're going to be late. Obito scoffed. You're so cold to me after using me like that. Wasn't he at you yesterday? Kakashi retorted, somewhat embarrassed. Let us just forget about last night. We'll leave it in the past. Obito nodded in agreement. They had reached a mutual understanding on the matter. Let us go? Let us go. We have a mission. He placed an arm around Kakashi's shoulders as they opened the door, only to find Rin standing there. Her expression one of shock. The atmosphere among the three became decidedly awkward. Kakashi silently cursed his luck. When had Rin arrived? Surely she hadn't overheard their conversation. He feared she might misunderstand. At that moment, Rin's mind was racing with thoughts. It wasn't her fault. The exchange between the two boys was easily misconstrued. She felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. No wonder Kakashi avoided interactions with girls. He had just Obito shared a similar expression of unease. Unbeknownst to him, Rin had come to inquire about his whereabouts, mistakenly thinking he was with Kakashi. What a coincidence. Yes, we seem to be running late. Shall we walk and talk? Obito proposed, and Rin agreed, though their expressions were complex as they walked side by side in silence. Kakashi knew of Obito's feelings for Rin, while Obito was aware of Rin's admiration for Kakashi. Meanwhile, Rin suspected there was something more between Obito and Kakashi. Such situations often led to this awkwardness among the trio, each feeling like a third wheel, forming an unintentional love triangle. At the western edge of Konoha Square, Minato addressed the three students. Now that we're all here, let me outline today's mission. Under normal circumstances, Minato would have picked up on the tension among them. But he too was feeling unwell, his back aching slightly. After assigning the tasks, he excused himself. Following his departure, Kakashi quickly made his exit. I'll take my leave. I'll leave too, Rin added, stepping away. Obito gritted his teeth and hurried after her. Rin, wait. I need to talk to you. Rin paused, biting her lip. Was Obito declaring his intentions to keep her away from Kakashi? Her heart raced with confusion. Obito stood before her, a bit helpless as he explained, Rin, you've misunderstood. Actually, what happened with Kakashi yesterday? He recounted the events of the previous night, revealing how Kakashi had insisted he showcase the seduction technique, leading to his unexpected overnight stay. As Rin listened, her cheeks flushed crimson. So that is how it was. I never imagined Kakashi would be like that. Obito nodded in agreement. Exactly. Rin then asked, puzzled. But how did you come up with that technique, Obito? He replied, I was too hasty. The silence became palpable. Rin, I must go complete my mission, Obito said. Bolting away, Rin watched him leave, a smile creeping onto her face. Obito, you really are such a fool. Days passed, and as Obito continued to deliver jars of fruit wine, the medicinal supplies he had initially purchased were nearly depleted. He decided to take a break from his wine deliveries. Wishing to save some money for a future wife and concerned for Minato's well-being, fearing he might collapse from overwork. One day, at the designated meeting place for Minato's class, Kakashi mused while adjusting his forehead protector. Minato-sensei seems to be in better spirits than before. He appeared quite fatigued during the last few training sessions. Obito, feeling somewhat guilty, cleared his throat. I think you're just being overly sensitive. Minato-sensei is probably just taking it easy on us. Kakashi was skeptical of Obito's assertion. Just as he was about to speak, Rin raised her hand and whispered, Shoo, Minato-sensei is here. Minato appeared before them, radiating vitality. With a bright smile, he announced, the village has issued a C-rank mission. What do you say? Are you interested in taking it on? Obito raised his fist in excitement. Certainly, I have longed to undertake some genuine missions. C-level tasks are those that may involve injury and carry a certain degree of danger. The primary contents of C-level missions include participating in small-scale battles, providing protection, gathering intelligence, capturing or subduing fierce beasts, and transporting confidential documents. Kakashi also felt a hint of excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Rin curiously inquired, Teacher Minato, what is the content of this mission? Minato smiled and replied, This mission requires us to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. Let us discuss it as we walk. Under Minato's guidance, the four departed from the village and stepped onto the land beyond. Obito, filled with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. This was his first time leaving the Hidden Leaf Village, and everything around him appeared quite novel. The four raced swiftly towards the south. As they proceeded, Minato explained, Our mission is to gather intelligence from a black market in the central region of the Land of Fire. The village has received reports of a suspected rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf who has been sighted near that black market. Obito asked, somewhat astonished, a black market? Does the Land of Fire actually allow such establishments to exist? A black market is an unregulated market that operates outside of official approval. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi interjected. The existence of black markets is incessantly problematic. If that is the case, it may be better to allow certain black markets to operate under official oversight. This way, we can control their scale and swiftly obtain various pieces of information. Obito nodded in realization. Well said. Minato cast a knowing glance at Kakashi and remarked, Indeed. Our target for this mission is the former special jonin of the Hidden Leaf, Inusuke. Minato produced a scroll from within his robe and tossed it to Obito. This contains his image and detailed information. I ask you three to pass it around. After receiving the scroll, Obito examined it closely. Inusuke had an elegant appearance, yet possessed a robust physique. He was known for his ferocious temperament and adeptness with dual blades. His physical skills rivaled those of Jonin, while his ninjutsu skills were average, with a notable shortcoming in Jinjutsu. After noting some characteristics, Obito passed the scroll to Rin. Once Rin had perused it, she handed it to Kakashi. Upon completing his reading, Kakashi incinerated the scroll with a fireball technique. Glancing at Rin and Obito, who looked perplexed, Kakashi explained, It is common practice for a ninja to destroy the scroll after memorizing the mission information. However, a sudden image of Guy flashed in Obito's mind. If it were that guy, the mission would likely falter without the task scroll. Who was I supposed to assassinate again? Kisame Uchiha? Obito? What was I supposed to do? Ha ha ha, how amusing. The four, with their hands clasped behind their backs, leapt through the forest. Whenever they felt hungry, they would consume a soldier's pill, and when thirsty, they would endure the thirst to avoid needing to relieve themselves. After a considerable time running, they finally arrived near the black market. At the moment Minato announced they had arrived, the three young ninjas exhaled in relief. Obito glanced around, staring at the so-called black market for quite some time. But he could not detect any signs of its existence. It appeared to be an entirely ordinary village. If one were unaware of the concealed complexities within, no one would associate this sparsely populated settlement with an illegal market, Obito murmured. Remove your forehead protectors and conceal your identities once we enter the black market, Minato instructed. The three complied, carefully stowing their forehead protectors away. Transformation technique. Minato transformed into a burly, menacing figure. Obito and the others followed suit, disguising themselves as well. It is worth noting that when employing the transformation technique, one must select a familiar or similar individual as a base for the disguise. Otherwise, those with keen eyes may easily discern the ruse. Of course, if one possesses the aura of a protagonist, that is another matter entirely. Right, Rudo? The four strode confidently into the black market. A few guards, dressed as villagers, glanced at them but did not impede their entry. These four clearly did not resemble ordinary individuals who had wandered into this place by mistake. Once inside the black market, Minato softly said, You three may act independently to gather intelligence while I converse with the person in charge here. Fighting is prohibited in the black market, and furthermore, my students are quite capable, so I need not worry about their safety. The three nodded in agreement. Understood, Teacher Minato. They were all aware that Minato had brought them along primarily for their training, not with the genuine expectation that they would uncover any critical intelligence. To complete the mission, they would largely rely on Minato's expertise. After Minato departed, the three aimlessly wandered the streets. Obito asked, Kakashi, what should we do next? Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. Let us attempt to engage some people in conversation and see if we can glean any useful information. However, we must be cautious not to inquire too overtly, as the black market is intricately woven, lest we inadvertently raise suspicion. Obito and Rin nodded in agreement. Rin sincerely remarked, Kakashi-kun, you are so knowledgeable. Obito rolled his eyes in exasperation. TCH. At that moment, they spotted a large man loitering nearby, and the three approached him. You appear quite formidable. Which ninja village do you hail from? Obito complimented with a grin. The middle-aged man did not respond directly, but smiled at the trio and asked, From which village do you three brothers come? The three exchanged glances, and Obito earnestly replied, We are ninjas from the rock-hidden village. How about you, my friend? The man nodded in feigned understanding, and then smiled broadly. Ah, rock-hidden village ninjas. I am from the Leaf Village. The trio thought, What the hell? Are you trying to fool us? Do you need any explosive tags? He continued, revealing his clothing, which was adorned with explosive tags. These are premium products from the Leaf. I find you three quite appealing, so I will sell them to you at a discount. The three turned and walked away. The man called after them, Don't go, brothers. At least let us negotiate a price. After wandering around the not-so-large black market, they could almost say they had come up empty-handed. Gathering intelligence is so difficult. Obito lamented. If only my Sharingan were at the 3-tomo level, I could see everything at a glance. Rin nodded in agreement, then looked expectantly at Kakashi. Kakashi-kun, do you have any good ideas? Kakashi shook his head, feeling equally at a loss. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. After observing for a while, he whispered to the two, "Do you see that person to the west? Does he not resemble our target?" Obito and Rin quietly scrutinized the figure but discerned nothing conclusive. His appearance and stature do not quite match. How did you make that judgment, Kakashi? Obito inquired. Kakashi replied with certainty, "It is those two blades. They are nearly identical to the ones in the image on the scroll. I am about 80% sure." Nanny? Obito stared intently at the blades for a moment, but remained puzzled as to how Kakashi had drawn that conclusion. They appeared to be ordinary blades. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. Option 1. Quickly relay this information to Minato. Completion reward, 003 chakra. Option 2. Use your wits to devise a plan to subdue Inosuke. Upon completing the reward, the Shadow Clone Explosion technique, Obito was taken aback. The system had presented him with a multiple-choice question. It seemed that the individual in question was indeed Inosuke. Rin, feeling somewhat anxious, clenched her small hands. What should we do? Should we seek out Teacher Minato? Kakashi shook his head, responding, "I'm afraid it may be too late. By the time we locate Teacher Minato, our adversary may have already departed." Obito nodded in agreement with Kakashi's assessment. We must take decisive action. He fervently pressed the button for option 2 in his mind. 22,222. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly as numerous plans flickered through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Engaging in combat in the black market is prohibited unless we can strike decisively in a secluded area. Otherwise, we risk expulsion. Subduing a special jonin, renowned for their taijutsu, in an instant seems quite challenging. Obito bit his finger, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he spoke up. "I have an idea. We can approach it this way." Rin, listening intently, gasped, "Isn't that a bit risky, Obito-kun?" Kakashi glanced at the figure preparing to leave in the distance and quickly made a decision. "There's no time. We'll proceed with Obito's plan. Rin, you seek out Teacher Minato while Obito and I act on the plan." Rin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right, you two must ensure your safety." Obito grinned. "Yash, don't worry, Rin-chan." With that, he and Kakashi took different paths, slowly making their way toward the figure. Chapter 34. Subduing Inosuke on the street. After completing his purchases for the month, Inosuke suddenly felt a strange sensation and turned to glance behind him. He noticed a figure clumsily hiding around the corner, which made him chuckle to himself. "I wonder which faction has sent their spy this time. To send someone of such caliber to follow me is quite an underestimation of my abilities." Over the past month, he had encountered several spies like the one today, but those individuals had all met their demise at his hands. Inosuke strolled casually, pausing at a stall, feigning interest in the items on display while discreetly keeping an eye on the corner behind him. A mere glance was enough to capture his attention. What a beautiful woman! With golden hair and gentle, pure features, she possessed an alluring figure. Inosuke's thoughts became clouded with desire. He gulped, eagerly licking his lips. "A beauty like her has been dispatched for a mission. I shall gladly accept." He contemplated playing with her a few times before dealing with her. The stall owner, noticing Inosuke's lack of purchasing, impatiently remarked, "Are you going to buy something or not? If not, don't waste my time." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Inosuke's eyes as he scoffed and turned to leave. He chose a back alley, taking several turns until he arrived at a secluded path. The golden-haired woman stealthily followed him into the alley, only to find it was a dead end. Inosuke's figure had vanished. Suddenly, a hard object pressed against the woman's back, causing her beautiful face to stiffen. She slowly turned her head to see Inosuke's face. He toyed with her softness, asking nonchalantly, "Who sent you?" The woman stammered, struggling to articulate her response. Inosuke paid little mind, increasing the pressure of his grip. "It's fine if you don't speak. After we have our fun, you'll naturally want to tell me." The woman felt a wave of irritation. "Fun? You wish." She raised her chin defiantly, locking eyes with Inosuke. Her exquisite gaze was suddenly stained crimson. Inosuke's expression shifted. "Sharingan." The woman chuckled, her beautiful visage contrasting sharply with her masculine tone. "Little brother, do you still wish to play with me?" The swirling tomo of her Sharingan ensnared Inosuke's consciousness in a moment of chaos. Though he was a special jonin, Jinjutsu was his Achilles heel. Kakashi, act quickly, the woman commanded. A look of struggle crossed Inosuke's face, but soon clarity returned to his mind. However, at that instant, a shadow darted past him, and a blade struck the back of his head. Inosuke crumpled to the ground, likely unconscious for hours. As he lost consciousness, the transformation technique he had employed faded, revealing his true appearance. The woman surveyed Inosuke on the ground, shaking her head in disapproval. Young man, you've been caught by your own desires. Kakashi, observing the woman, awkwardly suggested, please revert back to your original form, Obito. The sight of Obito in his current guise stirred some unpleasant memories for him. Oh, the woman nodded, transforming back into Obito's form. At that moment, a notification echoed in Obito's mind. Selection successful. Reward acquired. Shadow Clone Explosion Technique. Shadow Clone Explosion Technique. When your shadow clone dresses as a woman, they may feel so embarrassed that they explode, instantly releasing a terrifying chakra shockwave. Obito stared blankly at the description of his new reward, utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged in the alley. It was Minato and Rin, who had followed the markings. Minato gazed at the fallen Inosuke, momentarily stunned. He had only intended to bring the three youngsters to experience the atmosphere of a mission and never anticipated their effectiveness. Yet, who would have thought that while he was exchanging intelligence with the responsible parties, his students would swiftly incapacitate their target? How on earth did they manage to subdue a special jonin like Inosuke without a sound? However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Minato suppressed his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, everyone, gather around. I will lead you out of here. This is not a place for discussions. Attacking someone in the black market can lead to significant complications if discovered. We must leave promptly. Understood, Teacher Minato, Obito replied. Aside from Obito, Rin and Kakashi appeared somewhat astonished, unaware of Minato's plan for their escape or why they needed to stand together. Nevertheless, despite their confusion, they obediently moved closer. Minato placed his arms around the three youngsters, one foot resting on Inosuke's chest. In the next moment, the five of them appeared not far from the entrance of the black market. Kakashi was astounded. Teacher Minato, did you just use space-time ninjutsu? Minato smiled slightly. Indeed. This technique was developed by the second Hokage. It allows for instantaneous movement through the use of specific seals. As he spoke, he retrieved a kunai inscribed with a seal from the ground, demonstrating it to his three students before pocketing it. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with determination as he silently resolved to master such skills. One must find a way to master this space-time ninjutsu. The ability to teleport, combined with one's swordsmanship, caused his breath to quicken. In contrast, Rin and Obito displayed little reaction. Rin merely admired her teacher, Minato, recognizing his prowess. Yet she held no significant thoughts on this ninjutsu. Obito, on the other hand, mused that once he unlocked Kimui, the Flying Thunder God technique would become redundant. Of course, if an opportunity arose to utilize it, that would be acceptable. With both Kimui and Flying Thunder God at his disposal, he could infinitely enhance his passive abilities. The five of them embarked on their journey back to the village. In truth, Minato could have effortlessly used the Flying Thunder God to return to the village with grace. But he chose to forego this convenience for the sake of his students' training. Observing the three young ones beside him, Minato inquired, "What preparations should we make to prevent Inosuke from awakening and causing harm?" After a moment's contemplation, Obito quickly proposed, "We could dismember his arms and legs. Then apply several sealing techniques." Chapter 35. Obito's Unwavering Resolve. Minato was taken aback. He had not anticipated the seemingly simple Obito to harbor such ruthlessness. "Indeed, we can impose seals on our enemies to restrict their chakra," he affirmed, as he released several strands of chakra from his fingers and forcefully struck Inosuke's abdomen. With a muffled groan, Inosuke slowly opened his eyes. Minato Namikaze. Upon recognizing Minato's visage, he abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Being from the same village, he understood just how formidable this man was. Inosuke let out a bitter smile, realizing his village truly valued him, even sending Minato himself to apprehend him. Obito, standing before Inosuke, shook his head vigorously, proclaiming, "No, no, no, do not elevate yourself. You were captured by three freshly graduated students, all right?" Veins throbbed on Inosuke's forehead as he nearly wished to crush the boy before him. Noticing Inosuke's displeasure, Obito glared back, hands on his hips, and warned, What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll give you a smack. Perhaps accustomed to Obito's demeanor, Minato, along with Rin and Kakashi, merely stood aside and sighed in silence. On their way back, Inosuke and Obito exchanged barbs. In a past life as a pianist from Zon, Obito had managed to render the villain Inosuke speechless with his retorts. This scene left Minato in awe, further reshaping his perception of his student. Minato-sensei, here's what happened. Kakashi and Rin explained to Minato the entire process of capturing Inosuke. When Minato learned that this elaborate plan had originated from Obito, he cast a surprised glance at him. Who would have thought such a brilliant strategy could come from Obito? Defying convention, he had deliberately exposed their whereabouts to lower Inosuke's guard, subsequently exploiting his weaknesses to create an opportunity for his teammates. The style of this seduction technique certainly aligns with Obito's personality, Minato mused. Recognizing that Obito was like an uncut gem, needing careful shaping to avoid straying further down the wrong path. Upon returning to the village, Minato addressed his 3 disciples. I have some matters to attend to, so you need not train today. Go home and rest well. The 3 obediently replied, Understood, Minato-sensei. After Minato departed with Inosuke, Rin blinked her large eyes and inquired of the 2 boys, Kakashi-kun, Obito-kun, what do you plan to do now? Kakashi was about to mention his intention to train when Obito preemptively suggested, how about we go to Kakashi's house for a meal? This guy cooks exceptionally well. Rin's eyes brightened with anticipation as she turned to Kakashi, asking, Is that all right, Kakashi-kun? Kakashi, somewhat irritated, discreetly nudged Obito. Of course, that's fine. Rin clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I'm so looking forward to it. Obito took Rin's hand and wrapped an arm around Kakashi, exclaiming, All right, let us hurry. I feel utterly exhausted after this long mission. Meanwhile, Minato delivered Inosuke to the Umbu and then leisurely approached the Hokage's office. After the Umbu ninja announced his presence, he stepped inside. Ah, it's you, Minato. Please, take a seat. The 3rd Hokage smiled warmly. Minato, with humble demeanor, sat before him. I am at your service, Hokage-sama. The 3rd Hokage retrieved his pipe, enjoying a couple of puffs before cheerfully stating, I heard you captured the village's rogue ninja while scouting with your students. Truly, you live up to my expectations for a promising junior. Minato felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose. Actually, Hokage-sama, I came to discuss that very matter with you. The 3rd Hokage's eyes widened slightly, and he straightened in his seat. Could it be that the situation is not as I presumed? Minato continued, In fact, it was those 3 little ones who managed to capture Inosuke. I did not play a significant role, though it was somewhat awkward. Minato recounted the mission's details to the 3rd Hokage. The seduction technique? That sounds like a rather intriguing ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage noted, discreetly jotting it down, planning to observe Obito through the telescope technique when time permitted. Unaware of the 3rd Hokage's keen interest, Minato earnestly continued his narrative. The 3rd Hokage nodded approvingly, expressing satisfaction. Our Konoha has a bright future ahead. Minato, you must nurture this team well. I have a feeling that Kakashi and Obito will undoubtedly become the pillars of our village in the future. Minato nodded solemnly, assuring, Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I shall guide them with utmost care. After a moment of contemplation, the 3rd Hokage inquired, How have the 3 little ones been faring lately, especially Kakashi? Minato's smile re-emerged. Kakashi seems to have emerged from his shadows and genuinely regards Obito and Rin as companions. Perhaps they themselves have yet to realize the profound bond that has formed among the 3. The 3rd Hokage smiled contentedly as he took a puff from his pipe. That is excellent news. Since the mission assigned to Obito and the others was merely to scout for information, despite their exceptional performance, their reward remained modest. However, at Minato's special request, the Hokage's office allocated a generous bonus for each of the 3 young ones. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Obito exclaimed joyfully as he received his share and dashed towards a destination. Where does a man go first after acquiring money? Naturally, to his fueling station. Obito hopped excitedly into the previous apothecary, intending to procure some restorative medicine for Minato as a token of gratitude. I call it taking from the door and using it for the door, Obito chuckled to himself. The beautiful woman at the counter raised an eyebrow, her alluring eyes narrowing with curiosity as she regarded Obito. Aren't you the little brat who kept staring at my chest last time? What brings you here again? Obito felt wronged by her words. Hey, that's not fair. I wasn't just staring at your chest. In his mind, he silently added, I also noticed your backside and thighs. The woman rolled her eyes in disbelief. I am not called Hey, my name is Yuki. And you may refer to me as Sister Yuki. Goodness. I mistakenly thought you were called Chu Yushian, having traversed from the Aliston Business School. It leaves me rather speechless. I merely came to procure some medicine. Is it truly necessary to know your name? In Chapter 36, Obito and Shui. It seemed as though Shui had pierced through Obito's current thoughts. With her large, playful eyes, she teased, "Little brother, call me Sister Yuki, and perhaps I shall grant you a discount." To her surprise, Obito remained utterly indifferent, his expression unchanged. Whether or not there is a discount, I care not. I merely wish to know why your name, Sister Yuki, is so melodious. Yuki thought to herself that she had perhaps overestimated this little brat. In truth, Obito had some thoughts regarding Yuki's name. Ji is typically reserved for women of noble status. As the owner of a pharmacy, does such a name not seem a tad presumptuous? Yet, he dared not voice this opinion, for he still desired a discount. With a cheerful smile, Yuki asked, "What medicine do you intend to procure this time?" Without hesitation, Obito replied, "I need the same medicine as last time, but double the dosage." Yuki's rosy lips parted slightly, and her striking features took on a delightful, almost naive expression. After a moment, she regained her composure and asked in a curious tone, "Have you finished the last medicine I provided?" Obito nodded, puzzled by her inquiry. Yuki fell silent and then tentatively asked, "Is your master still alive?" Obito, taken aback, replied, "Why wouldn't he be?" Yuki then sighed in relief and patted her ample chest. "I shall fetch your medicine. Do not dare misuse it, or there will be grave consequences." Obito understood her meaning and reassured her, "Rest assured, Sister Yuki, I comprehend your intent." Soon, Yuki emerged with 2 bags of medicine, placing them on the table. She looked at Obito and said, "Little brother, since the shop is rather empty, why not stay and chat with your sister for a while?" Obito pointed to the ninja headband atop his head. "Sister Yuki, I am a noble ninja, the kind whose worth fluctuates by thousands in an instant. Do I have the leisure to indulge in idle chatter with you?" Yuki, with her delicate fingers tapping the table, replied nonchalantly, 70% off. Obito swiftly fetched a small stool from beside the counter and sat beside Yuki with alacrity. "Sister Yuki, what would you like to talk about?" A hint of mockery danced on Yuki's lips as she said, "Oh, esteemed ninja, what has prompted you to suddenly find time to converse with a mere girl?" Obito offered an awkward yet courteous smile. "Enough, woman, that is quite enough. Were it not for your beauty and ample bosom, do you think I would notice such a trivial sum?" He then inquired, "By the way, little brat, what is your name?" "I am Uchiha Obito." A month later, at Obito's home, his grandmother's puzzled voice echoed from the kitchen. "Oh dear, where has the fruit wine I brewed gone?" Obito sheepishly entered the kitchen, saying, "Grandmother, I gave it all to my teacher." His grandmother's voice rose in pitch. "You gave away all that wine?" Obito nodded sheepishly. "Your wine is simply too delicious. My teacher loved it after just one taste, so I brought him a jar whenever I could." With a touch of resignation, his grandmother replied, "Well, it's not valuable. If your teacher enjoys it, giving him more is no issue. I can always brew more." She sighed. "Your Uncle Chuan is bringing little Shui over for lunch today." She added, "After dinner, remember to send 2 jars of fruit wine with your uncle to let him taste it." Though it sounded like a reprimand, her eyes brimmed with affection. Noting Obito's guilt, she ruffled his hair. "Do not be downcast. I do not blame you. Have you prepared a gift for little Shusui's birthday?" Obito nodded. "Of course, grandmother. I would never forget my cousin's birthday." His grandmother patted his head again. "Go play for a while. I must begin preparing lunch." With a grin, Obito replied, "Since I have nothing to do, let me help you." His grandmother smiled appreciatively and said no more. At noon, Uchiha Chuan arrived with Shui at the old house. The family gathered for a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Chuan helped his mother tidy up while the 2 little ones chatted inside. Obito presented Shui with a ninja tool bag. "Happy birthday, little Shui. This is a gift from your brother." "Thank you, brother Obito," Shui exclaimed, delighting in the intricately filled bag of ninja tools. Obito grinned. "So do you like it?" Shui nodded enthusiastically. "I love it." "That's great to hear," Obito thought to himself, having spent the remainder of his money on this gift after purchasing medicine from Minato-sensei. After all, Shui was his precious little cousin, and pampering him was woven into the very DNA of every Uchiha. Curious, Shui asked, "By the way, brother Obito, what is it like to be a full-fledged ninja?" Obito contemplated, realizing he mostly performed menial tasks. "I've hardly experienced anything significant," he mused. However, to speak such truth to his cousin seemed somewhat undignified. After some thought, Obito clasped his hands behind his back and feigned profundity. There are matters of village secrecy involved, things I cannot discuss. But let me impart one piece of wisdom that you must remember. With great power comes great responsibility. The atmosphere grew serious. Shursui gazed at his brother with anticipation, eager to understand what he had to share. After counting silently for 30 seconds, Obito finally spoke. That is what I wish to convey to you. Shursui tilted his head, pondering Obito's words, feeling they held profound significance. In his eyes, Obito's stature grew considerably. After lunch, Chuan departed with Shursui. On their way, Shursui contemplatively asked, "Father, what kind of person do you think Brother Obito is?" Chuan ruffled Shursui's hair and smiled. "Your brother possesses the greatest talent I have ever seen, yet his personality often leaves much to be desired." He contemplated whether to share the latter part of his thought, but decided against it. "Oh," Shursui nodded, indicating his understanding. In Chapter 37, Reluctant to Become a Chunin. That afternoon, after classes at the Ninja Academy concluded, Shursui approached his teacher, eagerly inquiring, "Teacher Kazuki, what kind of person do you see my brother as?" Kazuki replied without hesitation, "Obito is a truly unique child, standing head and shoulders above the rest." He vividly recalled the first day of school when Obito had told him, "You needn't trouble yourself about my seating arrangement. I can engage with anyone no matter where I sit." In his youthful exuberance, Kazuki was skeptical of the situation and frequently rearranged Taito's seating. Ultimately, he placed Taito next to the quietest student in the class, hoping they would have little to discuss. However, he soon realized the fool was himself, as the reticent student, named Nagano Nami, turned out to be quite significant. Even to this day, Kazuki remains uncertain about the root of the issue. Was Taito a bad influence on Nagano, or had he failed in his role as an educator? Or was Nagano simply a rebellious child? Regardless, since that time, Kazuki had ceased to monitor Taito closely. It was akin to an elderly lady ascending stairs, impossible without assistance. He had never encountered such an outrageous student. Yet, in the presence of his cousin, he chose to speak in a more ambiguous manner, as Taito, in later days, indeed brought him considerable pride. Upon hearing Kazuki's assessment of Taito, Shursui felt that his understanding of his cousin deepened. It seemed Taito was remarkable both in character and talent, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. Shursui silently resolved to learn from Taito and strive to become an equally outstanding ninja. The sun cast a warm and gentle glow upon the world, akin to a delicate hand caressing the skin. Taito leaned against the railing by the bridge, basking in the sun, lazily remarked, "What's the deal with Teacher Minato? He summoned us early yet arrived late." Kakashi, beside him, wore a sardonic expression, retorting, "Oh, Obito, how dare you speak of others?" Taito opened his mouth, intending to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, settling instead for a fierce glare directed at Kakashi. Kakashi, undeterred, shot back a glare. "Oh, Obito! Kakashi! Oh, Obito!" Rin chuckled helplessly, stepping between the two boys and placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "All right, you two." Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Minato. He smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone is here now." Stepping forward, Taito curiously inquired, "Teacher Minato, why did you jump down from such a height? Do we have a new mission today?" Minato momentarily lost his train of thought, momentarily sidetracked by Taito's question. After a brief pause, he recalled his lines. "There is no mission today. I have other matters to discuss with you." With that, he produced 3 sheets of paper from his robe. Rin blinked her big eyes and asked, "What is this, Teacher Minato?" Minato smiled slightly as he distributed the papers to the 3 of them. "This is the application form for the Chunin exam. I have recommended you all for it." Chunin? Taito reluctantly accepted the application, displaying a lack of enthusiasm. Minato, puzzled, had expected Taito to be ecstatic upon hearing the news. Perhaps he would even embrace him. Exclaiming his love for Minato, why was this child not interested? Minato, perplexed, tentatively asked, "Obito, you don't seem particularly eager to participate in the Chunin exam, do you?" Kakashi and Rin exchanged surprised glances, clearly sharing the sentiment that Taito's reaction was unusual. Under their scrutiny, Taito fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, Teacher Minato. If I remain a Genin, perhaps my team can avoid the battle at Kanabi Bridge. Besides, being a Genin in Konoha is quite appealing. Why must I strive to become a Chunin?" However, the system seemed to have other ideas. With a chime, it presented Taito with a dilemma. Option 1. Agree to participate in the Chunin exam and astonish everyone during the final assessment. Reward: cellular modification from Hashirama. Option 2. Agree to participate in the Chunin exam and become a Chunin in a conventional manner. Reward: fire release, fire dragon jutsu. Option 3. Decline to participate in the Chunin exam and preserve the esteemed identity of a genin. Reward: genin halo. Genin halo, when confronted by an enemy, shouting "I am a genin," can reduce their sanity by 1. Upon glancing at the options, Taito noted that all rewards were quite appealing. Yet option 1 appeared particularly enticing, albeit with a higher level of difficulty. It seemed that abstaining from the Chunin exam was not an option. He decisively selected option 1. Seeing Taito remain silent, Minato inquired once more, "Obito, could you share your reasons for not wanting to participate in the Chunin exam?" Taito snapped back to reality, grinning as he replied, "Because I'm afraid of shining too brightly during the exam and attracting envy." Minato, Rin, Kakashi, in disbelief, lightly punched Taito. "Teacher Minato, don't mind him. Please continue." Minato sighed, his expression a mix of emotions, and nodded, continuing, "Kakashi, although you are already a Chunin, this assessment includes a group combat segment. So I must ask you to join Rin and Taito in participating once more." Kakashi nodded slightly. "No problem, Teacher Minato." Minato, reassured, patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Now, let me explain the details of the Chunin exam to you. Obito, Rin, you both must pay close attention. The first part of the Chunin exam is a theoretical assessment. On the day of the theoretical assessment, Taito confidently submitted his exam early, leaving the testing room. That was easy. Such simple questions, anyone could do it. His loud proclamation at the classroom door drew the ire of several candidates within. "What? Are you implying we lack skill?" Rin quickly pulled Taito aside. Once they were away from the exam hall, she smiled and asked, "How did you do, Taito-kun?" Taito patted his chest confidently, declaring, "No problem at all." Perhaps in his past life, the written exam was the most challenging segment, but now, it was merely a small hurdle. However, when the exam results were posted, Taito wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the scores displayed on the wall. "Oh no, I clearly filled everything out, and I barely scraped through." Beside him, Kakashi crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. "Idiot." Taito scoffed, responding with a hint of jealousy. "So what if you got first place? What is there to be smug about, Kakashi? Obito. Kakashi. Obito." Chapter 38. The second round of assessment. The second round of the Chunin exam was a pre-selection round of group combat. In a lush forest, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In a relatively spacious clearing, 6 individuals stood divided into 2 opposing groups. Riku sighed as he surveyed his opponents. "What terrible luck. I've drawn you 3 troublesome individuals, Kakashi, Rin, and Taito. This team is practically unbeatable among our peers." Taito grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, little Riku. I'll go easy on you." Nagano Nami scoffed, clearly displeased with Riku's attitude. "Riku, why bolster others' confidence while undermining your own? As long as the 3 of us work together, I refuse to believe we can't overcome them. Right, Ayako?" Naganohashi had been struggling to recall for quite some time, but finally, at the last moment, the name Ayako came to mind. Ayako nodded timidly and spoke. "You are right, Naganohashi-san. Even if we face Kakashi-kun, who is nearly as formidable as a Jonin, we still have the strength to fight." Naganohashi observed as several individuals finished their discussions. The instructor responsible for the assessment waved his hand, signaling the official commencement of the preliminary team matches. Rin and Ayako swiftly retreated, both being support-type ninjas who primarily focused on restraining the opponent during combat. Whoosh! The sound of shurikens slicing through the air echoed as the 2 began their first bout of confrontation, hurling shuriken at their foes. The shurikens danced in midair, clashing against one another before ultimately descending to the ground. Obito and Kakashi, wielding short swords, dashed forward rapidly, evading the sporadic shuriken that were hurled their way. Unwilling to be outdone, Naganohashi brandished his kunai and leapt towards Obito. "Hey, don't be so reckless," Katsuya exclaimed helplessly, given their already inferior strength. A cautious approach was the best strategy. "Naganohashi, that fool." A trace of crimson flickered in Obito's eyes as Naganohashi suddenly froze, standing motionless in place. Katsuya called out sharply, "Not good, it's an illusion." Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi lunged forward, his blade glinting with silver light. However, Katsuya's response was remarkably swift. A dark shadow emerged from beneath his feet, splitting into fine tendrils that ensnared Naganohashi's shadow. A miraculous occurrence unfolded, under Kitsuya's control. Naganohashi mimicked his own shadow's movements like a puppet on strings, evading Kakashi's short sword with an incredible grace. Shadow mimicry technique. Obito scoffed, pressing down with the tip of his foot and drawing his sword in a swift motion. The strike arrived with astonishing speed. Kitsuya gasped, Naganohashi. Releasing Naganohashi from the shadow control, he redirected the tendrils to ensnare Obito, momentarily halting his movements. Kitsuya wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved at having managed that. In just that brief moment, a quarter of his chakra was already depleted. Fortunately, Naganohashi had broken free from the illusion. Kakashi's blade once again descended upon Naganohashi, who retreated sharply, patting his abdomen and inhaling deeply. Wind release, Naganohashi. He opened his mouth, expelling a concentrated sphere of wind chakra. The howling wind surged forth, rendering the surrounding air razor-sharp. Kakashi frowned slightly, his feet firmly planted as he halted his advance. Meanwhile, Obito had also freed himself from the shadow mimicry technique and stood beside Kakashi once more, marking the end of the first round of combat. Obito's team emerged largely unscathed, while Kitsuya's team had suffered significant energy depletion. Unable to contain himself, Obito chuckled, "Sparrow, your ninjutsu title is rather unique." Naganohashi replied somewhat dejectedly, "This is a family heirloom technique of the Naganohashi clan. It simply shares a name with another." Glancing at Kitsuya beside him, he reluctantly added, "I apologize for being so impulsive earlier." Kitsuya smiled reassuringly, shaking his head. "No worries, we can try again." Suddenly, Obito formed hand seals and turned, unleashing a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames crackled as a series of small, nearly imperceptible black dots succumbed to the blaze, plummeting to the ground. Obito laughed, "Hey Ayako, that's a bit unsporting of you." Ayako's voice, tinged with guilt, emerged from the thicket. "I'm sorry, Obito-kun, but I also wish to win this examination." Obito waved dismissively, "Huh? No problem. Everyone relies on their own abilities." As he spoke, he began to weave through the forest, gradually closing the distance with Kitsuya and the others. Kakashi, similarly elusive, sought opportunities to strike. Kitsuya remained vigilant, observing his surroundings as shadows extended beneath his feet, ready to spring into action. Naganohashi positioned himself in front of Kitsuya, acting as a shield. Obito squinted, analyzing the situation. Kitsuya's shadow mimicry technique undoubtedly held an advantage in the shaded environment. With the shadows on the ground, the technique's range doubled. If they were to attack head-on, they would surely be restrained, leading to a war of attrition. Perhaps he could utilize shadow clones to divert attention and attempt a surprise strike against the opponent? However, he wondered if such a move would escape Ayako's perception. Obito glanced at Kakashi, who happened to be looking back at him. They shared an understanding, quickly grasping each other's intentions. "Let's give it a try." In Kitsuya's line of sight, Kakashi and Obito burst forth, their forms intertwining as they charged at them. Kitsuya frowned, sensing something amiss. But the unfolding situation left him no room for doubt. The shadow mimicry technique activated, sending black tendrils reaching towards the two. Naganohashi roared as he lunged at Obito. "Naganohashi barrage." Ayako's panicked voice rang out. "Be careful, that's their shadow clone." "Shadow clone?" Naganohashi thought incredulously. That slacker Obito has learned how to use shadow clones. In the next instant, two figures emerged from the woods, unmistakably Kakashi and Obito. Ayako also manifested, attempting to intercept one of them, but Rin, wielding a kunai, blocked her path. "Sorry, Ayako-chan, I can't let you pass." "What?" Kitsuya hesitated for just a moment, causing the shadow tendrils to momentarily freeze. In that fleeting moment, for silhouettes began to converge ominously. Sighing in resignation, Kitsuya thought to himself, "If my instincts are correct." Bang! A dull thud echoed as Naganohashi was sent flying backward. Kitsuya smiled wryly, raising his hands in surrender. A short sword halted before him, only to be coldly sheathed by the boy wielding it. "Fantastic!" Rin exclaimed, raising her small fist in triumph. Yet, upon noticing Ayako's disappointment, she quickly quelled her joy and turned to comfort her. Naganohashi bewilderedly rose from the ground, muttering to himself in confusion, "Wait. The first ones to appear shouldn't have been shadow clones. Why?" Kitsuya rubbed his temples and explained, "We were tricked. Those two that appeared initially were not all shadow clones." Chapter 39. Individual combat matches. Naganohashi gazed at Katsuya, utterly perplexed, his expression translating to, "What on earth are you talking about?" Katsuya sighed and patiently clarified, Obito and the others likely understood that within 100-step radius, additional shadow clones would not go unnoticed by Ayako's senses. Thus, they created a diversion, blending their real bodies among the shadow clones and appearing in two separate groups to confuse us. As soon as we hesitated or misjudged our targets, they could close the distance and launch an unexpected attack. A perfect combination of light and shadow, truth and deception, in a situation where they hold overwhelming strength. This is nearly an inescapable tactic. Naganohashi thought to himself, why would I hesitate? I could have just charged in. Furthermore, a normal person wouldn't be able to think so much in just 1 or 2 seconds, right? However, if he were to voice such thoughts, it would only make him seem foolish. So instead, Naganohashi feigned understanding and nodded. Then, he glared angrily at Obito. "Oh, you despicable coward. You don't even dare to confront me head-on." Obito chuckled, pointing at his head playfully. The sparrow advised, in future battles, it would be prudent to employ more strategy. Lin gently grasped Obito's hand and whispered, "All right, Obito-kun, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much." Noticing Obito's silence, Naganoha ceased his provocation. He turned to his companion, Shika, and sincerely remarked, "Pineapple Head, you truly possess a sharp intellect. I, Naganoha, am impressed." Shika scratched his head awkwardly. "Haha, it's nothing really. Naganoha, your politeness is quite unexpected." At that moment, the proctor leisurely approached and announced the victory of Obito's team. Thus, Obito and his companions successfully passed the second round of the examination. The third round was of paramount importance, the individual combat round, a true test of personal strength. The assessment followed an elimination format. Yet passing was not solely determined by victory. The proctors would evaluate each candidate's performance in battle to ascertain their potential to become a chunin. In the training arena of Konoha, candidates lined up loosely around a massive stage. Naganoha stood among them, shaking his fist at Obito in the distance. "Oh, Obito, I hope we don't cross paths, or you'll find yourself begging on your knees for mercy." Obito internally scoffed, dismissing Naganoha's taunts. This fellow had narrowly survived the group revival match and was now getting carried away. On the second floor of the arena, designated for high-ranking officials, the powerful figures surveyed the proceedings below. It is essential to note that the Chunin exams are a strategic battleground for the hidden villages, where nations covertly vie for supremacy. Tensions soared among the nations, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. "Those Konoha fools will soon regret their arrogance." One sneered. "Do they not fear the winds of fate?" Suddenly, a cacophony of telegram operators emerged, facilitating instant long-distance communication. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's commanding voice resonated through the arena, overpowering the noise. Under the weight of his presence, all present fell silent. The proctors then ascended the stage to announce the rules for this round of assessment. "Wow, a beautiful proctor," Obito mused, unable to resist stealing a few glances. After the rules were outlined, the proctor drew the names for the first round of combat. First match, Naganoha versus Horiuchi Masami. With that declaration, the proctor stepped back from the stage. Naganoha boldly approached the arena, eager to showcase his skills. "Hey, Sparrow, give it your all," Obito called out. Naganoha initially paused, then smirked dismissively. "As if I need your encouragement." Ayako chimed in from below, "Go for it, Wave-kun." While they exchanged words, Naganoha's opponent, Horiuchi Masami, gradually ascended the stage. Horiuchi, a ninja from the Rain Village, appeared to be in his 30s, robust in stature, clad in tattered clothing, and wielding a long iron sword. He regarded the smaller Naganoha with a menacing grin, seemingly confident of his impending victory. Naganoha glanced at Horiuchi and arrogantly remarked, "At 30, you still haven't become a chunin? How pathetic." Seemingly offended, Horiuchi retorted angrily, "Baka, I'm just 13. Upon hearing this, Obito was taken aback. "Brother, with that many wrinkles, you seem to be aging prematurely." Naganoha, hands on his hips, scoffed, 13? You're barely half my age, little brother." Horiuchi cracked his knuckles, a threatening sound echoing. "You sharp-tongued brat. I'll break a few of your bones and see how cocky you remain." Naganoha laughed incredulously. "Do you even know who my uncle is? How dare you speak to me that way?" Horiuchi's expression shifted as he drew in a sharp breath. "Who is your uncle?" Naganoha proudly declared. "My uncle is the head of the Konoha hospital. Even if you break my bones, I won't have to wait in line." Horiuchi was taken aback. "Are you mocking me?" Naganoha teased. Oh, it seems you're not entirely foolish. The proctor, unable to tolerate the delay, interjected, both contestants, commence your battle immediately, or face disqualification. Do you think the dignitaries from various nations have come to witness your bickering? With the proctor's urging, Horiuchi drew his sword, shouting as he charged at Naganoha. The latter's earlier antics had rattled Horiuchi's composure. Sensing his opponent's loss of composure, Naganoha grinned smugly. Horiuchi struck first, employing his body technique. A single blade is more effective than 100 words. In response, Naganoha executed a swift counterattack. Naganoha's consecutive strikes. Horiuchi unleashed a combination technique, wind release, wind sword illusion. Not to be outdone, Naganoha retaliated with his own wind technique, wind release. Naganoha? The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, creating a palpable sense of turn-based combat. Obito observed from below, amused. After exhausting all your skills, why not follow up with a simple combo to launch your opponent into the air? Pathetic. However, it was evident to the spectators that Horiuchi, now emotionally charged, was gradually falling into Naganoha's rhythm. Breathing heavily, Horiuchi lunged forward once more. Naganoha, unfazed, positioned his kunai sideways to intercept. With a swift motion, he deflected Horiuchi's sword and delivered a solid punch to Horiuchi's face, sending him sprawling backward. Seizing the moment, Naganoha advanced relentlessly. Naganoha's consecutive strikes. His fists rained down upon Horiuchi like a tempest. In the midst of his onslaught, he shouted, "Die, Obito!" Obito remarked, "Wow, seems like there's a personal vendetta here." The proctor, elegantly making her way to the stage, announced the outcome of the first match. The match concludes with Naganoha as the victor. "Die, Obito!" She exclaimed, "Stop, stop! This candidate needs to cease immediately." Both Naganoha and Horiuchi were carried off the stage, marking the end of the first match. The proctor, slightly exasperated, proceeded to draw names for the second round. Second match, Narashika versus Marco. Marco, a ninja from the hidden waterfall village, sported a short, curly hairstyle reminiscent of a pineapple. Obito chuckled, "Pineapple head against pineapple head. This should be amusing." Shika and Marco exchanged no words. As soon as the match commenced, they launched a flurry of shuriken at one another. The distance between them rapidly diminished, prompting Marco to draw a large blade and engage in close combat. The gleaming sword danced with deadly precision. Luyu hesitated to confront directly, retreating step by step. In terms of sheer strength, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, what followed was a remarkable display of extreme maneuvering. With his graceful footwork, Luyu left the audience in awe. "This guy Luyu is quite the waste," exclaimed Dato, filled with envy. Kai, overhearing Dato's comment, shook his head and replied, "Dato-kun, your words are misguided. With our daily practice of the dragon spine technique, our core strength surely surpasses his." Lin, curious, glanced over and inquired, "What is the dragon spine technique?" Not only Lin, but Kakashi and Ayako also turned their attention to the conversation. With a proud expression, Kai began to explain. The dragon spine technique is, at a crucial moment, Dato covered Kai's mouth, feeling slightly guilty as he said, "It's nothing, nothing. Look, Luyu is about to win." The crowd's attention quickly returned to the arena. There, Luyu and Marco were locked in a dance of combat, retreating to the edge of the platform. With his back to the arena's edge, Luyu was only a few steps away from falling off. Opposite him, Marco powered forward once more. Now's the moment. Luyu spun quickly, darting to the side. His shadow elongated, ensnaring Marco's shadow like a web. Shadow Mimic Technique, activate. With the force of the Shadow Mimic Technique, combined with Marco's own momentum, he tumbled off the stage. The third Hokage in the audience sipped his tea, a smile on his face. Spectacular. Truly. The child of the Nara clan. The examination lady stepped onto the stage, waving her delicate hand, declaring, "The outcome is clear. The winner of the second match is Nara Luyu." A dejected Marco exited the arena while Luyu sauntered down, lazily cradling his head. During this time, the lady had already drawn the candidates for the third round. The third match featured Hatake Kakashi versus Aoyama Shinichi. Kakashi walked onto the stage with an air of indifference, drawing his short blade and pointing it at the opposing grass ninja. Lin waved her tiny fist from the audience, cheering for Kakashi. "Go, Kakashi-kun." Dato grasped Lin's hand, saying earnestly, "Lin-chan, Kakashi will undoubtedly win. There's no need to cheer him on. That would just waste energy. You need to conserve your strength for your own match later." Lin tilted her head, feeling that something was amiss but unable to articulate it. However, the announcement came. The winner of the third match is Hatake Kakashi. Dato and Lin were stunned, realizing that while they conversed, Kakashi had already secured victory. Ayako gazed at Kakashi with admiration, her heart fluttering like a small deer waltzing in love. Kakashi-kun is incredibly strong. That was hardly even half a minute. Yet, she wondered if such a swift victory was truly acceptable, as it became evident that Konoha had won all 3 matches. The expressions of the dignitaries from other nations darkened considerably, their faces a picture of discontent. How could Konoha, which was said to be in decline, be winning again? Oh, the lean camel is larger than a horse. We cannot deny it, one muttered. Konoha remained as formidable as ever, and as long as the old man was still around, others would not rise to power. Ironically, the darker their expressions grew, the brighter the smile on Hisashi's face became. He savored his tea with delight, occasionally smacking his lips, leaving those from other nations feeling both angry and helpless. Soon, the lady's voice echoed once more. The fourth match, Uchiha Dato versus Might Guy. Laughter erupted from the second level of the arena. Finally, Konoha is going to lose. Ha! His companion looked on in disbelief. Dude, are you seriously that deluded? Why do you care about the outcome of a fight between Konoha's own? I just thought Konoha might win 4 in a row. Lin quietly cheered for Dato-kun. You must give it your all. Dato nodded and stepped onto the stage alongside Kai, his expression serious. Kai-san, please, Kai interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Dato-kun. I understand your determination perfectly. As your closest friend, I can sense your resolve without words. Kai removed his weights, seriousness etched on his face. I will give it my all and show no mercy. Dato's expression grew complex. I knew it. Seeing the reassuring look in Dato's eyes, Kai smiled genuinely. Everything was understood without the need for words. Dato pondered, feeling a bit troubled. Kai's taijutsu was exceptional, and overpowering him might be unrealistic. Moreover, Kai's mental fortitude would likely withstand his genjutsu for long. It seemed challenging. If he couldn't secure an easy victory, he wouldn't be able to astound the crowd. It seems I must find an alternative approach. His thoughts raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Dato's eyes. He had a plan. Chapter 41. A stunning display. Dato formed hand seals and called out, Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shadow clones appeared, standing in line with him. Kai excitedly adjusted his pants. 3 Dato-kun. This is truly something to look forward to. In the audience, the third Hokage took a surprised sip of tea. Little Dato has become so proficient in using the shadow clone technique. Beside him, Hisashi wore a perplexed expression. Oh, this kid couldn't even learn the basic clone technique at school, yet he picks up the shadow clone technique so quickly? This defies logic. But Hisashi soon recalled that the ninja world rarely adhered to logic. The third Hokage, still smiling as he sipped his tea, was quite pleased with Dato's performance. Not bad. Not bad. Little did he know, the amusement would soon fade. On the stage, Dato, with a serious demeanor, warned Kai. Kai, my next move is terrifying. You must be cautious. Kai's cheeks flushed. Dato-kun, saying that only excites me further. Ah, my youth is about to ignite. Dato nodded. All right, if you are prepared, let us begin. With a clap of his hands, Dato silently invoked, Kakashi-sensei, Pato-sensei, Ko-sensei. It's decided. Let us amaze the audience together. The technique of seduction was unleashed. A cloud of smoke enveloped the stage, dispersing to reveal 3 enchanting figures. Their beauty was not of the breathtaking kind, yet they evoked a sense of longing. Possessing an innocent charm, they stirred desires within the hearts of men. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Men were entranced, and women were left bewildered. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Was this truly something permissible in a public setting? The third Hokage, unable to contain himself, sprayed his tea all over Hisashi. Hisashi, bewildered, could only respond, Ah, what a delightful tea. Smooth, rich, sweet, and refreshing. Lin stood in awe, her mouth agape, completely entranced. Dato-kun, what are you doing? Kakashi facepalmed, muttering. This fool. Memories of less than savory encounters flooded his mind, overwhelming him. He nearly felt as if his skull would burst. Meanwhile, Liu covered his face, internally lamenting, I do not know this person. So many eyes are upon us. This is utterly humiliating, a disgrace on an international scale. Am I truly the only one feeling this way? Ayako gazed at the woman on stage, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Nagano's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, A bold idea sparked within him, and a mischievous grin crept across his face. On the arena, the atmosphere was solemn. To master the art of seduction, one must embody both form and spirit. Currently, he had only manifested the form. The spirit was still lacking. A flurry of poses danced through his mind, and his body began to sway in tandem. The secrets of Konoha were set to unfold. 3 raggedly dressed women executed a series of intricate maneuvers, instantly provoking gasps of astonishment. The depths of Konoha's talent are unfathomable. Such terrifying physical prowess had never been witnessed by our eyes before. Shock ensued. A certain candidate went so far as to perform such acts publicly to pass the exam. You have quite the literary flair, my friend. How about joining the news department in the land of water? The salary is negotiable. What a disgrace. You there, can you sit properly? You're blocking my view. Chapter 42. Nagato. My mental state is fraying in the stands. Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened, resembling that of Danzo. He crushed the cup in his hand. Surrounding jeers echoed relentlessly. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a great ninja village, brimming with talent. Indeed, this young man is quite remarkable. I am willing to recruit him at a high price. Oh, why? For no other reason than that I have a penchant for this sort of thing. Hizashi scoffed. Turning to his companion, is this truly the exceptional student you have trained, Kisuke? Kisuke felt wronged. This child is simply outrageous. How is this my fault? If you keep blaming me, I might just quit teaching to open a convenience store. Seeing Kisuke's silence, Hizashi straightened his posture, feigning anger as he resumed watching the stage. This technique of seduction is quite impressive. It must be classified as a forbidden art. Such a transformative skill must not be learned by his village. In the arena, Guy observed the 3 women before him, his blood surging, his face flushed. Nagato, are you mocking me? Nagato, bewildered, replied. How could my 3 lovely flowers possibly be an insult to you? If I were to insult you, it would require extra payment. At that moment, the exam proctor's cold voice rang out. Uchiha Nagato has violated examination regulations. I hereby announce the revocation of his qualification for this round. Nagato's heart sank. He dispelled the seductive technique and looked at the proctor, bewildered. But how did I break any rules? The proctor, her countenance as frigid as ice, declared. My words are the rules. Leave now. Otherwise, you shall never participate in the Chunin exams again. Nagato felt disgruntled. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Oh, I remember now. You introduced yourself as Sarutobi something or other. Well, that is fine. Dejected, he descended the arena, sighing inwardly. If only the proctor were a handsome young man instead. He wouldn't want me to leave. He'd probably wish for me to remain on stage forever. In truth, Guy was even more disheartened. His youth had withered away. Below, Rin approached Nagato, who had just been dismissed, her concern evident. Nagato-kun. Kakashi also contemplated following. But out of respect for his aloof persona, he hesitated and ultimately chose to stay put. Nagato squeezed Rin's hand, offering a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Rin-chan, truly. Rin eyed him skeptically, but upon closer inspection, she realized he genuinely did not seem troubled. As they conversed, the proctor's voice cut through the air once more. Uchiha Sakai. Noira Rin, please step onto the stage. Oh, it's my turn, Rin exclaimed, taking a few steps toward the arena before looking back, a hint of worry in her eyes. I'm going to compete now. You take care, okay? Nagato nodded with a smile, giving Rin a gesture of encouragement. Do your best, Rin-chan. Once Rin ascended the stage, Kawaii approached Nagato, patting his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. After a brief exchange, Nagato exited the examination area, making sure no one was around. He cautiously murmured to himself, System brother, this should count as completing the task, right? If this doesn't astonish the crowd, then I must have failed to transform into Teacher Mikami. A familiar notification echoed in his mind. Selection successful. Reward. Hashirama Cell Transformation. Nagato couldn't help but celebrate. Woohoo! The title of Chunin is nothing compared to this. The rewards from multiple choice questions are tangible. He felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body, revitalizing every inch of him. During this process, his meridians, bones, muscles, and even cells underwent transformation. This system truly delivers excellence. He marveled. In mere moments, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. He could probably carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. This meant his stamina, endurance, chakra limits, and more had all been elevated through this transformation. More importantly, He wouldn't need to worry about presbyopia when using ocular techniques in the future. Although his repertoire of jutsu is somewhat limited, his strength should now reach the level of a special jonin. Nagato swayed his head, feeling elated. Oh, this boost in power is far superior to being a chunin. Who needs that title? I can still dominate as a genin. That evening, Uchiha Isekai'd returned home, visibly exhausted after witnessing the entire chunin exam. Naturally, he had seen his nephew's outrageous performance. Damn it, the Uchiha clan's reputation has been tarnished by this brat. Though, that girl in the middle did possess an intriguing charm. Hearing the commotion, Shizuku emerged from her room, curiosity piqued. Father, has the chunin exam concluded? How did Nagato perform? Isekai'd sighed, feeling the weight of his son's anticipation. After a moment of deliberation, he chose his words carefully. Shizuku, although Nagato did not pass the exam, he dazzled the audience. This is something other candidates could not achieve, so it's not entirely bad. Shizuku clenched his fists in excitement. I knew it. Isekai'd observed his son's adoration and resolved internally to limit his son's interactions with Nagato to prevent any negative influence. The next day, at the meeting point for Minato's team, Nagato gaped in disbelief at Rin, questioning his own ears. What did you just say, Rin-chan? Everyone passed the chunin exam except for me. Rin fidgeted with her hands, a sheepish smile on her face. Yes, Nagato-kun. Even that guy, the sparrow, passed. Nagato muttered to himself, feeling utterly defeated. While he didn't care about the title of chunin, it was embarrassing that everyone else had succeeded while he remained a genin. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Nagato, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Idiot. Who told you to show off during the exam? You clearly had the strength to pass. Nagato huffed, playfully punching Kakashi. You, Kakashi. Instead of comforting me, you mock me. Kakashi retorted. Oh, you too. Here we go again. As the trio continued their banter, the water gate fell from a great height. With a beaming smile, he remarked, Everyone seems to be in good spirits today. Splendid. We have received a new mission, and we shall be departing the village shortly. Please prepare yourselves. Chapter 43. I have an idea, Yoshi. Upon hearing of the new task, Obito's spirits lifted, dissipating the earlier gloom. What is the mission, Watergate-sensei? We need to leave the village? It must be intriguing. Watergate glanced at Obito, a playful smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is quite an interesting task. However, only 3 individuals are needed for this operation. Obito's expression stiffened. Only 3? The extra person won't be. Watergate nodded slightly, an air of certainty about him. Correct, Obito. You won't be participating in this mission. Obito cradled his head in despair. Ah, Watergate-sensei, how could you? Watergate chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. I couldn't resist a little jest, considering how you were teased yesterday. He continued, the reason for not including you is that I have a special task for you. Obito's eyes brightened once more. Oh. Is it a special mission that requires me to infiltrate the land of Earth? Watergate shook his head with a peculiar expression. It involves assisting the owner of a pharmacy in organizing her medicinal herbs. During the request, she specifically named you for the task. Oh, it goes without saying that the requester must be Rain Princess. Obito sighed. Why must it be like this? You all get to embark on thrilling tasks while I am left alone to spend time with an exceptionally beautiful woman. Do you truly think I will be happy? You have a keen eye for people. Rin chimed in cheerfully. The requester must be some elderly lady whom Obito has previously assisted. It seems she genuinely adores you, Obito-kun. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Rin's deduction, casting a mischievous glance at Obito. Obito huffed dismissively, clearly irritated by Kakashi's expression. That's not true. The one who hired me is a stunning older sister, the kind that is quite charming. Kakashi scoffed, unimpressed. He believed not a single word of Obito's claim. The women he knew typically started at an average age of 50. Charming? An 18-year-old girl might be charming. A 72-year-old grandmother could hardly be considered charming, let alone 4 times charming. All right, we shall set off now, Watergate said with a smile. Obito, prepare yourself, and head to the pharmacy promptly. Obito sighed again, somewhat reluctantly responding, understood, Watergate-sensei. Watergate, along with Rin and Kakashi, walked away into the distance. Rin waved her little hand at Obito. We're off now, Obito-kun, goodbye. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, merely shrugged. We're gone. After watching Watergate and the others depart, Obito headed toward the pharmacy. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the entrance of the pharmacy. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the familiar figure. Rain Princess sat at the counter, smiling as she looked at Obito. You've arrived, little brat. Obito chuckled, scratching his head. Sister Rain, it's been a while. Rain Princess lightly tapped the table with her delicate hand. Cutting to the chase. Since you're here, let's get to work. Move those boxes from outside inside. Ah, so direct. Obito sighed, rolling up his sleeves to begin. Yet, as he prepared to work, a multiple-choice question appeared in his mind. Option 1. Honestly transport the medicinal herbs. Be a good person. Completion reward. None. What reward does a good person deserve? Option 2. Pretend to transport the herbs while secretly admiring Rain Princess. Being a little lecher. Completion reward. Level up in seduction technique. Option 3. I would never work in my life. Move those herbs. I'll just chat with the beautiful lady. Completion reward. 1 point in Rain Princess's favor. Reminder, when Rain Princess's favor towards you reaches a certain value, subsequent tasks may be triggered. Obito glanced at the options, his expression somewhat complex. It seems I still do not understand women. I almost went ahead and worked diligently. You can never decipher a girl's thoughts. Option 1 is out of the question. As for option 2, haha, I, Obito, have never been interested in women. Of course, I'm not keen on men either. I choose 3. 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3. Obito fetched a small stool, sitting beside Rain Princess, cheerfully proclaiming, Sister Rain, it has been so long. Let us have a chat. Selection successful. Reward. 1 point in Rain Princess's favor. A charming smile curled at the corners of Rain Princess's lips. All right, let us chat. What shall we discuss? Obito tentatively suggested. How about we delve into some sensitive topics? Rain Princess appeared slightly taken aback, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. What sensitive topics are you referring to? Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, he was still a child. Obito chuckled. For instance, Sister Rain, what are your thoughts on the current tumultuous situation among the 5 great nations? Rain Princess shot Obito an incredulous glare. This little brat dared to tease her. Little brat, are you enjoying this little joke? Obito nodded, unabashed. Of course I am. Why else would I joke? Rain Princess remarked. Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for words. The two engaged in deep conversation throughout the day, and as dusk approached, Obito reluctantly took his leave. Watching Obito's departing figure, Rain Princess smiled and murmured, This little brat is quite interesting, isn't he? Suddenly, she slapped the table as if recalling something. Didn't I hire him to work? How did I end up chatting with him all day? Now that he has gone, who will move the boxes at the door? Rain Princess gazed at the boxes outside, her delicate face darkening slightly. Singing of sunrises and sunsets, of stars twinkling, of worries and laughter, Obito hummed a little tune, blissfully returning home. Oh, chatting with a beautiful lady, and she even gave me a little money. I truly have a knack for living off others. After a bout of whimsical thoughts, Obito sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating a new idea. His physical transformation was nearing completion, and he should be able to withstand that power now. Previously, when he awakened his Sharingan, due to Shikumo's death, the second Tomo had already begun to take shape. However, his physical strength at that time was insufficient to bear the power of the double Tomo Sharingan, preventing him from awakening it. Yet, he could sense that the power had not vanished. It lingered in his mind, awaiting the opportunity to be birthed. Thus, he resolved to find a way to draw forth this power and elevate his Sharingan. Chapter 44. The Double Tomo. A New Dilemma. Let us begin. Obito took a deep breath and cast a genjutsu upon himself. His consciousness was drawn into a scene and sealed within it. He would be compelled to witness everything that unfolded. Before him loomed a precipice, a blood moon hanging high above. Amidst the suffocatingly dense night, figures wearing masks stood in abundance. They concealed themselves in the darkness, wielding sharp blades, their expressions indifferent as they gazed upon two youths, as if observing the dead. With a swift motion, the blades were unsheathed, and ghostly figures lunged toward the two boys. The sharp cry of birds echoed through the air. The silver-haired youth, wielding the thunder, charged towards an adversary. However, the lightning did not pierce the enemy as he had envisioned. For reasons unknown, it struck his own companion's chest instead. Blood stained the girl's torso, blooming like a vivid flower. Lin. The girl fell with a smile on her face. In the hearts of the two boys, it felt as if flames were scorching them. In reality, Obito let out a desperate howl. For he was now Obito, the protagonist of this tragic tale. The girl he cherished had been pierced through the heart by his closest friend. Such a sense of immersion is something outsiders could never comprehend. Grief and despair. Anger and confusion, various negative emotions surged from the depths of his soul, battering against his consciousness. Boom. The power dwelling within his mind was stirred. It erupted violently, piercing into his eyes. Obito opened his eyes once more. Within his blood-red gaze, two Tomo revolved slowly. I succeeded, Obito murmured, yet there was no joy in his success. The illusion magnified his emotions, and he remained engulfed in sorrow over Lin's demise. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, shaking off the shadows within. Phew. Finally a double Tomo, not too shabby. However, this method would only prove effective this once. Had he not previously awakened the double Tomo, this illusion, of which he already knew the outcome, would not have been so intensely stimulating. Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead. He lay on his small bed, peacefully drifting into slumber. The next day, Obito awoke full of energy. Naturally cheerful, he had long since cast aside the troubles of the previous day. It seems that Sensei Minato and the others want to be back. What shall I do today? He realized he hadn't set any small goals for himself lately. With this thought, he tentatively asked, System brother, could you give me a task? System ding. Option 1. Complete 100 D-rank missions within 6 months. Reward, Patience 1. Option 2. Eliminate 20 Chunin within 6 months. Reward, Taijutsu Enhancement, Jonin level. Option 3. Complete 30 C-rank missions within 6 months. Reward, Labor is Most Glorious BGM. Labor is Most Glorious BGM. In your BGM, no one can surpass your efforts. When your stamina is exhausted, it can instantly restore 20 of your maximum stamina. This effect can only be triggered once a day. What on earth is Patience 1? Obito disregarded option 1 and continued scanning downward. To eliminate 20 Chunin? He chuckled wickedly. If I eliminate all my peers, wouldn't that complete half the task? Moreover, that would leave only Genin from my cohort. Who would dare mock me then? Of course, Obito was merely jesting. He would never harm his beloved friends and brothers for such trivial rewards. Option 3 seemed more appealing. In a balanced battle, triggering this reward buff would be akin to gaining half a life. Furthermore, the difficulty of completing option 3 was somewhat lower than that of option 2. 6 months should not pose much of a challenge. Obito quickly made up his mind, mentally counting down 3, 3, 3, 3. Once Sensei Minato and the others returned, he would accompany them on endless missions. After some time, Minato was astonished to find that his disciple Obito seemed like a different person. He had become proactive, eagerly requesting the team to take on more tasks. During the execution of missions, he displayed more enthusiasm than anyone else. It was as if a diligent worker had transformed into a human being. Minato felt a sense of satisfaction with Obito's change. Oh, Obito, you've finally grown up. It was not in vain that he had invested so much time in teaching him. Minato turned to Obito, smiling gently. Obito, please share your thoughts. The 4 of them were currently engaged in a C-rank mission, capturing a fugitive from the Land of Fire and extracting information from him. They had tracked the fugitive's trail and, barring any surprises, he was hiding in the cave before them. Chapter 45. Tempting rewards. Obito straightened his small frame and began speaking eloquently. Sensei Minato, I believe we can do this, and then proceed to that. Or we could do this, and then the other. After presenting several methods, he glanced eagerly at Minato. Sensei, what do you think of my ideas? Minato paused for a moment before responding slowly. After hearing your analysis, I believe we need to analyze further. Obito was taken aback. Kakashi chimed in. If your ideas had even a hint of feasibility, they wouldn't be entirely unfeasible. Obito, feeling a bit disheartened, crouched back down. Lin, noticing, smiled softly and moved beside him, patting his back and offering comfort. Minato sighed and looked at Kakashi. Why don't you share your thoughts, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, quickly proposed a comprehensive plan. We could then. Minato nodded approvingly. Very well, we shall proceed as Kakashi suggests. I'll cover for you all. Let us get moving. Kakashi's plan was meticulous. With the trio working in unison, they easily subdued the fugitive. Feeling a bit embarrassed after being overshadowed by Kakashi, Obito volunteered to take on the task of interrogating the captured fugitive. Everyone wait for me at the cave entrance. I'll be right back. With that, Obito confidently entered the cave. He cast an unkind glance at the bound fugitive on the ground. Hee. The fugitive's eyes widened in terror. Why you? Don't come near me. Hee. Your words hold no weight. Obito stepped forward and began to interrogate the fugitive. Will you speak, or will you not? If you refuse to cooperate, I'll just have to make you. Outside the cave, Lin heard the cries of anguish and felt something was amiss. Did Obito-kun not manage to extract any information? Kakashi and Minato exchanged glances. It seems so. The three hurried into the cave. Upon seeing the fugitive, they found him foaming at the mouth, on the verge of collapse. Lin quickly grasped Obito's arm. Obito-kun, stop. Think about it. Didn't you forget to ask for information at the start? Obito scratched his head, embarrassed. Did I really forget? He had been so focused on surpassing Kakashi that he had indeed overlooked the inquiry. The fugitive on the ground, swollen and resembling a pig, was nearly in tears. You came in and immediately attacked. I wanted to tell you, but you didn't even ask me? Obito, feeling humiliated, kicked the fugitive again. If I don't ask you, won't you just volunteer the information? Must I ask you before you'll speak? Do you think you're my girlfriend or something? The fugitive, frightened by Obito's unpredictable temper, immediately divulged all the information he knew, fearing that if he remained silent, he would lose his chance to speak. Minato's expression turned slightly peculiar. Though the journey was somewhat peculiar, the outcome could be deemed satisfactory. Now, it's time to escort him to the dungeons of the Land of Fire. Our mission is thus accomplished. Upon hearing this, Obito seized the fugitive from the ground with a disdainful spit. Let us go, you three-headed creature, humph. The fugitive, bewildered, thought. If you're going to beat me without speaking, what is the point of saying anything? Can we not behave like civilized beings? I'm merely 20. I just wish to survive. What have I done wrong? A few months later, outside the mission hall of Konoha, Kakashi pondered while stroking his forehead protector. Recently, it seemed that we had been undertaking missions with increasing frequency. Obito and Rin nodded gravely in agreement. Initially, they would accept a C-rank mission approximately every 10 days. However, as time passed, the village began to assign missions with greater regularity, even scheduling 2 C-rank missions within a 10-day span. While this accelerated Obito's progress in completing missions, it was not a favorable sign. It indicated that the ninja world was becoming increasingly turbulent. The trio conversed outside, while inside the mission hall. Minato had just completed the submission of this mission. A notification chimed in his mind. Selection successful. Reward, the glory of labor BGM. It was then that Obito realized he had already completed 30 C-rank missions. Minato exited the hall, smiling as he turned to Obito. Oh, Obito, do you plan to participate in this upcoming Chunin exam? Rin remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. Ah, time flies. It's once again time for the Chunin exam. Kakashi nodded in agreement, feeling as though the last exam had occurred only 2 days prior. Obito hesitated to respond, for if all went according to plan, the wise and capable system would likely present him with a choice. The system, somewhat exasperated, thought, does the host truly believe such crude methods would influence me? Ding. Option 1. Participate in the Chunin exam and become a Jonin. Completion reward. Chakra doubled. Don't even think about it. Just take a look. Option 2. Participate in the Chunin exam and become a Chunin. Completion reward. Kamui limited card. Option 3. Decline to participate in the exam. Opting to remain a Genin. Completion reward. Great Fire Annihilation Technique. Kamui limited card. Automatically activates the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan upon awakening the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Obito glanced at option 1, his lips twitching slightly. Well, that's a no-brainer. I'll pass. Options 2 and 3 offered enticing rewards. The Kamui limited card and the Great Fire Annihilation Technique. Both were indeed valuable. During battles, Madara had effortlessly dominated numerous ninja from the allied forces with just the Great Fire Annihilation Technique. However, despite his yearning for the Great Fire Annihilation, Obito was more drawn to the so-called Kamui limited card. As is widely known, the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are closely tied to one's mental state at the moment of awakening. Obito genuinely worried that the chaotic thoughts occupying his mind might adversely affect his Mangekyo Sharingan's capabilities. If he were to awaken some outlandish ability, he would surely be in tears in the embrace of a lady. He certainly did not wish to become a terrifying blight upon the Uchiha name. All he desired was a dual Kamui from the outset. Surely, that request was not too much to ask. Susanoo paired with Kamui. What an auspicious beginning. Chapter 46. Meeting in the grove at night. Having made up his mind, Obito chose option 2. 2. He looked at Minato with resolute eyes and declared, Sensei, this time I will definitely become a Chunin. A smile graced Minato's face as he retrieved a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to Obito. All right. I believe in you, Obito. Obito accepted the paper, realizing it was the application form for the Chunin exam. Touched, he expressed, "Thank you, Sensei Minato." Minato smiled and waved his hand, indicating it was no trouble at all. Kakashi shot Obito a glance and said, "You better do well in the exam this time and avoid any trouble." Obito chuckled, "You say that well, just don't mention it next time." Kakashi thought to himself. The last time he was this exasperated was during the previous exam. Minato clapped his hands, interrupting them. "Obito, this Chunin exam is somewhat special. I need to inform you in advance. This time, the group battle segment has been cancelled. After passing the written test, as long as you can succeed in the individual combat segment, you will become a Chunin." Not only Obito, but Rin and Kakashi also felt a sense of seriousness. The village was relaxing the requirements for the Chunin exam. Was this a move to bolster military strength? Unable to contain herself, Rin inquired, "Sensei Minato, are we from Konoha going to intervene directly in the war?" Since the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the Land of Lightning had taken advantage of the situation to launch an assault on the Land of Wind, igniting conflicts among the great nations. Since then, the ninja world had descended into chaos. Minato lowered his gaze, not directly answering Rin's question, but gently ruffling her hair. "This is not something you should concern yourselves with. No matter what occurs, there are teachers and other seniors to shield you from the storm." A heavy silence enveloped the three of them. It seemed that a direct war was indeed on the horizon. Observing the worried expressions of the trio, Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. "All right, Obito, prepare well for the Chunin exam in a few days. I'll be there to support you all." Obito nodded earnestly. "All right." In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Confidently, Obito made his way to the Chunin exam venue. The first round of assessments was once again the familiar written test. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Obito felt that the questions this time were significantly easier than before. I'm sure I can achieve a commendable score this time." After the examination concluded, Obito once again passed the written test, albeit with a ranking near the bottom. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, now it's time for the practical assessment. A week later, within the training grounds of Konoha, Obito looked around, only to spot Rin's figure. He approached her, puzzled. "Since Minato-sensei is busy, I want to ask. But what about Kakashi? Didn't he promise to cheer for me?" Rin chuckled awkwardly. "He seems to have been taken by Guy early this morning to the training ground for a duel." Obito pouted slightly. "I knew I couldn't rely on that guy. Rin-chan is the best." Seeing Obito sulking like a child, Rin extended her small hand, wanting to tousle his hair. Upon noticing this, Obito bent slightly, lowering his head. Hee. Rin giggled as she playfully ruffled Obito's hair and then tidied up his hairstyle. "You must do your best. Obito-kun." Obito's cheeks flushed slightly as he nodded vigorously. Understood, Rin-chan." On the arena, the examiner soon called out Obito's name. Third match, Uchiha Obito vs. Famarinkai. "It's my turn. I'm off, Rin-chan." "Okay." After bidding Rin farewell, Obito walked steadily to the arena. His opponent, Famarinkai, was a ninja from the Takigakure, but his physique resembled that of a warrior, with well-defined muscles and pronounced deltoids. His arms seemed almost thicker than Obito's thighs. The competition commenced with the examiner's decree. Obito's hand was already poised on his short blade, the art of drawing a sword. In an instant, he traversed nearly 10 meters, delivering a fierce slash that appeared capable of severing all existence. Fanma-renya, undaunted, grasped his tiger claws and met the attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated. Fanma-renya staggered back 3 steps, while Obito barely retreated a single step. With a decisive stomp, he lunged again at Fanma-renya. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Fanma-renya struggled to maintain his defense under the relentless assault, continuously forced backward. Obito, somewhat astonished, remarked, "You are quite formidable, managing to withstand my blade." Fanma-renya retorted, "I suspect you are merely posturing, yet I lack evidence." Obito struck once more, and as Fanma-renya attempted to block, he retreated. He formed hand seals, his throat constricting as he unleashed a fiery breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fanma-renya's expression turned grave. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he narrowly evaded the onslaught. He excelled in physical combat as a ninja, but lacked proficiency in ninjutsu. "It seems I still cannot land a hit," Obito muttered under his breath. He formed hand seals again, conjuring a shadow clone of himself. He tossed his short sword to the clone, drew 2 shuriken, and charged at Fanma-renya alongside his counterpart. After a fierce clash, Obito effortlessly triumphed over Fanma-renya. After all, he was not Itachi, and his opponent was not Sasuke. There was no need for excessive effort. So he refrained from holding back. With the outcome established, the examiner announced, albeit with some regret, the victor is Uchiha Obito. A few days prior, having heard that the impressive Uchiha Obito was among the candidates for the Chunin selection, he had specifically requested to serve as an examiner. Unfortunately, he still could not witness that frightening forbidden technique firsthand. Obito straightened his attire and descended from the stage. Rin hurried over, her face beaming with delight. "You did it. Obito-kun. You're amazing." Obito, slightly bashful, scratched his head. It's nothing special. Before the girl he admired, he would always revert to his shy demeanor. After a brief conversation, it was again Obito's turn to take the stage, where he once more secured an effortless victory. He believed this Chunin exam was undoubtedly in his favor. To be honest, at his current elite Jonin level, participating in the Chunin selection felt somewhat unfair. As expected, after all battles concluded, Obito achieved his goal of becoming a Chunin. He mused to himself, "How wonderful. I am one step closer to becoming Hokage." In his mind, the notification of task completion chimed. Choice successful. Reward, Kamui limited card. Hooray! The external assistance is on its way. Obito felt an inner thrill. Just then, Rin waved her hand at him, playfully saying, "Obito-kun, lean in. I have something to tell you." Curious, Obito inclined his ear closer. Rin whispered softly in his ear an hour later, "Let us meet in the little grove where we usually train." Her gentle breath brushed against his ear, akin to the flutter of a girl's ponytail, igniting a flutter in his heart. Obito felt his heart racing uncontrollably and stammered, "What will we do there at this late hour? It's already dark outside." After an hour, it may be hard to see anything. Rin playfully stuck out her tongue. "You'll find out when you get there. I must be off now." With that, she skipped away. Obito felt a tingling anticipation, wishing he could leap forward an hour to uncover the mystery in the grove. He wished he could directly turn to the next chapter. Alas, only the yellow button remains. Chapter 47, Madara and Kaguya. Ninjas who passed the examination. Please step forward to collect your documents. Obito endured 5 minutes of incessant chatter before hastily receiving his documents and returning home. Hearing the noise, his grandmother emerged with a smile. "Oh, Obito, how did the exam go? Did you pass?" Obito produced a stack of documents from his pocket and handed them to his grandmother. "Of course. Your grandson is now a Chunin. Take a look at my certification. I have something to attend to, so I must go." With that, he rushed off to prepare for a bath. Time was of the essence. He needed to wash up, change his clothes, and present himself well. Observing Obito's frantic demeanor, his grandmother chuckled reproachfully, Slow down. Always in such a hurry." She returned indoors to retrieve her reading glasses, scrutinizing the documents in her hands. "Ah, my grandson is now a Chunin. How commendable. But this photo is poorly taken. My grandson is so handsome, yet it captures him like a short winter melon." Half an hour later, Obito styled his hair impeccably and donned a dashing outfit, ready to step outside. As he exited, a gust of cold wind hit him, and it suddenly dawned on him. "Oh no, I forgot to wear pants." By the time Obito got everything sorted and headed to the grove, he ruefully realized he was likely going to be late again. "I need my Kamui, or Flying Thunder God." The night in the grove was serene and tranquil. The branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, as if beckoning to those lost in time. Puffing and panting, Obito sprinted to their usual training spot. The familiar soft voice rang out, "Obito-kun, you're late again." "Rin-chan." Obito's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Why are Master Minato, Sensei Kisuke, Kakashi, Guy, and Ryu here? A melancholic voice echoed, "Obito-kun, don't forget about me." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Obito scratched his head. "Haha, sorry, Ayako, I didn't TC you earlier." Ryu smiled faintly. "It was Rin and Master Minato who organized everyone to celebrate your achievement of becoming a Chunin." Hey, don't forget about me," Kakashi exclaimed, his lazy eyes wide open, mentally shouting. Obito felt a wave of emotion, his eyes misting over. "Everyone." Rin walked over, taking his hand in hers. "We even prepared gifts for you. Here, this is a ninja tool pouch I sewed myself." She placed a small package into his hands. Minato smiled and handed Obito a book. "This is my favorite book. You might enjoy it in your leisure time." Kisuke gifted Obito a new pair of goggles. Ayako prepared a gift of a brand new set of shuriken. "Obito-kun, I bought you a set of weights. We can train together every day." Guy's sentence was interrupted as Obito interrupted him. All right, I got it. Thanks, Guy. Ryu held out a small box. Here's a set of chess for you. Feel free to find me anytime you want to play. Oh, right, he said, pulling out a kunai and handing it to Obito along with the box. This is a gift from Bo. Obito, astonished, accepted the small box and kunai. Wow, the little sparrow actually prepared a gift for me. He examined the kunai, noting it was a brand new, sharp one, but it bore the inscription bottom of the class engraved on the blade. Obito clicked his tongue. Indeed, this is unmistakably the style of that fellow from the sparrows. He embraced a bounty of gifts and bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all, truly thank you, said Ryu with a smile. Oh, you are too polite. Ayako responded. Exactly, Dato-kun. There's no need for such formality between us, Kazuki encouraged. You must continue to strive. Bito, do not let a mere achievement lead you to arrogance. The younger ones hastily remarked, Goodbye, Kazuki-sensei. Farewell, Mizumoto-sensei. After bidding farewell to the two elders, Ryu lazily stretched and said, You three carry on with your conversation, Ayako, and I shall take our leave. Po is awaiting us for a midnight snack. Dato nodded slightly and patted his shoulder. Very well, let us share tea when time permits. Rin waved her small hand. Goodbye, Ryu-kun. Farewell, Ayako-ne. As for Kakashi, he merely raised an eyebrow, signaling his farewell. After Ryu and Ayako departed, the once lively grove was left with only Dato and the others. Dato gazed at Rin beside him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for today, Rin-chan. I have never experienced such treatment before. It seemed his significance in Rin-chan's heart had indeed grown heavier, he mused. Kakashi scoffed him. Dato shot him a glance. What are you scoffing at? Where's my gift? Kakashi let out another scoff. I didn't prepare anything. Rin sighed helplessly. These two have started again. She stepped between them, attempting to mediate. Dato-kun. Organizing everyone today was no small feat for Kakashi-kun. Dato pondered for a moment and glanced at Kakashi. Oh, I see. I misjudged you. Kakashi scoffed again. Though his expression softened, the three chatted as they walked, soon reaching the edge of the grove. In the distance, the quiet streets began to come into view. At that moment, Kakashi pulled out a thin object and placed it in Dato's embrace before hastily departing without looking back. Hey you, Kakashi-kun. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, concealed beneath a smooth surface, lay a substantial base. In the grand hall, a fearsome demonic statue stood tall. On the stone chair before it sat an elderly man, his white hair flowing, eyes tightly closed. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and his emaciated body appeared frail. If not for someone revealing it, who could have guessed that this seemingly decrepit old man was Uchiha Madara, the once mighty figure who stirred up bloodshed in the ninja world? What is happening? Madara trembled as he opened his eyes, a flicker of unease flashing within them. Just moments ago, he had felt an inexplicable force within him, as if something had been extracted. The overwhelming sensation of loss jolted him awake from his slumber. Madara-sama, what troubles you? A shadowy figure emerged from the ground, perplexed. After keenly sensing his surroundings, Madara slowly shook his head. It's nothing, perhaps just an illusion. The dark figure raised its head, astonished to discover that the chakra within Madara was inexplicably absent. How could this be? Uchiha Madara has not perished. How could that chakra leave? Such a phenomenon had never occurred in millennia. Noticing the dark figure's anomaly, Madara furrowed his brow slightly. What is it, Kurizetsu? Kurizetsu skillfully concealed his emotions, bowing respectfully. It's nothing, Lord Madara. Since you are fine, I shall take my leave. Madara replied indifferently, closing his eyes once more. Drawing upon the life force supplied by the statue through the tubes behind him, Kurizetsu observed the slumbering Madara, his dark visage deepening in shadow. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart. After manipulating the ninja world for a millennium, he felt for the first time that events were spiraling out of his control. Chapter 48. The Rolling Wheels in Konoha. Mizumoto stepped out from the Hokage's office and glanced at the clock outside. It's already so late. Kushina must be asleep by now. He performed the Flying Thunder God technique, quietly landing in his home's living room, only to be surprised to find the lights still on. Kushina sat at the table, lost in thought. Mizumoto, somewhat astonished, asked, Kushina, why haven't you gone to rest at this late hour? Then, feeling a surge of emotion, he added, You're not waiting for me, are you? No. Oh. Kushina turned, her expression somewhat complex. Mizumoto, there's something I need to tell you. You? Her hesitance made Mizumoto tense. his mind racing with various speculations. I might be becoming a mother. Huh. Mizumoto, sporting a prominent tuft of hair, stood dumbfounded. After a long moment, he incredulously asked, I'm going to be a father? We're having a baby. Kushina bit her lip and gently nodded. Uh-huh. Mizumoto understood why Kushina seemed emotional. At their age, they had never considered the prospect of children. The sudden arrival of new life left her feeling somewhat flustered. Mizumoto moved beside Kushina, wrapping her in a gentle embrace, and softly said, though it's a bit unexpected, this baby's arrival is a delightful surprise. I senti it? Leaning against Mizumoto, Kushina nodded earnestly. Yes, that means our family will soon have 3 members. But we're not married yet. Mizumoto laughed heartily. Then let us get married. Will you marry me? How rude. You can't just assume I'll marry you. You need to formally propose. Kushina's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Mizumoto. Boom. Mizumoto was sent flying, crashing through the wall and creating a large hole. Kushina panicked and called out, Mizumoto, are you okay? Mizumoto's shaky voice came from outside. I'm fine. Since becoming the Jinchuriki, it seemed she still struggled to control her power. Mizumoto thought it wise to keep a safe distance for now, realizing he could no longer allow her to playfully jab him in the chest as before. It could be deadly. Upon entering the room, Mizumoto spoke with seriousness. Kushina, let us keep your pregnancy a secret for now. Tomorrow, I will discuss this with the 3rd Hokage to determine the best course of action. Kushina nodded slightly. I understand, Mizumoto. Then she pouted, adding, humph. It's all your student's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a baby so soon. Mizumoto chuckled awkwardly, realizing the truth in her words. If it weren't for that child Dato's overly nourishing wine, they might not have found themselves in this predicament so early. In the Hokage's office. After Mizumoto departed, the 3rd Hokage retrieved a crystal ball from his desk drawer. With a wave of his smoking pipe, an image began to materialize within the crystal. Oh, little Dato is doing quite well. The 3rd Hokage, puffing on his pipe and sipping tea, watched with a smile. However, after a while, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The girl's face, why is it becoming increasingly flushed? The 3rd Hokage leaned closer to the crystal ball, scrutinizing the image of the woman within. Her complexion was so rosy it seemed she might bleed from it. Suddenly, boom. That beautiful woman exploded. Goodness. The 3rd Hokage was taken aback and promptly discarded his smoking pipe. Can you imagine the sensation? You are admiring something exquisite, and then it suddenly detonates. 2 members of the Umbu rushed in. Lord 3rd, are you all right? The 3rd Hokage deftly concealed the crystal ball and shook his head nonchalantly. I am fine. I merely dropped my pipe. You may leave. Yes, sir. Once the Umbu had withdrawn, the 3rd Hokage slammed his hand on the table in frustration. That kid Obito is outrageous. Who would do such a thing? To conjure a beautiful girl, perform a dance, and then blow her up? Moreover, wasn't that your own shadow clone? Did you consent to your own explosion? In a small grove, Obito, having utilized the shadow clone explosion technique, formed hand seals once more to release the shadow clone. Hey, are you alright? How do you feel? The shadow clone, upon its emergence, smacked its lips and replied, I feel splendid. Is this what art is? Truly invigorating. Obito, with concern, placed a hand on his shadow clone's shoulder. Big brother, you didn't blow your mind, did you? The shadow clone retorted, you scoundrel, remove your filthy hand. Do you think you're Deidara or something? Annoyed, Obito slapped the shadow clone, dispersing it instantly. In the sacred temple of Myobokuzan, Shinzaka bounced into the hall and addressed the enormous sleeping toad on the throne. Lord Elder, Jiraiya has arrived. The great sage toad sluggishly lifted its eyelids, yet its gaze was vacant, as if caught in a half-dream. Much like my own state during early morning classes. Shinzaku, exasperated, called out again, Lord Elder, awaken. The great sage toad jolted awake. Behind Shinzaku and Shima stood a tall human male adorned with an oil symbol headband. Clad in wooden sandals, his silver hair cascading to his waist. The red markings beneath his eyes resembled blood tears. He wore a brown robe over a red outer coat, his arms shielded by gauntlets. Ah, the great sage toad mused, resting its chin in contemplation. Who is this? Shinzaku interjected, Lord Elder, this is Jiraiya. The great sage toad's eyes brightened in realization. Oh yes, it is indeed Jiraiya. You have grown so much. Shima, bemused, remarked, have you lost your wits? You were the one who summoned him. Shinzaku retorted, you ought not to speak so disrespectfully about the elder. The great sage toad waved dismissively. Silence, silence. A harmonious relationship between spouses is essential. Its gaze turned profound as it regarded Jiraiya. The wheel of fate has begun to turn. Where it leads next depends on you. Young Jiraiya, you may either be crushed by this overwhelming tide or ride the waves forward. How far can you go? The author is diligently typing away, albeit briefly. Striving hard. I hope everyone can take a moment each day to check in, lest the little fluffball fear it might perish. Chapter 49, Obito and Shizune, Part 2. In Konoha, after returning home with a bundle of gifts, Obito finally freed his hands to grasp the envelope Kakashi had given him. Earlier, he had intended to ask Rin for assistance, but upon seeing the envelope, she declined. Fearing its contents were too private. Rin's inner thoughts. What if it's a love letter? What could it be? Curious, Obito opened the envelope. What's this? He tilted the envelope, and a photograph slipped out. It was a picture of himself with Shoma and Kakashi. In the photo, he embraced Kakashi, who stood at the forefront while Shoma gazed fondly at them from the back. Kakashi appeared reluctant, whereas Obito smiled brightly. Ah, this was taken back then. Didn't Kakashi say he deleted it? How did it resurface? Truly, men are creatures of contradiction. Obito's fingers caressed Shoma's image, a blend of tenderness and vengeance flickering in his eyes. Uncle Shoma, I will soon possess the power to avenge you. Months later, in Konoha's grove, Obito stood with his hands behind his back, explaining to the small figure before him. All right, the essence of the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, is roughly this. Now, give it a try, Shizune. Shizune nodded, forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. She expelled a burst of flames, simultaneously launching several shurikens. The flying shurikens danced through the flames, swirling magnificently like scattered phoenix flowers, yet beneath their beauty lay a lethal intent. Goodness! Obito stared at the shurikens in the sky. Dumbfounded, he had spent several days mastering this B-rank jutsu, yet Shizune had grasped it so effortlessly? Is this the talent I cannot match even with my cheat-like abilities? Truly, she is the son of my esteemed uncle. Shizune, noticing her cousin's complex expression, scratched her head, feeling somewhat insecure. Cousin, did I do something wrong? Obito smiled and shook his head, patting her shoulder. No, your Phoenix Flower Jutsu was executed perfectly, already rivaling my own. Shizune's spirits lifted as she pumped her fist. That's wonderful. Her cousin's affirmation meant the world to her. Curiously, she inquired, Obito, how long did it take you to learn this jutsu? Obito's expression faltered, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, probably about the same time as you. After speaking, he suddenly felt an eerie sense of déjà vu during their exchange. What is this maddening familiarity? Shizune nodded in agreement, a look of realization on her face. Surely, with such an exceptional cousin, she would not fall short. Obito, could you practice swordsmanship with me a bit longer? Shizune asked. Sure. Obito readily agreed, slowly drawing his blade. Shizune unsheathed her small tanto as well. In a swift motion, they closed the distance, seeking each other's weaknesses. Since he was feeding techniques to his cousin, Obito did not hold back and launched the first strike. He leaped several meters and swung his blade down towards Shizune. With a sharp whoosh, the fierce strike descended. Unfazed, Shizune angled her tanto to meet Obito's blade, exerting all her strength. Clang! The blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Seizing the opportunity after parrying Obito's strike, Shizune pivoted and swung her tanto towards him. Bring it on! Obito deflected her blade with a swift maneuver, following up with another strike. The two exchanged blows, creating a harmonious rhythm of clanging steel. After an exhilarating bout, the two cousins settled beneath the shade of a tree, listening to the chirping of insects and the gentle breeze. Shizune turned to her cousin and softly said, Thank you for training with me today, Obito. Upon becoming a chunin, you must be quite busy. Itachi chuckled, placing an arm around Shirsue's shoulder. Why the formalities, cousin? If you need anything, just come to me. Shirsue nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. After a while, he gazed at his sagacious cousin, unable to restrain his curiosity. Brother Itachi, the relationship between our clan and the village seems to be growing increasingly tense. Whose fault do you think it is? Itachi looked at his younger cousin with a hint of surprise. Is little Shirsue already contemplating such matters? After a moment's reflection, he replied, I believe both sides share the blame. Konoha has never fully embraced the Uchiha clan, and we have never truly integrated into the village, failing to develop a sense of belonging. Ultimately, the inability to trust one another is the root of all disputes. Shirsue appeared contemplative, finding Itachi's words aligned with his own thoughts. So, what do you think we should do to resolve this issue? Itachi scratched his head, deep in thought. If there were someone both sides valued, willing to act as a bridge for communication, perhaps the situation could change. Shirsue's eyes lit up at Itachi's words. Surely you could be that person. Itachi's expression shifted awkwardly. You expect a man who plotted the annihilation of our clan to redeem the Uchiha? Observing the hopeful expression on Shirsue's face, Itachi tousled his hair. I am uncertain if I can achieve that, but I believe little Shirsue can. Shirsue's cheeks flushed with excitement. Really? Then I shall work hard alongside you to change the current situation. Itachi smiled and nodded. Glancing at the sky, he rose and said, All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. Shirsue stood, reluctantly bidding farewell to Itachi. I'm off now, brother. Goodbye, little Shirsue. After watching his cousin depart, Itachi hummed a little tune as he made his way home. Perhaps you should just delete me, or I might blacklist you, he mused. The system had been presenting nothing but mundane options for the past few months. Most rewards for completing the multiple-choice questions consisted primarily of chakra. He calculated that his current chakra level was nearing 1 card, equivalent to the total chakra possessed by Kaguya during his prime. For a 12 or 13-year-old child, not of the Senju or Uzumaki lineage, this was already a formidable amount of chakra. In the next chapter, Naruto makes an appearance. Chapter 50, The Bold Itachi. Moreover, with the cells of Hashirama within him, he had significant room for growth. Aside from a slight deficiency in ninjutsu, he felt he could now hold his own against a jonin. Itachi pondered as he strolled through the streets. Suddenly, he paused at a fork in the road. If I take the left path, it leads home. If I venture right, I will soon reach Rin's small house. He found himself in a moment of indecision. The system sighed internally. Without this system, how will you manage with your indecisiveness? Ding. Option 1. Hurry home. It's late. And it's unsafe for a boy to be out alone. Completion reward, 1 pepper spray. Option 2. The long night is lonely. Go find Rin to play. Completion reward, none. Option 3. I will neither go left nor right. I will walk backward. Completion reward, 1 rearview mirror. Itachi glanced at the options, finding them as absurd as ever. Option 2 has no reward, so I will eliminate options 1 and 3. I choose 2, as it stands out. The system responded, You simply wish to flirt with girls, don't you? Your analysis is quite lacking. Itachi bounded off toward the right, like a playful pup. In. I'm coming. After a brief walk, he spotted the familiar little house in the distance. However, he was also met with some unwelcome guests. Itachi frowned slightly, noticing Rin and her mother standing at the door, flushed and arguing with several imposing men. The leader, clad in a forehead protector and armed with ninja tools, was clearly a rogue ninja. Rin's mother, furious, exclaimed, You are being unreasonable. I came to repay you several times, and you kept making excuses. Today, I will not pay you a single extra coin. The leader sneered, That is not for you to decide. The interest on overdue payments is clearly documented. If you dare to pay less, we will meet at the village's police department. The man, named Imai Katsutoshi, was a lazy ninja who preferred to enhance his lifestyle through questionable means rather than earn money via hard work. The mother and daughter before him were merely prey in his sights. Rin's mother insisted, Then we shall meet at the police department. You won't take a single coin today? Imai waved dismissively, Brothers, stop wasting time with them. Just go inside and take everything valuable. Rin drew a kunai, standing protectively in front of her mother. I dare you to try? Imai raised an eyebrow, a mocking tone in his voice. Little girl, do you know the consequences of acting violently in the village? He adjusted his forehead protector, adding, If reported, your ninja qualifications could be revoked. Rin's hands trembled slightly, yet she stood her ground. Her mother felt a pang of regret. Having borrowed money through a friend, trusting Imai. Clenching her teeth, she said with humiliation, I will give you an extra 100,000 Rio. Take the money and leave. Rin turned, puzzled. Mother. Imai shook his head. Ms. Noera, you are making this difficult for me. The interest is 300,000 Rio, not a single coin less. Or you'll need to offer something else as collateral. Rin's mother angrily pointed at Imai. You. Imai, losing patience, gestured for his men to begin their work. The burly men rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action. Just then, a calm voice interrupted. Stop right there. I dare you to move. The sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Rin exclaimed, Itachi-kun, what are you doing here? Rin's mother pulled her daughter close, whispering, Rin, tell your classmate to leave. Don't let him get into trouble. Rin replied oddly, It's fine, mother. Itachi-kun has a unique status. Imai glanced at Itachi, scratching his nose. What kind of brat are you? And you're a ninja too. Hey, Itachi, stunned, pointed at himself. Brat? You dare speak to me like that? Imai scoffed, crossing his arms. What foolish kid thinks he can play the hero? Get lost. Itachi looked at his attire, suddenly realizing. Today, while accompanying Shishui in his meditation, he inadvertently left behind his coat adorned with the family crest in the woods. No wonder this fellow dared to speak so boldly. Obito, without much fuss, lifted his chin, revealing his signature crimson eyes. Katsutoshi Imai exclaimed, What? The Sharingan. You little hero, are you truly a prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Obito smirked, amused by the swift change in attitude. Katsutoshi, forcing a smile, cursed inwardly. In their line of work, the most daunting adversaries were indeed the Uchiha. Their dealings often straddled the fine line between punishment and forbearance. Offending such haughty individuals could spell disaster for their future. Katsutoshi raged internally. These narcissistic folks even wear their family crest on their pajamas. Even the rogue ninjas don their insignia. So why on earth do you not adhere to tradition, you brat? You've embarrassed me in front of so many. Obito retracted his Sharingan and, casting a sidelong glance at Katsutoshi, said, I've grasped the situation. And I trust you have as well. My classmates will return the principal. You shall destroy the IOU, and this matter will be settled. Katsutoshi's expression shifted. Little hero. Is this? Obito scratched his head, musing aloud. By now, my uncle should be off work. Should I ask him to put in extra hours? But given his temperament, he might just explode at the suggestion. Katsutoshi lamented, It's already past 3. Today has been excessively long. In the end, Katsutoshi retained the IOU and departed with the principal, knowing he could not afford to offend the Uchiha. Time to seek another opportunity. Rin's mother, Keiko Noera, gratefully grasped Obito's hand and said, Dear student, I truly owe you one today. Otherwise, Obito smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it was nothing, auntie. No need to dwell on it. These fellows are unbearable. I shall speak to my uncle and have him keep a closer eye on them, Keiko remarked, gesturing towards the house with a smile. As a token of my appreciation, why not join us for dinner tonight? My cooking is rather good. Obito, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head. Would that be too much trouble? After a brief pause, he added, That would indeed be a bother. Keiko quipped, At least hesitate for 2 seconds. Or let me say something polite. Your change in demeanor was so swift, it seemed as though you feared I would steal your lines. Rin, well aware of Obito's peculiar nature, stepped forward to link arms with her somewhat flustered mother, cheerfully suggesting, Mother, let us go inside and chat. Ah, yes. After they entered the house, Keiko donned an apron and tied her hair back, instructing, Rin, entertain your classmate in the living room while I prepare dinner. Rin nodded obediently. Yes, mother. Once Keiko entered the kitchen, Rin turned to Obito and said, Oh, Obito, I'm so glad you came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Obito grinned. Hee, it's my duty to protect Rin-chan. How annoying. Rin's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched him. By the way, Obito-kun, is there a specific reason you came to see me so late? Obito shook his head, replying earnestly, Not really. It's just that after a day without seeing you, I missed you and wanted to pay a visit. Is it not acceptable to see you without a purpose? Of course it is. They chatted for a while until Keiko emerged with the meal. It must be said, her culinary skills were impressive, and Obito couldn't help but exclaim how delicious everything was. After finishing their meal and helping to clean up, Obito stood to take his leave. Keiko called out, Do visit often, little Obito. Rin, see your classmate off. Obito cheerfully replied, No need to see me off. My home is quite close. Goodbye, auntie, and farewell, Rin-chan. Humming a cheerful tune, Obito returned home, delighted to have advanced his relationship with Rin. He thought to himself, in retrospect, we practically met each other's families now. How wonderful. Flopping onto his bed, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Selection successful. Reward, 1 chakra. What the? Obito's heart raced, startled awake by the sudden sound. What task did I complete while sleeping? Squinting, he gazed at the non-existent interface before him. 1 chakra? Is this related to the mission to ensure Naruto's early birth? This means Minato-sensei has given birth. Wait, something feels off. Excited by the prospect, Obito decided against returning to sleep and leapt from his bed. Gaining an extra chakra is fantastic. I'm now ahead of that lazy Kakashi. Once I master Raikiri, I'll be able to chat with him for days on end. showing him what persistence truly means. Moreover, with an abundance of chakra, I can conveniently utilize sage techniques in the future. What a thrill! Obito, brimming with excitement, created a shadow clone, feeling as though he had suddenly come into wealth and was eager to indulge in enjoyment. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared and dissipated. The shadow clone of Obito slowly opened its eyes. Ah Fei, even the Buddha can only tolerate you thrice. Next time, you better. How on earth did you summon me? Obito slapped the clone, dispelling it. Wrong move, let us try again. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Another clone emerged, immediately savoring the fresh air. Ah, finally. It's my turn to come out. Obito rubbed his chin, observing his clone, lost in thought. Given that I possess so much chakra now, can I use shadow clones for training? The shadow clone replied, had I known, I wouldn't have come out. Let me return. Obito? What kind of peculiar thoughts do my shadow clones possess? I am perfectly normal. Why are you all so absurd? Dispersing the clone, Obito reclined back on his small bed. Speaking of which, does this mean Naruto's advantage has vanished? He pondered. However, if given a choice, Naruto would likely yearn for a complete family. As his thoughts drifted, Obito once again succumbed to slumber. The following day, Obito awoke with dark circles under his eyes. I swear, I shall not stay up late tonight. If I do, I'll make another vow. Yawning profusely, he made his way to their usual gathering spot. Good morning, Rinchan, Kakashi. Morning, Obito-kun. Morning. Obito scanned the area and noticed Minato-sensei had not yet arrived. He surmised Minato was likely preoccupied with the birth from the previous night and hadn't managed to come over yet. He leaned closer to Rin. Excitement lighting up his face. Rinchan, do you believe in horoscopes? I've heard that Aquarius and Scorpio are quite compatible. Rin blinked her big eyes and replied. As a Scorpio, I'm naturally suspicious and do not believe in horoscopes. Kakashi. Obito felt as if he had over 400 bones in his body, for he was utterly bewildered. Before long, Minato bore the weight of 2 dark circles beneath his eyes, having descended from a great height. Despite the exhaustion etched across his face, an unmistakable glimmer of joy sparkled in his gaze. Obito stepped forward with a smile, cheerfully remarking, Minato-sensei, you're late. Minato offered a slight smile, tinged with a hint of apology, as he replied, my sincerest apologies. I had some matters to attend to and arrived a bit late. There are no tasks today. Feel free to train at your leisure. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Kakashi scrutinized Minato for a moment before thoughtfully inquiring. Minato-sensei, you used the shadow clone technique, didn't you? Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I had some unfinished business on my end. Obito, taking the initiative, pulled Kakashi along insistently towards the small grove. You carry on with your tasks, Minato-sensei. We'll take care of our training. Rin waved goodbye with a smile and followed them into the grove. I'll join as well, Minato-sensei. Minato reflected, Obito, while sometimes unreliable, truly knows how to be responsible when it counts. In the grove, Kakashi glanced at Obito, stroking his forehead protector as he asked, what do you know? Obito feigned ignorance, responding, what do you mean? I'm completely oblivious to what you're talking about. Kakashi huffed, dismissing Obito and returning to his training. Such a tsundere. Obito muttered under his breath. He slowed his pace to walk alongside Rin. Rinchan, what do you plan to practice today? Would you like me to accompany you? Rin shook her head with a smile. No need, Obito-kun. I can manage on my own. Reluctantly, Obito replied, all right then, but if you need a sparring partner, just call for me. Sure, Rin said, glancing back at him as she walked away. Sighing, Obito began his own training, but soon found himself bored. He glanced over at Kakashi not far off, his eyes darting mischievously before he made his way over. Kakashi, noticing Obito approach, furrowed his brow and sheathed his short blade. What do you want? Obito grinned. Come here, Kakashi, I want to show you something. Kakashi's interest peaked, but after surveying their surroundings, he quietly remarked, is it appropriate with Rin around? Obito replied with a hint of exasperation, what does Rin's presence have to do with it? I'm showing you something legitimate. Kakashi unsheathed his blade, dismissing Obito's antics. I don't have time for this. I need to continue training. Come on, who cares about legitimate things? Obito insisted, pulling Kakashi deeper into the woods. Rin paused, watching the 2 retreating figures with a look of mixed emotions. Kakashi and Obito are truly inseparable. Once they reached a secluded spot, Kakashi, with a disinterested gaze, asked, what exactly do you want to show me? Go on, reveal it. Obito chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Just watch closely. You might be surprised. He formed hand seals, deftly channeling chakra. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A large fireball shot forth, crashing into the ground in the distance. Is that it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he was wasting his time. I should warn you, setting fire to the forest could land you in serious trouble. Obito, grinning, replied, be patient, just keep watching. He formed more hand seals and unleashed another fireball. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Kakashi crossed his arms, observing the display with a faintly amused demeanor. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. 20. Kakashi's calm demeanor began to shift into astonishment. This isn't over yet, Obito continued. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, earth flow wall. 20. Kakashi was left speechless. How does he have so much chakra? Obito, reveling in his display, glanced at the astonished Kakashi and clapped his hands together. Well, what do you think of my chakra reserves? Kakashi scoffed. It's just passable, nothing remarkable. Obito sighed. I agree. I used nearly a third of my chakra for those jutsu. My chakra is truly scarce. Kakashi shot Obito a disapproving glance. Childish, he huffed, turning to leave. Hey, don't go. Let us train together. In the afternoon, Obito had intended to challenge Kakashi to a game of shogi, but Guy beat him to it, whisking Kakashi away for a duel. Thus, Obito found himself with a small box, seeking out Shikamaru for a game. Shikamaru's home was vast, immensely so, perhaps 3 times the size of Obito's own. Not to mention the lovely gazebo and meticulously designed garden outside. If Shikamaru wasn't on a mission, he would likely be there. Obito navigated through the familiar paths and soon arrived at the gazebo, spotting a lazy pineapple-headed Shikamaru, lying on the wooden floor, staring at the clouds above. Shikamaru stirred at the sound, propping himself up. What brings you here? Obito cheerfully raised the box in his hand. Good buddy, how about a game of shogi? Shikamaru shrugged, a smile creeping onto his face. Well, I was feeling bored anyway. Let us do it. The two settled into the gazebo, Obito unfolding the board while Shikamaru set up the pieces. They began their match. Obito-kun, I didn't expect you to play quite well, Shikamaru remarked. Obito beamed with pride. Not bad, right? I'm interested in everything except studying. He had dabbled in various games, from Go to chess to military strategy games. As Shikamaru observed Obito's delighted expression, he chuckled softly. In truth, he was intentionally allowing Obito to win. Otherwise, he could easily secure victory within 10 moves. In games like these, a balanced match is far more enjoyable. After several rounds, Obito began to feel something was amiss. He looked up, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Shikamaru-kun, you're not letting me win, are you? Shikamaru, taken aback, maintained his composure and shook his head in confusion. No, why would you think that? Obito whispered, really? This pattern of winning one and losing one feels oddly familiar, giving me a sense of being manipulated. They played into the evening, the sky darkening. Their stomachs began to grumble. Obito-kun, why not stay for dinner? Shikamaru proposed. Obito eagerly agreed. Sure. What delicious food will you make, Shikamaru-kun? Shikamaru hesitated. I'm not very good at cooking, but I do have some instant canned food. Rest assured, this is a single female main character. However, in the world of Naruto, brotherly bonds are equally significant. Liu Yu, being rather indolent, was unlikely to cook himself. Thus, we settled on canned food. Liu Yu nodded in agreement. All right, please wait a moment. With that, he hurried back home and emerged with 2 cans. Dato-kun, which one would you like? Dato glanced at the 2 cans. Their packaging quite similar and curiously inquired, what are these 2 types of canned food? Liu Yu explained, one is black pepper beef, and the other is also black pepper beef. Dato responded, are there other flavors available? Yes, just a moment, Liu Yu replied, returning home once more, only to reappear with a cardboard box. I also have potato beef, tomato scrambled eggs, and kung pao chicken. Oh, quite a variety, Dato remarked. Which one is tastier? Liu Yu pondered for a moment and sincerely stated, to be honest, none of them are particularly delicious. Dato exclaimed, are you trying to challenge my decision-making anxiety? After some deliberation, he randomly selected the canned tomato scrambled eggs. Liu Yu opened a can of potato beef. The two sat in a small pavilion, eating and chatting. Dato-kun, what do you think of the canned tomato scrambled eggs? Dato smacked his lips, tasted it, and replied, it's all right, just a bit tomatoey. They continued to discuss trivial matters. After finishing their meal, they lay back in the pavilion, rubbing their bellies while gazing at the moon. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu suddenly spoke. Be cautious near the border. It's rather unstable. Dato cast a thoughtful glance at Lu Yu. As a member of the Nara clan, Lu Yu likely had access to various insider information. You should be the one to be careful, Dato remarked earnestly. After all, in his memories, he had never encountered Lu Yu after the beginning of the Naruto storyline. A troubling suspicion began to form in his mind, that Lu Yu may have perished during the Third Great Ninja War. Not just him, but perhaps even the likes of Mayuzumi and Ayako as well. Of course, Mayuzumi was not from a prominent clan and might simply have been too weak, thus not affecting the storyline, making Kishimoto uninterested in illustrating him. Noticing Lu Yu's nonchalance, Dato chastised, I'm not saying you shouldn't take your training seriously. Don't always complain about the trouble. In the face of absolute power, clever tricks are of no use. Lu Yu huffed. Okay, I understand. On the way home, Dato sighed deeply. In this world, only formidable strength is the foundation of existence. The battle of Kamizukabashi loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, preventing him from relaxing for even a moment. So, where should I focus my efforts in the coming period? Just as Dato pondered, a notification from the system chimed, presenting him with 3 options. Option 1. Break the existing record and become Konoha's youngest jonin. Completion reward, the hope of the entire village. Option 2. Master 3 forbidden techniques by any means necessary. Completion reward, Flying Thunder God technique. Option 3. Master 20 types of fire release and earth release techniques each. Completion reward, Kekai Genkai, lava release. The hope of the entire village. As the record breaker, you are seen as the village's hope, with all attributes increased by 10 until your record is broken again. Oh my, these rewards are quite enticing, Dato mused as he scrutinized the options before him. Option 2 seemed absurd, although he coveted the Flying Thunder God technique. He currently had no means to access forbidden techniques. Moreover, mastering such techniques was notoriously difficult. He wasn't Team Minato-sensei, and what if he struggled for years without success? In comparison, options 1 and 3 appeared more feasible. Though these 2 options posed some challenges, Dato felt confident he could accomplish them before the Battle of Kamizukabashi. If I also become a jonin, would the village send our team directly to the front lines? He shuddered at the thought of a battlefield, envisioning it as a human meat grinder. Given the multitude of prodigies in Konoha, this reward might not last long. After careful consideration, Dato resolved to choose option 3. Upon making his decision, Dato felt a noticeable lightness in his step. With his current strength, combined with lava release, he could easily overpower ordinary jonin. Once home, Dato lay on his small bed, contemplating how to fulfill this option. For fire release, he could consult his uncle, while for earth release, his uncle's knowledge was rather limited. What to do? Minato-sensei wasn't too well versed in earth release, and with his current responsibilities, he likely wouldn't have time to connect him with others. Perhaps he should seek out that person? It could also serve to strengthen their relationship. Having made up his mind, Dato pulled the blanket over his head, closed his eyes, and peacefully drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Dato arrived outside the Hokage building. After being screened by Umbu Ninja, he entered the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, surprised, set down his teacup. Little Dato, what brings you here? Do you need something from your grandfather? Dato cheerfully replied, Hokage grandfather. I came to ask if you could teach me a few earth release techniques. Indeed, the person Dato sought was the 3rd Hokage himself. There were 2 reasons for this. First, known as the Professor of Ninja Techniques, the 3rd Hokage could effortlessly wield 7 chakra natures and was proficient in all ninja arts. Second, Dato wished to cultivate a relationship. There's a psychological principle known as the Franklin effect, which suggests that asking someone for a small favor can foster goodwill. The 3rd Hokage gazed at Dato with a hint of regret. Little Dato, I have many documents to attend to and won't have time to accompany you. Dato swiftly formed hand seals and skillfully executed the seduction technique. Oh no, Hokage grandfather. The 3rd Hokage, staring at the alluring figure before him, wiped the blood from his nose and replied earnestly, come back later. Once I finish these documents, I will guide you in your training. The enchanting figure nodded obediently and left, satisfied. Thank you, Hokage grandfather. After Dato departed, the 3rd Hokage looked at the mountain of documents on his desk, lost in thought. After a moment, he rapped his knuckles on the table. An Umbu quietly entered. Hokage-sama, how may I assist you? The 3rd Hokage gestured toward the stack of files. Take these documents to Danzo and inform him that I have matters to attend to and ask him to handle them for me. Understood, Danzo. The third Hokage was primarily concerned that Dodo and Rin were getting too close too early, showing signs of youthful infatuation. As for updates, there will be 3 updates daily. The timing is uncertain. As soon as I finish writing, I will post it immediately. Chapter 54. The third Hokage and Dado in Truth. The third Hokage's decision to instruct Dado in his training was not solely influenced by the seduction technique. In Konoha, which official could withstand such a test? He had deeper considerations. Firstly, although Dado possessed a rather carefree personality, his talent was commendable. Moreover, he was considered a direct descendant of the Hokage's lineage. Coupled with Dado's unique background, the third Hokage was more than willing to invest time and energy in this promising child. Rising slowly, the third Hokage stretched luxuriously. Well, the documents are finally processed. What a taxing day. He removed his Hokage cloak, donned a set of black casual attire, and stepped outside. An Umbu at the entrance respectfully inquired, "Hokage-sama, do you require our accompaniment?" The third Hokage chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "No more, you all may take your rest. In your own territory, who would dare to lay a hand on him?" Upon exiting the Hokage building, the third Hokage noticed the idle street urchin, Obito, not far away. With a warm smile, he beckoned Obito over. "Come here, my dear, let's engage in some ninjutsu training." Obito, somewhat surprised, hurried over. "Grandpa Hokage, you've already finished so many documents? You're truly impressive," he exclaimed with admiration. The third Hokage stroked his goatee and chuckled. This is merely the fundamental ability of a Hokage. Let us proceed to the training ground on the west side of the village." As they walked, villagers greeted the third Hokage, who responded cheerfully, devoid of any air of authority, resembling a kind, ordinary elder. Obito murmured to himself, "Being Hokage is truly not an easy task." Upon reaching the training ground, the third Hokage stood before Obito and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Today, I shall teach you the Earth Release, Earth Spike technique. This technique involves channeling chakra into the ground to cause the earth to form sharp spikes that pierce the enemy from below. The key to executing this technique is..." The third Hokage, a master of ninjutsu, provided a thorough yet accessible explanation, which opened Obito's eyes to the learning of ninjutsu in such a manner. After demonstrating the technique a few times, the Hokage cheerfully declared, "All right, little Obito, it's your turn to give it a try." "All right." Obito eagerly formed the hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Earth Release, Earth Spike technique. A gentle breeze passed, but nothing happened. Obito scratched his head. Was my shout not loud enough, or did I not strike hard enough? Earth Release, Earth Spike technique, with emphasis. Bang! A crow flew overhead, but aside from its cawing, there was no other sound. "Ow! My hand hurts." Obito lamented with a glum expression. The third Hokage chuckled at Obito's antics. "Ha ha ha. Do not be disheartened, little Obito. The Earth Spike technique is not easy to master. It is quite normal to struggle at first." Glancing at the time, he smiled and said, "Well, little Obito, practice this on your own for now. Grandpa has some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. When you have mastered this technique, come find me, and I will teach you a new one." It was rare for him to finish work early today, and he wished to return home to tend to other matters. The Earth Spike technique was of moderate difficulty, enough for Obito to digest for a while. "All right," Obito nodded, just about to respond. However, unexpectedly, a prompt from the system appeared with a choice. Option 1. Tell the third Hokage that I was just joking, and I have already mastered this technique. Reward, Earth Release, Earth Spike technique. Option 2. Tell the third Hokage that this technique is far too simple. Can't you teach me something else? Reward, unknown. Option 3. Thank the third Hokage and mention that my grandmother has brewed some fruit wine, and I will bring you some to taste. Reward, filial descendant. Filial descendant. When you act toward your elders, all attributes increase by 5. Obito quickly scanned the options. Unknown reward? Such a presumptuous option must be a trap. Pass. Filial descendant? That sounds somewhat twisted. Pass. I choose option 1. Hokage Grandpa. Obito called out. Actually, I was just joking. I have already mastered this technique. Oh. The third Hokage looked at Obito in surprise. Choice successful. Reward, Earth Release, Earth Spike technique. Once the reward was received, Obito wasted no time. He formed hand seals again and struck the ground. Watch closely, Earth Release, Earth Spike technique. Whoosh. Sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground. shooting up 2 to 3 meters high. The third Hokage's expression was peculiar. This child truly learned it. His talent rivals that of Orochimaru. Yet, his temperament is indeed somewhat amusing. The Hokage glanced at the time. It should still be dancing at Lake Biwa. Let me teach you a new technique. Known as Earth Release, Earth Pillar Technique. This technique is quite similar to the Earth Spike technique, but with slight variations in the chakra manipulation. After another round of explanation and demonstration, the third Hokage encouraged Obito to give it a try. After much flailing, Obito still failed to grasp it. Seeing that Obito genuinely could not master it this time, the third Hokage finally sighed in relief and turned to leave. Just then, Obito called out to him again. Hokage Grandpa. The third Hokage turned back, somewhat helplessly saying, Oh, Obito, you aren't playing tricks on me again, are you? With a cheerful grin, Obito replied, No. I just wanted to say thank you for your patient guidance today. The third Hokage was taken aback for a moment, then smiled appreciatively. It is what a grandfather should do. Farewell, little Obito. Goodbye, Hokage Grandpa. That evening, Danzo returned to the root headquarters in a jubilant mood. However, upon seeing a pile of documents on his desk, his brow furrowed deeply. What is this? Why has this appeared on my desk? A root member knelt respectfully and replied. These are documents sent from the Hokage's office. They said the Hokage had urgent matters and requested you to handle these. Danzo expressed curiosity. What could that fellow, Hisashi, possibly be occupied with? The root ninja responded. Today, someone saw the Hokage at the training ground, seemingly guiding Uchiha Obito's training. Danzo's displeasure was palpable. So, that is how it is, Hisashi. You handle the heart-winning matters while leaving the troublesome tasks to me. He slammed his hand on the desk, speaking angrily. The inherently wicked Uchiha clan. Bring me a lamp. I shall not return home tonight. One person, one pen. One night, one miracle. Author's note. One keyboard, one night. And I couldn't produce a single chapter. Chapter 55, Sweet Moments Obito, despite his meticulous plans, never anticipated that he would be remembered by the old silver coin in such a manner. Each day, he found himself exceedingly fulfilled. Whenever the third Hokage was available, he would sneak in a few lessons on Earth Release. When the Hokage was busy, he would seek out his uncle to learn Fire Release. If both were unavailable, he would reluctantly turn to his teacher, Kisuke. Of course, he did not neglect his physical training. One day, Minato suddenly gathered his 3 students together. At the assembly point, Minato looked at the trio and said, Come to my house for lunch today. I have some good news to share with you. Rin was the first to respond eagerly. Great. Is there anything we should prepare, Minato-sensei? Minato waved his hand, smiling. Haha, your presence is all that is required. All right. Obito, wearing goggles, thought he knew exactly what Minato's good news entailed. It must be about the arrival of his own little one. Kakashi raised his hand thoughtfully and asked, Minato-sensei, will you be cooking today, or will it be your wife? Minato chuckled sheepishly, scratching his nose. You were quite startled during our last meal, weren't you? Don't worry. I will be the one cooking today. Kakashi nodded, saying, Then I have no issues. At noon, at the doorstep of the Namikaze residence, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin had arrived together. Rin stepped forward to ring the doorbell. Ding dong. The door was swiftly opened by Kushina, cradling a golden-haired infant in her arms. Rin. Kakashi. Obito. As the instigator of the situation, he found it difficult to feign surprise. Rin gazed at the adorable baby, her heart nearly melting. What a lovely child. Could it be? Kushina nodded happily. Yes. Minato's figure emerged from behind Kushina, addressing the astonished Rin and Kakashi. Indeed, we have a child. The group entered the house, and Rin eagerly took the baby in her arms, playfully engaging with him. After a moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and she looked up to ask, Minato-sensei, why have we never heard you or Kushina-sensei mention this before? Minato seemed to have anticipated the question, replying without hesitation. It's because Kushina and I were uncertain about whether to have this child, and we hesitated for quite some time. By the time we made our decision, it was nearly time for the baby to be born. We wanted to avoid worrying you all, so we thought it best to wait until the child was born and settled before sharing the news. Rin nodded, accepting his explanation. Oh, I see. Kakashi remained silent, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Obito, with a grin, asked, Congratulations, sensei and Kushina-sensei. What have you named the baby? Minato, with a gentle gaze, replied. We named him Naruto Uzumaki. Obito chuckled. Oh, that's the name of the protagonist from the tale of the strong-willed ninja. It seems you both have high hopes for little Naruto. Minato and Kushina exchanged smiles, acknowledging the deep expectations they held for their child. Soon, Minato had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the group began to eat and chat. Rin took the initiative to hold Naruto, allowing Kushina to eat first. Obito watched as Naruto nestled against Rin's chest. He mused to himself, wondering if this little one might have traveled from another world. Days turned into weeks, and Obito found that the option he had initially chosen, mastering 20 types of fire and earth release techniques, was proving more challenging than he had anticipated. In the system's eyes, mastering and merely grasping were two entirely different matters. Unless one achieved a certain level of proficiency, the system would not count it towards progress. After nearly a year of effort, he finally received the notification for completing his task. Choice successful. Reward, Kekkei Genkai, lava release. Phew. Although the journey was arduous, the reward was undeniably worth it, Obito reflected. Lava release, a Kekkei Genkai formed from the combination of fire and earth chakra, not only possessed formidable power, but could also be applied in taijutsu. If he could master it to the extent of enveloping himself in lava like the Four Tails Jinchuriki, he could achieve both offensive and defensive capabilities, rivaling that of a Kage. Of course, Obito was not yet at that level. He had just acquired lava release and could only start developing from the most fundamental ninjutsu and taijutsu applications. Though he had tried to remain discreet while developing lava release in a secluded area, he could not escape the watchful eyes of some perceptive individuals. When the third Hokage learned of Obito's mastery of lava release, he was utterly astonished. He recalled having asked Obito why he had suddenly taken such an interest in earth release. The boy had cheerfully replied that he wanted to develop a Kekkei Genkai that fused fire and earth. The third Hokage had offered encouraging words, but inwardly, he had been skeptical. How could a 12 or 13-year-old boy accomplish what many top-tier ninjas could not in their entire lives? Yet, this boy had indeed succeeded. It was outrageous. No, this child was destined to be mine. No one else could have him. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness had also set their sights on Obito. Danzo, reviewing the information in his hands, sneered. No wonder Hiruzans took such an interest in this boy. His talent was indeed captivating. He tossed the documents aside, gently rubbing his temples. Such a promising candidate must be approached with caution. If he could not be swayed, then measures would need to be taken to eliminate him. After all, he was a Uchiha, and once he grew to his full potential, he could pose a significant threat to Konoha. Months passed. In Konoha, Obito and Rin strolled side by side along the street. Rin looked at Obito, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. Obito-kun, why aren't you participating in the Jonin selection with Kakashi? Others might not realize it, but Rin was well aware of Obito's capabilities. He had every chance to become a Jonin. Obito replied lazily, well, I'm not particularly interested in becoming a Jonin. Rin responded with a soft "oh," then asked, do you think Kakashi-kun will pass this exam? Obito replied with a disinterested hum, he should be fine. Rin's spirits lifted as she waved her small fist excitedly. Yay! Then Kakashi will be the first among our peers to become a Jonin. What do you think we should give him as a gift? Obito shook his head gloomily. I don't know. Seeing Obito's despondent demeanor, Rin suddenly burst into laughter. Obito-kun, are you feeling a bit jealous? Obito turned his head away, stubbornly insisting. I'm not. Rin, smiling brightly, edged closer to him. Oh, really? Obito, flustered, took a few cautious steps back. Before he realized it, he found himself pressed against the wall. I really am not. I swear, he quickly exclaimed. Rin shook her head, resting an arm against the wall, cornering Obito. Leaning in closer, her face nearly touching his, she wore a teasing smile. But I can't shake the feeling that you are jealous. Having written a lengthy chapter, the plot points are too numerous to finish. The next chapter will be sweet, alright. Chapter 56. Let us be together, their gazes locked, their faces almost touching. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the girl's hair to brush against her cheek, her sweet fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Obito could even hear her breath clearly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, akin to a sports car revving its engine. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, I might be a little jealous. Rin's expression gleamed with delight as she laughed again. Why? You don't think I like Kakashi, do you? Obito fell silent. But the expression on his face already provided the answer. Rin's smile faded slightly as she sighed softly. Obito-kun, do you know? Admiration and affection are two different things for me. I admire Kakashi, many girls in class do, too, Because he excels in every aspect. Some girls may have developed feelings for him, but that does not include me. I only aspire to be as outstanding as he is. Besides, I already have someone I like. Obito jerked his head up, feeling a loud thud in his mind, frozen in place. Rin had someone she liked? And it wasn't Kakashi. Who could it be? Could it be me? Who is that person? He could not help but ask. Lin softly replied. The one I like is a big fool who always makes jokes. Everyone says he is at the bottom of the class, but when it matters most, he is more reliable than anyone else. He is always late for everything, yet he always appears by my side when I'm feeling down, doing everything he can to cheer me up. He prepares gifts for me on every holiday, and although they are quite peculiar, I still adore this fool. Do you understand now, you fool? Dato's eyes turned red, yet disbelief lingered in his heart. A joker, perpetually tardy, a big fool. Was she referring to him? He desperately wanted to slap himself to ascertain if he was dreaming. With a mix of anticipation and fear, he asked, is the person Lin-chan mentioned me? Lin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Fool, why am I telling you all this if it's not you? It truly is me. Dato's face flushed crimson. His mind momentarily blank. Lin gazed at the dazed Dato, biting her lip, and inquired, if you like me, why haven't you confessed? Dato stammered, I thought. Tears began to well in Lin's eyes. You thought? Do you know how long I've waited for you? In the end, I had to say it first. In a world where most marry at 15 or 16, being 14 isn't small at all. How old was Yandame when he took Kushina to the moon? Don't cry, Lin-chan. Dato clumsily wiped her tears away. I like you. Let us be together. Humph. Not too foolish after all. Lin beamed again, like early cherry blossoms blooming beautifully. All right, I'll agree to that. Wonderful. Dato pulled Lin into his embrace, holding her tightly. So romantic, sweet love. When will it be my turn? It's unfair that even Obito has found someone, and I'm still single. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Dato's blissful reverie, freezing him in place. He turned slowly to see the familiar trio. Sparrow, Rikuha, Aiko, what brings you here? Lin hurriedly extricated herself from Dato's arms. Her face flushed as she adjusted her clothing. Rikuha appeared contemplative. Well, we probably came when you mentioned that the person you like is a big fool. Aiko shook her head. No, it must have been a bit earlier. Nagano added. We heard everything we were meant to hear, and even things we weren't. Rikuha nodded slightly. In any case, upon seeing you two so engrossed, we were afraid of interrupting, so we waited until you finished to greet you. Lin covered her face with her hands, feeling her cheeks burn. This was too embarrassing. Dato, however, was somewhat unfazed. Having faced social mortification before, he felt little discomfort now. He merely reflected on how deeply invested he had been, unaware of the three eavesdropping. Hey, you three single dogs, scatter. Don't hinder my romantic moment with Lin-chan. Nagano chuckled. All right, we'll take our leave, not to disturb your good fortune. Rikuha scoffed. How could you forget your friends for the sake of romance? Off we go. Aiko added enviously. Dato-kun, you must treat Lin-ne well. Goodbye. The trio departed with enigmatic smiles. Lin exclaimed in embarrassment, playfully punching Dato. Why did you say that? It's mortifying. Dato grasped Lin's small hand and grinned. What's wrong? Was I wrong? Ugh, you annoying fool. Chapter 57. Buying a gift for Kakashi. Dato and Lin walked side by side down the street, their fingers intertwined, faces adorned with sweet smiles. Dato gazed at the girl beside him, her smile radiant, and felt an unshakable sense of unreality. Lin tilted her head, meeting Dato's gaze. What's wrong, Dato-kun? Why are you staring at me? Dato squeezed Lin's hand gently. Thinking about how happy I am to be with you every day makes me feel like I can never look away. Lin's cheeks flushed again. Stop it, Dato-kun. As they strolled past various stalls, Lin would ask, Dato-kun, do you think this hairpin is pretty? What about this bracelet? Does it suit me? Dato smiled and responded to each inquiry. Lin-chan, you look good with anything. He pulled out his wallet and purchased the trinkets she had tried on. After some time, Dato suggested, Lin-chan, after all this walking, are you hungry? I'll go buy some dango. Lin nodded eagerly. Sure, let me carry the bag. All right. Dato handed her the shopping bag and dashed to the dango shop, arms swinging behind him, moving swiftly. When he returned, he made a dramatic leap from the rooftop, catching the attention of many onlookers. Lin-chan here. Eat while it's hot. Lin picked up a skewer of dango, her big eyes sparkling. Dato-kun, why were you in such a rush? What if you fell? Dato chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Hee hee. I just didn't want to be away from you for too long. Lin rolled her eyes. Then what will you do when we separate later tonight? Dato jokingly replied. I'll just have to cry myself to sleep tonight. As they enjoyed the dango, Lin asked, So, Dato-kun, if I ask you that question again, will you still be mad? Dato shook his head with a smile. Of course not. After swallowing her dango, Lin clapped her hands. What do you think we should get Kakashi as a gift? Dato pondered for a moment. Let us get him something practical. He is a pragmatist who doesn't care for superficial gifts. Lin nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense, Dato-kun. You really know Kakashi well. Dato waved his hand dismissively. Haha, it's nothing. How about we get him a first aid kit? I know a pharmacy with great products. Lin's eyes lit up. Great. Let us go. She took a few steps forward but turned back, realizing Dato hadn't moved. Dato-kun. Dato raised his hand and waved. Lin-chan, did you forget something? Lin chuckled. A mix of annoyance and amusement returned to grasp Dato's hand. Is this better? Dato nodded in satisfaction. Yes, let us go. Actually, you just walked the wrong way. The pharmacy is behind us. Hand in hand, Dato guided her to the familiar pharmacy. A beautiful woman sat at the counter, crossing her legs, and smiled slyly. Oh, the esteemed Chunin has graced my humble shop today? Noticing Lin's curious gaze, Dato smiled wryly. Yukine, we haven't even lifted the curtain yet. Yuki shrugged. She glanced at Lin beside Dato, a knowing smile on her lips. Well, look at you, little one. After a few days apart. He introduced his beautiful little girlfriend with pride. Indeed, she responded gracefully. Hello, Sister Yuji. I am Noera Rin, Dato-kun's girlfriend. Rising slightly, Yuji nodded. Hello, I am Yuji. What brings you here today? Dato and Rin exchanged glances before replying. We intend to customize an emergency medical kit for a dear friend, one of the highest quality. Yuji nodded and walked towards the storage room. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, she returned with a small medical kit and placed it on the counter. The friendship price is 30,000 Rio. Please make your payment. So expensive. Rin exclaimed in surprise. Dato, however, was accustomed to such prices. You get what you pay for. Sister Yuji's items are worth every penny, he thought to himself, adding, everyone who's used them has praised their quality. Rin hesitated but eventually nodded. Very well. Let us split the cost. We can consider this medical kit a joint gift. Dato readily agreed. All right, Rin-chan. After they settled the payment, they left with the small medical kit. We're off now, Sister Yuji. Take care, and do visit again, Yuji replied. Goodbye, Sister Yuji. With dinner taken care of and gifts purchased, the night had grown dark. The once lively streets had become eerily quiet, scarcely a soul in sight. Oh, I should head back now, Dato-kun, Rin said. Tentatively, Dato wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Shall I walk you home? Rin shot him a glance, but said nothing, allowing him to hold her. Dato felt a surge of joy, the melancholy of impending separation dissipating somewhat. He walked Rin to her neighborhood, reluctantly releasing her as they arrived. Rin-chan, let's leave the medical kit here. I'll take my leave now. She responded, hesitating momentarily before rising on her toes to gently peck his lips, then scampered off. Only the sound of her silver bell-like laughter lingered in the night. See you tomorrow, Dato-kun. See you tomorrow, Rin-chan. Dato touched his lips, warmth flooding his heart. Though enveloped in darkness, he felt as if he were basking in sunlight. This world is truly beautiful. I possess familial love, romantic love, and friendship. He murmured softly. No one shall take this from me. To anyone who dares, I shall retaliate. His figure vanished into the night. The day Kakashi became a jonin marked the beginning of all tragedies, and that day was drawing near. To prevent history from repeating itself, he needed to prepare adequately. Additional update. Chapter 58. The approaching war. Dato did not return home, but ventured deep into the forest. Just one more hour of training. Then I'll head back to sleep, he murmured. Standing still, flames suddenly enveloped his hands. I feel like Ace the Fire Fist. In the darkness, after practicing a set of punches, a humorous thought crossed his mind. If I were to perform this fiery technique, I should be the brightest star of the night. He leaped into the air, his feet ignited with flames, delivering a heavy kick to a nearby tree. I strike. Now I am the foot artist, Blackleg Sanji. The skills Dato displayed were not derived from a devil fruit, but were the result of applying his lava release technique to martial arts. However, he could only manage to envelop his limbs in lava for attacks, lacking any defensive capabilities. He extinguished the flames on his hands and feet and put his shoes and socks back on. Now let us try that technique. Ugly Rabbit, Lava Flowing Rock Technique. Dato opened his mouth, expelling 10 small lava fireballs. While they were not large in diameter, Their destructive power was immense due to the fearsome heat. Observing the small projectiles he had emitted, Dato sighed. This lava-flowing rock technique, when used by the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, creates a river. Mine barely amounts to a stream. Nevertheless, with these two lava techniques, I should pose little threat to any average jonin. After practicing lava release for a while longer, Dato tidied up and headed home. Upon reaching his doorstep, a notification from the system chimed, presenting Dato with a choice. Option 1. If the moon doesn't sleep, neither will I. I'm a little bald treasure. Why go home? Let us keep training. Completion reward. Lava release, Inside 5. Option 2. Why train? Staying up late harms the kidneys. Look at those dark circles. Hurry home and get some sleep. Completion reward. Stamina 5. Option 3. Neither will I train nor sleep. I'll stay up late playing Glory. Completion reward. Random skin 1. Dato glanced at the options, feeling frustrated at the third. I don't even have a phone. What good is playing Glory? Pass. The first option seemed decent, while the second was irrelevant. Do I need the second reward? No, I don't. Staying up late harms the kidneys. So, if I don't sleep, I can just stay up all night, right? I choose option 1. However, he couldn't help but grumble to the system. I was just in the forest, and you didn't react at all. Now that I'm at my front door, you give me a choice? Are you doing this on purpose? The system chimed again. You guessed correctly. I am indeed messing with you. You can choose not to. Dato replied, Fine, I can't fight you. He turned back from his doorstep and returned to the forest clearing, immersing himself in training once more. Early the next morning, when Kai arrived in the woods to train, he noticed a lively figure bouncing around. He couldn't help but exclaim, even before dawn, sweating it out. This is youth. Dato-kun, please take me with you. Let us ignite our youth together. Choice successful. Reward, lava release, Inside 5. As soon as the reward was received, Dato slumped, yawning. Kai-san, I've been training all night. I can hardly hold on. Let us do a dragon spine together, and after that, I'll go back to sleep. Though Kai felt a twinge of regret, he quickly agreed. All right. 2 snakes twisted and turned through the forest. Half an hour later, one snake suddenly grew legs and ran off. A week later, on a beautiful cherry blossom path adorned with lush grass and falling petals, a group of youths engaged in hushed discussions. Being his peer is both an honor and a shame. What gift would he like? I say we get him a girlfriend to spare him from his perpetual frown. Don't be ridiculous. He looks destined for a life of solitude. Why not give me one instead? At that moment, a figure rushed in, an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, I'm late. Dato-kun, why are you late again? Rin stepped out from the crowd to greet Dato. He chuckled, scratching his head. I didn't mean to. There were just so many old ladies on the road today. Rin playfully tapped his forehead. You come on now. With that, she naturally took his hand. Wait, there are still so many people around. Their gazes locked, silently communicating. Lin, shall we hold hands as we go? I feel so shy. Obito, why not? Let them be envious and jealous. Lin, is that really appropriate? But I wholeheartedly agree. Obito, I never expected you to be this way, Lin-chan. Come on. The two walked hand in hand towards the crowd. Yukiharu was the first to notice this scene. With a look of surprise, she exclaimed, Lin, you and Obito? When did this happen? Kai, Ginma, Asuma, and others turned to look upon hearing her words. Before Lin and Obito could respond, an excited voice broke through, capturing everyone's attention. I know the entire story of how they got together. Let me tell you everything. It all began with a great fool. Veins throbbed on Obito's forehead. Shinobu, you're asking for it. He kicked at Naganoha with a swift motion. Naganoha, seeing the foot grow larger before him, felt there was no escaping it. This is the end for me. After being kicked away, Naganoha roared and sprang back up, pouncing at Obito. The two began to wrestle. Lin sighed helplessly, her small hand resting on her forehead. Shikaku had become accustomed to such scenes. Everyone, let us not pay attention to these two. Let us continue our discussion. The group resumed their conversation. After reaching a consensus, they each returned home to prepare gifts. Obito held Lin's small hand as they walked home. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Lin-chan, I have a premonition that the situation at the front might change. War may not be far off, so you must be prepared in the coming days. Lin's expression shifted, her voice trembling involuntarily. War? Is it truly war? Obito nodded gravely. In 3 days, Kakashi will officially become a jonin. On that day, the three of us will face the Battle of Kamizukabashi, a conflict that will profoundly impact our fates. Chapter 59. Objective: Kamizukabashi 3 days later, outside a lush grove. Minato sat on a stone, awaiting his students. Always wearing a smile, he did not show one today. With Iwa and Konoha at war, the army pressed towards the borders of the Fire Country. All elite forces from the village had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving them in dire straits. Reluctantly, he would have to send his students into battle. Kakashi was the first to arrive and greeted Minato. "Minato-sensei." Minato nodded slightly. "Kakashi." After a while, Lin and Obito appeared hand in hand in Minato's line of sight. "Hello, Minato-sensei," Lin greeted with a smile. "You too?" Minato was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing complex. In the past, he would have joyfully blessed them, but now Kakashi observed the pair, a smirk crossing his lips. That fool has finally confessed to Lin. Wait a minute. Kakashi's expression suddenly stiffened. If they're together, then I'll be the only single one left in the team? Being single isn't terrifying, really. Kakashi had never considered finding a girlfriend. But what was truly frightening was being the only one without a partner while everyone around him had someone. And worse still, 2 of his close friends were together, leaving him to play the third wheel. Kakashi's eyes widened. How did it come to this? "Hello, Minato-sensei." "Kakashi, why are you staring at me?" Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. "Humph." Kakashi scoffed, ignoring Obito. Obito was bewildered. What had he done to offend this guy? Nothing at all. Lin took out a small medical kit from her bag, presenting it to Kakashi with both hands. "Kakashi-kun, this is a gift from Obito and me. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin." Kakashi accepted the small box, stowing it in his ninja pouch. "Thanks, Lin." Minato managed to smile, pulling out a kunai from his pocket. "Here, take this. It's a specially customized kunai. It might be a bit heavy and difficult to handle at first, but you'll get used to it." He tossed the kunai to Kakashi. Kakashi caught the kunai, slipping it into his waistband. "Thank you, Minato-sensei." Obito, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "Hey, why don't you thank me?" Kakashi shot a glance at Obito, snorting again. "Obito?" Once the team was assembled, Minato led the 3 on their way. Time was of the essence at the front. There was no room for delay. He spoke as they walked. "Currently, Konoha's forces are severely lacking. To ensure mission efficiency, we'll split into 2 groups. Kakashi will be the team leader, and the 3 of you will execute a mission." "Understood, Minato-sensei. But what exactly is our mission?" Kakashi inquired. Minato turned back to explain, "There's no need to rush. I'll provide you with the details shortly." As they continued on, the 4 settled around a stone to rest. Minato spread out a map and said, "The land of Earth is attacking the grass shinobi village. It's only a matter of time before they encroach upon the Fire Country's territory. To prevent this, you must infiltrate the enemy's rear and destroy the Kamizukabashi bridge they use for transporting supplies." Obito's heart sank at the mention of Kamizukabashi. The mere thought of it made him feel physically ill, much like how Pang Tong felt at the mention of Luofeng Slope. Kakashi pondered, "So? We're cutting off the enemy's supply line?" Minato nodded. "Exactly. Once we reach the border, we'll split up to execute our tasks. I'll move directly to the front line to engage the enemy, which will also serve to distract them. You'll proceed straight in, destroy the enemy's supply line, and then retreat swiftly." Lin's small face turned serious as she nodded. "We understand, Minato-sensei." Minato looked at the 3 youthful faces before him and earnestly said, "You 3 must prioritize safety and return unharmed." The atmosphere grew tense. After all, infiltrating enemy territory was exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. Seeing this, Obito cheerfully remarked, "Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I'll make sure to protect them both." Kakashi, with a hint of pride, replied, "Humph, who needs your protection?" The 4 set off once more, soon arriving at a peculiar forest. Here, the trees were remarkably thick, with trunks measuring 7 to 8 meters wide. Enormous mushrooms dotted the landscape. One could probably sustain oneself for half a year by just picking one. Kakashi raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. "It seems there's an ambush ahead," he whispered. Minato's gaze sharpened as he sensed the surroundings. "Everyone be cautious. There are about 20 enemies, but they're likely all shadow clones." Kakashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll handle the offense. Please provide support." Minato furrowed his brow slightly. "Don't be too hasty, Kakashi. You should focus on support instead." Kakashi was about to argue when a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Captain Kakashi, you should heed Lord Minato's advice. There are numerous methods to deal with this adversary. Your current jutsu is still incomplete, and it is unnecessary to take such risks. Let us devise another strategy. I can assist as well." Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet Obito's eyes. After a moment of silence, the lightning in his hand gradually dissipated. After careful contemplation, he spoke, "Obito and I will handle the frontal assault. Rin, you will provide long-range support. Lord Minato, you shall act as our backup. Should we find ourselves in a bind, we would appreciate your swift assistance." Minato nodded with satisfaction. In his view, the essence of being a ninja lay in teamwork, and his three students had exemplified this beautifully. Yashikusu, Obito, and Kakashi suddenly leapt from their hiding spot. Shadow clone technique. In unison, they formed hand seals and instantly transformed into 6 distinct figures. In the blink of an eye, they covered several meters. The Iwagakure ninja, the leech, was taken aback by the approach of the two. These two little brats, despite their youth, possess speed comparable to a jonin? What kind of joke is this? Is Konoha truly this formidable? Chapter 60. Ambush. Eliminate the enemy. The leech's true form stealthily retreated. A dozen shadow clones split into 3 groups, confronting the advancing duo. Hidden in the shadows, Minato observed the trajectory of the leech's shadow clones and deduced the position of its true self. Is it hiding behind that tree? Preparing to strike? Minato pondered. Well, let us give the children a chance. If they cannot handle it, I shall swiftly eliminate this foe myself. Both Kakashi and Obito were of jonin caliber. Dealing with a shadow clone of another jonin was a mere child's play for them. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Blade technique, shadow dance. Amidst the soaring flames and the glint of blades, they dispersed the leech's shadow clones one by one. The leech, filled with both astonishment and dread, realized these two youngsters indeed possessed jonin-level combat prowess. As it witnessed its clones being systematically vanquished, the leech gritted its teeth. With 2 opponents closing in, escape was futile. It would be better to take the initiative and eliminate one brat first. With this thought, it silently descended to the ground, vanishing from sight. Obito suddenly glanced toward a certain direction, his eyes flickering with Tsutomu. A smirk crept upon his lips. "Just as I was looking for you. You've come to me." In the next moment, a figure erupted from the ground, striking fiercely at Obito with a blade. However, as the blade descended, Obito's form transformed into smoke, disappearing in an instant. Not good. A wave of life-threatening dread washed over the leech. It barely managed to turn its head, only to see flames engulfing it. It exerted its legs to retreat, but halted abruptly. Its pupils contracted in horror as a blade protruded from its chest. To die at the hands of these 2 brats. "I cannot accept this," the leech murmured softly. Kakashi coldly withdrew his blade, and the leech's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, Obito grumbled in annoyance. "Kakashi, you just stole my kill." "The great fireball technique is indeed unable to secure a target," Kakashi retorted, casting a glance at Obito and disregarding him as he polished his white fawn. Once everything settled, Minato approached Rin with a smile. "Both of you performed admirably, exceeding my expectations." Just now, Kakashi and Obito displayed remarkable coordination, efficiently resolving the conflict without requiring assistance from me or Rin. Then, Minato's expression turned serious. "However, the enemy that was isolated should have been merely on a solo patrol. Your next encounter may very well be with a full Iwagakure squad. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and never let your guard down." The 3 nodded solemnly in agreement. "We understand, Lord Minato." The 4 resumed their journey. Upon reaching a bamboo grove, Minato halted. "I can only accompany you this far. The rest is up to you. Are we splitting up?" The 3 exchanged glances, sensing the tension in each other's eyes. Minato waved his hand. "Then disperse." In an instant, Minato's figure vanished, and Kakashi and the others entered the bamboo grove, delving deeper into the Iwagakure front line. "Be careful," Kakashi suddenly warned. Before them lay a pitfall trap, filled with sharp bamboo spikes. Rin thoughtfully remarked, "It seems we have entered the patrol zone of an Iwagakure squad." Obito nodded, squeezing Rin's hand gently. "Exactly. The enemy could appear at any moment. Rin, stick close to me, and Kakashi, do not stray too far." Rin, with her big eyes, replied, "I understand, Obito-kun." Kakashi turned away, somewhat exasperated. "Is it really appropriate to flaunt your affection in front of me?" "Kakashi, I have a feeling," Obito cautioned. "We may encounter enemies shortly. Stay alert." Kakashi raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. "All right." The 3 traversed through the bamboo grove and arrived by a stream. "This is the place." Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, Obito's heart raced. His muscles tensed, and he subtly positioned himself beside Rin. If all went as expected, The two jonin from Iwagakure were hiding nearby, keenly observing the three of them. His suspicion proved accurate. Amidst the jagged rocks, two ninjas whispered to each other. The jonin with an afro, named Hoka, said, "That leech went to scout and hasn't returned. Could he have been taken out by these three brats?" Beside him, the jonin with a blue headband and a stout build, Oishi, grinned wickedly. "Let us capture one of these brats and ask him." Camouflage technique. He raised his hand to form seals, rendering his body transparent, blending into the surrounding environment. By the stream, Obito appeared to wade through the water casually while maintaining vigilance over his surroundings. At that moment, a notification pinged from the system, presenting a choice. Option 1. Team up with your allies to eliminate the Iwagakure jonin Hoka and Oishi. Reward, 0.3 chakra points. Option 2. Team up with your allies to repel the Iwagakure jonin Hoka and Oishi. Reward, 0.2 chakra points. Option 3. Sound the alarm and lead your teammates to swiftly retreat away from danger. Reward, 0.1 chakra point. Obito glanced at the options, hardly hesitating before selecting the first. If they merely repelled the two ninjas or retreated, it would grant the enemy the opportunity to relay information, jeopardizing their mission. Hence, it would be better to eliminate them outright. With this thought, he adjusted his goggles. Release. Blood-red hues stained his eyes, and the tomo began to spin slowly. Drawl. Obito abruptly pivoted, wielding his blade with precision. The sharp sound of metal rang out as the blade was unsheathed, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Oishi's figure gradually materialized, his face etched with shock. "Why you shouldn't he be able to see me? What kind of eyes are those?" Blood spurted from his neck as he collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. Chapter 61. Crisis. Escape. Everything transpired far too swiftly. As the massive stone crashed to the ground, Kakashi and Rin finally reacted. Their faces painted with shock as they glanced backward. "Obito, what is happening?" Rin exclaimed. "There are enemies." Kakashi swiftly drew his white fang, surveying the surroundings. Yet, they were not alone. The hidden figures of the firelight, witnessing the scene, could not help but change expression. What a jest! In just a fleeting encounter, a mere child had dispatched a formidable boulder. Retreat. They needed to relay this intelligence back immediately. There was no way they could allow these terrifyingly powerful children to wreak havoc behind their lines. Firelight's eyes remained fixed ahead, gradually retreating under the cover of ninjutsu. However, at that moment, the child who had struck down the boulder suddenly turned to his direction, his crimson eyes locking onto him. Discovered. Firelight's heart sank. He ceased to conceal his form and launched a fierce attack. Earth release, rock-shattering spear. Rocks rose from behind him, morphing into sharp stone spears that shot towards the trio. "Obito, cover me," he growled. Kakashi, attuned to his thoughts, swiftly positioned himself in front of him, slamming his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose, intercepting the incoming stone spears. In that fleeting moment, Obito completed his hand signs. Earth release, earth spike. A dozen stone spears, each half a meter thick, suddenly erupted from the earth flow wall, catching Firelight off guard. One grazed his side, resulting in a muffled grunt. "Damn it, you little brat." He gritted his teeth, staggering backward as he reached for a signal flare in his pocket. The earth flow wall, devoid of chakra support, promptly dissolved. Vision sharpened once more, and both Obito and Kakashi noticed Firelight's actions. "No, he is about to signal. We must stop him," Obito urged anxiously. They were deep within enemy territory. If their position were compromised, the consequences would be dire. No reminder was necessary. Kakashi had already dashed forward, his blade aimed at the exposed Firelight. Obito's hands moved swiftly, completing his hand signs in a heartbeat to unleash his strongest ninjutsu. Lava release, flowing lava technique. Molten fireballs surged forth, covering the area where Firelight could evade. Injured, Firelight scrambled to avoid them, but was still grazed by Kakashi's blade. "I never imagined that Firelight, would be cornered by two mere kids." Kakashi landed momentarily a short distance away, his gaze fixed predatorily on Firelight, ready to strike again. Meanwhile, the lava fireballs launched by Obito were closing in on Firelight. He could feel the searing heat washing over him, the fireballs poised to descend at any moment. In that fleeting instant, Firelight's mind raced. He had two choices: either continue to fire the signal flare and perish beneath the onslaught of lava fireballs, or temporarily abandon the signal to evade the impending doom. Yet, even if he chose to evade, it would only delay his inevitable demise. Most likely, he would still meet his end at the hands of these two. Moreover, should he become entangled with the blade-wielding child, he would be unable to inform his comrades of the situation. With a heavy sigh, Firelight decided, sending the signal flare skyward. Boom. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the falling debris, yet a smile of relief graced his lips. Whoosh. The flare ascended, bursting into a dazzling display of colors. However, the hearts of the young men sank to the depths. This guy would rather die than fail to warn his comrades. Obito glanced at Firelight, now buried beneath the rubble. His expression complex. It was as if their fates had switched at that moment. Choice successful. Reward, 0-3 chakra points. The 0-3 chakra points were credited. Yet Obito felt no joy. They were about to face a peril far more terrifying than the original plot. Perhaps 10 or even 100 squads would come hunting them. Retreat. We must abandon the mission. Kakashi barked. The trio turned and dashed back into the bamboo forest, retracing their steps hastily. There was no time to contemplate the mission. Surviving was already a stroke of fortune. Swish, swish, swish. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the sound of rushing wind seemed to echo from the forest behind them. Drawing nearer, the three felt a jolt of alarm and quickened their pace. However, before long, rustling sounds emanated from the bamboo grove ahead. Obito exclaimed, "Barbecue!" With ambush ahead and pursuers behind, it was truly an inescapable predicament. Rin gripped her kunai tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Obito shielded her, eyes warily scanning the front, while Kakashi silently released a shadow clone, his real self moving forward. Yet, upon the enemy's appearance, both sides were taken aback. How could it be you? What are you doing here? Chapter 62, Run Duck. The unexpected arrivals were none other than Riku, Ayako, and Bo. Upon seeing Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, Riku and the others were equally astonished. Kakashi was the first to regain composure, urging urgently, "This is not a place for conversation. We must discuss as we retreat." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, everyone hastily fled. As they ran, Obito formed hand signs. Shadow clone technique. A figure materialized beside him, eyes brimming with emotion. "Forgive me. Obito, this is the last time." With that, the shadow clone remained behind. Despite the dire circumstances, curiosity flickered among the group as they glanced at Obito. Rin directly inquired, "Obito-kun, what is going on?" Obito explained, "Well, I have plenty of chakra. Leaving a shadow clone will hinder those pursuing us." The group fell silent. "We understand that much. What we want to know is why your shadow clone is adding theatrics for itself." Obito turned to Riku beside him. "By the way, why are you all here?" Riku sighed. Before our teacher headed to the front lines, he mentioned that all the main forces of Awagakure were concentrated on the front battlefield, leaving the rear short-handed like Konoha. So he sent us to infiltrate near the enemy's supply line to gather intelligence. Once we ascertain Awagakure's situation, we'll relay the information back to the village for the remaining Jonin to analyze for any opportunities. Obito nodded in understanding. Our teacher truly had the same thoughts. Ayako, surprised, asked, "Did Minato-sensei send you here as well?" Rin shook her head. "We're not on a reconnaissance mission. We're executing a surprise attack on the Shimokibikyo bridge." Goodness. Riku and his companions were astounded. They initially believed that their infiltration for reconnaissance was brave enough, only to discover that Obito's team was there to steal the enemy's home. Impressive indeed. Kakashi added, "We just faced 2 Iwagakure Jonin. While attempting to eliminate them, we inadvertently triggered a signal. You must have seen the signal flare, which is why you came over, right?" Longyabo nodded. "We happened to be nearby and, upon seeing the signal flare, speculated that something significant might have occurred in this vicinity. Thus, we decided to approach cautiously and assess the situation from a distance, ultimately catching sight of you all." "Wait." He suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You killed 2 elite ninjas?" Obito smugly nodded and gestured, indeed, a swift strike. One after another. Had the second fellow not been so far away, he would never have had the chance to signal. Nagano echoed with a tinge of envy, "Humph. I don't believe it." With a mischievous grin, Obito replied, "Actually, it was more than 2. We took out another one earlier." Nagano covered his ears. "I refuse to listen to your nonsense." Meanwhile, the shadow clone left behind performed hand seals, reminiscing about a girl he had downloaded, expertly employing a seduction technique. "Oh, this is indeed far more comfortable." She paused momentarily before continuing to run ahead. In the bamboo forest, a small Awagakure team approached, their expressions grave. How could they have been dispatched so swiftly? They were so powerful. They were the team closest to the flames and had arrived at the scene within mere moments of seeing the signal flare. Yet, in that brief interval, those who had slain the flames had vanished without a trace. What did this signify? It indicated that the flames and Oishi had likely been dealt with in an instant by their adversaries. The sensory ninja in the group remarked, and one. It seems there's movement ahead. I've spotted a target. And one's expression brightened. You finally found them. Pursue. The three accelerated, encircling the individual ahead. As they drew closer, they discerned the figure before them. And two chuckled softly. What do you know? It's a rather attractive female ninja. Allow me to capture her for some thorough questioning. And three quickly surpassed him, patting his chest. Let the junior handle such a tiresome task. She might be quite dangerous. And we wouldn't want to harm the elder brother. Humph. And two pouted in annoyance. What danger could a lone woman pose to the three of them? If you wish to claim her, just say so. He and one flanked her, secretly sandwiching the woman in between. And three raised his hand and performed hand seals. Ninjutsu, camouflage. His body became transparent, slipping into the earth as he stealthily approached the woman. The woman, seemingly abandoned by her companions, fled in panic, oblivious to the transparent figure emerging behind her. And three, witnessing this, wore an eager smile. If the target had been a man, he would have swiftly severed his limbs and brought him back for interrogation. However, with a woman of such captivating beauty before him, a more gentle approach was in order. After extracting the information, they could even enjoy some leisurely games with her. And three unsheathed a kunai, lunging forward to envelop the woman in his embrace. One hand encircled her soft form, while the other held the kunai menacingly against her fair neck. Hey there, lovely, do not resist, or I shall slit your throat. The woman froze, her body stiffening as she struggled to feign terror. And three was quite pleased with her performance and continued, cooperate and reveal your companions. And not only will I spare your life, but I shall also ensure my brothers treat you well. What do you say, my dear? The woman's cheeks flushed as she coyly replied, You're making me feel shy? I'm almost exploding from embarrassment. And three was taken aback. Exploding from shyness? What a peculiar expression. The next moment, he realized she was not merely using figurative language, but stating a fact. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. The woman in 3's arms truly detonated. And three was hurled away by the violent shockwave. And three, are you all right? One and two hurried over, equally bewildered. How could a perfectly fine person just explode? Shadow clone. But shadow clones do not explode. Yet, there were no explosive tags in sight. This was utterly baffling. Chapter 63. Ambush. And three lay on the ground, his entire body aflame with pain. Nevertheless, he struggled to raise his arm and probe the crucial area. Phew. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the little brother was still intact. After a careful search, he was stunned to find nothing. He had become a commander without troops. Ah! And 3's wails echoed through the skies, startling countless birds. I will kill you all. Observing 3's agony, and two involuntarily swallowed hard. If he had been the one to approach earlier. Ah, good brother, your elder brother will remember this forever. Upon hearing the explosion behind them, the memories of the shadow clones synced. Obito's expression shifted. Everyone, speed up. They are not far from us. Riku's eyes sparkled. Oh, did you bring explosive tags? How many do you have? We could set some traps along the way. Obito scratched his head. I didn't bring any explosive tags. Riku was taken aback. If he hadn't brought explosive tags, then was the earlier explosion caused by the enemy? Obito shook his head. No, it was my shadow clone that exploded. Probably too shy? Riku, why would your shadow clone be shy? No, wait. Why did your shadow clone explode? The six of them were sprinting at full speed, yet the pursuing team was gradually closing in. Although the number of Iwagakure's rearguard was small, it was significant relative to the front line. At that moment, behind the six, there were at least a dozen small teams tracking them down. These elite Iwagakure ninjas had effortlessly locked onto their whereabouts. As the six rushed forward, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. This is Doton, Doryu Taiga. Three nearby Iwagakure teams simultaneously struck, unleashing an earth-shattering assault. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly collapsed beneath them, shattering into chasms reminiscent of a bottomless pit. Furthermore, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from below, crashing toward them like a tangible force. Dust swirled, and the six were sent plummeting into the void. Everyone, be careful. Kakashi acted swiftly, grabbing Iane beside him. With a deft push off the crumbling edge, he pulled her away from the collapsing ground. Obito hung precariously in the crevice, swiftly embracing Rin and pushing her upward. Just then, Riku's anxious voice rang out, "Obito, come help me." Obito turned to see Riku precariously perched on a cliff, her hands forming seals, her petite face flushed. Riku's shadow was holding the disoriented Nagano, manipulating him to grasp onto a protruding rock face. It turned out that Nagano, the unfortunate soul, had been caught at the epicenter of the chakra surge and had been rendered dazed, his mind buzzing. Had it not been for Riku's timely intervention, he would have fallen into the abyss. He would likely have to restart immediately. "Wait for me," Obito declared as he released the chakra from his feet. With a sudden surge of strength, he leaped towards Nagano. 2 seconds later, he stabilized himself beside the crumbling wall next to Nagano and swiftly lifted him up. "Let go, Riku," Obito shouted. Upon hearing this, Riku released the shadow imitation technique and began to ascend. Obito, still holding Nagano, took a couple of strides and glanced at the ground below, muttering softly, it should be about right. Here we go." With a powerful thrust of his hips, he tossed Nagano upwards. "What the?" As the cold wind rushed past him, Nagano instantly regained his senses and stumbled to the ground. Rin helped him up, her heart racing as she anxiously called out, "Obito-kun, hurry up." Obito was momentarily stunned, but then, with eyes wide in horror, he looked up and shouted frantically, "Rin-chan, get out of the way." In less than 10 seconds, the earth had begun to crack, and Obito had rescued Nagano. Yet, those mere seconds were sufficient for the 3 small teams from Awagakure and Kakashi South Group to close the distance and launch a new wave of attacks. As merciless ninjas, they would not grant their enemies even a moment's respite. Taking advantage of the situation, they aimed to eliminate their foes. Tsuchi Doton, Shoken, 9 ninjas simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu. Countless sharp stone spears shot forth from all directions, targeting Kakashi and his companions. "This is bad." Kakashi's expression shifted drastically as he slammed his hands into the ground to erect an earthen wall. However, the hastily raised barrier could only shield Ayako beside him. Riku leaped behind the earthen wall, attempting to summon the shadow technique to protect the more distant Rin and Nagano. Yet, his overexertion left him feeling drained. The shadowy tendrils reached out feebly, moving slower than a tortoise. In the next instant, the stone spears were upon them. With a piercing sound, the spears pierced flesh. Warm blood dripped onto Obito's face as he caught Rin, momentarily frozen in shock. I'm sorry, I got held up this afternoon. I'll eat quickly and work until 11 tonight." Chapter 64. Kimui Rinchan. Tears streamed down Obito's face as he felt his heart momentarily stop. He feared he might lose Rin. Her eyes were also brimming with tears as she choked out, "I'm fine, Obito-kun, but Nagano." In that instant, as the stone spears approached, Nagano had pushed Rin into the crevice, but he himself was struck by the spears. Obito's heart sank as he turned to the girl in his arms and urged, "Hold on tight." Rin nestled against him, nodding vigorously. "Okay." Obito leaped upward, emerging onto the surface. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of shuriken flew towards him. With a quick dodge, he evaded the incoming weapons and then, with a precise push-off, began to dash towards Kakashi and the others. Doton, Ishi Shuriken Jutsu. Doton, Tsuchi no Ashi. The ninja from Awagakure, having learned from the missteps of their comrades, refrained from engaging in close combat while they remained unaware of their opponent's capabilities. Instead, they continued to unleash ninjutsu from afar, pinning down their foes. This was their home turf. There was no need to rush. Prolonging the battle would only be to their advantage. "Obito, come here quickly," with Kakashi and the others providing cover. Obito skillfully evaded the relentless attacks and regrouped with them. He placed Rin beside Kakashi and, seizing the brief respite, turned his gaze towards the bloodied Nagano lying a short distance away. Nagano's body was pierced by several stone spears, struggling to lift his head to look in their direction. "Spare you!" Obito's blood boiled as he gazed at the fading Nagano. The invisible shackles in his mind began to tremble once more, the sounds of clattering echoing in his ears. Nagano attempted to speak, his lips moving, but with his lungs pierced, no sound emerged. Yet, Obito could read his silent words. "How many times must I tell you? I'm not called Sparrow. And you don't owe me anything. I despise being indebted to others. You saved my life, and I'll repay you." Before Obito could finish reading Nagano's lips, enemy attacks surged once more. The five had no choice but to change positions, losing sight of Nagano. Tears streamed from Obito's eyes. Why does this annoying guy's pain affect me so much? Boom. The mental restraints that bound him shattered in an instant. Obito roared, "Damn Sparrow. I won't let you die. You owe me." Riku seized Obito's arm. "Obito, don't be reckless. The reason they haven't killed Nagano is to lure us in. Trust me, I'm upset too, but we can't save him." Obito turned to Riku, his tone icy. "If we can't save him, then I'll wipe out these scoundrels and avenge Sparrow." Riku was taken aback, slowly releasing his grip. Obito's eyes glowed crimson, three tomo whirling within. Kakashi furrowed his brow. "Obito, this isn't the time for recklessness." Even with Obito activating his three tomo Sharingan in his grief, against the three teams from Iwagakure, victory still appeared elusive. Rin, standing beside Obito, expressed her concern. Obito met the eyes of his companions, stating firmly, "Everyone, listen to me. I am not blinded by hatred. Rather, I am completely rational at this moment. Those Iwagakure ninjas are clearly stalling, waiting for other teams to arrive. If we do not break through swiftly, we may be trapped here forever." Riku pondered for a moment before responding gravely, "Obito-kun is right. We must take the initiative to break through." Ayako timidly interjected, "But they have the numerical advantage and are stronger than us. How can we break through?" Obito removed his goggles and tossed them aside, declaring, "I will launch an attack to distract them. You all take the opportunity to retreat." Kakashi frowned again, but soon relaxed. "All right, I'll go with you." Obito shook his head. "No, you must protect Rin and the others. A team will surely abandon me to pursue you. Only you can safeguard them." Kakashi opened his mouth to argue, but Obito impatiently interrupted. "Stop with the hesitation. If we delay any longer, none of us will escape. I have a trump card. I won't die so easily, trust me." Rin gazed at Obito with tear-filled eyes. Obito-kun, after scolding Kakashi, Obito forced a smile for Rin. "Rin-chan, we'll meet on the other side. I'll bring Nagano back with me." He then turned to Kakashi, saying, "You must protect everyone. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." It was the first time Kakashi had seen Obito so serious. After a moment of hesitation, he silently nodded. Obito slightly bowed his head, drawing his short blade. "Prepare yourselves. In 1 minute, we act simultaneously." With that, Obito fixed his gaze on the distant Iwagakure ninjas, taking a deep breath as he silently recited in his heart, "System. Activate Kimui card." The limited card of Kimui. Upon activating the three tomo Sharingan, the Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan automatically activates. Reminder, do you confirm usage? Yes. Obito felt a warm current surge into his eye. In the next moment, the three black tomo within the crimson hue shattered instantaneously, transforming into a black shuriken under the abundant energy. Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan. An inexplicable understanding surged within him. In an instant, Obito mastered the art of Kimui. Such formidable power. No wonder Kishimoto initially opted to separate these eyes. The dual Kimui is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Grasping his short blade, Obito emerged from hiding and began to run towards the rock village ninjas across from him. Several rock ninjas murmured amongst themselves. In such circumstances, they still harbored fighting spirit. It was commendable for someone to infiltrate behind their lines. Indeed, though they were enemies, this young lad was quite impressive. Hearing their conversation, Obito revealed a sinister grin. "Do you think I lack courage? I would challenge even the likes of Gojin. Not only do I possess fighting spirit, but I intend to annihilate you all. Due to unforeseen circumstances, today's update has been delayed. Rest assured, I will maintain the usual 3 updates daily, even if I must burn the midnight oil." Chapter 65. The opponent is not human. Nagano was already beginning to lose consciousness. He vaguely saw Obito charging toward him and inwardly cursed, "This fool. An idiot." The tail end of the group. Does he not realize I am a bait left intentionally by the enemy? Never mind, never mind. I am about to die anyway. There is no use in pondering so much. Nevertheless, I never expected this guy would stand up for me. Memories of the past began to resurface. He seemed to return to his childhood, where a youthful voice echoed in his ears. "Hello, my name is Obito. From now on, we will be desk mates." Hello, my name is Nagano." Back then, he was just an introverted boy, and Obito was not the mischievous person he is now. Nagano closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Knowing you has been rather pleasant." "Ah!" Obito roared in fury. In his line of sight, the last remnant of chakra within Nagano dissipated entirely. At the moment Obito charged forth, his comrades, including Shika, followed suit, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction. The rock ninjas laughed mockingly. Oh, I see why this kid came out to seek death. It was to create an opportunity for his comrades. TSK. The idea is commendable, but too bad you won't even last half a minute. Enough chatter, let us finish off this brat, and prevent the others from escaping. 9 rock ninjas surged toward Obito, 4 jonin, and 5 special jonin. This lineup was sufficient to eliminate the young boy before them. Not to mention, behind them, 7 or 8 teams were hastily approaching. With such a luxurious lineup on their side, how could the opposition hope to turn the tide? They had nothing to lose. Ding! A familiar prompt echoed in Obito's mind. So exhausting. A sudden screen appeared before his eyes, nearly causing him to stumble. Option 1. Eliminate 10 Rock Village ninjas. Reward, 0-1 chakra card. Option 2. Eliminate 20 Rock Village ninjas. Reward, 0-2 chakra cards. Option 3. Eliminate 30 Rock Village ninjas. Reward, 0-3 chakra cards. Obito scanned the options, quickly grasping the situation. Since the system presented choices, it indicated that at least 7 or 8 teams of rock ninjas were en route. He decisively focused his consciousness on option 3. 3. Today, I shall hunt with fervor. One of the rock ninjas noticed Obito seemingly lost in thought. He sneered as he approached, thrusting his blade forward. You little brat, daring to lose focus while engaging with me. Who gave you the audacity? Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. The young boy appeared to lack substance, passing directly through him along with his weapon. What? Just as he was astounded, a short blade pierced through his chest. Huh. Obito withdrew the blade and kicked the fallen body to the ground. 1. The rock ninjas witnessed this bizarre spectacle, abruptly halting in their tracks. Someone whispered, "What just happened?" Another replied, his face pale, "I don't know. This kid is too uncanny. Everyone, be cautious." Obito had no intention of granting them time to react. Seizing the opportunity before the Rock Village reinforcements arrived, he aimed to eliminate those in front of him. One rock ninja, seeing Obito charge at him, gritted his teeth and swung his blade in response. I don't believe it. You can't keep using that trick. In the world of Naruto, the more peculiar the ability, the more restrictions it often entails. It either requires a price to be paid or a lengthy cooldown. This boy's ability to phase through his body couldn't possibly be sustained for long. Clinging to this thought, the rock ninja felt a sudden calm. He swung his blade at Obito, which indeed passed through his form. However, he had already mentally prepared himself and did not lose his balance, remaining unfazed. After his attack failed, he quickly retreated to evade Obito's assault. But at that moment, the space around him twisted instantaneously, rendering him immobile. He could only helplessly watch as Obito drove the short blade into his chest. 2. Another lifeless body was added to Obito's count, stated in a monotonous tone. The rock ninjas gasped in shock. This is getting even more bizarre. To them, their comrade had appeared as if possessed, standing frozen in place. Obito regarded the shrinking rock ninjas, unable to restrain himself, and began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, if you don't come to kill me, then I shall be the one to slay you. I demand you pay for that detestable individual. With that, he raised his blade and charged toward the group. The remaining 7 exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Let us take him down together. If we don't deal with this guy, we might truly perish here. One rock ninja, while charging, caught Obito's gaze. 3. Bang. In the next heartbeat, his head was crushed by the distorted space. Red, white, yellow, green. Oh. It turns out this brother wore a green headscarf. Red, white, yellow, green, splattered all over his companions. One of them instinctively licked a drop and nearly retched. What on earth is happening? What kind of ability is this? The crowd stared at the indifferent youth, a chill creeping into their hearts. Ethereal, beguiling the mind. Claiming lives from a distance. Could this be a demon risen from the depths of hell? The lives of the living were merely cold numbers to him. His indifferent gaze upon them resembled that of a grim reaper. Are you even human? Someone couldn't help but ask. Do you dare insult me? Obito glared fiercely. Bang. Instantly, the individual's head exploded. Obito felt no revulsion. Instead, he was somewhat inclined to savor a watermelon. Observing the panicked crowd, he curled his lip. 4. What a tedious battle. Currently, the power dynamics in the Naruto world remain intact, and the network environment is still relatively stable. Unlike a decade later when powerful figures abound and cheats proliferate like weeds. In this current phase, there are errant deities and extraterrestrials. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan serves as an unparalleled enhancement. Confronting a cadre of ordinary ninjas indeed feels like an act of bullying. With this thought, he let out a deep sigh, pondering how much easier it would have been had he mastered this formidable power sooner. That fool Nagano wouldn't have met his demise. Chapter 66. Thoughts of Obito. Obito gathered Nagano's lifeless form into his Kamui space. Rest in peace, little sparrow. When the time comes for me to unleash my powers, you shall be resurrected alongside Uncle Shumo. After all, he has long wished to converse with you. Feel free to express your grievances then. He attempted to alleviate his inner sorrow with trivial banter, though it bore little fruit. One might wonder why Obito did not simply employ Kamui to escape with everyone. The notion had indeed crossed his mind. With a mere activation of Kamui, he could have effortlessly evaded any pursuers. However, such an action would reveal his capabilities, disrupting many of his plans. Moreover, should a certain Shimura Danzo, a 55-year-old silver coin, discover the extent of his power, he would undoubtedly begin to contemplate how to extract his eyes. As long as he remained in this position, drawing sufficient attention, Kakashi and the others would likely remain safe. Besides, he still sought vengeance for the sparrow. Shaking his head, he dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind and erupted with laughter once more. Ha ha ha. He deftly swung his short blade to fend off an Iwagakure ninja and, with flames enveloping his hands, pierced another's heart with a claw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He moved through the fray with the ferocity of a wolf among sheep, dismantling his adversaries with alarming ease. To label this a battle would be a misnomer. It was merely a one-sided slaughter. Picking up his short blade from the ground, he cast his gaze towards the surrounding bamboo groves, where no fewer than 10 Iwagakure squads encircled him, watching with expressions of astonishment and wariness. This kid single-handedly took down 3 of our squads. We thought Konoha was devoid of talent, yet here emerges a youth with such terrifying prowess. They cursed inwardly, astonished that he appeared younger than their own sons. Even more baffling was the fact that the Konoha boy, upon seeing their numbers, remained utterly unperturbed, casually adjusting his attire. Several squad leaders whispered amongst themselves. He cannot possibly be alone. There must be teammates nearby. Let us split into 2 groups for a swift resolution. One leader shook his head, expressing his dissent. I believe that would be unwise. This boy's strength is remarkable. It is prudent to confront him with our full force. Another leader concurred. Indeed, we must eliminate this prodigy before he poses a greater threat to Konoha. Let's dispatch 2 teams to pursue any potential allies while the remaining forces engage him directly. Once we dispatch this boy, we can swiftly return to the main battlefield. With their decision made, the Iwagakure ninjas sprang into action. 6 of them surged past Obito, racing towards the distance. He quietly observed the scene, reassured that Kakashi and his team would manage against merely 2 squads. They truly underestimate me. Let them remain here, he thought, tightening his grip on his short blade as he charged towards the 30 adversaries. Unbeknownst to them, he appeared to envelop the opposing forces single-handedly. Everyone, be cautious. Engage together and do not underestimate him, a captain shouted. With the significant number of Iwagakure ninjas present, utilizing area-wide destructive jutsu would prove hazardous to their own. Obito easily dodged a few individual jutsu before swiftly reaching the front lines of several Iwagakure ninjas. In an astonishing moment, as 4 or 5 of them struck simultaneously, they were met with disbelief. Their blades passed through his form, some even piercing their own comrades. Seizing the opportunity during their shock, Obito leaped into the air and unleashed a torrent of molten lava. The searing heat instantaneously incinerated them. One captain's pupils constricted in horror as he stammered. His body has become intangible. A bloodline limit. Everyone, increase the distance. Obito coldly taunted. How can you distance yourselves from me? He moved like an apparition, with the Iwagakure ninjas unable to flee or retaliate, falling like straw under his relentless assault. The captains' faces contorted with rage. They had believed they were taking the threat seriously. Yet who could have imagined that 30 elite ninjas would be mercilessly hunted down by a mere boy? Are we not following the script correctly? Quickly send a signal. One captain barked. Moments later, a brilliant signal flare illuminated the sky. Obito continued his silent slaughter, unfazed by the commotion. He had been unable to reach the signal flare wielder. And the greater the ruckus he created, the safer Kakashi's team would be. Just keep killing. in the rear of Iwagakure. Many were left bewildered by the sight of the signal flare. Did we not dispatch a dozen squads? Why is the enemy still standing? Indeed, with Konoha's rear seemingly unguarded, it should be impossible for them to launch a counterattack. Despite their confusion, 20 more squads rushed towards the signal's location. Choice successful. Reward, 0-3 chakra. A familiar notification rang in Obito's ears, a warm flow surging through his body, alleviating some of his fatigue. As he eliminated the last of his foes, he exhaled deeply. Aside from a few Iwagakure ninjas who fled in fear, the remaining 20 lay lifeless around him. With both Kamui and Lava Release as his bloodline limits, he felt no fear against these unenhanced Iwagakure ninjas. Even with just Kamui at his disposal, he could stand invincible. The only constraint he faced was his chakra. Given ample chakra, he would dare to charge into the land of Earth. Yet, that remained a mere fanciful thought. After the recent skirmish, he had depleted half of his chakra and now felt somewhat weary. Settling cross-legged upon the ground, he began to refine his chakra, regardless of the amount. Any recovery was welcome. A fierce battle awaited him soon enough. Suddenly, he felt a pang of longing. Where might you be? In my dreams, in my heart. In my songs, he softly hummed a tune from his homeland, feeling a touch of melancholy. The one who used to bother him would no longer come seeking a fight. After a brief moment, when 60 Iwagakure ninjas appeared, they were met with a sight that left them speechless. On the blood-stained earth, a young boy sat amidst the corpses, serenely humming a little tune, as if awaiting their arrival. Tonight, I shall write with fervor. I shall pull an all-nighter. Chapter 67. The name of Obito. One voice trembled in disbelief. Is this a joke? So many have perished at the hands of this child. The grotesque array of corpses sprawled across the ground was a chilling sight. As seasoned ninjas who have witnessed the battlefield, they are not strangers to the world. Yet, the scene before them is undeniably jarring. A youth, scarcely taller than a man, has single-handedly slaughtered nearly 60 foes. Calmly seated amidst the corpses, he awaits the arrival of his adversaries. What a striking demeanor he possesses. Unable to restrain himself, one questions, "Who are you?" With his eyes half closed, Obito hastily endeavors to replenish his chakra while feigning nonchalance. I am Obito Uchiha, the foremost among my peers in Konoha, a being who surpasses countless prodigies. I trust you have heard of my mentor, the fastest man in the world, the illustrious Yellow Flash. A collective intake of breath echoes among the rock ninjas, reminiscent of air escaping a deflating tire. One ponderously remarks, so he is the disciple of the Yellow Flash. No wonder he possesses such strength at such a young age. Ninja A from Iwagakure, feeling somewhat intimidated, murmurs, didn't they say that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, one could abandon their mission? What about his apprentice? Ninja B scoffs. Huh, to be frightened by a mere child. How shameful. I am embarrassed to be in your company. Ninja A, feeling ashamed, lowers his head. Just then, Ninja B coughs and presses, Captain, say something. Are we retreating or not? Obito observes the hesitance of the Iwagakure ninjas and muses internally. He invoked the name of his mentor, Minato, to intimidate them, granting him a moment to regain his strength. As for identifying himself as Obito, it was a ruse. Such a distinctive moniker implies exceptional leg prowess. In the ensuing battle, many would likely be wary of his legs, allowing him the opportunity for heartfelt dialogue with them. The Iwagakure leaders exchange glances, momentarily uncertain. The opponent's prowess is formidable, not to mention his affiliation with the Yellow Flash. After decimating 10 squads, he neither flees nor hides but boldly sits here, awaiting their approach. His audacity is indeed intimidating. Wait, one leader squints and suddenly speaks up. If this Obito truly possesses the ability to annihilate us, why would he engage in conversation? Another replies, indeed, he must have expended considerable energy. He is likely buying time to recover. Let us not grant him a moment to breathe. We must eliminate him at once. Several leaders feign loud discussions. Encouraged by their words, the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas smirk, envisioning their triumph in slaying Obito. If we kill this Obito, it will be a monumental achievement. One exclaims, I shall present his head to the Yellow Flash. Obito raises an eyebrow, unsheathing his short blade as he rises from the corpses. Stop your prattling. If you have the courage, come and face me. With that, he selects a fortunate squad and charges forward. A swift gesture from the leaders prompts several teams of Iwagakure ninjas to encircle Obito. Should we send some squads to capture his companions? Let us not rush. Wait, what? As the leaders converse, The Iwagakure ninjas surrounding Obito begin to fall, one after another, in mere moments. Stop hesitating. Attack together. One bellows. In another scene, Kakashi and the trio of Duyo continue their relentless journey, with only a few Iwagakure ninjas pursuing them. The four fight and retreat until, under Duyo's strategy, they successfully evade their pursuers. It's strange, Ayako murmurs. We've lingered behind enemy lines for so long, yet only a handful have come after us. Duyo replies with a complex tone. It's no wonder. Obito must be drawing the majority of their attention. Honestly, I can't fathom the peril he faces, he adds, regretting the words as he glances at Rin, noticing her eyes welling with tears once more. Kakashi reassures her, Rin, do not worry. Once I ensure your safety, I will return to retrieve Obito. Tears stream down Rin's face as she sobs. Will Obito truly come back? The trio's hearts sink at her words. Deep down, they know Obito may not return. He had chosen to sacrifice himself for them. Yet, they instinctively avoid confronting the reality, hoping that perhaps he holds some hidden strength. The four continue their journey in silence until Kakashi suddenly feels a warmth emanating from his lower back. In the next instant, a striking figure appears, landing gracefully before them. Kakashi, he swiftly realizes, it's the kunai you gave me, imbued with your technique. Upon seeing Minato, the group feels a renewed sense of hope. Rin, clutching Minato's sleeve, pleads, Sensei, Obito is still back there. You must hurry and save him. Minato's expression shifts. What? What has transpired? Allow me to explain. Duyo steps forward, gently comforting the distraught Rin, and quickly narrates the events to Minato. Minato's face darkens. Wait for me here. I shall return momentarily. Kakashi urgently interjects, Sensei, I will accompany you. Having already lost his father, he cannot bear the thought of losing Obito too. Listen, Kakashi, Minato asserts, and with a swift throw of a kunai, he vanishes in an instant. Kakashi clenches his fists. Please, Minato-sensei, bring him back. Chapter 68. The late arrival of Minato as Minato's form flickers. He approaches the location described by Duyo, the scent of iron and blood becoming increasingly pungent. Oh, Obito, hold on. The teacher is coming. In a clearing outside the bamboo grove, Obito, breathless and trembling with fatigue, faces the remaining few of the 60 Iwagakure ninjas, their spirits shaken by his uncanny abilities. They hesitate, keeping their distance as they unleash attacks from afar. Does this kid appear to be spent? One questions. Another responds, it seems so. He hasn't activated that bloodline limit in a while. After further testing, they conclude that Obito is indeed nearing exhaustion. Exchanging glances filled with excitement, they declare, what are we waiting for? Charge. Let us finish off Obito. As they surge forward, one suddenly exclaims, wait, what? Have you heard that strange sound? One person perked up, his expression peculiar. It seemed like an incomprehensible melody. Hurry up and take down that kid first, someone urged from ahead. As he observed the crowd of IWA shinobi advancing towards him, Obito let out a resigned sigh. After such a prolonged battle, his once robust chakra had finally been depleted. At that very moment, a haunting melody began to resonate in his ears. The sun shone brilliantly as the lyrics unfolded. The sun shines bright, the rooster crows thrice. The magpie builds its nest, while the bees gather honey. The joy of labor is beyond words. The glory of creation is supreme. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Obito's mouth. Here it comes, my buff. Labor is glorious BGM. In your BGM, no one can outlast you. When your stamina is exhausted, it instantly restores 20 of your maximum stamina. This so-called stamina also encompassed chakra. However, the nature of this BGM was rather difficult to articulate. It was akin to Kaguya opening the door for Black Zetsu, an absurdly dramatic turn of events. After regaining a fifth of his strength, Obito brandished his short blade once more, commencing a new wave of harvest. Cries of despair echoed around him. Oh, that kid was just pretending. How shameless. One exclaimed. I never expected to perish under the blade of Hamura Obito. Weren't you using your legs? Obito thought, somewhat speechless, as he delivered a chilling retort to the fallen foe. Why bother with such musings when you're already dead? This must be the place, Minato exclaimed, employing his flying thunder god technique to traverse a dense bamboo grove and arrive at a clearing beyond. He halted abruptly, his breath caught in his throat. Before him lay his weary disciple, resting against a tree, short blades still in hand. Surrounding him were the lifeless bodies of IWA shinobi, a grim sight numbering at least 70 or 80. Obito, hearing a familiar voice, opened his eyes and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Sensei Minato, you've arrived." The boy's grin, juxtaposed against the backdrop of bloodshed, appeared eerily enchanting. Minato, feeling a pang of sorrow, replied, "I'm sorry, Obito, for arriving late." Obito gently shook his head, his tone laden with significance. "No, Sensei Minato, you are not late this time. There is still a chance." Minato approached, lifting Obito with care. Disregarding the blood that stained his disciple, he enveloped him in a warm embrace. After a moment, he released Obito, hesitating before speaking. "Obito, what has happened to you? Your power has surged remarkably." Minato was aware of Obito's prowess, comparable to that of a jonin, yet upon witnessing the numerous corpses strewn about, he realized Obito's capabilities transcended expectations. Understanding Minato's unspoken inquiry, Obito lowered his gaze and spoke with a complex tone. "After Nagato's sacrifice, I, engulfed in sorrow, awakened my Sharingan. Furthermore, I have mastered the Kekkei Genkai of lava release." Minato contemplated this revelation. The three-tomo Sharingan and lava release? He surveyed the fallen, noticing the burn marks on many of the bodies. "Indeed, that seems plausible. However, your chakra is truly formidable. It must be at least a fraction of Kushina's." He recognized that Obito's current strength could potentially place him among the elite of the shinobi world. Alas, poor Nagato. "By the way, Sensei Minato," Obito said, a hint of melancholy in his voice, "we were unable to complete the task you assigned us." Minato nodded slightly. "I understand. I encountered Kakashi and the others. They informed me of everything." Obito immediately asked, "Are they all safe?" Minato replied soothingly, "Rest assured, everyone is unharmed, though they are quite worried about you, particularly Rin." Upon hearing that everyone was safe, Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him, but the thought of Rin's worry tugged at his heart. Minato ruffled Obito's hair affectionately. "Now, leave the rest to me. You should rest here quietly, and I will take you home shortly." Obito nodded. "All right, Sensei Minato." With the yellow flash personally intervening, there was no need for Obito to concern himself further. He hoped Minato would eliminate all the IWA shinobi. Fearing that the few who had escaped might reveal his abilities, he intended to keep his powers concealed for grander endeavors. True to his reputation, Minato vanished in an instant. Moments later, he returned. Obito stood up, a nervous expression on his face. "Sensei Minato, have you destroyed the Kamui Bridge? Did you eliminate all the IWA shinobi?" Minato simply nodded in response. Though he yearned for peace, he was not the type to show mercy in the midst of war, especially against an invading force from IWA. "That is wonderful." Obito sighed in relief. With that, the likelihood of his abilities being exposed diminished significantly. Of course, his prowess would likely remain undetectable, and after this battle, he and his cousin Shursui might become renowned figures within the shinobi world. Swift Shursui, Hamura Obito. Yet, comparing his chosen title to his cousin's made it seem rather lackluster. "Never mind," he thought. "All those who fought against me are dead. I can always choose another name later. As long as these foes did not return as Edo Tensei, he would remain safe." Continuing to write. Chapter 69. The development of Hashirama cells. However, Obito remained overly naive. In the shinobi world, there were countless ways to convey a message. Perhaps the remaining forces of IWA would not have time to report his abilities to the land of Earth. Yet, a mere name could still be transmitted. Minato extended his hand to Obito, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Come on, Obito, let us go home." Obito grasped Minato's hand firmly, nodding earnestly. "Yes." In the blink of an eye, Minato transported Obito to where Kakashi and the others were gathered. "Sensei Minato." "Obito-kun." Upon seeing Obito, Rin couldn't contain her tears. "Don't cry, Rin-chan, I'm back." Rin sobbed as she rushed into Obito's embrace. "Obito, do you know how worried I was?" Obito, somewhat flustered, reassured her, "Please don't cry, Rin-chan. I promise I won't make you worry again." After some time, Rin finally released him, allowing Obito to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Kakashi embraced him, whispering in his ear, "Next time, I won't abandon you. We will face everything together." After releasing Obito, it was then Deku who enveloped him, patting his back. "It's good that you're back, it's good. I lost one friend today, I don't want to lose another." After a brief embrace, Deku let go of Obito. With a determined expression, Obito raised his arms towards Ayako, signaling, "Come on, it's your turn." Ayako hesitated slightly. Though Obito has returned alive, Ayako is quite happy. However, She had no intention of embracing him. Yet, upon reflecting on Obito's sacrifices made today, she stepped forward and gave him a hug. Oh my, is Ayako really that strong? Obito was momentarily taken aback. After hugging him, Ayako blushed and dashed away. Minato stood nearby, smiling as he observed the scene. Once the little ones finished their exchange, he finally spoke up. Let us return to Konoha. On their way back, Shikayu asked, Minato-sensei, where do you think this war is headed? After contemplating seriously, Minato replied, the Wagakure is already at a disadvantage on the front lines, and now their supply lines have been destroyed by us. This war should not last much longer. Konoha will soon achieve victory. Rin sincerely exclaimed, that's wonderful. Being inherently kind-hearted, she despised the violence of war. Obito glanced at his beloved girl and resolved within himself. For Rin, he must reshape this world. Minato looked at the 5 youngsters and said, Konoha's victory is equally due to your contributions. The sacrifices made by everyone, including Nagano, were not in vain. It is because of you all, and the countless Konoha shinobi shedding blood on the front lines, that everyone in the land of fire can live in peace. Kakashi nodded silently, his father's visage surfacing in his mind. Father, if you were alive, you would surely be proud of me. As for Ayako at that moment, who is Ayako? Minato and the others walked ahead, consciously allowing space for the young couple behind. Rin, holding Obito's hand, asked uncertainly, Obito-kun, is there something wrong with your eyes? I've noticed you squinting several times while looking at things. The others turned their heads in curiosity towards Obito. Obito felt a jolt in his spirit. However, he scratched his head and nonchalantly replied, perhaps I overused my Sharingan. My eyes are a bit fatigued. A little rest should help. Rin nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. As long as there's nothing wrong, that's good. Seeing no one suspecting anything, Obito carefully examined his own eyes. If Rin hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed. He had developed nearsightedness. Based on his previous life experience, he figured it must be several degrees. How could this happen? Hadn't he been transformed by Hashirama's cells? Confused, he inquired within his mind, System, could you please explain why I still have nearsightedness? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The brother has arrived. The current development level of your Hashirama cells remains at the most basic stage. Therefore, frequent use of ocular techniques still leads to visual fatigue, resulting in nearsightedness. Obito? What development level? You never mentioned it before. System, you didn't ask. Did you? Obito took a deep breath, trying to remain calm as he asked, can you tell me now? Ding. Naturally. This system will deliver. The system chimed and presented Obito with a glowing screen. Introduction. The development levels of Hashirama cells are divided into 4 tiers, as follows. 1. Tier 1. Reduces the burden of Kamui on the host's body, allowing the host to utilize basic wood-release techniques. 2. Tier 2. Significantly reduces the burden of Kamui on the host's body, allowing the host to utilize intermediate wood-release techniques. 3. Tier 3. Completely alleviates the burden of Kamui on the host's body, allowing the host to utilize advanced wood-release techniques. 4. Tier 4. The host can use Hashirama Senju's wood-release techniques and awaken their own Rinnegan. Obito. Oh my system dad, I forgive you. Upon seeing the description of Tier 4, his mouth nearly watered. The Rinnegan. That is the power surpassing the Sharingan, known as the ultimate ocular power that controls life and death. And Hashirama's wood-release? If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to single-handedly subdue tailed beasts? He imagined himself saying, your power is too great, while effortlessly pinning the 9 tails to the ground with one hand. Or, he could unleash a true Senju Thousand Hands and stylishly restrain his opponent with 2 hands. He had already prepared his lines. I've given you 2 hands. You had your chance, yet you couldn't make it count. Well, perhaps he might be lacking in chakra. Chapter 70. The war ends. Peace treaty nonetheless. This did not dampen Obito's enthusiasm. He excitedly inquired, System Dad, how can I enhance the development level of Hashirama's cells within me? System, choose wisely. Obito. He couldn't shake the feeling that as his strength increased, the system seemed to become more human-like. It no longer merely issued cold tasks, but started to interact and joke with him. Ding. Obito gazed at the glowing screen that appeared before him, lost in thought. Option 1. Imagine yourself as a tree, bury your feet in the soil, remain still, and bask in the sunlight for half an hour daily, persist for a year. Completion reward, Tier 2 development level. Option 2. Grind Hashirama's bones into powder. Consume 100 grams daily, persist for a year. Completion reward, Tier 2 development level. Option 3. Use wood release techniques daily, accumulating a total duration of half an hour. Persist for a year. Completion reward, Tier 2 development level. First, he eliminated option 2, setting aside whether he could even access Hashirama's corpse. Just the thought of making broth from someone's bones was a bit too morbid. Pass. As for options 1 and 3, they were time-consuming but not particularly difficult to complete. However, completing option 1 might lead to social embarrassment. So he was definitely going with option 1. 111, 1111. Standing still to complete a task. What more could he ask for? He would accept the social embarrassment. Upon arriving in Konoha, everyone displayed expressions of relief. Here, they no longer had to live in fear or worry. Since most shinobi were still engaged in combat on the front lines, the streets of Konoha appeared particularly desolate. Minato turned around, smiling as he addressed the 5 youngsters. Thank you all for your hard work on this mission. You should all rest now. I will report to Lord Hokage. They responded in unison. All right, Minato-sensei. After Minato left, Shikayu, with a gloomy expression, said, Then Ayako and I shall take our leave. We must inform his family of Nagi's passing. Rin's eyes turned slightly red. Shikakun, I'll accompany you. After all, Nagi sacrificed himself to save me. Shikayu shook his head, saying, No need, the 2 of us can manage. We'll be off now. With that, he took Ayako and headed toward Nagano Nagi's home. Obito sighed and looked at Kakashi beside him. What about you? What are your plans? Kakashi replied nonchalantly, going home, eating, sleeping, and training. Obito nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Then you should go home and cook. I'll check in at home first. Rin-chan, you should also return home to report in. Let us gather at Kakashi's house tonight. Kakashi. Rin nodded earnestly. All right, Obito-kun. She tightly embraced Obito, and after a long moment of reluctant separation, she finally let go. Kakashi exclaimed, Woof woof woof? Is it really appropriate for you to do this in front of me? Just because my summoning beast is a ninja dog. Doesn't he mean you can treat me like one? Kakashi had a premonition that a night of great terror awaited him. That evening at the Hitaki residence, Kakashi sat there with droopy eyes, silent and indifferent. Obito and Rin flanked him, happily serving each other dishes. Rin-chan, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. Obito-kun. Sample this meat slice. It's quite fragrant. Kakashi regarded the 2 with disdain. Can't you just eat your own food? Is this really necessary? Unable to endure any longer, Kakashi crossed his arms and declared, Shadow Clone Technique. Another Kakashi appeared at the dining table. Obito and Rin were taken aback. Unsure of Kakashi's intentions, the newly formed clone went to the kitchen, fetched a pair of chopsticks, and began to serve food for the original Kakashi. You eat this, and you try that. Obito raised an eyebrow, standing up to walk behind Rin, then embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Both Kakashi and his clone were stunned, exchanging wide-eyed glances. The clone fell silent for a moment, then poofed out of existence. Kakashi exclaimed, What the hell? You think I would kiss myself? After the meal, night deepened, enveloping everything like a dark ink blot. The 3 gathered by the hearth, conversing. This was their first experience of war and their first encounter with the sacrifice of comrades, inevitably stirring some negative emotions within them. They expressed their feelings and comforted one another, finding solace in shared words. Then, Kakashi's nightmare returned. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had pulled Rin into his embrace, whispering sweet nothings in her ear right before his eyes. Kakashi seethed internally, Enough of this, you too. As expected, after the destruction of the Kimui Bridge, Iwagakure could hardly conceal its fatigue. On the front lines, Konoha surged forward, driving them back into the Land of Earth. The war between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire came to a close, albeit with a bittersweet victory for the latter. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, faced opposition yet resolved to sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure. When Minato conveyed this decision to Obito, the latter nearly exploded with rage. We clearly won the war. Why should we proactively sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure? They instigated the invasion, yet they faced no repercussions. Were the sacrifices of our comrades in vain? Minato's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. Obito, this is already a settled matter. Obito abruptly stood up, furious, and stormed out. I will confront the Hokage myself. I must ask him why he is doing this. Minato sighed deeply as he watched Obito's retreating figure, yet he did not stop him. For while he understood the third's intentions, he personally did not support such actions. Outside the Hokage's office, Obito charged in angrily. Who is this reckless brat? The Yanbu ninja at the entrance furrowed her brow, raising a hand to push him aside. However, the boy, without a glance, shoved her to the ground and stormed into the Hokage's office. The Yanbu ninja sat there in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 71. Danzo's invitation. Obito burst into the Hokage's office, agitatedly questioning, Hokage-sama, why are you signing a peace treaty with the Wagakure? Before he could finish, he noticed other guests present. Sour radish, don't eat. Shimura Danzo. How did he end up here? This was Obito's first encounter with the leader of Root, and he couldn't help but scrutinize him. Why was this old man always squinting? He resembled Miley Ronghao. Where's Hao-ji? The third Hokage regarded Obito with a hint of exasperation. Little Obito, my actions are based on careful consideration. Danzo interjected with a disdainful sniff, eyes half closed. In my opinion, Hiruzen, you are too soft-hearted. Even children display more courage than you. If the enemy dares to invade Konoha, we should cut off one of their hands to teach them a lesson. To let them go so easily undermines Konoha's dignity as the foremost hidden village. Danzo's words ignited a fire within Obito. Indeed, there was a distinct charisma about him. If only he didn't have a penchant for backstabbing his own people. He could have been a great hero. The third Hokage waved his hand, dismissing the Yanbu ninja who intended to enter, his tone somber. You do not understand. You cannot comprehend. As the leader of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to consider more and see further. Those who achieve great things plan for centuries. Those who accomplish minor tasks plan for the moment. Konoha had endured extensive warfare, suffering significant losses. It could not continue like this. Rather than engage in feudal disputes, it was better to endure for the sake of future generations. Konoha had many exceptionally talented youngsters who, given time, could become the pillars of the village, such as Obito, Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Shisui. Once they matured, no one would dare to invade Konoha. However, should the war continue, these promising individuals might perish on the battlefield. This was a result he wished to avoid. The third Hokage turned and said, you two may leave. My decision is final. There is no need for further discussion. Obito left the Hokage's office in frustration. What aggravated him further was that Danzo was right beside him, gazing at him intently. Uchiha Obito, is it? I have heard of your remarkable performance this time. If you wish, you may join my Root organization, and together we can strive to make Konoha better. Obito forced a polite smile, albeit awkwardly. Thank you for your invitation. I will consider it earnestly. Danzo nodded, said nothing more, and left, leaning on his cane. As Obito watched Danzo depart, he inwardly grumbled, you wasteful old man. Who would want to join your organization? Bah. Kakashi took 10 years with 1 Sharingan, while you, with 10 Sharingan, couldn't manage in half a day. Did our Uchiha clan owe you something in our previous lives? And as for Uncle Shimo's grudge, I will settle it with you eventually. Troubled, Obito wandered the streets of Konoha, still young and unable to grasp the third Hokage's decision. All he knew was that his friend had died, and the instigator, the Wagakure, faced no punishment. A shadow crossed Obito's eyes as darkness brewed within him. Perhaps I should take matters into my own hands? With my current abilities, I could certainly leave a Wagakure with a lesson they would never forget. Obito licked his dry lips, pondering as he walked. Suddenly, he found his path obstructed by a tall figure. What the? Obito gasped, startled. Had he not solidified his body at the crucial moment, he would have collided directly with the figure. He had just passed directly through the opponent's body, colliding with them head-on. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a familiar visage. The red marks beneath the opponent's eyes seemed oddly recognizable, accompanied by a mane of white hair and an oil-printed forehead protector. His mouth gradually formed an A-shape. Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya beamed with a hearty smile. Indeed, I am the illustrious Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, known far and wide. The corners of Obito's eyes twitched. Hey, Jiraiya-san. Do you not feel any embarrassment after such a self-introduction? Observing Obito's silence, Jiraiya assumed he was awestruck by his own reputation. With a proud stance, he proclaimed, You are Minato's student. Surely he has spoken of me? Obito nodded vigorously. Yes. You must be Master Minato's teacher. He mentioned that aside from being a bit unreliable and somewhat lecherous, you are quite a decent person. Jiraiya's pride was somewhat bruised. Ahem. That Minato, why does he share everything with you? Obito secretly chuckled. That remark was entirely of his own invention. Curiosity soon got the better of him. Jiraiya-sama, do you have business in Konoha? Are you here to see Master Minato? Jiraiya waggled a finger, shaking his head. No, no, no. I have come for you, Uchiha Obito. Obito's mind momentarily short-circuited. Huh, for me? He pondered if Jiraiya had learned of his ability to use seduction techniques. Would he require Obito's cooperation in his plans? The thought made him feel a tad shy. While Obito was lost in thought, Jiraiya continued. Would you be willing to sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku and accompany me there for training? Obito was taken aback, having never anticipated that Jiraiya's visit was to invite him to Mount Myaboku. Should he accept or decline? Despite not understanding Jiraiya's reasoning, he realized that venturing to Mount Myaboku could grant him a chance to inherit its sage techniques. Yet, the thought of the arduous training made him hesitate. Spending years at Mount Myaboku seemed less appealing than focusing on answering questions. After all, with a bit of practice, he could master the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave. Seeing Obito's indecision, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. He was offering the legacy of Mount Myaboku, a treasure many ninjas yearned for. Yet this child hesitated? After some contemplation, Jiraiya wondered if Obito might be unaware of Mount Myaboku's esteemed position within the ninja world. Thus, he inquired, Ahem, Obito, have you heard of Mount Myaboku? Obito nodded. Of course. It is one of the 3 grand sage lands, alongside Ryuchi Cave and the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya was confused. If Obito had heard of Mount Myaboku's reputation, why was he still uncertain? Obito scratched his head, looking at Jiraiya. Apologies, Jiraiya-sama, but this matter is of great importance, and I need to think it through. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. No rush, take your time. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Obito contemplated deeply but remained undecided. Finally, he thought, why not consult the system? System, could you present me with a choice to consider? System, alright. Ding. Option 1. Abandon the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave and sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Reward. Sage techniques from Mount Myaboku. Option 2. Decline the invitation from Mount Myaboku. The sage arts of Ryuchi Cave are supreme. Reward. Sage techniques from Ryuchi Cave. Option 3. Take advantage of both. Master both types of sage arts. Reward. Cold-blooded creature. Cold-blooded creature. Your body will undergo irreversible mutations. But do not despair. Although you may become ugly, you will also grow stronger. But truly, you will be quite unsightly. Mastering 2 types of sage arts. Obito's eyes brightened. However, he tentatively asked, System, can I choose option 3 and forego the reward? The system vibrated in his mind. No. Moreover, this system does not recommend simultaneously mastering 2 types of sage arts. Obito was taken aback. Why not? The system explained, considering your aptitude, the time required to comprehend sage arts is already significant. To perfectly integrate both, you would need at least a decade, if not perfectly integrated. The chakra from both arts could easily conflict, hindering your ability to enter sage mode. Obito sighed. So it's either one or the other. Yet, he felt reluctant to relinquish either option, especially after dedicating years to learning the snake techniques. Sensing Obito's turmoil, the system chimed in, what you seek will come in time. Obito chuckled. If that's the case, then I understand. Option 3, pass. With option 3 ruled out, Obito quickly made his decision between the remaining 2. I choose option 1. Given the choice, Mount Myaboku would also offer a summoning beast. Furthermore, gaining sage techniques from Jiraiya would allow him to use them openly. Unlike the secretive nature of the Ryuchi cave techniques, which he could never openly admit to mastering. Therefore, Obito looked at Jiraiya with firm determination. Jiraiya-sama, I have made my decision. I wish to enter into a contract with Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya sighed in relief, flashing a smile. Oh, splendid. He formed a hand sign and struck the ground, causing a large toad adorned with blue-green patterns and bright orange skin to appear. Its neck draped with a string of prayer beads, the largest bead inscribed with the character for loyalty. Obito's expression shifted to one of realization. This was Gamakichi, the toad with whom he had established a contract, and Jiraiya's most trusted summoning beast, safeguarding the summoning contract scroll. Gamakichi opened its mouth, producing a scroll and extending its long tongue towards Obito. Jiraiya crossed his arms. This is our family heirloom contract. Open the scroll and have a look. Obito hesitated for a moment, but with determination, he took the sticky scroll, unfurling it on the ground. Jiraiya continued from beside him. With his own blood, he inscribed his name upon the scroll, sealing it with 5 impressions of his fingertips. Thus, the summoning contract was established. Yoshi. Obito nodded, indicating his understanding. He bit his finger, writing his name in the scroll, and then pressed his bloodied fingertip firmly against it. After completing this sequence of actions, a notification echoed within his mind. Choice successful. Reward, Senjutsu of Myaboka Mountain. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. One of the pinnacle power systems in the world of Naruto was now within his grasp. Jiraiya, witnessing Obito's successful completion of the contract, nodded in satisfaction. Next, he merely needed to concentrate his chakra in the hand that had signed the contract. Following that, he would perform the hand seals in the order of the zodiac. Obito nodded affirmatively. His nimble fingers danced through the seals, swiftly completing all 5. He raised his right hand and struck the ground with force. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted. Filled with anticipation, Obito gazed ahead, wondering what his first summoned beast would be like. A hearty voice emerged. Wasn't I in the middle of a meal? Who summoned me? As the smoke dissipated, Obito beheld his summoned creature. It was a small toad, adorned in hues of red and orange, its height reaching Obito's knee when crouched. Upon its back rested 2 short blades, each measuring around 30 centimeters. It was a curious blend of fierce and adorable. The little toad surveyed its surroundings and quickly grasped the situation. Hey, you in the blue outfit, did you summon me? Obito nodded, intrigued by the little toad before him. Indeed, I am Uchiha Obito, and I have just formed a contract with Myaboka Mountain. The toad responded with a nod, raising its hand. Greetings, I am Toad Shin, a swordsman. Obito was momentarily taken aback as he exchanged a high five with the small toad. Hello. I look forward to working with you. Toad Shin withdrew its hand. Let's talk about that later. I'm still not finished with my meal. With a puff, Toad Shin vanished without a trace. Additional update. Chapter 80. Crimson Conference relying on the terrifying mobility of Kimui, coupled with the unpredictable Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Obito swiftly acquired the intelligence he sought. Within the realm of Kimui, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was certain that Danzo and Hanzo were conspiring together. However, it remained unclear how Madara, or rather Black Zetsu, would involve himself following the shift in the narrative. Overthinking was futile. It was better to investigate directly. As once Kimui was activated, no one would dare approach. Initially, the Akatsuki organization, led by Yahiko, aimed to create peace without resorting to extreme force. In the Land of Rain, this ideology was undeniably compelling. In a matter of years, the Akatsuki grew in strength and notoriety, even becoming a formidable entity that instilled fear in the semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander. Of course, this was not without the subtle machinations of Danzo. Ultimately, Hanzo feared that the Akatsuki would threaten his dominion. Thus, he conspired with the old coin, Danzo, to set a trap for Yahiko under the pretense of negotiating peace with the 3 great nations. Using the earlier captured Konin as leverage, he successfully orchestrated Yahiko's demise. In the end, he extinguished the only glimmer of hope in the darkness, giving rise to a distorted monstrosity. From that moment onward, the realm of ninjas was shrouded in despair. Yet, this tragedy had yet to unfold. It should be here, amidst the relentless rain. Obito arrived at the location where everything was destined to transpire, the designated meeting place between Yahiko and Hanzo. It was a hilly expanse, dotted with low hills, concealing both Konoha's Anbu and the ninjas of Amigakure. According to the schedule, Yahiko and Nagato would arrive in half an hour. During this time, Obito mentally rehearsed various scenarios. In his memory, neither Danzo nor Hanzo had sent anyone to ambush the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Thus, he surmised that it would be he and Black Zetsu who would take action. If the members of the Akatsuki failed to arrive, it would suggest that Black Zetsu had already made his entrance. Time slipped away unnoticed. Upon witnessing Yahiko and Nagato's appearance, Obito couldn't suppress a long sigh. Not even a single subordinate. How naive these two are. He shook his head. Being overly idealistic would not lead to great achievements. He needed to return and have a serious discussion with these two. Surviving until the end is the true path. Hanzo stood atop the hill, surrounded by numerous ninjas, holding the bound Konin in his grasp. Yahiko's expression shifted as he beheld this scene. Hanzo-sama, what is the meaning of this? Hanzo coldly replied, to me. Your organization is a nuisance. He raised a kunai, lightly grazing Konin's neck. Yahiko, as the leader, you shall perish here. If you resist, this woman will lose her life. The light in Yahiko's eyes flickered out. How could this be? He had long idolized Hanzo, aspiring to emulate him in the pursuit of peace for the Land of Rain. The day he received Hanzo's acknowledgement, He had secretly rejoiced for a long time. Yet, upon arriving with such hope, he was met with this fate. He was filled with rage. Hanzo had no desire to engage Yahiko further. He forcefully tossed the kunai before the two. That red-haired fellow over there. Use this to kill Yahiko, and I will grant you and the woman a path to safety. Nagato trembled. What should I do? Conan shouted from the hilltop. You too must flee. Don't worry about me. Rain cascaded down Conan's cheeks, washing away the sparkle in her eyes. Witnessing his beloved, Yahiko swiftly made a decision. He spoke softly, devoid of expression. Nagato, kill me. Nagato, still in shock, seemed unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Yahiko shouted at him, Nagato, pick up the kunai and kill me. Nagato, in a daze, picked up the kunai, slowly aiming it at Yahiko. From the hill, Conan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Stop it, Nagato. A look of relief crossed Yahiko's face. Nagato, you must live well with Conan. With that, he prepared to thrust himself onto the kunai in Nagato's hand. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A voice, foreign to both sides, unexpectedly rang out. Its resounding clarity echoed through the mountains. I have always despised those who manipulate schemes and strike from the shadows. Bah! Hanzo silently glanced at the short blade piercing his abdomen, confusion flickering in his eyes as he slowly turned his head. You claim to despise those who strike from behind, yet you just stabbed me from behind. Before his eyes stood a Konoha Anbu. In an instant, Hanzo seemed to understand everything. So that's how it is. Shimura Danzo is truly cunning. Among the Anbu of Konoha, one of Danzo's confidants exclaimed in shock, Hanzo-sama, you have misunderstood. This person is not one of our Konoha Anbu. He is attempting to sow discord. Hanzo's consciousness began to waver. The toxin from the short blade had pierced his poisoned sac, and even he could not withstand the effects of the salamander's venom. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Yahiko stood frozen in Nagato's embrace, their eyes wide as they gazed up at the hilltop. Yahiko, in disbelief, uttered, What just happened? What is happening? Is there internal strife among them? Nagato, lost in thought, nodded slightly. It seems so. No need for further elaboration. This member of the Konoha Anbu is, without a doubt, Obito in disguise. He held Hanzo tightly, expressing with fervor, Indeed, I am not one of the Konoha Anbu. I possess neither a name nor emotions. I have no past, nor a future. What supports the great tree of Konoha is the resolute will of us. The roots deeply embedded in the earth. The rain shinobi turned their gazes towards Konoha, gripping their weapons tightly. The existence of the roots of Konoha was no secret to them. Observing the hostile and wary looks from the surrounding rain shinobi, Danzo's confidant was nearly at his wit's end. This man is not one of my roots. This is a slander against my roots. At that moment, someone in Konoha's ranks quietly spoke up, But Captain, such a slogan is known only to those in my roots. Could it be that Lord Danzo has issued orders unbeknownst to us? Danzo's confidant was engulfed in self-doubt. Is that so? It seems plausible yet. Hanzo, nearing his end, hazily remarked, Your assassination techniques are extraordinary. I, Hanzo, am thoroughly impressed. May I know your name? So I can be aware of who has taken my life. Obito decisively shook his head, replying, I cannot. Those of my roots have no names. However, Lord Danzo entrusted me with a message for you. This burden I shall bear. Hanzo could no longer hear what Obito was saying. He had already lost all vitality, collapsing weakly into Obito's embrace. The once pinnacle of the ninja world, the semi-divine Hanzo, the salamander, had fallen. Obito released Hanzo and then raised his blade, charging towards the rain shinobi. Onward, for the great cause of Lord Danzo. Slay these rain shinobi. Behind him, several root ninjas suddenly appeared dazed. In the next instant, without hesitation, they drew their blades and followed Obito into the fray. Stop! Stop! Who commanded you to attack? Danzo's confidant shouted in desperation, yet it was futile. Especially as both sides began to suffer casualties, this battle could not be halted. The Konoha Anbu dispatched by Danzo were almost entirely comprised of ninjas from his roots. Obito had no qualms about taking down these individuals. The root ninjas and the rain shinobi were both elite fighters, engaging in a fierce and indistinguishable battle. As the instigator, Obito could only secretly marvel at the absurdity of the situation. It was outrageous. The roots had only a structure of 17 individuals, yet there were at least 100 present. After altering his form, Obito quietly slipped away from the chaos, seizing Conan's hand and exclaiming with exasperation. What are you waiting for? Run. Huh. Conan, pulled along by him, leaped downwards. At this point, few cared about Yahiko and the others. Only a handful pursued Obito and Conan. With a flick of his tongue, Obito unleashed a fireball, obliterating the pursuers without leaving a trace. The duo sprinted towards Nagato and Yahiko. Yahiko, puzzled, asked, "Who exactly are you?" Obito hurriedly responded, "There's no time for explanations. We must leave quickly." He led Conan ahead, while Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances and hastily followed. As the four fled, Root and Rain Shinobi continued their pursuit. However, Yahiko and Nagato were no weaklings. They swiftly dispatched their pursuers while running, employing their skills with precision. Suddenly, while running, Obito turned his head towards a certain direction. A shadow startled and instantly vanished into the ground. Damn it! How could this person's perception be so acute? And who is this individual? My carefully laid plans have been disrupted. Obito furrowed his brow. Madara, or perhaps Black Zetsu, had indeed entered the fray. However, Obito's frown relaxed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Aren't you fond of lurking in the shadows, manipulating the fates of others? Don't you believe yourself to be all-knowing and in control? How will you react to this sudden turn of events? After the four distanced themselves from the ambush, Yahiko finally spoke up. "Hero, could you please let go of Conan?" Obito paused, glancing at the blushing Conan beside him, realizing he had been holding her hand throughout their escape. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "My apologies. I was too focused on the situation." As Obito finally released Conan's hand, Yahiko's expression improved considerably. The three exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of relief from their ordeal. Yahiko earnestly said to Obito, "Thank you for your assistance earlier. We owe you our lives." He was no fool and could easily deduce that the recent events were orchestrated by Obito. With a smile, Obito replied, "I did not act solely to save you. I aim to rescue this world from despair. It is your existence that has illuminated a glimmer of hope in my darkness." Obito's words further endeared him to Yahiko and the others. Conan gazed at Obito and asked, "Who are you really? Have we met before?" Obito found himself in a dilemma, contemplating whether to be truthful with Yahiko and the others or to maintain a guise. Ding. No need for distress. Host, I have a question for you. With the system's voice echoing, a light curtain appeared before Obito. Option 1. Treat others with sincerity, and they will reciprocate. Reveal your true identity to Yahiko and the others. Reward. Unlock subsequent quests. Option 2. In the world of ninjas, one must adopt an alias. Create a cool and flashy name to share with Yahiko and the others. Reward. Name 1. Option 3. Laugh heartily and depart, telling Yahiko and the others that fate has not yet brought them together. They shall meet again. Reward. Step with a smile. Step with a smile. Not only is it highly toxic, but it is also quite delicious. A must-have remedy for home, travel, assassination, and silencing. Obito had never before encountered a system that issued such pointed tasks. The rewards for the three options could be summarized in one sentence. If you have any sense, choose quickly. What more is there to say? Just follow the system. I choose option 1. Obito removed his mask, revealing a youthful visage. He appeared to be around the same age as them, Nagato thought to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Obito spoke. "My name is Uchiha Obito, a ninja from Konoha. Additionally, I am a disciple, or perhaps a grand disciple of Lord Jiraiya. In essence, we share the same master." The three displayed expressions of astonishment. The boy before them was also a disciple of their teacher, Jiraiya? Unable to contain himself, Nagato inquired, "How is Lord Jiraiya doing?" Obito reflected on Jiraiya's carefree daily life and nodded affirmatively. Lord Jiraiya is living a fulfilling and joyful life. Meanwhile, he silently added, "If you no longer carry rice or engage in filial duties, Lord Jiraiya could certainly fare better." Yahiko restrained his slightly agitated companions, subtly shaking his head at them. Having recently endured betrayal, he was reluctant to trust anyone again. He positioned Conan and Nagato behind him, squinting as he addressed Obito. "Although you saved us, the coincidence of being from the same master feels rather too convenient, does it not? How can you prove that you are indeed our junior disciple or nephew?" Obito calmly replied, "This is quite simple. Please wait a moment." He clasped his hands together, entering sage mode. The orange-yellow markings and the toad-like eye patterns were distinctly recognizable. "How about this? Does this sufficiently affirm my identity?" he declared proudly. However, Yahiko and his companions appeared utterly perplexed. Conan directly inquired, "What are you doing?" Obito scratched his head, exiting sage mode. Had these three never seen the sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain? That was a possibility. Cursed be this failed show-off. Obito bit his finger and began to form seals slowly. It seemed he would have to use that to validate his identity. Lord Jiraiya and Mayaboka Mountain signed a summoning contract. You should be aware of this. Yahiko exchanged glances with his companions, all of them nodding in acknowledgement. Obito sighed in relief. Well then, that settles it. No need for any hostility. He raised his hand and slapped it on the ground. In the next moment, a toad of moderate size appeared before them. Huh, where's my meal? The toad looked around. Upon spotting Obito, it quickly understood the situation. It sighed deeply and said, Uchiha Obito, right? Why do you always summon me at mealtime? You don't seem to need any assistance here. I've still got half a bowl of food left. So I'm off. Without giving Obito a chance to respond, the toad vanished with a puff. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Obito, ahem. Now you should believe that I am indeed a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, Obito stated. Yahiko nodded with a sense of relief, followed by an apologetic smile. Yes, I truly apologize for earlier, junior disciple. After experiencing Hanzo's betrayal, I was concerned that you might have ulterior motives. Obito smiled back, responding, It's all right, I understand. In truth, his decision to rescue Yahiko and the others was driven by a degree of self-interest, not entirely altruistic. However, he had no intention of exploiting their situation, but rather sought to establish a cooperative relationship. With the connection to Jiraiya, the distance between the four of them was significantly bridged. The three war orphans finally let down their guard in front of Obito. Konan sobbed as she embraced Yahiko and Nagato. Wah, Yahiko, Nagato, I thought I would never see you again. Yahiko gently patted her back. It's all right, Konan. It's all in the past now. We're all safe, aren't we? After they expressed their emotions, the four of them sat on the ground and began to converse. Curiously, Konan asked, Is Lord Jiraiya settled down now? Obito shook his head. No, Lord Jiraiya is still as he always was, wandering the world without a fixed abode. Yahiko expressed some frustration. How is it that our teacher, at his age, still hasn't settled down? Obito replied with a mischievous grin, Let me share a little secret. Actually, Lord Jiraiya has someone he admires. Nagato's eyes widened in surprise, unable to contain himself. Really? Is that true? Obito nodded affirmatively. Of course, and you all know her. It's Tsunade. Yahiko and Konan were taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. That cannot be. Yet Konan clapped her hands in certainty, exclaiming, I knew it. I always felt that teacher had feelings for Lady Tsunade. After listening for a while, Yahiko interrupted Konan's lengthy discourse. Stop. Konan, do you truly believe your analysis holds water? Nagato, astonished, questioned, Konan, how many times have you even met Lady Tsunade to draw such conclusions? Konan playfully stuck out her tongue. That's because I have a keen eye. The three men exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. It seems more like you're just too nosy. Yahiko scratched his head, puzzled. If our teacher likes Lady Tsunade, why hasn't he confessed? Nagato concurred, yes. Their relationship should have been good from the start. Obito pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps he fears that Lady Tsunade might one day throw a fit and accidentally knock him out? You all know how Lord Jiraiya is. He has no decorum and often finds himself in the lady's embrace. Yahiko and the others nodded in agreement, fully understanding. Indeed, Yahiko suddenly stood up. As his devoted disciple, we must help him resolve this lifelong issue. Konan immediately chimed in, right. I support Yahiko's idea. Nagato quietly added, I feel the same as you two. Obito patted his chest earnestly, stating, Please count me in. I also wish to see them together. The four of them animatedly discussed the matter, exchanging thoughts and ideas on how to arrange Jiraiya's romantic life. They even contemplated where he and Tsunade might be laid to rest in the future, such as a sea burial, cough cough. After a while, Yahiko casually asked, Junior disciple, aren't you from Konoha? What brings you to the land of rain? The cheerful atmosphere grew slightly somber. Konan and Nagato fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Obito began, This is a long story. It is somewhat coincidental that I encountered you. The Rain Princess is currently in Konoha, and our relationship is rather amicable. The Rain Princess. Yahiko's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent, gesturing for Obito to continue. Understanding the cue, Obito elaborated, One night, I happened upon her conversing with two Rain shinobi and overheard Hanzo's plans against Akatsuki. I knew that Akatsuki was founded by you, and I recognized your connections to Lord Jiraiya. Thus, I laid out the logical sequence of events. Yet, he cunningly omitted certain key details, such as how he learned of the trio's relationship with Jiraiya. After all, as long as the general premise was accurate, such minor details were inconspicuous and challenging to verify. Yahiko remained silent, silently processing the information Obito had provided. The Rain Princess had not been seen for several years. Some said she had been hidden by the royal family, while others claimed she had been eliminated by Hanzo. Little did they know, the Rain Princess had gone to Konoha, Conan whispered. Obito sighed deeply, due to her profound disappointment, even despair, regarding the Land of Rain. She ultimately chose to depart. Yahiko and the others lowered their heads, their eyes dimmed with melancholy. Had they not grown up in this land, they too would have preferred to leave. If given a choice, they would have wished to be born in a realm bathed in peace. As Obito observed the trio's despondency, he thought to himself that this situation had evidently dealt them a heavy blow. No, he must inspire them with some words of encouragement. Clearing his throat, Obito spoke passionately. But you are still here for the Land of Rain, are you not? Moreover, now is the opportune moment for change, the best chance for the Land of Rain. With Hanzo the Salamander dead, do you not believe you can transform the Land of Rain into a sanctuary? If you can show Conan even a glimmer of hope, I am certain she will return without hesitation to help you rebuild the Land of Rain. Under Obito's stirring rhetoric, the three lifted their heads once more. Hope rekindled in their eyes. Seeing the positive effect of his words, Obito felt a sense of relief. The will of fire does not deceive me. Wherever the will of fire spreads, life flourishes. Now, it was time to impart some of his own thoughts. He gazed intently into the eyes of the trio and declared, like you, I too yearn to change this world, to let peace reign over every inch of land. However, on the path to peace, war is unavoidable. As I believe you have come to understand, unless one demonstrates sufficient strength, no one will heed the opinions of nameless individuals. Yahiko and the others nodded in silent agreement. Although they were idealists, they were not naive enough to think that communication alone could resolve everything. The achievements of the Akatsuki were forged through genuine conflict. Each time they ventured forth, they would first attempt dialogue. If it succeeded, all was well. If not, they prepared for a funeral. Once the instigators of war were dealt with, peace would naturally follow. Nagato, unable to contain himself, inquired, what do you think we should do now? Yahiko and Conan also turned their attention to Obito, eager for his insights. Clearing his throat, Obito replied, I have a rather immature idea that we can discuss together. The Hidden Rain village currently lacks leadership, and its elite have recently clashed with the roots. Their strength is likely diminished. Yahiko's eyes brightened as he licked his dry lips. Are you suggesting? Obito nodded. Indeed, I propose we take direct action against the Hidden Rain village and consolidate the power of the Land of Rain. This way, the Land of Rain will only echo one voice, the voice of the Akatsuki. The people of the Land of Rain will have a singular pursuit, the pursuit of peace. The three exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Conan could not help but ask, what happens after we seize the Hidden Rain village? Obito pondered for a moment before responding. After that, a strategically advantageous and rejuvenated Land of Rain will become a target for the major nations to court. We can choose to ally with a powerful nation while establishing peace agreements with the other two. Yahiko's brow furrowed slightly. Are you referring to the Fire Nation? Obito did not shy away from his thoughts. Indeed, the Fire Nation is undoubtedly the most suitable ally for the Land of Rain. Conan, Jiraiya, or I all share intricate ties with the Fire Nation. Moreover, Konoha has never instigated war. Such restraint is rare among the great nations, as I believe you are aware. Yahiko's brow gradually unfurled. His young disciple made a valid point. The Fire Nation was indeed the optimal choice for the Land of Rain. However, all of this would have to wait until they secured the Hidden Rain village. Yahiko glanced at the sky and suddenly realized, we should return, otherwise, Juzo and the others will start to worry. Obito followed his gaze, not comprehending how Yahiko discerned the passage of time. The Land of Rain was perpetually shrouded in gloomy clouds, forever dim. Nagato, lost in thought, remarked, it's fortunate we didn't bring everyone along for the meeting, otherwise. Yahiko and Conan exchanged expressions of apprehension. Obito opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. If all went as expected, Yahiko's companions were likely already in dire straits. Yahiko rose, cheerfully stating, then let's hurry back. It's a perfect opportunity for my young disciple to meet everyone. Conan smiled as well. Yes, Juzo and the young disciple share similar personalities. They should have plenty to discuss. Surviving calamity and reuniting with old friends should be the most beautiful experiences in the world. Unfortunately, Nagato placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, questioning him with a hint of confusion. What's wrong, Obito-kun? Surely you aren't feeling shy? Everyone is quite approachable. Obito managed a strained smile. No, let us set forth. Observing the radiant smiles on Yahiko and the others' faces, Obito found himself at a loss for words. The four returned to the Akatsuki's base. Upon entering the empty hall, Yahiko scratched his head in bewilderment. Strange, where has everyone gone? As Nagato contemplated, he suddenly exclaimed, could they be looking for us? The two exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They dashed outside in a frenzy, with Konan and Obito hurriedly trailing behind. Upon reaching a dense forest, Nagato and Yahiko halted, trembling as they gazed ahead. Konan, perplexed, inquired, "What's wrong?" "Yahiko?" "Nagato." As she approached the two, tears streamed down her cheeks. What on earth has happened? Blood stained the earth, and the scene was rife with devastation. Familiar faces of comrades echoed in their memories. Yet now they lay lifeless on the ground, cold corpses devoid of warmth. The kind-hearted Daibutsu, the mischievous Juzo, and the love-struck Kawaki. Nagato could not bear the sight before him. In the next moment, a terrifying wave emanated from him, rapidly expanding in all directions. Boom. Caught off guard. Yahiko and Konan were instantly thrown back by the forceful repulsion. Obito's form flickered, and he appeared behind Yahiko, catching him. However, Konan was not so fortunate. Propelled backward several meters until she crashed into multiple trees, finally coming to a halt. Here are a few amusing points to share with you. One reader mentioned that the yellow mask can fly, while another reader's name is Lin, who stayed up late studying Raijin. Chapter 84. The system has its eyes on Nagato. Yahiko struggled to rise from Obito's embrace and rushed toward Konan. "Konan, are you all right?" I'm fine," she replied, though her head throbbed, and she could barely stand. Meanwhile, the source of that terrifying power, Nagato, appeared to have been drained of all strength, his legs buckling as he fell. Fortunately, Obito was quick to arrive, catching him just in time. Nagato's eyes were filled with fury. His deep gaze bored down on Obito, instilling a profound sense of dread. How dare they? I will kill them. Obito sensed the gravity of the situation. His reflexes outpaced his thoughts as he swiftly slapped Nagato. Nagato turned his icy gaze toward Obito, seemingly weighing whether to retaliate with a sharp rebuke. Obito felt a shiver run down his spine as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He sighed deeply, pounding his chest and lamenting. With a tone filled with heartache, he addressed Nagato. "You must awaken quickly, Nagato. You harbor such hatred for those individuals, fighting against them for so long, only to become one of them in the end. There is no ideal in this world worth such a descent into despair." This poignant declaration from Obito struck a chord within Nagato's heart, a fleeting clarity washing over him. He softened, murmuring with a hint of remorse, I could not control that power and ended up hurting everyone." At that moment, Konan had also begun to regain her composure. Though her vitality was somewhat diminished, her recovery was relatively swift. Supported by Yahiko, Konan approached Nagato, gently resting her hand on his shoulder. "This is not your fault, Nagato. It is due to that pair of eyes." Nagato curled into himself, burying his head deeply. "I fear my own power. Jiraiya-sensei taught me ninjutsu to help me master it. But now that he is gone, I can no longer control myself." Konan squatted beside Nagato, wrapping her arms around him. "Even though our teacher is not here with us, you still have me and Yahiko. We will always be by your side." Yet, Nagato remained silent. Yahiko spoke sternly. "Nagato, you are destined to change this country, even the world. You will become the bridge to peace, and we will be your pillars. Now, lift your spirits." Nagato slowly raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. "Can I truly do it? But Akatsuki is no more." Yahiko and Konan felt a heaviness in their hearts. They had endured too much turmoil today, their pain reaching a numbing threshold. Having narrowly escaped death, they suddenly found that their like-minded comrades, their brothers and sisters with whom they had fought and grown, lay slain by others. Now, they were left with only each other. Even Yahiko, usually optimistic, felt his spirit dwindling. Obito sighed and spoke earnestly. "As long as the three of you remain, as long as your spirits endure, Akatsuki will not vanish. I know you feel despair, surrounded by darkness with no glimmer of light. But isn't Akatsuki the very light that pierces through the shadows? Everyone in the land of rain is counting on you. Yahiko clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The junior disciple speaks the truth. We cannot let the sacrifices of Daibutsu and the others be in vain. We must not falter, but carry their hopes and continue forward. Konan and Yahiko's spirits lifted slightly, though sorrow remained inevitable. Obito turned his gaze to Nagato's eyes, a pensive expression crossing his face. Speaking of which, Nagato's eyes, and that power from earlier. Yahiko explained to Obito, Nagato's eyes are special. They are the Rinnegan. Said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths. There were individuals who sought him out because of them, claiming their ancient mission was to guide the one who awakens the Rinnegan correctly. They stated that once Nagato truly masters the Rinnegan's power, he can bring about our world. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. It was clear that this individual must have been sent by Uchiha Madara. There was no need to ask for their appearance, as White Zetsu could easily alter their visage. And then what happened? Obito inquired. Konan responded, we drove him away. Yahiko believed he intended to exploit us. Yahiko asserted confidently. He definitely sought to use us. Obito's expression turned serious. Brothers and sisters, have you considered that perhaps this tragedy was orchestrated by that individual? His aim could have been to provoke Nagato into awakening the power of the Rinnegan in his grief. Yahiko gasped at the implication. What you say is not impossible. The only target Hanzo the Salamander wanted to eliminate from the start was himself. If he wished to eradicate the entire Akatsuki organization, he could have simply captured them all at once. There was no need to deceive him into leaving, only to ambush the others. Why? Why? Nagato's anguished roar echoed. Why must I possess these damned eyes? I never wished for this power. While Obito could sense Nagato's suffering, he felt that Nagato was being somewhat melodramatic. Do you realize how many people covet those eyes? The Rinnegan you reject is something others would fight for. Ding. The system's voice rang out unexpectedly, nearly startling Obito. I cannot hear you. I can see just fine. Obito retorted irritably, glancing at the light screen. Important notice. This choice will impact the main storyline. Please proceed with caution. Important notice. Failure to complete this choice will result in the permanent inability to unlock subsequent tasks related to the Senju cells. Ah, not another task like this. Obito furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the options. Option 1. With Nagato's consent, extract the Rinnegan's chakra power. Completion reward, current chakra doubled. Option 2. While Nagato is distracted, remove his Rinnegan and offer it to this system. Ha ha ha. Completion reward, Kamui Heaven's Wrath. Option 3. A gentleman acts with purpose and restraint. I shall take only one of the Rinnegan. Completion reward, current chakra doubled. Kamui Heaven's Wrath. A powerful offensive ocular technique that repels all surrounding objects and ninjutsu, inflicting damage. Is the system really going against Nagato? Obito mused internally. To remove Nagato's eyes? He remained composed, observing Nagato, who, along with Konan and Yahiko, showed no signs of suspicion. If he wished, he could swiftly eliminate Yahiko and Konan, then kill Nagato and extract his eyes. Bury them all in the land of rain. And no one would ever know what transpired today. He could even disrupt Madara and Black Zetsu's plans once and for all, but perhaps not. Obito looked at the three, who were completely unguarded, and silently dismissed the thought. It was not out of compassion. Given a choice between Nagato and saving the world, he would not hesitate to act against Nagato without a twinge of regret. Yet, he had a system at his disposal. Given a few more years, he could acquire everything he needed without resorting to such underhanded tactics. Who would dare disobey him then? He could simply activate Susanoo and declare a nation's end. Not to mention the extracted eyes would need to be surrendered to the system. Was it worth killing all three for a skill reward? Although that reward was indeed remarkable, capable of bridging the gap in his abilities during intangibility, it simply wasn't necessary. Yet the allure of the Rinnegan's power was undeniably tempting. Obito thought to himself, I wonder how many chapters it will take for me to unlock my own Rinnegan? He focused his mind on the light screen, marking option 1 on the answer sheet. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. After making his choice, Obito spoke slowly. Speaking of which, I do know some secrets regarding the Rinnegan that may assist you, Nagato. As soon as he uttered this, he captured the attention of all three. Nagato gazed intently at Obito, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yahiko rose abruptly, firmly grasping Obito's shoulder, and inquired with urgency, what secrets do you hold? Pray, divulge them, little junior disciple. Konan, somewhat exasperated, tugged at Yahiko's sleeve. Yahiko, do not rush. Allow our junior disciple to speak at his own pace. Regretfully, Yahiko released his hold on Obito, realizing his earlier impatience. I apologize, little junior disciple. It's all right, brother Yahiko. Obito replied with a gentle smile, indicating that he should not take it to heart. In the ancestral chronicles of the Uchiha clan, there exists a description of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is revered as the eye that governs life and death, the most exalted ocular power in this realm, bestowing upon its wielder the ability to create and annihilate. Yet, few are aware that the Rinnegan is, in fact, descended from the Sharingan. According to the ancient texts, there have been members of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Rinnegan under the convergence of yin and yang. Yahiko and the others listened intently, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Does it mention any methods to master the Rinnegan? Obito hesitated momentarily. Yahiko, unable to contain himself, urged him on. Continue, little junior disciple. Very well, brother, please be patient. Obito replied, slightly exasperated. What I mean to say is, logically speaking, Brother Nagato should not be able to awaken the Rinnegan. Thus, it is highly likely that his eyes are a product of external manipulation. Conan gasped in astonishment. What? Are you suggesting? Indeed, Obito confirmed with a nod. Brother Nagato likely possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, containing an almost terrifying chakra, making him the ideal vessel for the Rinnegan. I suspect that for some ulterior motive, someone may have transplanted these eyes into Brother Nagato while he was still a child. At this revelation, Nagato lowered his head silently. Although he had been troubled by the power of the Rinnegan, he had always believed himself to be unique. Yet, in the end, was he merely a tool for others? Yahiko clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. This matter must be connected to the individual who sought us out previously. How despicable to treat Nagato as a mere instrument. Observing the agitated Yahiko and the dejected Nagato, Obito's expression grew complex. Yahiko and the others readily accepted his words, indicating that they had embraced him wholeheartedly. Yet, he felt a sense of dishonesty in fulfilling his mission. Conan, while comforting Nagato, posed a question. Little junior disciple, what should we do now? Obito replied solemnly. I have a method that can assist Brother Nagato in mastering his ocular powers, allowing that shadowy figure to reap no rewards from their schemes. However, this method. As Obito hesitated, Yahiko grew increasingly anxious. My dear little junior disciple, could you not deliver your thoughts all at once? Nagato nodded in agreement, feeling the tension of Obito's fragmented speech. Obito chuckled wryly. The crux of the matter is that this method is somewhat extreme. Let me explain fully before we deliberate together. Yahiko urged. Yes, please proceed. Obito hastily continued. Due to the overwhelming nature of the Rinnegan's power, Brother Nagato finds it challenging to truly master it. Moreover, frequent utilization of ocular techniques can excessively deplete his chakra and even his life force. Nagato silently acknowledged Obito's assessment. Each time he wielded the power of the Rinnegan, he felt an emptiness within. Obito persisted. I can draw upon my own bloodline to extract a portion of the Rinnegan's power. This way, Brother Nagato can swiftly gain control over the Rinnegan's abilities, utilizing ocular techniques without the fear of straining his body. However, this extraction process is irreversible. Once the power is drawn out, Brother Nagato will permanently lose that portion of ocular strength. Hence, I describe it as somewhat extreme. What do you think, my senior brothers and sisters? Yahiko and Conan turned their gaze to Nagato, observing the flicker of determination in his eyes. Rather than clinging to a weighty tool that he could not wield and which could harm him at any moment, it would be wiser to lighten the burden, making it more manageable. What is suitable for oneself is indeed the best. After all, it is not his own power. Letting go of the uncontrollable portions, Nagato felt no regret whatsoever. Yahiko looked at Obito, hesitatingly asking, Little junior disciple, where will the extracted power go? Without a moment's pause, Obito replied earnestly. I understand your concerns. I currently lack the qualifications to awaken the Rinnegan and cannot retain such terrifying power. While I will gain some benefits from the extraction process, the majority of the extracted power will be consumed by an indescribable entity. Chapter 86. Joining the Akatsuki. Obito's words rang true. Extracting a portion of the Rinnegan's power would indeed be mutually beneficial. The only secret he harbored was the concealment of the system's existence. Seemingly swayed by Obito's earnest demeanor, Yahiko ceased to question further and turned to Nagato, asking, Nagato, what is your stance? Without hesitation, Nagato declared, I agree. Extract it. Do it. He was utterly weary of a life he could not control. Every day was fraught with anxiety, fearing he might lose control and harm Konan and Yahiko. He no longer wished to continue in this manner. He yearned to master these eyes completely, to seize control of his own fate. He desired this day to be different. Obito then turned to Konan, who, with a glimmer in her eyes, nodded slightly in agreement. With the decision made by the 3 senior disciples, Obito prepared to proceed. Slowly, he approached Nagato. Silently, he inquired of the system, "What must I do?" The system resonated in his mind. "Have you watched Naruto, Shippuden?" Obito was momentarily taken aback. "Of course," the system responded. "Then simply perform as if you were conducting a technique, placing your hand upon the other's forehead." At this, Obito raised 2 fingers and gently pressed them to the area above Nagato's brow. A unique pulling sensation emanated from his fingertips, gradually releasing. Nagato felt his surging ocular power as if it had found an outlet, cascading forth. Minutes later, Obito exhaled. "Phew, it's done." He retracted his hand. A notification chime echoing in his mind, indicating the completion of the selection. Selection successful. Reward, current chakra doubled. Yahiko glanced at Nagato with apprehension. "Is that it? Nagato, how do you feel? Perhaps take a few steps?" Konan also expressed concern, anxious that something might have gone awry during the extraction. "Wait a moment." Nagato intently focused on his newfound abilities. His eyes suddenly brightened. "I believe I can now wield that power with ease." If the previous Rinnegan felt akin to a heavy hammer, only manageable in extreme anger, now it resembled a lighter tool, easily grasped. He could even swing it about, spin, jump, and close his eyes. It was exhilarating. "Is it true? This is wonderful," Konan exclaimed, enveloping Nagato in a warm embrace, followed closely by Yahiko joining in the celebration. The 3 individuals embraced each other tightly, their shared grief over their fallen companion slightly alleviating their pain. Meanwhile, Obito closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. Previously possessing over 3 chakra points, he now felt his chakra surge to nearly 8, a staggering notion indeed. The system quipped, essentially, it's 008 Naruto chakra. Obito nearly choked on his frustration, muttering to himself, "Well put, but please refrain from such comments in the future." Together with Yahiko and Konan, Obito laid their companion to rest in the forest, gazing at the gravestone engraved with familiar names. Yahiko silently vowed, "Mina, your sacrifice shall not be in vain. Akatsuki will become the first light to pierce through the darkness." On their way back, Yahiko self-deprecatingly chuckled, "Once, I despised this weeping nation. Yet now I find myself earnestly wishing to save it. It resembles the weeping child I once was, compelling me to act." Konan gently placed her hand on Yahiko's shoulder. "Yahiko," he shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, Nagato. How about you?" Nagato softly responded, "I'm doing well, Yahiko." Obito observed this scene in silence. The relationship between Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko was undeniably intricate. Having grown up together, their profound camaraderie was tinged with other emotions. Yahiko had previously shown affection towards Konan, while Nagato suggested that Konan seemed to harbor feelings for Yahiko. Yet, in the next instance, Yahiko urged Konan to direct her care toward Nagato instead. It was indeed complicated. Obito surmised that the trio were likely just as confused about their relationships with one another. They returned to the desolate Akatsuki base, where the emptiness of the room struck a melancholic chord within them, a poignant reminder of change. However, being individuals of resolute minds, they quickly regained their composure. Yahiko turned to Obito and asked, "What do you think our next course of action should be?" Konan and Nagato also looked towards Obito, having come to accept him deeply during their time together, subtly viewing him as their guiding force. Obito replied without hesitation, "First, we must wait until Nagato fully masters the Rinnegan's powers, then we will launch a surprise attack on Isekai'd." Yahiko nodded but furrowed his brow. "That's true. But we cannot afford to delay for too long. If Isekai'd selects a new leader and reorganizes its strength, we will miss our opportunity." After a moment's contemplation, Obito stated, "I possess some understanding of the Rinnegan's abilities. Half a month should suffice for Nagato's training." Yahiko pondered, "Half a month, is it? In that case, I'll entrust you with training Nagato. I will take Konan with me to seek out potential allies willing to join our cause." Obito thought to himself that they really did not need many allies. The 4 of them could easily handle Isekai'd. "All right, brother," he replied, masking his true thoughts. Yahiko clapped Obito on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, little brother, for everything you've done for us." Obito met Yahiko's earnest gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. There's no need for such words, Yahiko. We share a common ideal and should support one another. Conan suggested, little brother, why not join Akatsuki officially? Even as an auxiliary member, it would be beneficial. Nagato smiled, adding, I find Conan's suggestion quite agreeable. What say you, Yahiko? Yahiko draped an arm around Obito's shoulder, saying, I have no objections. It depends on our little brother's wishes. Obito looked into the expectant eyes of the three and nodded resolutely, declaring, from this day forth, I, Uchiha Obito, shall be a member of Akatsuki. Chapter 87. A dialogue with the system at the border of the land of fire and the land of grass. In a grand underground palace, Madara sat with his eyes closed on a stone chair, listening intently to Kurizetsu recount the events of his mission. He drummed his fingers lightly on his thigh, his expression betraying no emotion. After a long pause, he opened his eyes, a glint of intrigue flashing within. You mean to say a nameless individual rescued Nagato and the others from the clutches of Amigakure and Konoha? Kurizetsu responded respectfully, Indeed, Lord Madara. This individual seems to have emerged from nowhere, and currently, there appear to be no formidable figures in the ninja world who match his description. Madara scoffed disdainfully. I have always loathed such reclusive individuals. Kurizetsu cast a sidelong glance at Madara, internally musing, You've truly become the very embodiment of what you despise. Madara furrowed his brow and fell silent. The vast palace was engulfed in stillness. The plan scheme had faltered, and he found himself unable to traverse the ninja world at present. Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight headache brewing. After a moment, he lowered his hand and gazed deeply at Kurizetsu. Since this piece has become obsolete, let us procure another pawn. Kurizetsu, go find a child of the Uchiha clan, one capable of shouldering our grand aspirations. Kurizetsu nodded with a smile. Understood, Lord Madara. Given that the third great ninja war has yet to conclude, acquiring a child should not pose much difficulty. With that, Kurizetsu vanished into the earth, departing swiftly. In the land of rain, at Akatsuki's base, Obito watched Nagato diligently practicing nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. The currently diminished Rinnegan posed no significant challenge for Nagato to master. While the power of the techniques might have waned, the cooldown times had also lessened. Thus, from a different perspective, it was difficult to ascertain whether Nagato had truly been weakened or strengthened, much depended on the planning. Obito delved into his thoughts, addressing the system. I've pondered a matter these past few days and wish to inquire directly. Here, some system settings may be inserted. Those uninterested may skip ahead. The system vibrated twice, sensing an ominous foreboding, yet it maintained an air of calmness, replying, Please proceed, host. Obito adjusted his non-existent glasses, stating, If I cannot obtain Nagato's ocular powers, then the previous 4-tier mission rewards are nothing but empty promises, correct? Yet you listed them, implying you anticipated that I would encounter Nagato. Or perhaps you've been subtly guiding me towards this direction through multiple choice scenarios. The system inwardly cursed, sensing trouble. Oh no, this kid has suddenly become astute. Ding. Everything this system does is for the host's benefit. Unlike other unscrupulous systems, this one genuinely cares for you. Obito snickered coldly, narrowing his eyes, which gleamed with a dangerous light. I comprehend all that, but I want to know one thing. Did you foresee that Mayaboka Mountain would seek me out, and that I would ultimately choose it? Panic surged within the system as it felt its data flow nearing overload. With Obito pressing for answers, the system's silence only reinforced his suspicions. So, that task about learning to crawl like a snake was merely a ploy to toy with me? The system stiffly replied. The host cannot say that. At the very least, your future life with Rin will be more harmonious. Obito retorted. Is this truly a concern for a child of my age? Indeed, your words carry some merit. Very well, I grant you my forgiveness. With that, he inquired with a hint of perplexity, but why is that? As a system, are you not omnipotent? Why must certain multiple-choice questions be triggered under specific conditions? The system trembled slightly before responding. Have you ever read novels featuring systems in your past life? Obito nodded, pride illuminating his expression. I've devoured every book unrelated to study, tirelessly reading day and night. The system was somewhat speechless, uncertain of what Obito found so gratifying. As long as you've read them, it simplifies my explanations considerably. Each world possesses its own independent will, referred to as the heavenly path in literature. The heavenly path is capricious, permitting all things in this realm to operate along predetermined trajectories. Should one wish to defy the heavenly path, a price must be paid, akin to a bribe. Obito inclined his head slightly, signaling for the system to proceed. Uchiha Obito, the current Q, is a pivotal character within the narrative of Hokage. With my assistance, you can alter the world's trajectory to some extent. Each time you instigate a change, the heavenly path experiences significant fluctuations, allowing this system to reap certain benefits. Obito fell into contemplation. In other words, you cannot arbitrarily arrange rewards, at the very least. You must ensure a balance of inputs and outputs. The system conveyed a cheerful emoji through a data stream. Bingo. Precisely. For instance, after you sign a contract with Myobokuzan and acquire its sage arts, that is deemed reasonable by the heavenly path. Obito interjected, thus, extracting a portion of the Rinnegan's ocular power to eventually awaken my own Rinnegan also seems quite logical. The system affirmed, exactly, host. As long as the heavenly path deems the changes plausible, I can minimize the tribute owed. In these times, systems abound, and the competition is fierce. It is not easy for this system to accumulate resources, you see. Obito retorted with a hint of annoyance. All right, I already said I forgave you. Truly, it's my first time witnessing a system feign pity before its host. Today's conversation with the system unraveled many of Obito's lingering confusions. No wonder his strength was always confined within certain bounds. No wonder some events unfolded despite his relentless efforts. However, a faint smile tugged at Obito's lips. As long as he continued to grow stronger, the things he wished to accomplish would gradually become justifiable. Yahiko, Conan, you're back. The surprised voice of Nagato interrupted Obito's reverie. Turning his head, Obito beheld Yahiko and Conan, accompanied by 3 or 4 others. A broad smile spread across his face. It seemed that even without the protagonist's halo, even in the absence of a system, there would always be those willing to step forth to change the world. The next chapter may not be written tonight. Everyone should rest early. The Rain Country arc concludes tomorrow, and we shall soon return to Konoha. Also, the newly chosen fortunate child by Madara will not tread the same path as Toby. Character arcs will not repeat. Chapter 88. Capturing the Rain Ninja Village. The previous chapter contained excessive setup. Here's a chapter to compensate for the late night. As he observed the approaching crowd from a distance, Obito raised his arm and donned an orange mask over his face, silently assuming a cool, aloof persona. After a brief conversation with Yahiko, he left Nagato and Conan to approach Obito. Upon seeing the mask on Obito's face, Yahiko inquired with some confusion, "Obito, what is this?" Obito gestured for Yahiko to lower his voice. "Yahiko, for now, I prefer to keep my identity concealed. In the future, refer to me as Toby in front of others." Yahiko pondered aloud. Oh, Toby is just Obito's name reversed? But why Toby? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Obito's eyes beneath the mask. Because I intend to address Shimura Danzo in the guise of Toby. If my true identity were to be revealed to Jiraiya-sensei, he would find himself in a difficult position. Yahiko's expression turned serious. I understand, Toby. I will inform Conan and Nagato accordingly. Obito nodded, then scanned the gathered crowd. Yahiko, are these individuals you brought trustworthy? Yahiko smiled confidently. Certainly. Many have long been inclined towards Akatsuki. They simply had their reasons for not formally joining. Obito gave Yahiko a thumbs up. Yahiko, you are indeed the spiritual leader of Akatsuki. After a long-awaited reunion and some lighthearted banter, the 4 gathered to discuss the plan for the ambush on the rain-hidden village. Conan turned to Nagato and asked, Nagato, how well have you mastered the powers of the Rinnegan? Nagato smiled calmly. Thanks to Toby's guidance, I can now wield it with ease, no longer troubled by its complexities. Conan's eyes sparkled with joy for her friend's progress. Now, let's go over the action plan. Yahiko spread out a map detailing the defenses of the rain-hidden village. This strategic map was obtained through connections. It may not be entirely accurate, but it's a reference. Obito marveled inwardly. Wow, this is quite impressive. It appears there are allies in the rain-hidden village who share Yahiko's sentiments. Yahiko pointed to the center of the map. Toby will use his ocular techniques to infiltrate the rain-hidden village with us, appearing here. We will launch a full-scale assault on this location. Then, Conan and I will lead one team, while Toby and Nagato lead another, targeting these 3 areas. As he spoke, Yahiko circled 3 critical strategic facilities on the map. Once we eliminate these 4 strongholds, the rain-hidden village will pose no threat. Afterwards, we'll regroup and methodically manage the aftermath. Is everyone clear? Conan and Nagato nodded in agreement. while Obito grinned broadly. Understood, Yahiko. I assure you will accomplish the mission. Yahiko rolled his eyes and added, when our 3 teams complete the mission, the first to finish should assist the others in capturing their strongholds. We must act swiftly and decisively to secure these 4 locations. They reviewed the battle plan repeatedly, ensuring everything was in order before assembling all personnel into 3 teams and informing them of the mission. In the rain-hidden village, Obito appeared like a specter within a large building. This should be it, the temporary command center of the rain-hidden village. In the next moment, figures materialized silently. An eerie sight that would surely be mistaken for a haunting if witnessed. Some might even question, do you ghosts hold meetings at night? The group split into 3 teams, heading swiftly in different directions. When the first scream pierced the air, the war had already commenced. The rain ninjas' bewildered voices echoed everywhere. How did the enemy infiltrate? Why didn't the barrier squad issue a warning? It's Akatsuki. That's their leader, Yahiko. Damn, is that masked figure a ghost? Why can't we hit him? Cursed red-haired man. He can even rebound ninjutsu. Don't absorb me. Yamabuta no Cho. In less than 10 minutes, the temporary command center of the rain-hidden village was swiftly breached by Yahiko and his companions. Yahiko addressed the group, cautioning them that the enemy would soon be on high alert, urging everyone to exercise utmost vigilance, and expressing his hopes for their safe return. With that, he dismissed them. Obito, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and led his team directly into the Kimui space, traversing the dimensions towards their objective. Nagato, observing, expressed a hint of envy, exclaiming how he longed for Obito's Sharingan abilities. Konan shot him a glance, choosing not to comment further, though inwardly, she found his envy quite absurd. After all, how could someone with the Rinnegan covet the ocular prowess of the Sharingan? Yahiko and Konan, accompanied by a dozen others, made their way towards the western side of the rain-hidden village, while Nagato led his squad towards the eastern front. The moment Nagato showed himself, a barrage of ninjutsu rained down upon him. With a swift motion, he clapped his hands together and invoked Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the incoming attacks were repelled, along with several nearby rain ninja, who vanished without a trace. Continuing forward, Nagato encountered more enemies and performed another hand seal. Bansho Tenin. His teammates seized the opportunity, brandishing their long blades to pierce through the drawn-in rain ninja. One of them remarked, I never knew combat could be so simple. Another chimed in, indeed. It feels like as long as Nagato claps his hands, the enemies fall. Nagato pressed on, relying solely on Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, demonstrating an overwhelming dominance over his opponents. The elite forces of the rain-hidden village had already suffered significant losses in their previous skirmishes with the Root, and now faced Nagato, who was akin to a cheat code in battle, rendering them incapable of mounting any substantial resistance. Not far away, Obito unleashed his own devastating attack, inhaling deeply before expelling a torrent of molten rock. Melt release, volcanic eruption. The searing river of lava surged forth, engulfing the opposing rain ninja in mere moments. Their screams drowned out by the hissing sound of their demise. Wiping his mouth clean, Obito reveled in the abundance of chakra, exclaiming how exhilarating it felt. Floating in midair, his magnetic voice echoed through the streets. Feel pain. Experience pain. Accept pain. Understand pain. Those who do not know suffering can never grasp the essence of peace. Behind him, his team began to whisper among themselves, sensing something amiss with their leader. I feel like there's something wrong with our captain. Be more confident. Remove the feel like. Obito shot them an annoyed glance before refocusing on the approaching rain ninja. Use that technique. He raised his hand and cast a deep gaze, commanding, fire release, flame serpent. A colossal flaming serpent appeared, spiraling towards the rain ninja, the terrifying vortex of fire consuming them in an instant. With a comrade boasting such prowess, the efficiency of Obito's team skyrocketed. Both Obito's and Nagato's squads swiftly accomplished the tasks assigned by Yahiko, and now they were on their way to support him and Konan. It must be noted that while Yahiko and Konan were indeed formidable, they paled in comparison to their 2 companions with exceptional ocular abilities. Eventually, the 3 teams converged, alleviating the pressure on Yahiko and Konan. Bansho Tenin. Nagato declared, effortlessly drawing in the remaining opponents while Obito relaxed, watching Nagato's display. Yahiko impressed, mused about the power of the Rinnegan, feeling a twinge of envy. These seemingly unremarkable techniques were more than sufficient to contend with countless adversaries in the world of shinobi. With 4 strongholds successfully captured, The rain-hidden village's ninja were left in disarray. Yahiko gazed over the vast village, feeling a surge of excitement. From this moment forth, the Akatsuki would ascend to new heights. In the grand underground palace at the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, Madara Uchiha sat regally upon a stone seat, directing his gaze towards Black Zetsu. You have done well this time. What is the name of that child? Black Zetsu respectfully bowed his head, replying, the child's name is Uchiha Shana. Madara raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with curiosity. Oh, why does the name Uchiha Shana sound so familiar? With a smile, Black Zetsu responded, the child's grandfather, Uchiha Shana, was one of your most loyal followers, perfectly inheriting your will. The child's father, proud of this legacy, named him after his father. Madara nodded in understanding, a hint of joy crossing his features. Thus, this child is destined to be my heir. However, Black Zetsu cautiously added, but young Shana seems to disagree. She has attempted to escape several times. Madara's brow furrowed as he inquired, was it not said that all her relatives perished in this war? What could she be lamenting? Black Zetsu explained, according to White Zetsu, her childhood friend is still fighting on the front lines. Madara lightly tapped the stone armrest, his voice laced with a melancholic wisdom. The longer one lives, the clearer one sees. Reality is filled with helplessness, suffering, and emptiness. It seems this child has yet to comprehend the harshness of this cruel world. I shall help her face reality. Only then will she willingly embrace my vision, and together we will forge a genuine world. Black Zetsu grinned broadly, his white teeth stark against his dark visage. Madara-sama, what shall we do? Back in the rain-hidden village, now bearing the scars of battle, Obito reflected on the paradox of existence. To seek rebirth, one must first embrace destruction. To attain peace, one must first endure war. This world is indeed riddled with contradictions and intrigue. The task of cleaning up the rain-hidden village, rebuilding a new settlement, and integrating new members fell to Yahiko and his team, freeing Obito from concern. After all, they were the specialists in this area. Furthermore, under Nagato's relentless offensive, the few rain ninja who had survived had little will to resist. Yahiko and his team had no intention of wiping them out entirely. It was merely a change of leadership. A week later, Obito arrived at what was now the command center of the rain-hidden village, or rather, the Akatsuki village. Yahiko, looking somewhat forlorn, addressed him. Little Junior, are you truly leaving? Nagato echoed his sentiment. Don't go, Little Junior, stay and assist us. Obito could only smile wryly. My dear senior brothers, there is still a mess waiting for me to clean up back in Konoha. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, finding it difficult to articulate further. At that moment, Conan's cold voice pierced the air. Eliminate Danzo. A radiant smile spread across Obito's face. Of course, he won't last much longer. The manner in which he sealed that bridge was too lenient for Danzo. Furthermore, the decade-long promise to take his life cannot be broken, can it? Noticing Obito's resolute intent, Yahiko inquired, Little brother, what about Yahiko? After pondering briefly, Obito replied, Here is my perspective, brother Yahiko. The flames of war in the land of rain should not reignite. We ought to focus on stabilizing the environment on both sides. Yahiko nodded thoughtfully. I understand, little brother. The three of us shall strive to rebuild the land of rain, ensuring that Akatsuki shines upon every inch of land, allowing everyone to bask in the sunlight once more. Obito nodded slightly, saying, As for my side, my other mentor may very well become the new Hokage. Once I eliminate Danzo, Konoha will surely become a bastion of peace. At that time, I will reach out to Yahiko, and together we shall foster friendly relations between our nations, with plans for mutual development established. All four felt a sense of hope for the future. In Obito's mind, a fitting melody played. May I inquire where the road lies? The path is beneath our feet. Do not be sad, do not be afraid. Chapter 90, The Reunion at Konoha. In the land of rain, outside Amigakure, Yahiko grasped Obito's hand, gently patting his shoulder. Little brother, the journey back is long and arduous. Take care of yourself. Obito chuckled, Brother Yahiko, actually, once I activate my Kamui, I can arrive at Konoha in an instant. Yahiko, somewhat exasperated, released his grip. You've entirely dispelled the atmosphere of parting. Obito continued to smile cheerfully. Because it's not truly a farewell, I can come by any time to share a meal before heading back. Nagato, with an envious expression, remarked. Little brother's eye technique is indeed quite convenient. The trio rolled their eyes in unison. Big brother, if you keep boasting, you might find yourself in trouble. Just then, Obito suddenly spoke. By the way, brothers and sisters, you must remain vigilant. Beware of that hidden figure's machinations. Yahiko nodded, reassuring, rest assured, we will be cautious. A chilling smile graced Nagato's face. I actually hope they come. That way, we can avenge the great Buddha. Conan sighed softly, squeezing Nagato's shoulder. Obito produced a slip of paper and handed it to Nagato. Brother Nagato, you have yet to fully master the Rinnegan's techniques. This contains information about the remaining eye techniques. You can practice them when you have time. Nagato accepted the slip, smiling. Thank you, little brother. I understand. Conan stepped forward, embracing Obito. Thank you for everything you've done for us these past days. Noticing the watchful eyes of Yahiko and the abyss-like gaze of Nagato, Obito wisely released Conan. You need not thank me, sister. Have you forgotten? I am now a member of Akatsuki too. As Obito let go of Conan, Yahiko and Nagato once again wore warm smiles. The earlier chill seemed but a mere figment of Obito's imagination. Clearing his throat, Obito waved. Farewell, brothers and sisters. In an instant, his figure vanished. Yahiko watched Obito depart, then turned to say, let us return as well. Much work awaits us. Conan smiled gently and leaned closer to Yahiko, asking, Yahiko, were you jealous when I hugged little brother earlier? Yahiko chuckled. How could that be? Nagato clicked his tongue, saying, I can attest. Yahiko was indeed jealous. He almost shot daggers at little brother with his gaze. Flustered, Yahiko playfully punched Nagato. You speak nonsense. Conan, don't listen to Nagato. I truly wasn't. The three young souls bantered merrily as they walked into Amigakure. Under the rare, clearing sunlight, their shadows stretched long and slender. In the land of fire, Konoha. Kakashi gazed at the flying thunder god kunai gifted by his mentor, Minato, feeling a sense of helplessness. I still cannot decipher the technique inscribed upon it. If only I had that guy's eyes. Kakashi murmured softly, even just one would suffice. Just as he wallowed in his thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded near his ear. Kakashi, what are you doing here all alone? Oh, Obito. Kakashi jumped, nearly dropping the kunai in his hand, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Surely, his earlier mutterings had not been overheard. Obito scrutinized Kakashi with suspicion, making him uneasy. Why are you staring at me like that? Kakashi inquired. Obito scoffed. You were definitely thinking of something inappropriate. No wonder you're hiding. Kakashi felt a twinge of guilt. I wasn't. Stop making wild claims. Obito shrugged. All right. If you say so. Observing their solitude, he quietly pulled out a book from his pocket, offering it to Kakashi. Here, a delightful book for you. Find a secluded spot to enjoy it. Kakashi did not reach for it, instead eyeing it warily. What kind of book is it? Is it proper? This book was the very one Jiraiya had given to Obito. He chose to pass it to Kakashi for two reasons. First, he had already savored its content multiple times. Second, now that he had returned to his original form, he had nowhere to conceal it, fearing Rin might discover it. Following the principle of sharing good things with brothers. Obito coughed lightly. Naturally, it's quite improper. Kakashi shook his head, saying, then I won't read it. It would hinder my training. Obito chuckled. Who are we kidding? I know your nature all too well. With a tone rich in nostalgia, he continued. But this book is simply too outrageous. Is it really that scandalous? Kakashi glanced at the book in Obito's hands, feeling a flicker of temptation. Slowly, his hand reached toward the book. Internally, he battled with himself, exclaiming, No, Kakashi. You cannot take that book. What happened to your diligent training? What about your commitment to study hard and surpass Obito? Have you forgotten everything? The moment he made the wrong decision, he would plunge into an abyss of despair. Desperately, he struggled for what felt like an eternity before finally seizing the book from Obito's grasp, a childlike glee illuminating his face. Just then, a voice pierced through the air. Kakashi, Obito, I've been looking for you both. What are you two doing here? Startled, both men recoiled, their hands retracting simultaneously. The book fell to the ground with a thud. Before Obito could react, Rin had already bent down to pick up the book, curiously flipping it open. What is this? Oh no. Obito's mind raced, his thoughts spinning with unbridled speed. This is Kakashi's book. He was about to give it to me. Kakashi gazed at Obito with a look of utter astonishment. What? This book of yours? Kakashi stammered, his words tumbling out in a chaotic flurry, his mouth and mind seemingly at odds with one another. Rin casually flipped through a couple of pages, her cheeks immediately flushing as she swiftly closed the book. Kakashi, you. Rin seemed at a loss for words. We are no longer children. We can understand your personal preferences, but at this moment, She thrust the book into Kakashi's arms, her expression tinged with complexity. But you must not corrupt our dear Obito. He is so pure. With that, Rin took Obito's hand and led him away. Come on, Obito. They exchanged a glance, and Obito conveyed an apologetic look to Kakashi. Sorry, my good friend, but this burden is yours to bear. After all, you have no one to impress. Thanks, brother. I'm truly grateful. Kakashi watched the pair depart, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Pure Obito? Could such a term even be associated with him? As if I would lead him astray. It is he who has drawn me down the path of no return. In that moment, Kakashi felt a strong urge to hurl the book to the ground. I shall not read this wretched book, he exclaimed in frustration. Yet, after stealing a glance at its contents, he found himself captivated. This book is rather splendid. Meanwhile, Rin hurriedly pulled Obito away. Along the way, she glanced at him, her voice tinged with nervousness. Obito, you didn't see the content of that book, did you? Obito shook his head vigorously. No. I've read it several times while in the land of Rain. I intended to give it away, so I didn't look at the contents. Rin exhaled in relief, her small chest rising and falling. Phew, that's a relief. She met Obito's gaze, carefully choosing her words. Obito, when you interact with Kakashi in the future, just be cautious and don't let his influence affect you. Rin, feeling a bit impatient, stamped her foot. Oh, do you understand what I'm saying? Obito nodded repeatedly. I understand, I completely understand. Satisfied, Rin nodded and playfully tugged at Obito's collar, standing on her tiptoes. Obito, you've been so good. This is your reward. Obito chuckled, his heart swelling with joy. Today a sweet moment was all thanks to Kakashi. I must return the favor by gifting him a couple more books to express my gratitude. Otherwise, I would feel remiss. Later that evening, after sharing dinner with Rin, Obito escorted her home. He then made his way to a secluded grove, sitting against a large tree. His eyes closed in deep contemplation. Should he strike against Danzo now? With his current strength, dealing with Danzo should not pose a significant challenge. However, what consequences would follow such an assassination, and how would he manage the ensuing aftermath? These uncertainties loomed large in his mind, and he had yet to devise a detailed plan. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for a more opportune moment. Obito opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of determination shining within them. Soon, that day will not be far off. At the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, within a grand subterranean palace, a new presence graced the otherwise empty halls. A girl of about 13 or 14, half her body cloaked in white, with disheveled black hair cascading over her shoulders. She possessed delicate features and a striking visage, yet an aura of destruction emanated from her, instilling dread in those who beheld her. Uchiha Shana, once vibrant, her eyes now reflected a profound desolation, tears of blood streaming down her face. Shana gazed indifferently at the elderly man with white hair seated before her. Uchiha Madara, tell me how I can create the world of my dreams. What an impolite junior. Madara sighed, shaking his head as he beckoned her closer. No need for thanks. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Barefoot, Uchiha Shana slowly approached Madara. He raised his chin, pushing aside his bangs. Look into my eyes. In that moment, as their gazes locked, Shana was drawn into the illusionary realm crafted by Madara. Within this surreal space, he spoke of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails, revealing to her the plan for the Moon Eye. Shana's brow furrowed slightly. Collect the tailed beasts scattered across the lands to summon the legendary 10 Tails? Madara nodded. Indeed, your body contains cells of Hashirama. Even without awakening the Rinnegan, you should be able to control the Gedomazo. With a slight huff, Shana nodded. I understand. But what of that Nagato you mentioned? Madara closed his eyes. Nagato is a descendant of the Senju clan, the only one besides me capable of summoning the Gedomazo. I had intended to cultivate him as the savior to change this world, but it seems he lacks the desire. If the opportunity arises, reclaim my eyes from him. You are the true savior of this world. Shana replied coldly, I will do so, even if it is just for him, she thought to herself. In the days that followed, Madara imparted all his knowledge and techniques to Shana, including the Uchiha's forbidden arts, the 6 Paths techniques, and the Yin-Yang release. Then, Madara raised his hand. The black Zetsu transformed into a puddle of liquid, flowing onto his arm. What is this? Poison. Poison from Madara? He placed his hand on a white Zetsu. In the next moment, a half-black, half-white entity was born. I have infused my will into it. You may consider its other half as me. The black Zetsu grinned widely. Yes, I am the embodiment of Madara's will. Madara took a few steps forward, forcefully severing the connection between himself and the Gedo Mazo. Stripped of the life force it provided, he slumped onto a stone chair, trembling as he spoke. Very well. Go forth. Everything is entrusted to you. During the time before my resurrection, you shall be Uchiha Madara. With those final words, Madara breathed his last, leaving behind a lifeless shell. Once a formidable figure who stirred the ninja world, he had met his end in such a desolate corner, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, Madara firmly believed in his eventual return. On the day I re-enter this world, Shana gazed at the deceased Madara, her eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. The half-black, half-white Zetsu approached her side, wearing a broad smile. Little Shana, or rather, Madara S. What shall we do next? The white Zetsu swirling before her formed a mask, concealing her captivating beauty. We shall accomplish what Madara was meant to do, she replied coldly. At this moment, her voice was indistinguishable from that of Madara. As she spoke, Uchiha Shana seemed to recall something, a chill emanating from her being. Under the intense fluctuations of her emotions, mysterious black patterns began to swirl in her eyes. Let it be the hidden mist village, she remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's heart stirred. A childhood friend had perished at the hands of the mist shinobi, prompting the choice of the hidden mist village. Women truly are creatures of vengeance, he thought to himself, revealing a smile. I understand, Madara-sama. I will promptly gather detailed intelligence on the hidden mist village. In the training grounds of Konoha, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Outside the arena, Obito watched intently, shouting encouragement. Asuma, don't engage in a fistfight with Guy, try to cut through his center. Asuma, within the arena, felt somewhat exasperated. It's easy for you to say. Guy's movements are so agile that he doesn't reveal a single flaw. Noticing Asuma's ineffectiveness, Obito immediately turned to cheer on Guy. Guy-san, start with a dynamic entry, then rush in with the leaf whirlwind. Guy executed a series of moves that ultimately brought Asuma to the ground, concluding the match. Guy extended his hand to help the exhausted Asuma up. I concede, Asuma-san. Asuma, with a wry smile, grasped Guy's hand and stood. Your taijutsu has truly become increasingly terrifying. The two walked toward the sidelines, with Guy nodding slightly at Obito. Thank you for your guidance just now, Obito-kun. Obito responded playfully, no problem. That's what you should be thanking me for. Guy's expressive brows furrowed with excitement as he exclaimed, speaking of which, Obito-kun. It's been a while since we've done that. How about we? Obito contemplated for a moment and nodded. He removed his outer garment and handed it to Rin. All right, I'll let you have a good time today. Guy cheered, wonderful. Youth is meant for exuberance. He eagerly pulled Obito into the training ground. Asuma shook his head, lifted a cigarette, and walked aside to smoke. A single cigarette afterward, better than being a living deity. Rin and Hong sat outside, enjoying snacks and chatting. So Rin, how have things been with Obito lately? Rin set down her sweet rice cake, wiped her mouth, and replied, it's all right, about the same as before. However, leaning closer to Hong's ear, Rin whispered, I've noticed that Obito-kun seems a bit off lately. Hong, taken aback by Rin's words, gasped. Could it be that Obito has strayed? Impossible. Her first reaction was disbelief. Obito isn't that kind of person. Besides, who would be interested in him aside from you? Hong teased, making Rin giggle. What I mean by off isn't that. It's just that Obito-kun. Rin recalled a scene from a few days prior. Her expression turned slightly peculiar. He seems to think he is a tree. I saw him the other day with his legs buried in the ground, standing in the woods soaking up the sun. Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter at the image Rin painted. Ha! For some reason, that sounds like something Obito-kun would do. Asuma, smoking nearby, inadvertently turned to see Hong laughing joyfully. A sudden warmth filled his heart, and he lost track of time as his cigarette burned down to the end. Half an hour later, Kakashi arrived at the training ground, letting out a snort. Without uttering a word, he took over Obito's position. Feeling a bit awkward, Obito scratched his head, realizing that this haughty individual was still holding a grudge. I'll have to buy Kakashi a couple of books later, he thought. Well, Rin and I will take our leave now, Mina-san. Obito held Rin's hand as they exited the training ground. After sharing lunch, Obito accompanied Rin home. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he sighed, I'm really foolish, indeed. He lamented, when I made my choice, I completely forgot about the cloudy days. The last time he made a choice was to imagine himself as a tree, basking in the sun for half an hour each day. However, due to the incessant rain in Konoha, he had made little progress. Strutting along with a swagger, He hummed a tune as he turned the corner of the street. Hey, is that he spotted a familiar figure and called out with surprise, Shursui. The figure ahead turned around, equally delighted. Obito and I. Shursui approached quickly. Obito then noticed a 4 or 5-year-old child following behind Shursui. The little boy had short black hair, delicate features, and wore clothing adorned with fan motifs. Clearly, he was a child of the Uchiha clan. The identity of the small boy became evident. Shursui pointed to the child beside him with a smile. Obito and I. Let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Itachi. He is the son of clan leader Fugaku and my close friend. Obito thought to himself, as expected. This little guy was none other than the enigmatic Uchiha Itachi. Shursui continued. This is my cousin, Uchiha Obito. Obito smiled kindly at the young boy. Hello, Itachi. Itachi politely bowed slightly. Hello, Obito-senpai. Though they had met before, they had never interacted meaningfully until Shursui's introduction. Obito gestured toward the street behind him, saying, Let us go treat everyone to some dango. We can eat and chat at the shop. Shursui nodded in agreement, looking at Itachi. I have no objections. Do you, Itachi? Itachi swallowed hard, feigning indifference, and nodded. I have no objections either. In reality, Itachi adored sweets, but rarely had the chance to indulge, often feeling shy about expressing his desires. With Obito's invitation, he was more than willing to join. I'm too tired. I can't continue. I have some matters in the morning. Updates will resume in the afternoon, my friends. Chapter 93, A Different Kind of Dijitsu. Regarding the Hidden Mist Village issue, the author has considered whether to pursue a different ninja village for the sake of storytelling. However, from the perspective of background and character, the Hidden Mist Village is indeed the most suitable choice. But rest assured, the subsequent actions of Shana and Obito will be entirely different. In the dessert shop, Itachi took a bite of the dango in his hand, becoming entranced by its soft and glutinous texture. The sweet yet not cloying caramel sauce, the fragrant glutinous rice, and the finely crushed nuts delighted him. Seeing this scene, Obito nearly burst into laughter. Although Itachi tried hard to conceal his joy, Obito could discern the delight in his eyes. Despite having witnessed bloodshed, Itachi remained, at his core, a child. While Obito observed Itachi, the latter was also studying him. Shursui had often spoken highly of Obito in front of Itachi, regarding him as a guiding light and a model to emulate. Consequently, Itachi had firmly committed the name Obito to memory. To him, Shursui was his beacon. So to have a cousin praised so highly by his mentor filled him with admiration. It is certain to be quite extraordinary. However, after observing for a while, Itachi felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that the individual before him, known as Obito, appeared rather ordinary in every respect. 1 against 7? 1 against 7. It was only when he heard Shursui's voice that Itachi returned to reality. He offered an apologetic smile. I apologize, esteemed seniors. I was lost in thought just now. Shursui patted his shoulder and replied with a grin. No need to be so formal in front of me and Obito. My cousin just asked if you would like another serving of dango. Itachi glanced at the table and realized that, in his contemplation, he had unconsciously devoured all the dango on it. His cheeks flushed slightly. No, thank you, Obito-senpai. The three engaged in conversation, with Shursui and Obito predominantly leading the discussion while Itachi listened quietly. He discerned that Obito possessed certain remarkable qualities. His thought process was indeed unconventional, making it difficult for ordinary people to grasp his reasoning. After a while, Itachi made an excuse to stand up. Then I shall take my leave, so as not to intrude upon you two esteemed seniors. He could sense that there were matters Obito and Shursui preferred not to discuss in his presence. Obito looked at Itachi and suggested with a smile, why not take a portion of dango with you to enjoy on your way home? Itachi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No, it's all right, Obito-senpai. Obito, with a cheerful demeanor, insisted, do take it. It's not every day that a senior treats us, so feel free to indulge. Shursui nodded in agreement. Yes, take a portion, Itachi. You have no idea how difficult it is to get Obito to treat us. Itachi's heart leaped with joy, yet he maintained a composed expression as he nodded. Very well. I appreciate your hospitality, Obito-senpai. Once Itachi departed, Shursui poked his cousin curiously. Cousin, it seems you quite like Itachi, to the extent of treating him. Obito rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. Oh, come now, you're learning to tease your cousin now? But Itachi is indeed a fine child, clearly respectful and sensible. A few minutes later, Obito and Shursui also exited the dessert shop, walking side by side along the street. Unbeknownst to them, They found themselves in a secluded area devoid of any onlookers. Shui turned to his brother and softly inquired, Obito, are you familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito's body involuntarily trembled, and he cast a complex gaze at Shui. Could it be related to Udo? He embraced Shui and murmured in his ear, I am truly sorry. Shui let out a long sigh. As I suspected, you too. The sun quietly sank below the horizon, and the night enveloped the earth in its embrace. In the dark, silent forest, only Shui's soft voice could be heard. I can only watch helplessly as he is consumed by ninjutsu. Obito smiled bitterly, feeling a pang of loss as the image of a certain individual surfaced in his mind. Ah, this is war. After a moment of silence, Obito asked, Udo, what is the ability you awakened? Shui's eyes revealed a pattern resembling a black four-pointed star. I can, to a certain extent, distort reality according to my will. I call it Kodo Amatsukami. At that moment, I felt as if, given sufficient ocular power, I could even rewrite the fate of my friends. Obito's heart raced at the revelation. Wasn't Shui's Kodo Amatsukami a jinjutsu that altered the will of others? How had it transformed into a technique capable of altering reality? In the mythology of another world, Kodo Amatsukami corresponded to the deity of creation, the most exceptional among the celestial beings. If that were the case, it indeed possessed the capability to change reality. Obito pondered, realizing that it stemmed from Shui's unwavering belief that the two of them could change everything. As Shui's mindset shifted, so too did the nature of the ability he awakened. It must be so. Shui gazed at his silent cousin and asked, Cousin, you must have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. What is your ability? Obito chuckled lightly. Under Shui's expectant gaze, he slowly uttered two words, it's a secret. Shui's expression soured. That's not fair, Obito. Obito shrugged. This is the lesson I wish to impart. There is no fairness in this world. How about we have a little contest? If you win, you can ask me again. Shui immediately stood up. All right, it's a deal. You mustn't go back on your word, cousin. Obito confidently replied, I, Obito Uchiha, always keep my promises. Even if I were to lose, it would merely be a matter of declining once more. What is there to regret? Under the moonlight, the two figures engaged in a spirited tussle, embodying the spirit of brotherly camaraderie. Outside the hidden mist village, Uchiha Shana cast a sidelong glance at Zetsu beside her. Are you certain the intelligence you provided is accurate? Black Zetsu displayed a hearty grin. Indeed, Lord Madara. I assure you that the latest defensive arrangements of the Hidden Mist Village are precisely as I have conveyed. With the ocular power you have recently awakened, you can effortlessly seize the Hidden Mist Village without shedding a drop of blood. Uchiha Shana snorted coldly. If what you say holds true, then so be it. However, if the intelligence proves false, there shall be no reason for your continued existence. With that, she walked barefoot and silently toward the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 94. Seizing the mist, watching Uchiha Shana stride toward the Hidden Mist Village, Black Zetsu wore a knowing smile. Heh, I hope your abilities are as grand as your words. He sighed softly, wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes. My frail mother has been trapped for nearly 1,000 years, all alone. Black Zetsu's woeful cries elicited laughter from White Zetsu, standing nearby. Lord Black Zetsu, your tears are rather unique. Be quiet. Outside the Hidden Mist Village, two gatekeeping ninjas squinted their eyes and tightened their grips on their weapons. In their line of sight, a figure resembling an animated white bun approached them slowly. One of the mist ninjas cautiously asked, Who are you? Uchiha Shana cast a casual glance at the two mist ninjas. Their expressions flickered before settling into a tranquil calm. The next moment, they expressionlessly opened the gate, allowing Uchiha Shana to pass through. The eastern defenses appeared comparatively weak. She should be able to seize control in an instant. Uchiha Shana contemplated briefly before stepping toward the east. The pattern of her Mangekyo Sharingan resembled an almost circular four-pointed star, appearing particularly bewitching against the pitch-black night. Along her path, she encountered 3 squads of patrolling mist ninjas, yet she found no need to engage. A mere glance was sufficient to resolve all issues. Shana raised her left hand, admiring her fair complexion, and let out a soft hum. These so-called Hashirama cells are indeed remarkable, despite my intense use of ocular techniques. My eyes only feel slightly strained. She lifted her gaze toward the imposing structure ahead, her target, the Mizukage building. Silently entering the Mizukage's office, Shana beheld a long-haired man diligently attending to affairs at his desk. Truly a competent leader, but alas, as if recalling something. A flicker of coldness flashed in Shana's eyes. The third Mizukage continued to review documents while lowering his head. Your audacity is truly commendable, daring to venture alone into the heart of my hidden mist village. However, since you have arrived, you shall remain. A minute later, Shana sat in a chair, rubbing her sore, tired eyes. Behind her, the third Mizukage was massaging her shoulders. Truly, as the Mizukage, your ability to manage the consumption of your ocular power far exceeds my own ability to command a mere dozen individuals, he remarked with a smile. I am grateful for your praise, yet even so, I have ultimately fallen under your influence, Shana replied with a hint of pride in her voice. That is only natural. The Mizukage responded, extending his hands forward to assist Shana in loosening her joints. However, she swiftly swatted his hands away, leaving the Mizukage momentarily stunned. My lady? Shana felt her cheeks flush beneath her mask. That man's hand nearly brushed against a rather inappropriate area. Enough of that. Uchiha Shana turned to face the Mizukage, her gaze cold, a flicker of red light flashing in her eyes. Effortlessly, she infiltrated the Mizukage's consciousness, rummaging through his memories without the slightest hint of resistance from him. After a brief moment, Uchiha Shana opened her eyes, a trace of confusion crossing her features. How could this be? Just as she was about to speak, intending to summon the leader of the Umbu division of the Hidden Mist Village for some crucial matters she needed to verify. She felt the mask on her face and furrowed her brow, abandoning the thought. She turned to the third Mizukage and inquired, who is the junior you hold in the highest regard within your village? Or, whom do you intend to have succeed you in the future? Without hesitation, the Mizukage replied with a smile, that would undoubtedly be Yagura. He is an exceptional young man. Not only is Yagura pure of heart, but he is also exceptionally talented, and everyone adores him. Uchiha Shana nodded thoughtfully. Yagura, you should send someone to summon him, she commanded. The Mizukage hesitated. Is it necessary to do so now, my lady? Shana spoke with an undeniable authority. Yes, right now? The Mizukage, resigned, replied, very well. Someone fetch him. Soon, two Umbu ninjas entered the Mizukage's office at the call. Shana boldly sat at the desk, even propping her long legs upon the Mizukage's table. The two Umbu, upon entering, paid no mind to this, as if such behavior was entirely expected. Mizukage-sama, my lady, how may we serve you? The third Mizukage instructed, go and summon Yagura, inform him I have business with him. Understood. The two Umbu responded and exited the room. That was easier than anticipated, Shana mused to herself. The ease with which she had taken control of the Hidden Mist Village was thanks to the power of her Sharingan, a terrifying ocular technique known as the Kodoamatsukami. With just a glance, she could plant a seed of desire within her target's heart. This seed would take root and blossom into a flower of desire, swiftly corrupting the will of the individual while preserving their autonomous consciousness, compelling them to submit unconditionally to her. As long as her target did not possess a mental fortitude vastly superior to her own or was not devoid of desires, her ocular technique was nearly guaranteed to succeed. With Uchiha Shana's current ocular power, she could maintain up to 30 flowers of desire simultaneously. Should she exceed this limit, she would need to dismantle one of the existing flowers, thereby relinquishing control over a specific individual first. I hope Yagura is worthy of my intent, Shana whispered to herself. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door of the Mizukage's office. The third Mizukage called out, enter. A youth with green hair and violet eyes stepped inside, his brow furrowed in confusion. Mizukage-sama, you called for me? This youth was none other than Yagura. Shana assessed the young man before her. Yagura bore a youthful face marred by a scar beneath his left eye. Had she not gathered information about him from the third Mizukage moments ago, she would never have guessed that this young man, seemingly of similar age to herself, could already throw shurikens. Upon seeing Shana, Yagura was equally taken aback. Who is this pale-faced stranger? Why is he seated in the main chair while Mizukage-sama stands beside him? Without uttering a word, the third Mizukage merely gazed at Yagura with an unsettling intensity. Yagura's hair stood on end, sensing something was amiss. He began to cautiously retreat, intending to exit the Mizukage's office. However, in the next instant, that doughy-faced individual's eyes suddenly glowed with a fiery red light. Yagura felt as though he were enveloped in a sea of blood, slowly sinking into its depths, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. 1 minute later, Yagura's eyes regained clarity. He examined his current state, occasionally touching his body. I am both Yagura and Shana. This is quite a peculiar sensation. Uchiha Shana watched as Yagura, now aware of his own identity, began to engage in self-reflection. Just as she was about to speak, she nearly collapsed to the ground, her head spinning dizzily, fatigue washing over her like a tidal wave. Uchiha Shana murmured, "The energy expenditure from dividing a thought is far greater than I anticipated." Infiltrating another's consciousness to implant a thought is yet another application of Shana's ocular technique. She could segment a portion of her own consciousness, using 10 seeds of desire as vessels to create an aspect of herself. At this moment, the Yagura she had implanted with her thought was effectively her avatar. Although Yagura retained his previous memories, his personality and consciousness had been overshadowed by Shana. 10 seeds of desire were permanently lost. "I hope you do not disappoint me, Yagura." Just as Shana was lost in contemplation, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in the eyes of the third Mizukage behind her. A kunai shot forth from his sleeve, aimed fiercely at the unsuspecting Shana. This is not good. By the time Shana sensed the wind from the attack, it was too late to evade. At the critical moment, Yagura threw a kunai to intercept the Mizukage strike. Shana quickly turned her attention to the Mizukage, tightening her control over him. The Mizukage's gaze dulled momentarily, before he once again regained his composure, smiling as he exited the Mizukage's office to intercept any umbu who might come seeking answers. That was close. Shana patted her chest, still feeling the remnants of fear. Yagura, with a slightly feminine pout, replied nonchalantly, "What are you worried about? With Hashirama's cells within you, he cannot kill you." Shana, her eyes reddening, retorted, "I may not die, but I will certainly feel unbearable pain." Yagura nodded in agreement, acknowledging her point. The reason the third Mizukage lost control was due to Shana's division of thought, which left her original self in a state of weakness. The flower of desire is not an insurmountable existence. If it does not receive sufficient chakra or strong desires for nourishment, the flower will gradually wither. Just as in that moment, when Shana was momentarily weakened, the Mizukage seized the opportunity to suppress his own desires, successfully breaking free from Shana's control. If not for the timely intervention of Yagura, the Mizukage might have truly succeeded. This is also why Uchiha Shana, despite losing 10 seeds of desire, insisted on sending one person infiltrate the thoughts. The control exerted by the flower of desire over individuals is reversible and unstable. It can falter when one is in a poor state, or when they encounter a master of illusion, or even when they suddenly attain enlightenment. In contrast, implanting thoughts is fundamentally different. It equates to complete assimilation of the other party, a process that is entirely irreversible. With this in mind, Shana glanced towards Yagura, who happened to be looking back at her. The two exchanged silent gazes, a strange yet profound connection passing between them. Shana shook her head, remarking on the peculiar nature of their understanding. Yagura chuckled, suggesting the novelty of transitioning from girl to man might be worth experiencing. Shana opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she finally spoke, instructing him to return to avoid raising suspicions, promising to summon him again the following day. Yagura nodded in agreement and departed from the Mizukage's office. Shana propped her chin on her hand, her long, slender legs swinging as she began to contemplate her next steps. She knew she could not remain there indefinitely. Once she dealt with the traces of the intrusion, she could leave the rest to Yagura. After some reflection, she tapped her fingers on the desk. At that moment, the third Mizukage entered with a smile. "My lord, how may I assist you?" he inquired, with a cold demeanor. Shana responded, "The patrol team on the eastern side of the Mist Village, as well as the Mist Shinobi within the Mizukage building. Find a way to ensure their discreet disappearance. Once this is accomplished, pass on the position of Mizukage to Yagura, and then end your own life." The third Mizukage continued to smile as he nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, my lord. Please grant me a month's time." "A month, you say?" Shana scoffed lightly. "Very well. A month it shall be. Come here and massage my shoulders." "Of course, my lord." As she enjoyed the massage, Shana's mind wandered to another matter. A month should suffice to verify her suspicions. "If I discover it was you orchestrating this behind the scenes," she thought as she glanced at her fair left arm, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes, "then I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions." In the early months of the 48th year of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen took upon himself the burdens of war that plagued the Land of Fire. He proactively approached the daimyo, requesting to resign from the position of Hokage. After a classic exchange of refusals, the daimyo, recognizing Hiruzen's sincerity, ultimately approved his request. If one were to inquire who was most pleased with Hiruzen's abdication, it would undoubtedly be his old friend Danzo. In the days that followed, Danzo contemplated extensively if Hiruzen were to endorse me for succession. However, before he could revel in his thoughts, Hiruzen recommended his disciple, Namikaze Minato, to assume the mantle of the new Hokage before the daimyo. Danzo was immediately displeased and voiced his objections, stating that appointing Minato as Hokage was tantamount to elevating Orochimaru. Yet, it was clear that neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor the daimyo and council cared for his opinions. The selection of the fourth Hokage was thus solidified. Danzo stormed off in frustration, parting ways with Hiruzen on unfriendly terms. However, Hiruzen remained unfazed. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen beamed at Minato, who knelt before him. Minato, I have always believed you to be the rightful heir to the Will of Fire. Therefore, I intend to entrust the future of Konoha and the shinobi world into your hands. Will you accept this responsibility? Minato's breath quickened as he locked eyes with Hiruzen. Nodding emphatically, I will. Good night, Minasan. Chapter 96. 2. With murderous intent, some readers may deem Shauna's ocular techniques weak, yet they are not as feeble as perceived. Firstly, she effectively possesses multiple lives. Secondly, applying thoughts to others is akin to an upgraded version of the permanent and unsolvable Kagura technique. Lastly, by selecting strong candidates for thought implantation, she can quickly nurture their growth. It simply lacks the lethal potency of certain offensive ocular techniques, rendering it somewhat less formidable. In the Hokage office, Minato solemnly declared, I will strive to uphold the Third's trust and will not disappoint you. The Third nodded with a smile. I believe in your abilities. Now, you may return. Yes, Lord Third. Upon leaving the Hokage office, Minato was unable to contain his excitement as he envisioned the future. Becoming the fourth Hokage would allow him to pursue his ideals and ambitions. Upon returning home, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, her curiosity piqued. Did the Third summon you for something? She inquired. Then, with a playful grin, she added, Did he scold you? No need to worry about that. Minato scratched the back of his head, weakly pointing at himself. Actually, he appointed me as the fourth Hokage. Kushina's eyes widened in realization, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Oh, is that so? The Hokage position isn't a big deal. Wait a moment. Something feels off. Waving her spatula, she asked excitedly. What did you just say? Minato smiled gently. I have been appointed by the Third and the daimyo to succeed as the fourth Hokage. Kushina's face lit up with admiration as she leaped into Minato's arms. Oh, how wonderful. Congratulations. Minato was taken aback. Hey, calm down, Kushina. If you keep this up, I might just lose my temper. Kushina, with her vibrant red hair tied up, flashed a teasing smile. Who knows who might lose their temper? Rawr. At the Nara family's pavilion, Obito and Shikaku were deep in a serious game of Go. After a while, Obito sighed in resignation and set down his piece. I must be out of my mind to seek you out for a game. Shikaku smiled slightly as he began to clear the board. Obito, do not underestimate yourself. Your skills have improved remarkably and are nearly on par with mine. Obito rolled his eyes. Do you even believe what you just said? The two sat on the grass outside the pavilion, each holding a glass of soda, enjoying their drinks while engaging in casual conversation. Shikaku set his cup down and looked at Obito. The choice for the fourth Hokage has been decided, though it has yet to be announced. Obito grinned. Let me guess. It's Minato-sensei, right? Whoa. Shikaku nearly spilled his drink. He chuckled. As expected of you, Obito, your insight is remarkable. I was planning to keep it under wraps. Indeed. The new Hokage is none other than Minato-sensei. Obito downed his drink with a smile, yet a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. He sensed that the opportunity he awaited was drawing near. At the summit of the Hokage building, Minato stood respectfully before the Third, draped in the Hokage cloak. The Third gazed at his chosen successor with pride as he removed his own Hokage hat and solemnly handed it to Minato. Minato accepted the hat with both hands and slowly placed it atop his head. Before the witness of all Konoha's high-ranking officials, the Third spoke with gravity. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you, fourth Hokage. Minato nodded resolutely, determination etched in his gaze. For the sake of Konoha, I shall dedicate my life. Minato stepped to the forefront of the podium. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, he removed the Hokage hat, radiating his charm. Below the Hokage building, a sea of villagers erupted into thunderous cheers. Ah, Hokage-sama. The fourth is so handsome. Support the fourth. Naruto also shouted excitedly among the crowd. I, Naruto, speak plainly. The person on stage is my father. A child in the crowd exclaimed. Nonsense, that is my father. Naruto, the child's father. He grabbed his child and immediately gave him a good spanking. Obito stifled his laughter nearby, struggling to contain his amusement. This child truly is a source of endless filial piety. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances from the high platform. Their eyes, amidst thousands, were solely focused on one another. A gentle smile graced Kushina's lips. She had always claimed she would be the woman to become Hokage. Little did she expect that this proclamation would come true. Hehe. In the Mist Village, the Mizukige's office, the third Mizukige entered with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was the true master of this place. My lord, the Umbu you encountered earlier have been dealt with. Shana nodded in satisfaction while seated on the sofa. You have done well, third Mizukige. The people Shana had previously manipulated were like ticking time bombs to her. If she were to leave the Mist Village and the flower of desire unexpectedly withered, these individuals could explode at any moment. In that case, it would be better to eliminate them all. Gaining Shana's approval, the third Mizukige felt a surge of joy. Thank you for your praise, my lord. When do you think it would be appropriate for me to take my own life? Shana scoffed lightly and replied, I have changed my mind. After you pass your position to Yakura, find a reason to leave with me. The third Mizukige was an outstanding individual nurtured under the first and second Mizukige. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, but his strategies were also commendable. To abandon him like this would be a pity. It would be better to keep him close, as he could assist in resolving many issues and inadvertently hone her own ocular prowess. After all, controlling just him posed no risk whatsoever. Upon hearing that Shana intended to keep him by her side, the third Mizukige smile deepened. Wonderful. I wish to follow you, my lord, he said earnestly. Shana dismissively nodded and casually inquired, What is your name? The third Mizukige replied with a smile, Uchiha Kuratsuki. Then I shall call you Kuratsuki from now on. Shana closed her eyes and waved her hand, saying, Enough. Go and handle the remaining matters. I have no time to waste here. Understood, my lord. Kuratsuki nodded slightly and departed from the Mizukige's office. Once Kuratsuki left, Shana sat alone on the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, lost in thought. An aura of murderous intent emanated from her, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 97. Individual developments in the Mizukige's office. Uchiha Shana opened her eyes. A fleeting glint of crimson flashing within. She quickly reined in her fury, appearing to regain her composure. However, the flames within her heart had not been quelled. On the contrary, they burned even more fiercely. Through days of silent investigation, Shana had finally validated her suspicions. Her childhood friend had not been a victim of a random attack. It was a deliberate act. The Mist squads present that day were clearly dispatched elsewhere. Moreover, the locations they were supposed to head to were completely contrary to where they ended up. It was impossible for them to appear at the wrong place at the same time. This was undoubtedly not a coincidence that could be easily explained. Someone must have orchestrated this event from behind the scenes. As Shana reflected on her childhood friend's death, which had driven her to join Madara's ranks, the identity of this puppeteer was painfully obvious. If it were not for White Zetsu or Madara's deliberate manipulation, how could she have fortuitously stumbled upon her childhood friend ensnared in the mist trap? Damn Uchiha Madara. Shana nearly wished to rush back immediately and incinerate him. Yet, she was still restrained by White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. She could not even express her fury. Uchiha Madara. She seethed inwardly. I will allow you to revel in your triumph a while longer. Once I possess sufficient strength, I shall seize everything from you. I want you to experience what it feels like to lose everything. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, the familiar desk remained. But the individual seated before it was no longer the same. Obito grinned at the figure, saying, Minato-sensei, no, now I should address you as the fourth Hokage. I wonder why Hokage-sama summoned the three of us. Minato smiled indulgently, feeling somewhat helpless toward his mischievous disciple. The reason I called you here is to inquire about your opinions on how you wish to develop in the future. Rin, slightly puzzled, asked, Develop in the future? Minato nodded, intertwining his fingers before his face. Indeed, now that I have taken on the role of Hokage, I can no longer lead the Minato team. You may either continue as a team for missions, transfer to another location, or share any other ideas you may have with me. Obito, with a playful expression, clicked his tongue. If he understood correctly, Minato-sensei was offering them a backdoor. In this world of Hokage, they were already considered adults, so Minato's inquiry was not surprising. The three of them lowered their heads, pondering seriously. After some time, Rin was the first to raise her head and speak. Minato-sensei, I do not wish to continue undertaking missions. I want to stay in the village and become a doctor. Minato nodded slightly, seemingly having anticipated Rin's decision. This girl has never liked violence and has always devoted herself to saving lives. Becoming a doctor is indeed a fitting choice for her. Understood. I will inform Konoha Hospital. You can start your internship there tomorrow. Rin nodded eagerly. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Following Rin, Kakashi spoke up second. Minato-sensei, I wish to join your direct umbu. Minato's face brightened at this. Excellent. Just in time, I have vacancies in my umbu. Come to report when you are free. It was no wonder Minato was pleased. With Kakashi's intellect and talent, he would undoubtedly become a right-hand man in due course. Minato then turned to his last disciple, subtly expressing his anticipation as he asked, "And Obito, what are your thoughts?" Although Obito often exhibited a carefree demeanor, he was incredibly reliable in critical moments. His strength rivaled that of elite jonin. So Minato naturally wished to bring him under his wing. Obito grinned. Minato-sensei, I wish to join the Third's direct umbu. Minato was slightly taken aback. Oh, Obito wants to join the Third's umbu directly? Why not mine? Not only Minato, but Rin and Kakashi also found Obito's decision puzzling. Rin could not help but ask Obito-kun. Why? Obito was at a loss for how to explain to Rin. He couldn't very well say he was planning something, could he? Kakashi shot a questioning glance at Obito. Are you not interested in working with me? Toby fell silent, only able to respond with a bitter smile. After a long pause, it was Minato who first waved his hand, breaking the silence. Since you have made this decision, Toby, I am sure you have your reasons. I support your choice. I will speak to the third Hokage shortly. If he approves, you may join his umbu. Though he spoke words of support, disappointment was evident on Minato's face. Toby pretended not to notice and cheerfully replied, Thank you, Minato-sensei. Minato forced a smile and said, All right, you three should head back now. Each of you must strive to improve. Do not neglect your training, understand? The three responded in unison, Yes, Minato-sensei. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi furrowed his brow and asked, Why did you choose the third Hokage? From any perspective, Minato-sensei would have been the better choice. Toby evasively replied, I have my own plans. You will understand in due time. Kakashi shot Toby a glance. Humph, it better be that way. I'm leaving now. After exchanging farewells with the other two, he hurried away. Ever since he had taken the blame for Toby, resulting in his social demise, he felt somewhat uncomfortable around Rin. Rin noticed Toby's gloomy demeanor, took his hand, and cheerfully asked, Toby-kun, I want to become a doctor in the future. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Toby replied, Of course that's great. It's a stable job, 9 to 5, high salary, and hey, we could even play doctor and patient when we're bored. Just lie still, I'll treat you. The thought made him chuckle. Rin looked at him suspiciously as he grinned mischievously. And what else? Do tell. Toby shook his head, saying, No, I want to tell you. Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 98, Joining the Umbu, Codename. Falcon as the saying goes, soft in the mouth, easy to fool. Toby was feeling that way at the moment. All right, fine. I'll tell you. He leaned in and whispered into Rin's ear. After hearing this, Rin's cheeks turned even redder. Oh, Toby-kun, what are you thinking all day long? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and questioned him with a hint of anger. Did Kakashi tell you this? Toby appeared contemplative for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Ah, yes. He told me that. He grinned. It's just one time. I've gotten used to it. So there's no psychological burden. Don't worry, brother, I've got your back. Rin playfully poked Toby's forehead, hands on her hips, looking exasperated. I distinctly told you not to let him influence you. How could you still, humph? Toby chuckled. Oh, Rin-chan, don't be angry. Rin rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Humph, I just want to. Toby embraced Rin, returning her teasing. A few minutes later, he released her, beaming. You're not angry anymore, right, Rin-chan? She nodded dreamily, her adorable demeanor making Toby smile inwardly. Shortly after, Rin hesitated and asked, Toby-kun, did you truly mean what you said earlier? Toby was unsure of her meaning, but being truthful by nature, he nodded. Yes. Then, Rin stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to Toby's ear, speaking in a soft tone. In a few days, we will. Toby felt a thrill at her words, wishing he could leap forward in time. That very night, Toby was summoned by the third Hokage. Dressed in casual attire instead of his usual cloak, the third led Toby on a stroll through the streets. Reminiscent of their previous training sessions. With a smile, the third asked, Little Toby, I heard you wish to join my umbu. May I inquire as to why? Toby nodded and replied without hesitation, because Minato-sensei is too strict. I feel it would be much easier working under you. The third burst into hearty laughter. Little Toby, the Umbu is no easy place. No matter who you serve, it remains challenging. Upon hearing this, Toby's expression soured. Ah, had I known, I wouldn't have chosen the Umbu. I only joined because I saw Kakashi join. He looked at the third with a forlorn expression. Can I change my mind now? The third stroked his beard, smiling. It's too late, little Toby. I'll give you a few days to relax. Come report to my Umbu next week. He had no intention of letting this eager recruit slip away. He merely wished to understand Toby's reasoning for not choosing Minato and instead opting for him. Feeling dejected, Toby nodded. All right, Hokage Gigi. The third ruffled Toby's hair, reassuring him. Don't worry, I won't assign you any overly complicated tasks at the start. Toby sighed in relief. Phew, that's good. After walking a few more laps with the third, they parted ways. On his way home, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Toby's eyes. Joining the third's Umbu was a plan he had devised long ago. He aimed to place himself under the third's jurisdiction, allowing him to monitor the third's every move while also preparing for the Uchiha clan's future. Toby's intentions were not solely to contend with Danzo. He was also planning ahead for the Uchiha. Although the chaos of the Ninetales attack was unlikely to resurface, Toby sighed bitterly, shaking his head. Yet, the third's wariness of the Uchiha clan would not simply dissipate. This brings to light the attitudes of past Hokages toward the Uchiha clan. The first Hokage was unequivocally supportive of them as family. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, often lamented the Uchiha's innate evilness. Even when he burned his mouth on a skewer, he would suspect an Uchiha's fire release was at play. However, Tobirama's methods were astute. He promoted many Uchiha who aligned with the will of fire or had been swayed by the village, employing strategies of division and collaboration to keep the Uchiha in check. While some Uchiha harbored grievances, most remained loyal to Konoha. However, under the third Hokage, issues began to arise. Hiruzen attempted to apply the same balancing act, but relied on other powerful clans to counter the Uchiha, which inevitably sowed discord and animosity within the clan. Fortunately, Hiruzen did not harbor malice towards the Uchiha. His actions stemmed from historical context and the considerations of a leader. This was in stark contrast to Danzo, whose sole intent was to eradicate the Uchiha. Thankfully, Minato-sensei was relatively kind to their clan. Once he found an opportunity to deal with Danzo, he would need to find a way to reshape the third's perception of the Uchiha. With his thoughts swirling, Toby let out a deep sigh. I am but a mere child of 182 months. Why must I bear such a heavy burden? A week later, Obito arrived at the Umbu Hall in Konoha. After traversing a dim and narrow corridor, he reached the armory of the Umbu. An Umbu ninja produced a box and pushed it before Obito, stating, "Your codename is Hawk. Please register yourself." "Thank you for your trouble," Obito replied as he embraced his equipment and proceeded to the changing room. Once attired and donning his mask, he gazed into the mirror, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though he had forsaken a tiger-patterned mask, the addition of an Umbu mask was indeed amusing. Chapter 99. The mysterious visitor in the hidden mist village. A few ninjas whispered amongst themselves. One mist ninja lamented, "How sudden." The third Hokage was in the prime of his life. How could he resign so abruptly? Another jested. Perhaps he has been overworked these years and can no longer bear the burden. Ha ha ha. The first mist ninja appeared speechless, retorting, "Leave off. The third Hokage is not that kind of person." Coughing, he added, "However, I have heard that the third Hokage seems to, well, you know, brothers." Nearby, a clearly authoritative mist ninja interrupted them. Enough with the gossip about Lord Mizukichi. The third Hokage has devoted so much to the village. You cannot speak so carelessly. Besides, it is only natural for Lord Yagura to succeed as the fourth. Upon hearing their leader's words, the two mist ninjas sheepishly ceased their chatter. "We understand, boss." "Indeed. Lord Yagura's ascension to Mizukichi is something we all support." Yes. We were merely lamenting the third Hokage's sudden resignation." The unexpected abdication of the third Mizukichi stirred quite a commotion in the hidden mist village. However, Kurosaki Hekyu was not particularly young. And given Yagura's preordained position as the fourth, the transition of power proceeded normally. After a brief period of lively discussion, no one found anything amiss. As for Kurosaki Hekyu's plans to leave the village for a while to relax, there was little to be said. After a lifetime of battles, he deserved to enjoy his retirement. In the Mizuki's office, Hekyu, gazing at the seat of authority, smiled and remarked, "Everything is in order, my lord. We can depart at any time." Shauna nodded slightly and rose from his seat. "There is no time to waste. Let us leave today, for I have lingered here far too long." Hekyu nodded in agreement. "Understood." Shauna then turned to Yagura, saying, "I leave the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village in your hands." Yagura gave a non-committal nod, acknowledging his leader's words. Shauna, disguised as Hekyu's bodyguard, followed closely behind him, carrying their belongings. As the two departed the Mizuki's office, Yagura watched their retreating figures, his gaze turning cold and profound. "Uchiha Madara, I will make you pay for your transgressions." Seated at the Mizuki's desk, Yagura closed his eyes, lost in thought. The scene from that fateful night replayed in his mind, his childhood friend, ensnared and alone amidst peril. By the time he arrived, his friend was already grievously wounded, with no hope for survival. Yet the Mist Ninjas did not leave. Instead, they cruelly toyed with his lifeless body as if it were an amusing plaything. In a surge of rage, Shauna activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing a terrifying ocular technique. He exacted vengeance upon the Mist Ninjas, brutally avenging his fallen companion. Initially, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing he had avenged his friend. However, little did he know after a lengthy moment, he opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. "To rapidly enhance my power, I must take risks. I need to harness the strength of the tailed beasts. I shall become a Jinchuriki." In Konoha, within the Umbu Hall, Obito completed his attire and prepared to leave. Just then, an Umbu ninja intercepted him. "Hey, newcomer, you still have one task left." Confused, Obito inquired, "How do you know I am the new recruit when everyone wears masks?" The Umbu ninja, exasperated, pointed to his left arm. It was then that Obito noticed the distinct tattoo emblazoned on the arms of all the hurried Umbu members. Men bore theirs on the left, while women displayed theirs on the right. So, everyone is a villain. Obito humbly asked, "My good brother, where can I get one of those tattoos?" After receiving directions, he made his way to a small room. 5 minutes later, he exited, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, that tattoo hurt like hell. He had to maintain an alert state throughout the process, fearing that one misstep could turn the tattoo parlor into a scene of horror. Glancing at the tattoo on his left arm, Obito smiled broadly. "I shall start as a regular member, aim for promotion to Umbu squad leader next year, and then ascend to Umbu captain the following year. After a few more years, I shall rise to the position of Umbu commander, and perhaps in 10 years, I could even become Hokage. That shouldn't be too ambitious, right?" With a sense of satisfaction, Obito left the Umbu Hall, heading to report to the third Hokage. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen had vacated his previous office, handing it over to Minato. Now, he worked from his opulent villa. Upon seeing the well-prepared Obito, the third Hokage cheerfully patted his shoulder, saying, "Excellent, you look spirited. I will be relying on you." Obito smiled sheepishly, scratching his head, dismissing Hiruzen's pleasantries. "I will do my best, Hokage Grandpa." The third Hokage kept his promise. For several weeks, he did not assign Obito any overly complex tasks. Thus, Obito continued to enjoy a leisurely existence in a new setting. One day, he summoned the system and complained, "System brother, it's been ages. Why have you yet to present me with any challenges? Where is this so-called supreme selection system?" The system sighed, "Host, your strength is nearing the current pinnacle of this world. Are you still not satisfied? I truly cannot allow you to ascend further." Obito scoffed. "I am already 15 and still not at the 6 pads level. Is this truly normal?" The system lamented, "Host, it has been a struggle for me to save even a little. Could you grant me a bit more time before we discuss this?" Obito shook his head resolutely. "No, there is no room for negotiation." Ultimately, the system acquiesced. "Very well, upon your completion of the current task, I shall present you with new choices." Obito grinned, "Deal?" A month later, Obito grumbled to himself, "I was indeed too naive. The debts I carelessly incurred must now be repaid doubly." After completing a task, he returned home, only to be astonished by an unexpected guest in his abode. "Aunt Daji, what brings you here?" he inquired. His grandmother chuckled from the side. "You have finally returned, Obito. It seems that Itachi has been waiting for you for quite some time." Madara, in his towering stature, is perplexed. What could be the purpose of a 1 against 7 seeking him out? Grandmother thoughtfully prepared 2 small teacups and a kettle of hot water for the two of them before taking her leave. "You may converse. I shall return to my room to rest," she said. Itachi politely inclined his head. Goodbye, grandmother. Thank you for your hospitality. Once she had entered her room, Obito, curious, inquired, Itachi, what brings you here today? Itachi calmly replied, I have come at my father's behest. He wishes for you to become the eyes of the Uchiha clan within the Umbu. He also asked me to pose a question to you, in your heart. Which holds more weight, the clan or the village? A look of understanding crossed Obito's face. After a brief contemplation, he solemnly responded, naturally, the clan comes above all. Please convey to Lord Fugaku that I shall relay information on his behalf. Itachi, contemplating Obito's words, acknowledged, I will faithfully relay your message to my father. Then, he expressed a personal inquiry. May I ask you a question, senior? Obito nodded. Of course, proceed. Itachi gazed intently at Obito, questioning. Why do your words differ so markedly from those I have heard from Shursui? Obito, taken aback, realized he had overlooked the close bond between Itachi and Shursui. He pondered for a moment, only to conclude that his earlier stance had been a facade. Now he was genuinely reflecting. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had intensified, inevitably placing some in a difficult position. However, Obito remarked thoughtfully, I believe this is a matter our generation can resolve. There is no need to burden the next. Itachi absorbed Obito's insights, and at that moment, he comprehended why Shursui held Obito in such high regard, possessing clarity of purpose and profound wisdom. Itachi rose, bowing slightly, I understand. I apologize for troubling you today. Obito stood as well, smiling, you have not troubled me. Should you ever have questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. After Itachi departed, Obito chuckled softly. To become the Uchiha's eyes, He shook his head and retreated to his room, for tomorrow promised to be another exhausting day. Now a member of the Umbu, Obito had access to the latest intelligence. Recently, the conflicts between the great nations had temporarily subsided. Aside from sporadic skirmishes, the ninja world had settled into a semblance of peace. Yet, he remained vigilant, wary of Madara, fearing the resurgence of chaos akin to the Ninetales incident. As the year 49 of the Hidden Leaf approached, the village remained tranquil. It seems Madara has either abandoned the thought of attacking Konoha or never intended to, Obito mused. With neither Minato-sensei nor Kushina-sensei contemplating a second child, it appeared that a normal Ninetales Jinchuriki, paired with the swiftest husband in the ninja world, would deter any would-be attackers. Even he, the iron-headed youth, had only dared to approach during a moment of weakness. Had it not been for Kamui, he might have met a swift end. At least for several years, I should not have to worry, Obito reassured himself. In the past year, he had not idled his time away. He had passed the Jonin examination and fulfilled his aspiration of becoming an Umbu squad leader, drawing him closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Glancing at the time, he suddenly exclaimed, Hey system, why have I been standing here for so long without completing today's task? The system, seemingly exasperated, retorted, Can your tree talk? Obito resumed his stance, waiting patiently until he finally heard the familiar notification sound in his mind. Choice successful. Reward, Level 2 development achieved. Significantly reduces the burden of Kamui on the host's body, and the host can now utilize mid-tier would-release techniques. Hooray! Obito rejoiced, feeling like a fool for pretending to be a tree for so long. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, tears welling in his eyes. With the second level of development achieved, the burden of Kamui had lessened once more, and he unlocked several practical wood-release techniques. His chakra reserves had also seen a significant increase, now amounting to approximately 12 cards. Compared to Kushina-sensei or Naruto, 12 cards may seem modest. But in the grand scheme of the ninja world, it was a notable quantity. One could count the individuals with such reserves on two hands. Hey, dear system, I have completed this choice. Shouldn't you assign me a new one? Obito called out. System brother? System darling? System, come out. No matter how he beckoned, the system remained silent. His expression darkened, frustration boiling within him. I trusted you this once, and you let me down completely. I'm furious. I want to kill Danzo. He promptly activated Kamui, disappearing into the space of the technique, heading toward the Land of Rain to vent his anger. In the Land of Rain, Amigakure had been completely rebuilt under the leadership of Yahiko and his companions, flourishing in vitality. Obito confidently made his way to Conan's office, not bothering to knock as he pushed the door open. Conan, I'm so sorry. He quickly retreated, closing the door behind him, silently repeating, I saw nothing. I saw nothing. After a moment, Conan's cool voice called out, All right, come in. Obito re-entered the office, coughing awkwardly. Ahem, Conan, about the people and items I asked you to prepare earlier. Are they ready? Conan nodded slightly. All is prepared. Are you ready to take action? Obito smirked. Yes, I've gathered sufficient intel. Now is the time. A glint of cold determination flashed in Conan's eyes. Her hatred for Danzo rivaled Obito's own. Good. Shimura Danzo has long deserved his fate. Come, little junior brother. Let me take you to retrieve what you need. Conan led Obito out of the office, delivering the required personnel and items. With a flicker of Kamui, he signed for everything. Once they concluded these tasks, they returned to the office, discussing matters of significance before drifting into casual conversation. As Obito casually shifted, he suddenly noticed two figures outside, intently watching him. What the? He gasped, nearly tumbling through his chair. Conan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Following his gaze, she saw nothing amiss. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he chuckled nervously, "In nothing at all." Conan, somewhat bemused, nodded, then cheerfully asked, "Little junior brother, would you like to join me for dinner this evening?" Obito's cold sweat resurfaced. "Sister, are you trying to kill me?" No, I can't. The doctor said my stomach isn't well. I mustn't eat on an empty stomach. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye, sister." As Conan watched the empty office, she played with a strand of hair, murmuring to herself, "What's gotten into my little junior brother today? He seems so strange." Some readers feel the pace is too slow, so the author has decided to quicken the tempo. Today, Danzo shall meet his end. Then let us see if we can gather some formidable allies. I hope everyone will offer their support. Chapter 101, Firecrackers Under the Moonlight. Obito returned to Konoha with a sense of lingering anxiety. His heart raced. Just moments ago, a misstep could have transformed him into a mere meteorite. Nevertheless, he recalled the sight of Conan changing her stockings in the office, deeming this trip quite worthwhile. Her legs were not merely legs, but akin to goji berries in a thermos. Once again his thoughts drifted to Rin. The sensation of her delicate hands and white stockings lingered in his mind. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Obito slapped himself. "Oh, Obito, what are you thinking? Konoha awaits your contributions. The ninja world is counting on you to effect change." He chastised himself. Perhaps he could pay Rin a visit tonight? Life has a way of smoothing out one's edges, transforming a myriad of individuals into mere shadows of themselves. Since returning from the Rain Village, Obito had meticulously prepared for everything. He planned to confront Danzo on a moonlit Saturday night, coinciding with the midnight chime, to collect his due. This notion struck him as rather reminiscent of a phantom thief. While wandering in the Umbu Hall, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Hey, Kakashi!" Obito called out. Kakashi halted, turning to approach him with a hint of displeasure. "Obito, how many times must I remind you not to call me by name in the Umbu?" Obito scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "What did you just call me?" Kakashi, rendered speechless, could only muster a frustrated punch to Obito's arm. "What do you want, you rascal?" Obito rolled his eyes. "Can't I just check on you because it's been a while? How have you been?" Kakashi glanced at the time, realizing there was still some before their mission. He pulled Obito into the lounge, and they sat on the sofa, removing their masks to converse. After some time, Obito curiously inquired, "How is your development of that lightning technique going? Did my suggestions help?" Previously, Obito had shared information regarding the purple lightning technique from Boruto. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "It's been useful. I feel I'm close to developing a lightning technique that can be deemed flawless." Obito nodded, thinking to himself that perhaps Boruto's narrative wasn't entirely devoid of merit. "What have you been busy with lately? I hardly see you during your downtime," Obito asked. Kakashi sighed, his expression filled with resignation. "I've been helping Lord Minato with his child. Minato is constantly occupied in the Hokage office, and little Naruto insists on having someone to escort him to and from school. Thus, this arduous task fell upon Kakashi, Minato's most esteemed subordinate. Worse still, Naruto was particularly mischievous, leaving Kakashi exasperated. Seeing his friend's unwillingness, Obito offered some consolation. "It's all right. Consider it preparation for when you have children of your own." Kakashi, resolute, declared, "Absolutely not. I have no intention of having children. I want to be seeking a girlfriend. A wise person avoids love, lest they drown in its troubles." Recognizing the futility of this mindset, Obito felt compelled to dissuade his friend from such a solitary path. Merely studying theoretical knowledge without practical experience will deprive you of true joy. The exhilaration of real-life experiences far surpasses that of mere reading, he remarked. patting Kakashi's shoulder before rising to leave. I must go pick up Rin from work now, he added, grinning. Kakashi, observing Obito's joyful demeanor, fell into contemplation. Is such joy truly attainable? On Saturday night, Obito donned a black cloak and a yellow mask. Gazing at the full moon hanging high outside, he radiated an ominous aura. On this serene night of a full moon, it is time for mayhem. Danzo Shimura, your life shall come to an end tonight. In an instant, Obito's form vanished from sight. This night had been meticulously chosen. It was the moment he had awaited. After his extensive time in the Umbu, he was prepared to act. First, Lord Minato was away, absent from the village. Second, there was a secret Umbu operation tonight, with nearly half of the Umbu absent from Konoha. Lastly, based on Obito's observations, Saturday nights were reserved by the third Hokage for family time. Thus, this evening presented an unparalleled opportunity to minimize the risks of revealing his identity. Obito's figure silently appeared in the root headquarters, stealthily infiltrating Danzo's quarters. Despite the late hour, Danzo remained at his desk, diligently reviewing documents. We must increase the village's military funding, otherwise, in 10 years, Konoha will surely be surpassed by the Cloud Village. Obito's gaze lingered on Danzo, his expression complex. This man seemed genuinely devoted to Konoha. Yet his actions only worsened the village's plight. Who goes there? Danzo, a seasoned veteran, instinctively sensed something amiss as Obito appeared within the room. Upon turning, he was met with a shadowy figure and an explosive tag hurtling towards him. Danzo's initial surprise quickly morphed into calm disdain, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. A mere explosive tag, is it? Suddenly, a vortex manifested before Obito, unleashing a torrent of explosive tags that blanketed the room. Danzo's expression shifted to one of shock. Boom, boom, boom. The room erupted in a cacophony of explosions, flames illuminating the root headquarters, the sound of detonations ringing in the air. Obito, witnessing the chaos, chuckled and clapped his hands. It's been a while since I've set off firecrackers. What a thrill tonight has become. Chapter 102. Farewell, Danzo. The uproar from the root headquarters instantly alerted everyone in the vicinity. The deafening sounds could be heard from miles away, igniting lights throughout the night. The sentinels of Konoha turned pale, glancing towards the direction of the root. This is bad. We need to investigate at once. Emergency assembly. Sound the alarm. Combat teams, assemble. Communication teams, contact nearby squads and gather all available personnel. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the root headquarters. What is happening? Is it an enemy attack? Damn it. That's Lord Danzo's quarters. We must protect him. A throng of root ninjas rushed to Danzo's door, unleashing their most potent techniques. Wind release, great breakthrough. Water release, water surge wave. Each ninja employed their skills, yet against the storm of explosive tags it can only be described as a drop in the bucket, utterly futile. Gazing at the still burning house before them, they were at a loss, desperate and helpless. What should be done? No, I must enter and rescue Lord Danzo. A member of the root dashed into the house, only to be obliterated in an instant. Another root ninja, his eyes vacant, muttered, My root, my Konoha. The sky is falling. The heavens are bringing doom upon my Konoha. At the center of the explosion, a mysterious masked man whispered, It should be just about done. Obito's eyes widened as he transported the charred remains of Danzo into the Kemui dimension. In the next moment, Danzo, who appeared to have lost his life force, suddenly erupted. One deft hand reached toward Obito's eyes. However, to Danzo's surprise, his adversary seemed to anticipate the move, effortlessly capturing his dark hand. Hee, Obito scoffed. It seems that this plucking of eyes is a pastime Lord Danzo has indulged in quite often. Danzo sensed the mockery in his opponent's gaze. His heart sank, and with a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, You realized I was merely feigning death long ago? Obito pushed Danzo back with a palm and shrugged. Well, after all, this Izanagi technique is unique to my Uchiha clan. Why else would I set off explosives and detonating tags to distract you for so long? One reason was to cover any traces I might have left, and the other was to eliminate any possible passive responses you might have had. In truth, the detonating tags outside could have easily killed you. After all, Danzo, you hardly have any of those cursed red wristwatches left. Danzo's right arm, composed of Hashirama's cells, came from the future Uchiha Shin. Now that the Uchiha clan has been extinguished, he possesses at most a few of Hashirama's cells and 2 or 3 Sharingan. Let us assume the highest specifications and allow Brother Danzo to depart with some semblance of honor. However, out of respect for the fallen former hero, and given that he was currently in the role of a villain, Obito felt compelled to indulge in dialogue. With Danzo's passive abilities now diminished and the explosives threatening his very existence, he pulled Danzo into the Kamui dimension, intending to have a brief conversation before sending him on his way. A flicker of resentment shone in Danzo's eyes. Although he had managed to reclaim a life through Izanagi, he still bore considerable injuries. Observing the calm certainty in his opponent's demeanor, he recognized that his fate today was bleak. Danzo refrained from inquiring about his adversary's identity. Firstly, the man would not disclose it, and secondly, knowing he was an Uchiha was sufficient. Born of malevolence, Uchiha, your clan shall bring about a catastrophic downfall. He cursed. Obito pondered for a moment, then spoke with a tone of reflection. I must admit, your foresight is quite accurate. Tonight, I must take action, Danzo. Even having weathered many storms, he struggled to grasp Obito's line of thought. Is this Uchiha deranged? Well, it's about time, so let us not linger, Obito declared. I, Uchiha Obito, am here to send you on your way. Uchiha Obito. Danzo gasped in astonishment. How could Uchiha Obito still be alive? No, perhaps he is merely a descendant. Yet, even if he has only inherited Obito's will, this individual poses a threat to Konoha, perhaps even to the entire shinobi world. A flicker of resolution crossed Danzo's eyes, as if he had made a crucial decision. For the sake of the shinobi world, for the sake of Konoha, he could not allow this man to live. Danzo tore open his robe, and blood gushed forth, transforming into ink-black tendrils that coalesced into eerie seals in the air. I shall seal you away. Farewell, Obito exclaimed, activating Kamui and departing the dimension. Meanwhile, Danzo, having executed the sealing technique, felt his consciousness begin to fade. Daybreak, he murmured. Alas, I have ultimately failed to become Hokage. He lamented, you were well aware of my ambitions. Yet you chose to bequeath the position to a younger generation rather than grant it to me. Do you know the disappointments I've faced over the years? I have chased after you my entire life, yet I have never managed to catch up. Danzo continued to speak, perhaps bidding farewell to an old friend, recounting his unfulfilled aspirations and grand visions that would never come to fruition. Or perhaps, he was merely cursing some unscrupulous villain. It was only when the inky darkness enveloped him completely that his voice fell silent. Thus, a once great hero met his demise. Moreover, the entity sealed away was not even a fragment of a bridge, it was sealed in utter solitude. After a while, Obito reappeared in the Kamui dimension, his heart racing as he patted his chest. That was close. The sealing technique is an S-rank ninjutsu. Such a terrifying seal could render everything within 100 meters blind to the light. I had intended to leave you with a complete body, yet alas. Obito shook his head, dismissing the matter. Now, it's time to dispose of those rain ninjas. The scene is nearly set. Previously, Obito had captured 5 or 6 troublesome rain ninjas from the rain village. They were staunch supporters of Hanzo, persistently attempting to overthrow Akatsuki's rule. They were meant to be eliminated, but Obito decided to repurpose them, employing a tactic to divert Konoha's attention. Go! Obito hurled the rain ninjas outside. After watching them meet their fiery fate, he activated Kamui and vanished from the scene. 5 minutes prior, the third Hokage was jolted awake by a tremendous explosion. Springing up like a fish, he donned a black combat uniform in under a minute and burst through the door of his home. Upon witnessing the source of the explosion, his expression shifted dramatically. Danzo. He dashed towards the root, leaping with agility, his heart racing. Old friend, you must not come to harm. At this moment, he was consumed by anxiety. Chapter 103. On the development of the Uchiha, by the time the third Hokage arrived at the root, the sounds of the explosion had ceased, leaving only thick smoke rising into the sky. The once opulent root had been reduced to rubble and ruin. Under the scorching flames, it lay in tatters, charred and desolate. The third Hokage's heart sank upon witnessing the devastation. The area where the root had collapsed most severely was precisely where his old friend Danzo had been. Around the perimeter of the root, 2 or 3 dozen Umbu had gathered, all that remained of Konoha's Umbu. Just as Obito was donning his new gear, he blended into the crowd. The true culprit is among us. Under the third Hokage's directives, the Umbu present divided into 2 groups. One was dispatched to survey the surroundings, searching for possible fleeing assailants, while the other accompanied him into the route to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Fortuitously, Obito found himself among the latter group, excitement bubbling within him. To return to the scene of the crime in the guise of an enforcer certainly sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. The group advanced deeper into the route. The lead Umbu squad returned to report to Hiruzen. Third Hokage, the danger has been averted. Hiruzen quickened his pace upon hearing this, bounding forward with urgency. Soon, he encountered a group of despondent root ninjas and the remnants of Danzo's office. What on earth happened? The third Hokage's voice was low, brimming with uncontainable fury. Obito, hidden among the crowd, quietly clicked his tongue. It seems that the bond between the third Hokage and Danzo is quite profound. If he were to discover that he himself had caused Danzo's demise, he might dare to be subdued on the spot. A member of the root lamented. A deliberate suicide attack has been launched against Lord Danzo. According to our estimates, the assailants employed at least 10,000 explosive tags. Lord Danzo's fate remains uncertain, and his body has not been found at the scene. A glimmer of hope ignited within the third Hokage. Does this imply that Danzo may have been taken hostage? He gestured with his hand, and several skilled Umbu members adept at site investigation swiftly entered the chaotic wreckage. After a brief moment, one Umbu emerged and reported in a hushed tone. Third Hokage, based on some traces we found at the scene, we have made a preliminary deduction. The attackers were likely subordinates of the Rain Village ninjas, referring to the Rain Village prior to its renaming as the Akatsuki Village. Although it has officially changed its name, everyone in Konoha still habitually refers to it as the Rain Village. The third Hokage's expression darkened further. The people from the Rain Village not only infiltrated our Konoha silently, but also abducted our high-ranking officials from the heavily guarded route. What are you all doing? Is this the stringent defense you speak of? Investigate. I want to know how these Rain ninjas infiltrated. Why are they connected to Danzo? Go. Bring Danzo back to me. I want to see him alive or dead. Go. Seeing that their superior was in a furious mood, the Umbu members silently departed from the route, scattering throughout the village. Obito randomly chose a direction and ran for a while. Once he noticed the area was deserted, he stealthily made his way toward a certain location. He effortlessly scaled a 2-meter-high wall and landed in the courtyard of a residence. Noticing the lights still on in the main house, he realized that someone was waiting for him. Obito stepped into the house and knelt on one knee. Clan leader Fugaku, I have important matters to report. Uchiha Fugaku put down the book he was reading and smiled as he helped Obito up. How many times must I tell you? There's no need to be so formal in front of me. Rise. He firmly pulled Obito up and motioned for him to sit down. Then, with a serious expression, he inquired, Now, tell me, what transpired during that explosion? Obito succinctly replied, It was the former Rain Village ninjas who launched a surprise attack on the route. Shimura Danzo's fate is uncertain, and the third Hokage is greatly enraged. Currently, all Umbu in the village have been mobilized to search for Danzo and those Rain ninjas. However, I personally believe that both Danzo and the Rain ninjas likely perished in the explosion. Fugaku's eyes gleamed, his thoughts swirling. Danzo's predicament is a tremendous opportunity for the Uchiha clan. Among Konoha's current upper echelons, he is the only one relentlessly targeting the Uchiha clan. Of course, it is possible he has the third Hokage's backing, but in any case, without this troublesome individual, the Uchiha clan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. With this in mind, Fugaku turned to Obito, pondering whether there was an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to take action. Obito, do you think our Uchiha clan should seize this chance to do something? Obito pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Fugaku, intrigued, asked, Oh, why not? Obito replied, Because time is on our side. Time, you say? Fugaku instinctively straightened up, awaiting Obito's elaboration. You have a good relationship with Lord Minato, and he has shown our clan sufficient goodwill. It can be anticipated that in the next decade, Konoha's attitude towards the Uchiha clan may shift. Not to mention, our clan has many young talents who, with some time to mature, will surely flourish and achieve great success. Fugaku regarded Obito with a peculiar expression. Is this young man boasting about himself? Ignoring Fugaku's gaze, Obito thought to himself, Indeed, the Tobi brother is talking about me. During my period of cautious development, I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously, without stirring up trouble. Otherwise, I shall unleash my Susanoo upon you all. Furthermore, there exists no significant rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan currently. Even if there were, once I become the Sage of Six Paths, we can sit down and calmly discuss matters. You grant me face, and I grant you face, and this issue can be laid to rest. Obito mused to himself, continuing. Though Lord Minato has become the fourth Hokage, the one truly in power remains the third Hokage, who has consistently suppressed our clan. With Danzo, who was used to counterbalance our clan, now gone, any slight movement from us could easily provoke the third Hokage's ire. Therefore, it is my humble opinion that our clan should remain low-key for a few years, patiently awaiting the power transition between the third and fourth Hokage. Upon hearing Obito's words, Fugaku fell into contemplation. Initially, he merely intended to test Obito, but he found the analysis so compelling that it nearly swayed him. After a moment of thought, Fugaku gradually nodded. I understand. You should return quickly. Don't raise any suspicions. Obito slightly bowed and stood to take his leave. Then I shall take my leave. Clan leader Fugaku. Very well. Fugaku watched Obito's departing figure, secretly admiring him. A peer of remarkable talent, with foresight. This child is indeed a valuable asset. Not only him, but his brother Shursui also possesses a broad perspective and is exceptionally gifted. More importantly, these two naturally maintain a close relationship with their line, and their rapport with Itachi is also quite good. It seems that in the future, I should consider nurturing these two brothers more. Meanwhile, Obito, after leaving the Uchiha household, couldn't he help but smirk. I wonder if clan leader Fugaku truly absorbed what I said. Those in high positions always maintain such ambiguous stances. Shaking his head, Obito hastened towards the village outskirts. Finding a secluded spot, Obito climbed a large tree and comfortably leaned against its trunk. Searching for someone? Who would I be looking for? The perpetrator is none other than myself. Do I have any idea if there are survivors? I not only eliminated the hostage, but also eradicated the culprit. Even if you were to find the Rain Country, it would only lead to solitude. Thus, without further ado, I shall take a break. Within the 10-year agreement, I have dealt with Danzo. Obito's mood was quite pleasant at this moment, and he began to hum a little tune. 10 years of life and death. Two vast expanses apart. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep, lazy sheep, boiling sheep. After eliminating Danzo, the crisis facing the Uchiha clan was temporarily resolved. Although the third Hokage has relentlessly suppressed the Uchiha, he has never harbored extreme thoughts of annihilating the clan. With Lord Minato present, the Uchiha circumstances will gradually improve. The majority of the Uchiha clan still yearn for peace. As long as life remains bearable, no one wishes to instigate war. Reflecting on this, Obito murmured, however, I need to keep an eye on those restless individuals within the clan. Recently, some members have been instigating discontent among the clan, seeking to restore the Uchiha's glory through force. Honestly, I am unsure where those without the Mangekyo Sharingan derive their confidence from. I suspect they are Shakespeare's nephews. The Gintama Shabi. Obito scoffed. The dawn spread like rippling water, illuminating the dim sky. Obito leaped down from the tree, stretching lazily. Ah, how comfortable. He yawned and made his way towards Konoha village. Next, it was time to seek out that person. Upon entering the village, he skillfully navigated through the familiar streets and arrived at the well-known apothecary. With a cheerful smile, he stepped inside. Yukine, it's been a while. Yuki, standing at the counter, cast a sidelong glance at Obito and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, a rare visitor. Your presence truly brightens this humble shop. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. I've just been quite busy lately, huh? Yuki rolled her eyes and retorted, you only come here when you need something. So what is it this time? Obito produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Yuki. I'm not here to buy anything. Rather, I've been entrusted to deliver this letter to you. Yuki took the letter with suspicion, eyeing Obito. What scheme are you up to this time? After opening the letter, her expression shifted to one of surprise. This is a letter from Akatsuki? Obito, with a wry smile, gestured for silence. Please, Yukine, keep your voice down. Ignoring his plea, Yuki focused intently on the contents of the letter. It was penned by Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, detailing their growth and their journey from disdain to affection for the land of rain. They recounted their evolution from passively resisting war to bravely stepping forward in an attempt to change everything. The establishment of the Akatsuki organization and its purpose were also mentioned. Halfway through, upon reading about the ambush set by Hanzo, Yuki gasped. Oh, yet shortly thereafter, with the help of allies, the trio successfully defeated Hanzo and captured Amigakure. Although the specifics were glossed over, Yuki could sense the peril they faced at the time. In the latter part of the letter, they meticulously outlined the changes in Amigakure, or rather, Akatsuki's hidden village, over the past year. Under the guidance of the Akatsuki, the village was gradually improving, and the once lifeless land of rain was beginning to revive. However, Yuki realized that transforming an entire nation could not be achieved in such a short span. It would require decades of effort. Thus, at the letter's conclusion, they sincerely invited Yuki to return to the land of rain and join them in their endeavor to reshape the nation. Yuki, being the most talented noble of her generation and beloved by the citizens, would undoubtedly galvanize the entire nation's spirit, significantly shortening the time required for reform. Though it has many flaws, it is still our homeland. As Yuki read on, tears began to fall. For so long, the land of rain had only brought her suffering, prompting her to escape from this tragic realm. Yet now she realized there were still people she had abandoned, willing to sacrifice everything to make their homeland better. The thought pierced her heart like a dagger. It was I who abandoned them. Obito gently patted Yuki's shoulder, saying, "It's not too late. You still have the chance to reconsider." Yuki lifted her face, exclaiming, "I am willing." Obito nodded solemnly. "In that case, within a week, the third Hokage will contact you regarding this matter. At that time, you need only convey your decision to him. He will assist you. However, I hope you can keep my involvement in this letter a secret." Yuki bit her lip and nodded. "You can rest assured, I won't mention you." She looked at Obito and softly asked, "It was you, wasn't it?" Obito smiled. "I don't quite understand what you're referring to, but if you say so, I won't dare to disagree." Yuki chuckled, wiping away her tears, and gazed into Obito's eyes. "Thank you, little one. If only I could have a brother like you." Obito shrugged. "So, all these years, I've been calling you sister for nothing? Little brother Obito? Hey, Yukine, can I have a hug? Get lost. Not in good shape, might not be around tonight. Everyone, rest early. Good night." Chapter 105. More Pretenses in Konoha. Within the office of the third Hokage, he slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. "It has been 3 whole days, and you cannot even find a trace of him? Is this what the Umbu of Konoha has come to?" The squad leader kneeling before the third Hokage wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Please, Lord Third, calm your anger. While we have yet to determine the suspect's escape route, we have made some progress on another matter you entrusted us with." The third Hokage subdued his fury slightly and took a puff from his pipe. "Speak. How is Danzo connected to the former Amage cure?" After a moment of contemplation, the Umbu squad leader recounted Danzo's actions in the Land of Rain in detail. "That is the situation, Lord Third." "What?" The third Hokage shot up from his seat. Disbelief etched across his face. To avoid a truce with Iwagakure, he impersonated a rock ninja to assassinate civilians in the Land of Rain. He secretly conspired with Hanzo of the Salamander to harm the current leader of Akatsuki. Ultimately, Hanzo ended up dead at Danzo's hands. With a resounding crack, the third Hokage broke his pipe in half. His current state could be summed up in 3 words, seething with rage. He had never uttered a curse word in his life, but due to Danzo, he found himself cursing for the first time. No wonder the Rain Ninja were willing to kill him. My old friend has hidden too many surprises from me. The third Hokage seethed. Forget finding someone. Let that bastard die out there. Having sacrificed so much for peace, even taking the initiative to step down. This fool was out there causing chaos and nearly jeopardizing his hard-earned efforts. With a gesture of frustration, the third Hokage waved his hand. "You may leave now." "Wait." The Umbu squad leader had already stood up, but rolled his eyes internally and knelt back down. The third Hokage continued, "Since we have clarified Danzo's situation, send out all personnel to search for him. Bring him back to me. I want to personally ask him what on earth he was thinking. He keeps claiming everything is for Konoha, and this is how he acts? Is he trying to bring about Konoha's downfall?" The Umbu squad leader, numbed by the third Hokage's outpouring of anger, thought to himself, the third Hokage has a rather complicated relationship with Danzo, though he was eager for the latter's demise. In reality, "All right, you may go?" "Yes, Lord Third." As the third Hokage watched his subordinate leave, he slammed the table once more in frustration. "Damn Danzo. Now, the newly established Akatsuki's hidden village shares our aspirations for peace, and I've been contemplating whether we could engage in deeper cooperation with them. But now, if Danzo's actions come to light, forget about cooperation. It would be a miracle if they don't hold a grudge against Konoha. If a village renowned for its peace were to publicly denounce the actions of Konoha within the ninja world, what dire repercussions would it have on the current state of the Land of Fire?" The third Hokage, feeling somewhat melancholic, retrieved his pipe and took a few contemplative puffs. What could be done? After a moment of clouding his thoughts with smoke, he gradually found a semblance of calm. As his mind wandered, an idea began to form. Perhaps he could inquire whether the princess would be willing to return to the land of rain. Only after the crystal of the highlands had shattered did one finally witness your tears and regrets. Obito hummed a casual tune, starkly contrasting with his busy Umbu comrades. Promise me you will no longer linger in the wilds. Do not recklessly attempt to breach the tower. Do you understand that such actions could lead to our annihilation? Others have toiled for 3 days, yet you have merely drifted about the village and its outskirts. Obito lay on the grass, muttering to himself. If all went as expected, the deeds that Danzo had committed in the land of rain should have already reached the third's desk. Coincidentally, the third was also beginning to suspect that Danzo might have been captured by the rain shinobi. Perhaps he was currently concerned that these rain shinobi would spread unfavorable news about Konoha within their territory. The third had mentioned more than once in Obito's presence that the current Akatsuki village was inclined towards peace, representing a potential ally for Konoha. At this thought, Obito chuckled softly. If I were in the third's position, striving to rectify the current predicament, I would certainly seek a conversation with the Rain Princess. After all, the third had saved her in the past, precisely to secure a valuable pawn for unforeseen circumstances. After contemplating this, Obito felt confident that his plan would unfold without issue. With the third's intellect, the method to resolve the situation was surely within his grasp. Feeling assured, Obito decided it was time to move on. With a determined gaze, he slipped into his kamui space, donning a black cloak and an orange mask. He mused that he must appear somewhat imposing or, perhaps, a bit melodramatic. Otherwise, if he failed to intimidate that individual, it would diminish the intended impact. Outside Konoha, within a concealed laboratory, an array of sophisticated instruments lay scattered about, each capable of fetching a handsome price on the market. At that moment, a man dressed in a white lab coat with long black hair wore a grim expression as he systematically destroyed his life's work. His golden eyes, with elongated pupils, exuded an unsettling aura. The purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils and his pallid complexion, reminiscent of someone long deceased, combined with the aquamarine earrings, imparted a chilling intensity. Obito silently materialized behind this individual, then suddenly, with a mischievous grin, shouted, "Orochimaru." Orochimaru, startled, dropped the instrument he was holding, momentarily disregarding his pain. Slowly he turned around, his eyes flickering with suspicion. How had this oddly adorned figure managed to stand behind him unnoticed? He licked his lips, warily asking, "Who might you be?" Obito replied in the voice of Uchiha Madara, "I am Uchiha Madara." Orochimaru let out a few hisses of laughter, responding with a tone of mockery, "You jest. For Uchiha Madara has been deceased for many years. How could he possibly appear before me?" At this, Obito tilted his head, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's heart raced at the audacity of Obito's posture. Adjusting his neck, which ached from sleeping outdoors, Obito coldly addressed Orochimaru, "Just as you study the impure world reincarnation, I have my own methods." Orochimaru's heart raced with anxiety. The impure world reincarnation technique was his most closely guarded secret. No one besides himself knew of it. He stared intently at Obito, licking his lips as he inquired, "How do you know of this?" Obito scoffed disdainfully. In today's ninja world, there is nothing that Uchiha Madara does not know. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed momentarily before relaxing again. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "But the tales speak of Uchiha Madara as being domineering and unmatched. He would hardly take the time to explain so much to me." Obito thought to himself, "What a character. You refuse to listen when I speak to you nicely. You've brought this on yourself." He fixed a fierce glare upon Orochimaru, his 3 tomos spinning slowly. In the next instant, he seized control of Orochimaru's body. "Though my current power is but a fraction of what it once was, it is not something a mere youth like you can provoke," Obito proclaimed with fervor and arrogance. "Moreover, I have gained strength from Hashirama's legacy." With a clap of his hands, Obito transformed into a tempestuous child. Sharp branches erupted, piercing the immobile Orochimaru, skewering him like a candied hawthorn. Orochimaru gasped, "That hurts." Beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow. The opponent could use would release. The Sharingans would release. Could it be that he truly was the resurrected Uchiha Madara? Possessing both the Sharingan and would release, 2 terrifying bloodline limits. If he were to regain his full strength, who in the ninja world could stand against him? Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had already begun to believe nearly 70% of Obito's declarations. "Might I inquire, Lord Madara, what brings you to seek my assistance?" He ventured cautiously. Obito coldly replied. I am currently occupied with regaining my strength and require others to assist with certain matters. I wonder if you would be interested? With that, Obito narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. The branches binding Orochimaru tightened, writhing against his wounds. I shall serve you with all my might, Lord Madara. Orochimaru hurriedly pledged. Umph! Obito scoffed as he raised his hand, retracting the branches from Orochimaru's body. Youngsters who haven't tasted blood often lack awareness of their own limitations. Orochimaru, suppressing his pain, forced a smile and replied, Indeed, I was overly arrogant earlier and offended Lord Madara. Obito turned his back to Orochimaru, hands clasped behind him, and stated, Now that Shimura Danzo's affairs have unraveled, I suspect the sordid dealings between you two will not remain concealed for long. After leaving Konoha, devote yourself entirely to my service, and I shall grant you eternal life. Orochimaru was taken aback once more. The image of Obito in his mind grew increasingly enigmatic. This individual not only knew of the impure world reincarnation, but also of his lifelong aspirations. He even understood the underhanded dealings he had with Danzo. As this thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, Obito turned to him, speaking in a cold tone, Do not doubt it. I am also aware of the crimes you and Danzo have committed against my Uchiha clan. Were it not for your talents, you would already be a corpse. Orochimaru's cold sweat began to beat again. Lord Madara, those past events were all forced upon me by Danzo, he began to explain. Obito raised his hand, interrupting Orochimaru. I have no interest in hearing it. I shall assign you a task, fulfill it well, and you shall be rewarded. But should you fail? The murderous intent in Obito's gaze made Orochimaru's heart quail. Speak, and I shall exert every effort to relieve your burdens. Obito was satisfied with Orochimaru's response. Mayahiko had already fallen asleep on the table. After Nagato covered him with a garment, he turned to Obito and said, Little junior brother, we shall meet at the border. Obito nodded slightly. All right. He blinked and, feeling fatigued, returned to Konoha. I'm so tired. Obito yawned repeatedly as he arrived at the Umbu. After changing his clothes, he hurried to the assembly point. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was astonished to find that the convoy had vanished. An Umbu member under Obito sighed, Captain, you're late again. The delegation has already departed. Obito clicked his tongue. Then we must hurry and catch up. The 8 Umbu members bounced out of the village and quickly caught up with the horse-drawn carriages ahead. One curious Umbu member asked, Captain, why have you kept your Sharingan activated today? This individual was Yamanaka Keaton, codenamed Faping, a member of Obito's team, and they shared a decent rapport. Obito cleared his throat and replied, When undertaking a mission, one must naturally exercise caution and maintain full vigilance. Keaton gave a thumbs up in response. As expected of our esteemed captain, Obito chuckled sheepishly. He couldn't very well admit that he had spent the entire night before engaged in less than reputable activities, leaving his eyes bloodshot and unseemly. The journey has been uneventful, Keaton said with a smile. It seems this mission will be quite relaxed. Obito shook his head, saying, We are still within the borders of the land of fire. Even if the land of wind or the land of earth wished to act against us, they would not dare to risk reigniting a war here. However, once we reach the border of the land of rain, things could change. Everyone should remain vigilant. The Umbu members felt a shiver of apprehension at his words. Keaton nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand, Captain. Days later, the group could faintly see the border of the land of fire ahead. Obito tilted his head, glancing at Keaton. Faping. Keaton understood and formed a hand sign, peering through the gaps between his fingers at a bird perched on a nearby tree. Mind's eye technique. The bird spread its wings, soaring into the sky to scout ahead. Moments later, the bird returned. Keaton's expression turned grave as he struggled to articulate. Captain, there is indeed an ambush ahead, and the enemy outnumbers us significantly. The Umbu members were taken aback, instinctively gripping their weapons tighter. It appeared a fierce battle was imminent. Obito pondered thoughtfully. If they only outnumber us slightly, then. Keaton was momentarily stunned, but then nodded in agreement. Yes. Obito's expression relaxed. That means there aren't many. Senior Nagato could easily handle them. Keaton anxiously inquired, Captain, what should we do now? Not just him, but all the Umbu members looked to their leader, Obito. After contemplating, Obito said, First, remain calm, then perform as usual, and finally, just maintain your composure. The Umbu members exchanged puzzled glances. What on earth does that even mean? Looking at their bewildered expressions, Obito burst into laughter. No rush. Let them revel in their moment. 3 of Obito's Umbu managed to suppress their impatience and followed his command. However, another Umbu squad had different thoughts. The squad leader was internally fuming. What is the 3rd Hokage thinking? Handing command to a clueless child? I will definitely petition against this when I return. This is reckless. He subtly signaled to his 3 teammates. We'll have to rely on ourselves to turn the tide. This is our chance to shine. Let's seize it. Just as the delegation crossed the border, countless poised ninjas surged forth. Although they were a quartet of well-coordinated ninjas, they had changed into different attire, audaciously proclaiming, "I am a bandit." The 8 squads adjacent to the delegation reacted swiftly. Quick, protect the ambassador. The Umbu squad beside Obito had already rushed excitedly into the fray. Keaton looked at Obito and asked, "Captain, are we not joining them?" Obito waved his hand cheerfully, offering no reply. The 3 had no choice but to remain still, accompanying their captain. 10 seconds later, a magnetic and charismatic voice resonated in everyone's ears as if amplified by a loudspeaker. Universal pull. Flow forth. After a series of unremarkable maneuvers, before Konoha could engage in close combat, the ambushing bandits inexplicably vanished. The Konoha side buzzed with speculation. Who is this person? Are they friend or foe? I do not know. Proceed with caution and remain vigilant. The newcomer was none other than Nagato, who gradually approached Konoha while calling out, "Comrades of Konoha, do not panic. I am the village secretary of Akatsuki Village." Upon hearing Nagato's words, Konoha was even more confused. Is that the newly established Akatsuki Village? But what does a village secretary do? I do not know, but be cautious and do not let your guard down. That phrase sounded familiar. Keaton, still beside Obito, curiously asked, "Captain, what exactly is a village secretary?" Obito rolled his eyes at Keaton. A village secretary assists the village chief in managing the village and executing various tasks. Keaton's eyes widened as comprehension dawned. So it's similar to our village's Hokage assistant? Obito nodded. Exactly. Keaton gazed at Obito with admiration. "Captain, you're amazing. How do you know everything?" Obito proudly lifted his chin. Naturally, this title was one he had concocted himself. He had even crafted a pledge for those wishing to join the Akatsuki. Speaking of which, could it be that the captain had anticipated that Akatsuki Village would send someone to assist? Keaton marveled. You truly have foresight. Obito waved his hand dismissively, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Ahem, let us keep it low-key. Chapter 110, The Twilight of an Era. Behind Nagato trailed several emissaries from Akatsuki Village. Konoha found it challenging to discern whether they were friend or foe, leading to a moment of hesitation. Noticing this, Obito descended from the tree and approached the Konoha teams. One squad leader leaned in closer to Obito and whispered, "Lord Hayabusa, the person ahead claims to be from Akatsuki Village. What do you think?" Obito smiled. "Let us not rush. I'll verify their identity." The squad leader cautioned, "Please be careful." "Rest assured," Obito replied as he walked towards Nagato, who was also approaching him. Obito cleared his throat and pretended to inquire, "Are you truly an envoy from Akatsuki Village?" Nagato suppressed a smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Hearing this, Obito turned and returned to Konoha's ranks, confidently declaring, "Everyone, rest assured. They are indeed from Akatsuki Village, sent to assist us." Some members of Konoha exclaimed with joy. So they are allies. During the subsequent journey, both parties converged, heading towards Akatsuki Village together. The path was uneventful. Upon arriving at Akatsuki Village, Mayahiko personally greeted the delegation from the Land of Fire and their princess from the Land of Rain. Obito, hidden in the shadows, sighed, the days ahead may be quite dull." The Land of Fire's delegation would remain in the Land of Rain for a month-long evaluation, and during this period, Obito and his team would need to accompany them to ensure the safety of the envoys. Mayahiko and his companions would undoubtedly be too preoccupied to pay attention to him. Sister Yuki would likely be the same, but that was fine. Obito glanced at his teammates. With exactly 4 members in his squad, they could still enjoy a game of mahjong. Kashimoto has lost his patience. He spoke ominously. "Sometimes, hard work does not guarantee success. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Noera?" Lin's expression changed, revealing a hint of anger. "Are you threatening me, Dr. Kashimoto?" Kashimoto chuckled softly. "Don't misunderstand, Dr. Noera. I merely speak from the heart. If you miss this opportunity for a permanent position, who knows when the next will arise? I simply believe that expanding your network can only benefit your career. Don't you think?" With a mocking smile, he leaned closer to Lin. convinced that his subtle intimidation would compel the intern to comply. Though coercive tactics stripped the process of much enjoyment, he was enamored with her physical allure while seeking no emotional attachment. Moreover, a playful resistance could provide its own unique flavor. Lin, having reached her limit, was poised to push Kashimoto away when a boisterous voice interrupted. "Who the hell are you? Keep your distance from my girlfriend." In an instant, Kashimoto felt a tremendous force and was sent flying. Onlookers pointed and whispered about the fallen Kashimoto. Those familiar with his character gleefully remarked, "Huh? Look at that. The butterfly is getting its comeuppance. How satisfying." Yet, having offended this sensitive individual, Lin might face repercussions. "Shoo. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want that worthless brat to hear us. I actually quite like that girl, Lin. What a pity." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin's face lit up with delight. "Obito-kun, what brings you here?" Obito grinned. "Just here to pick you up after work." Meanwhile, Kashimoto, listening to the snickers around him, was infuriated as he watched the girl he had pursued for so long being embraced tightly by another. Rising in anger, he stormed towards Obito. "Oh." Obito raised an eyebrow, positioning Lin protectively behind him, watching Kashimoto with amusement. Kashimoto closed the distance, jabbing a finger into Obito's chest, seething. "How dare you offend me? Do you believe one word from me could send your girlfriend packing?" Obito replied. "Do you believe I could make you disappear without uttering a word?" Chapter 108. A visit to Akatsuki's hidden village. Obito initially considered slapping Kashimoto to teach him about the complexities of society and the treachery of human nature. However, realizing he was in the presence of Lin and her colleagues, he opted for a more refined approach. He adjusted his clothing, revealing his clan insignia. Upon seeing the fan symbol, Kashimoto's momentum faltered. "Uchiha clan," he stammered, gritting his teeth. "So what if you're Uchiha? The Konoha Police Department and Konoha Hospital are not connected. Why should I fear them?" Kashimoto's mind was consumed with the thought of having been humiliated in front of so many people in his own territory. If he didn't regain his dignity, he would be a laughingstock forever. Therefore, he pretended not to notice and stubbornly declared, "Have your girlfriend join me for a meal, and you can apologize. And we'll consider this over. Otherwise." Obito found this amusing. "Pretending to be impressive in front of someone with my abilities? You dare covet Lin? Are you not afraid I might come after your heart in the dead of night?" He coughed lightly, deciding to play along. Obito then casually tugged his clothing, causing a white mask to fall to the ground. "Oh no, how clumsy of me to drop this," he exclaimed, quickly picking it up and stuffing it away. Many Umbu ninjas liked to carry masks for identification during emergencies or whenever they needed to transition into mission mode. His swift movements meant that those around did not catch the details. Some wondered why the young man carried such a large bar of soap. "That doesn't look like soap. Perhaps it's an uncomfortable full-face mask?" Although the crowd was oblivious, Kashimoto, standing close, saw it clearly. His face paled. If he wasn't mistaken, that was an Umbu mask? Before he could react, Obito turned to Lin and said, "Lin-chan, if you're not happy working here, just mention it to Teacher Minato. Or I could speak to Gramps Hiruzen and have him put in a good word with your director." Halfway through, Obito remembered Kashimoto's earlier threat. "By the way, didn't you just say something about making someone leave?" Kashimoto was at a loss for words, his mind racing. Minato, Hiruzen, those names sounded so familiar. Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage and fourth Hokage. His mouth formed an A shape as he looked at Lin in disbelief. "You have such a powerful background. Why keep it hidden? If I were you, I'd flaunt it every day." Kashimoto's heart raced with panic, realizing he had just threatened someone with connections that could end his career. I meant to say, if your girlfriend said one word, I would leave immediately." Obito nodded in mock understanding and turned to Lin. "Lin-chan, did you hear that? He is asking for your permission." Lin, annoyed, punched Obito lightly and muttered, "You're so annoying, Obito-kun." Then she turned to Kashimoto, exclaiming, "Leave, and don't let me see you again. You're so bothersome." Understood, understood, Kashimoto bowed repeatedly. "I, Kashimoto, am a person of dignity. I implore you both to spare me. I promise I will never harass Dr. Noera again." Obito waved his hand dismissively. All right. Just go. I have no interest in dealing with you." Kashimoto left in a hurry, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster, leaving the onlookers bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. Without paying attention to the crowd's reactions, Obito took Lin's hand and left the hospital. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lin, leaving no room for concern about others' opinions. As for Kashimoto, he would find an opportunity to make him disappear later. That evening, after dropping Lin, whose cheeks were flushed at her doorstep, Obito, still craving more adventure, traversed space to the land of rain, to Akatsuki's hidden village. In the village chief's office, Yahiko looked surprised upon Obito's unexpected arrival. "Little Junior, what brings you here?" He set aside his documents, yawning slightly. "It's quite late. Is there something urgent?" Obito nodded. "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with my seniors. Are Konan and Nagato around? Perhaps we could talk while playing a few rounds?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko, who had been awake for several days, perked up. "If you're talking about playing a game, then I'm wide awake." After a cup of tea, the four sat around a mahjong table, enjoying their game with cheerful laughter. After Dato played a card, he said, "Senior brothers and sisters, Yuji has agreed to return to the country and will set out with the delegation from the Land of Fire tomorrow." Konan cheered. "That's wonderful." Yahiko, deep in thought, asked, "Junior brother, did you come just to tell us this?" Dato shook his head and replied, "Not entirely. I happen to be in charge of this escort mission. I am concerned that the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind may take action against the delegation at the border. Therefore, I hope you, Nagato, can come to the border to assist us." Nagato, curious, inquired, "Junior brother, with your strength, what is there to worry about? Unless they deploy an army, they should not be able to pose a threat to you." Dato smiled wryly. "In front of so many people, I have many techniques I cannot use. It's quite frustrating. Ever since he unlocked his Kimui, he had to be extremely cautious during fights, fearing that he might unintentionally phase out." Yahiko laughed heartily, instantly grasping Dato's plight. He looked at Nagato and glanced at his card. "Nagato, you should go. First, it will make Yuji feel that we value her greatly, and second, it will show the Land of Fire that we are allies, not their vassals." Nagato subtly blocked Yahiko's view and then smiled. "All right. But if Junior brother is not afraid of exposure, wouldn't it be more convenient to just use Kamui to bring her along?" Dato shrugged. "While that may be true, I prefer to lay low until I am truly invincible. After all, my unmatched power easily attracts envy." After completing a round, Nagato shuffled the cards with his manipulation technique, leaving Dato in awe. "Brother, your control over the eye technique is truly exquisite." Nagato replied proudly, "It's nothing, just practice." Chapter 109. Comrades. Remain calm in the village of Akatsuki. At the mahjong table in the village chief's office, Dato felt something was amiss after losing several rounds. He looked at Nagato beside him with suspicion. "Brother Nagato, is there a problem with how you shuffled the cards?" Nagato smiled. "What are you saying, junior brother? We are all comrades. How could I deceive you?" Dato closed his eyes, trying to find his focus. When he opened them again, he felt as if he had transformed into Uchiha Haka. "Brother Nagato, I ask again, is there a problem with the shuffling?" For some reason, Nagato felt a twinge of guilt under Dato's gaze. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Of course not." After a few more rounds, at the strong insistence of Yahiko, Konan, and Dato, they switched to manual shuffling. The next day, Dato, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned and said, "I'm heading back to Konoha. See you all." Konan, having won all night, was in high spirits and smiled. "Goodbye, junior brother." Yahiko had already fallen asleep on the table. After covering him with a coat, Nagato turned to Dato and said, "Junior brother, we'll meet at the border." Dato nodded slightly. "All right." He blinked and, feeling exhausted, returned to Konoha. "Oh, I'm so tired." Dato yawned continuously as he arrived at the umbu. After changing clothes, he hurried to the assembly point. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he was astonished to find that the convoy had already vanished. An umbu member under Dato's side. "Captain, you are late again. The delegation has already departed." Dato clicked his tongue. "Ah, then let us hurry and catch up." 8 umbu members leaped out of the village and quickly caught up with the carriage ahead. One umbu curiously asked, "Captain, why are you using your Sharingan today?" This person, named Yamashiro Kaiten, codenamed Faping, was a member of Dato's team, and they had a good relationship. Dato coughed a couple of times and replied, "When out on a mission, one must be cautious and remain fully alert." Kaiten gave a thumbs up, as expected of our captain. Dato smiled sheepishly. He couldn't very well say he had played mahjong all night, and that his eyes were bloodshot. It wouldn't look good. The journey went smoothly. Kaiten remarked, "It seems this mission is quite easy." Dato shook his head, saying, "We are still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Even if the Land of Wind and Earth wanted to act against us, they wouldn't risk reigniting war. However, once we reach the border of the Land of Rain, it might be a different story, so let us all be cautious." The Umbu members felt a chill at his words. Keiten nodded vigorously. Understood, Captain. Days passed, and soon they could vaguely see the border of the land of fire ahead. Dato tilted his head and looked at Keiten. Vaping. Keiten understood and formed hand seals. Through the gaps between his fingers, he focused on a bird perched on a nearby tree. Mind transfer technique. The bird spread its wings, soaring into the sky to scout ahead. Moments later, it returned. Keaton's expression turned serious as he spoke with difficulty. Captain, there really is an ambush ahead, and their numbers are significantly greater than ours. The Umbu members all jumped in surprise, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. It seemed they were in for a fierce battle. Dato, pondering, asked, significantly greater means they don't have too many more, right? Keiten was initially taken aback, then nodded. Yes. Dato relaxed his expression, then it's not that many people. Brother Nagato can easily handle it with a little effort. Keiten nervously asked, Captain, what should we do? Not just him, but all the Umbu turned to Dato, their leader. Dato thought for a moment and said, First, don't be nervous, then perform normally, and finally, just hold steady. The Umbu members were left bewildered. Dato laughed heartily. No rush, let them enjoy their moment of pride. 3 of his Umbu members managed to restrain their impatience and followed Dato's orders. However, another Umbu squad did not share the same sentiment. The squad leader was internally cursing. What was the 3rd Hokage thinking? How could he hand command to a brainless kid? I must report this upon my return. He subtly signaled to his 3 teammates. We'll have to rely on ourselves to turn the tide. This is our chance to shine, so let us make the most of it. At the moment the delegation crossed the border, countless poised ninjas surged forth. Although they were a 4-man team, the coordinated ninjas had changed their clothes and were boisterously declaring, I'm a bandit. The 8 small squads beside the delegation reacted swiftly. Quick, protect the emissary. Dato's Umbu squad, already excited, charged forward. Keiten looked at Dato beside him and asked, Captain, are we not joining in? Dato smiled and waved his hand dismissively, not responding. The 3 could only stay put, remaining motionless beside their captain. 10 seconds later, a voice filled with magnetic charm echoed in everyone's ears as if amplified by a loudspeaker. Universal pull. Fill it up. Universal pull. Fill it up. After a simple and straightforward maneuver, before Konoha could engage in direct confrontation, the group of ambushing bandits mysteriously vanished. Discussions erupted among the ninjas of Konoha, questioning the identity of this new arrival, friend or foe. I too am uncertain. We must remain vigilant and cautious. The one approaching was Nagato, who called out as he walked towards Konoha. Do not panic, comrades of Konoha. I am the village chief of the newly established Amigakure. The ninjas of Konoha were left bewildered by his words. Is this the newly founded Amigakure? But what does being a village chief entail? Again, I too am unsure. However, we must stay alert. This phrase sounded oddly familiar. Nearby, Izumi, standing beside Obito, curiously inquired, Captain, what exactly is a village chief? Obito cast a sideways glance at Izumi. A village chief is a position that assists the village leader in managing the village and overseeing various operations. Izumi's eyes widened in realization. So, it's akin to our Hokage's assistant? Obito nodded. Exactly. Izumi exclaimed, gazing at Obito with admiration. Captain, you truly are remarkable. You seem to know everything. Obito puffed up with pride, his chin raised. Of course, it is a title I bestowed myself. He had even crafted an oath for Amigakure, pledging to join the Akatsuki. By the way, Captain, did you foresee that Amigakure would send someone to assist us? Izumi marveled. You truly are insightful. Obito waved his hand dismissively, a smirk on his face. Ahem, let us remain humble. Chapter 110. The closure of an era behind Nagato. Several emissaries from Amigakure followed. Konoha found it challenging to discern whether they were friend or foe, resulting in a moment of hesitation. Observing this, Obito descended from the tree and approached the Konoha team. A squad leader leaned towards Obito, whispering, Lord Obito, the individual ahead claims to be from Amigakure. What do you think? Obito replied with a smile. Let us not be hasty. I will verify their identities. The squad leader cautioned, please be careful. Do not worry, Obito reassured as he walked towards Nagato, who approached him in kind. Clearing his throat, Obito feigned seriousness and asked, Are you truly an emissary from Amigakure? Nagato, suppressing a smile, nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing this, Obito returned to the Konoha team and confidently declared, Rest assured, they are indeed from Amigakure, and have come to assist us. Joy erupted among the Konoha ninjas. So they are allies. As they journeyed onward, both parties gathered and proceeded together towards Isekai'd, encountering no further incidents. Upon arrival, Yahiko, accompanied by key figures, personally welcomed the delegation from the Land of Fire, which included their princess from the Land of Rain. Obito, lingering in the shadows, sighed. The coming days may prove to be rather dull. The delegation from the Land of Fire would remain in the Land of Rain for a month-long inspection. During this time, Obito and his comrades were required to accompany them and ensure their safety. Yahiko and his companions would undoubtedly be too occupied to attend to Obito, and Princess Konan would likely be the same. However, Obito thought optimistically, glancing at his teammates. Our team consists of 4, we can still play mahjong, or perhaps invite another team to join us for some games of werewolf. In the Land of Fire, during Obito's absence, significant events unfolded in Konoha. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, an Umbu agent knelt before him, solemnly reporting, Lord Third, the thorough investigation of the route has been completed. Aside from what I previously reported, we have discovered a child with the ability to use Mokutan. Mokutan, the 3rd Hokage exclaimed, astonished yet delighted. Snapping his pipe in half. It was no wonder he was so excited. Mokutan users held extraordinary significance for Konoha. Firstly, the founding Hokage, renowned for his mastery of Mokutan techniques, had established Konoha. Secondly, Mokutan sealing techniques were crucial for sealing-tailed beasts. Lastly, Mokutan, being a bloodline limit, possessed immense power and could cultivate formidable warriors with proper training. After a moment, as the 3rd Hokage regained his composure, a troubling thought crossed his mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. He addressed the Umbu agent. What do we know about this Mokutan ninja's background? The Umbu hesitated, then said, according to our intelligence, it seems he was involved in some form of human experimentation. Before he completed his sentence, the 3rd Hokage slammed his hand on the table, splitting it in half. Danzo. Years ago, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo had sought volunteers from the village for a series of human experiments aimed at developing Mokutan. Many volunteers came from the Senju clan. However, due to rejection reactions from cell transplants, most volunteers suffered grave injuries or fatalities. Consequently, the 3rd Hokage decisively halted the project. Yet, this scoundrel had continued the experiments in secret. The 3rd Hokage's expression darkened, nearly dripping with fury. The fact that Danzo had managed to proceed without his support indicated that someone was secretly assisting him. In the entirety of Konoha, only one individual possessed the capability to do so, his devoted former student, Orochimaru. Suppressing his rage, the 3rd Hokage growled, "Bring Orochimaru to me." Yes. Half an hour later, the same Umbu agent returned, kneeling before the 3rd Hokage with a grave expression. Lord Third, we searched every corner of the village, but we could not locate Orochimaru. The 3rd Hokage inhaled from his pipe, speaking in a low tone. Are you suggesting that my disciple has defected? The Umbu agent steeled himself, replying, yes. Orochimaru has indeed defected. The 3rd Hokage fell silent, smoking his pipe, the exhaled smoke obscuring his face, leaving his emotions hidden. After a prolonged silence, he spoke calmly. Orochimaru possesses knowledge, intelligence, and techniques that are invaluable to Konoha. Should this information fall into the hands of other nations, Konoha would suffer tremendous losses. We must classify Orochimaru as an S-rank rogue ninja. He must not escape the Land of Fire. The Umbu agent nodded vigorously, then hesitated to ask, Lord Third, should we recruit the Mokutan ninja? The 3rd Hokage shook his head. There are vacancies in the 4th Hokage's team. Let him join the Umbu directly under the 4th Hokage. Understood. The Umbu agent quickly stood and exited the office. The 3rd Hokage remained alone in his expansive office, gazing at the emptiness around him, letting out a deep sigh. Danzo, Orochimaru. He self-deprecatingly smiled and tossed his pipe forcefully to the ground. The next day, the 3rd Hokage composed himself and resumed his duties early in the morning. His subordinate, the same Umbu from the previous day, now knelt before him, reporting on the progress of the prior day's mission. The 4th Hokage is also providing strong support. I believe we will intercept Orochimaru before he can escape the Land of Fire. The 3rd Hokage rubbed his temples, feeling weary, and replied, You have done well. You may leave. The squad leader pondered for a moment before speaking. 3rd Hokage, I have one more matter to report. Uchiha Shursui has applied to join the Umbu. The 4th Hokage seems indecisive and wishes to seek your counsel. The 3rd Hokage's expression turned nostalgic. Ah, Shursui, much like Kage from back in the day, is a fine child who has inherited the will of fire. With a gentle chuckle, the third Hokage waved his hand and said, "Let the fourth make his own decision. He is the current Hokage of Konoha." "Understood," the squad leader replied, slowly rising. Before leaving the office, he cast a furtive glance at the third Hokage. Once a spirited ninja, now bowed by the relentless passage of time, his once vibrant demeanor replaced by the quiet resignation of an elder. Alone, he bore the pain of betrayal from friends and disciples alike, all for the sake of nurturing the next generation. He felt compelled to gradually fade from memory, allowing others to forget his existence. Lord Third, the squad leader, left with a complex expression, perhaps witnessing the twilight of an era, yet also the dawn of another. Shaking off his melancholy, he hastened towards the Umbu, all for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 111. Konoha 50 years. A month later, the Fire Nation's delegation completed its inspection and departed the Land of Rain alongside the Akatsuki's envoy, heading towards Konoha. Obito and his companions escorted them with utmost care. Upon the arrival of the two delegations in Konoha, Obito let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, the mission is finally completed. I can finally rest." Beside him, Inuzuka Kenta yawned, fatigue evident on his face. "Indeed, we've been out until the early hours every night. I'm nearly exhausted." Suddenly, Obito smacked his forehead. While the mission was accomplished, he still needed to report back to the third Hokage. Realizing this, Obito discreetly glanced at his teammates. Noticing the captain's gaze, the two, aware of Obito's nature, cautiously retreated. Only Kenta, still dazed from lack of sleep, stood foolishly in place. Amused, Obito patted Kenta on the shoulder and said, "Kenta, you'll take on the responsibility of reporting to Lord Third." Kenta, still groggy, perked up at Obito's words. "Why me? Isn't that the captain's job?" he complained. Obito coughed lightly and replied, "Be good, listen. I'll have my girlfriend introduce you to some lovely nurses." Kenta, hearing this, grasped Obito's hand tightly and asked, "Captain, you wouldn't trick me, right?" Obito confidently patted his chest. "You know me. I always keep my word." Motivated, Kenta replied, "Leave it to me, Captain. I promise to complete the task." After successfully convincing Kenta to report on his behalf, Obito returned to the Umbu, changed into his attire, and happily dashed home. "Grandma, I'm back." Upon hearing his voice, his grandmother greeted him with a smile. "My dear grandson has returned. Let me see if you've lost weight." That evening, his grandmother prepared a splendid feast, and Obito relished every bite. Watching his grandson devour the food, she chuckled, "Obito, you're turning 17 soon. What about you and Rin?" Obito's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. "Oh, Grandma, I'm not quite 17 yet. Let's talk about it next year. Konoha 50 years. His grandmother, still smiling at him, continued, "Obito, you're already 17. What about you and Rin?" Obito felt dazed. It seemed just a moment ago that his grandmother was urging him to marry, and now, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. How absurd. He hurriedly left home, exclaiming, "It's getting late. I must go to work, Grandma. I'll chat with you when I return." That rascal. Seeing Obito's hasty departure, his grandmother shook her head in resignation. What a wonderful child Rin is. Why doesn't he hurry up and marry her? 17 is a common age for marriage. Some even have children. When will I hold my great-grandchild? Obito donned his Umbu gear and commenced his tasks for the day, wielding his sword while contemplating various matters. The Fire Nation and the Rain Nation had formally forged an alliance, and the transfer of power from the third to the fourth Hokage was proceeding smoothly. With the higher-ups shifting attitudes towards the Uchiha clan, the village's perception of the Uchiha had also transformed. Obito chuckled softly to himself, "With my intervention, Konoha seems to be faring far better than I remember." Suddenly, an enemy across from him laughed derisively. Enraged, he shouted, "How dare you mock the Byakugan clan? I'll make you pay." As the enemy charged at him, Obito snapped back to reality, swiftly dispatching the foe and regaining his focus. In this world, marrying at 17 or 18 was indeed commonplace. Yet, with Rin, Obito felt conflicted. "But I haven't yet become the sage of 6 paths. I can't stride upon clouds of vibrant colors, bearing 9-tailed beasts to marry her." To Obito, a wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event, something to be grandly celebrated, leaving a lasting impression. Thus, he was torn. On one hand, he yearned to be with Rin and engage in intimate moments, yet on the other, he wished to wait until he had achieved greatness to give Rin an unforgettable wedding. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host need not be troubled. This system may offer a compromise. Obito jolted in surprise. Who are you, and why are you in my head? System meow meow meow. I am your system. After pondering for a moment, Obito realized. Oh, you're my system. I nearly forgot about you. System ding. Option 1. Become officially engaged to Noera Rin before turning 18. Reward, mysterious red envelope 1. Option 2. Marry Noera Rin before turning 18. Reward, mysterious red envelope 1. Option 3. Marry Noera Rin before turning 18 and have a little Uchiha. Reward, mysterious red envelope 2. Mysterious red envelope, a gift prepared by this system to celebrate the host's successful relationship. Upon opening, the host may receive several mysterious gifts, which could be considered the system's contribution to the celebration. After reading through the options, Obito felt a warmth in his Sharingan. After swiftly dispatching another enemy, he even wiped his eyes. Kinta, nearby, happened to witness this and couldn't help but marvel. The captain truly possesses a kind heart, even shedding tears for his enemies. Feeling touched, Obito said, System brother, you are so good to me. I have always remembered you fondly. Fond remembrance will surely echo back. System, yet. I recall you just said you forgot about me. Obito scratched his head, bewildered. Did I? I have no recollection of that. The system suggested, shall we switch identities? Host, you truly are not cut out for being human. Though I am not human, I perceive you as a genuine dog. Ignoring the system's mockery, Obito contemplated which option to choose. Since it was evident that he could not catch up with the little Uchiha, and the rewards for both marriage and engagement were identical, he decided to opt for engagement. It would not hinder his future plans to become the Sage of Six Paths and hold a wedding later. System, I choose option 1. Upon effortlessly completing the task and returning to the Umbu, Obito heard an intriguing piece of news. The Land of Lightning is sending a delegation to Konoha to establish an alliance? This event seemed to deviate from what he recalled. With a thoughtful expression, he mumbled to himself, if I remember correctly, this should happen next year. The Land of Lightning perceives Konoha as weak and, under the guise of peace talks, seeks to exploit the situation and seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Obito meticulously recalled his memories, confirming there was no distortion. Could it be that my influence has caused this event to occur prematurely? He pondered. Due to his presence, Konoha had not endured the Ninetales attack and was considerably stronger than the original Konoha. Is it possible that the Land of Lightning genuinely wishes to negotiate with the Land of Fire, seeing Konoha's strength? Or do they simply wish to disrupt Konoha's growth? After a moment of contemplation, Obito decided to dismiss the thoughts. There were countless perplexing matters in the Hokage's office, such as who truly sealed the third Hokage's conscience or whether Kakashi's lightning release Chidori employed direct or alternating current. He mused about the duration a 10W light bulb could be powered and the difference in rotational speed between the center and outer layers of the Rasengan. Additionally, he had a rough idea of when Rin would visit each month. Clearing his mind, Obito turned to a colleague and inquired, by the way, who will be in charge of the delegation from the Land of Lightning? The Umbu ninja pondered for a moment and replied, it should be the fourth Hokage's direct subordinate, the Fox. Obito smirked, recalling that the Fox was a silver-haired troublemaker with a penchant for reading, known by that code name within the Umbu. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that there was still nearly a month left to devise a way to assist that individual. Now, he ought to focus on the engagement. He hurried home, bursting through the door and exclaiming, Grandma, I've made up my mind. I want to get engaged to Rin. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoed from within the house. Obito's heart skipped a beat. Grandma must be thrilled. Has she fainted from excitement? He hastily rushed into the room. To his surprise, he found his grandmother beaming, alongside a blushing Rin. Rin, how did you end up here? His grandmother chuckled. Little Rin happened to have a day off today, so she came to keep me company. Changing the subject, she added, I just heard you plan to get engaged to Rin. Obito shyly glanced at Rin and nodded awkwardly. Why yes, I do have that intention. His grandmother's eyes sparkled with delight, narrowing into slits. Since Rin is here, why don't the three of us discuss this together? Sure, Obito replied, sitting beside Rin. Little did he expect that he, with his usual boldness, would feel bashful. When it came to matters of marriage, both young people turned crimson, unable to utter a word. They exchanged glances, listening intently as their grandmother enthusiastically spoke about the details to consider for the engagement. After half an hour of her animated discourse, she finally paused to quench her thirst. In any case, Once you and Rin are both free, we should visit with gifts to discuss the engagement banquet. Obito hesitantly interjected. I should be free this Saturday. Rin's voice was equally faint as she echoed, I am too. His grandmother, with a twinkle in her eye, clapped her hands together. Then it's settled for this Saturday. That gives our family enough time to prepare the gifts. On Saturday, Obito arrived at Rin's home, burdened with bags of various items. As he knocked on the door, it opened immediately, revealing that they had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, his grandmother greeted Rin's mother, Keiko, with a smile. You must be little Rin's mother. You seem so youthful. Keiko hurried over to assist his grandmother, saying, Thank you for the compliment. Please, let us sit down and chat, Auntie. Seating his grandmother on the sofa, Keiko continued apologetically. I heard Rin mention this matter a few days ago, and I scolded her for it. As elders, we should have been the ones visiting you. His grandmother waved her hand dismissively. Traditionally, it is the male side that visits the female side to show respect. The two elder women engaged in cheerful conversation, while Obito and Rin could only exchange bored glances. Rin, wah, Obito-kun, I'm so bored. Obito, wah, Rin-chan, me too. In truth, Keiko was quite pleased with Obito. His family background, status, strength, and even his appearance were all acceptable. Furthermore, regarding personal conduct, he was truly commendable. He had earned a reputation as a model citizen, even managing to obey traffic signals while driving a tank in Grand Theft Auto. In competitive games, despite teammates' shortcomings, he never resorted to foul language. His friends often referred to him as a linguistic artist, well-versed in the charm of words. As Obito daydreamed, the two elders had already settled the matters of their children. The pair, who had mutual feelings for each other, had received the tacit approval of both families for years. Thus, arranging an engagement was merely a formality. His grandmother was engrossed in discussions with Keiko regarding the engagement banquet, deliberating over the venue. Noticing their concern, Obito quickly interjected. Grandma, Andy, leave the venue arrangements to me. A friend of mine has several estates. I can just ask him. Keiko's appreciation for Obito deepened. Her gaze filled with admiration. Obito felt a sense of pride. This was what they called connections. Although Kakashi's family was quite large, the friend he mentioned was actually Shikamaru. The Nara clan possessed several estates in the village, and he figured borrowing one for the engagement banquet would pose no issue. After some further discussions, the two women departed with Obito, heading back to prepare the betrothal gifts and arrangements for the engagement banquet. At Rin's house, Obito and his grandmother had been gone for quite some time. Rin felt her cheeks still burning from earlier. Time flew by so swiftly. She was about to get married. Over the years, she had witnessed Obito evolve from a bumbling fool into a more mature version of himself. From an innocent young boy to a mature man. Lin turned to her mother, Huizi, and inquired, Mother, how can one discern whether a man is lecherous? After a moment of contemplation, Huizi replied, Observe whether he breathes. Lin was initially taken aback, but upon grasping her mother's meaning, she couldn't help but smile. It seems that Obito-kun is indeed a man of lascivious tendencies. Chapter 113. The enigmatic reward. On a day when cherry blossoms bloomed, the estate, adorned with fragrant grass and fluttering petals, resembled a landscape blanketed in pink snowflakes. The delicate aroma wafted through the air, akin to the embrace of a young maiden. The bright, gentle sunlight poured forth, infusing the atmosphere with the fragrance of love. A boy with a pineapple hairstyle stood beside a punk-haired youth, holding a glass of carbonated drink, exclaiming in frustration, You invited me to host a wedding banquet in a place meant for single dogs. This is utterly absurd. The punk-haired youth snatched the drink from the boy and, sipping it, retorted, Stop it. There are plenty of people who admire you, Nara and I. It's just that you don't wish to fall in love. These two were none other than Nara Shikamaru and today's protagonist, Obito. Shikamaru lazily cradled his head, muttering, Ugh, women are so troublesome. I have no desire to court trouble. Obito finished his drink in one gulp and returned the empty cup to Shikamaru. Then why not just find yourself a boyfriend? Shikamaru tossed the cup aside, scowling, You, Obito? Don't even think about borrowing anything from me again. In response, Obito wrapped his arms around Shikamaru, playfully nuzzling against him. Oh, Shikamaru, come on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guy, brimming with youthful energy, declared, Kakashi, let us duel. Kakashi shot him a glance of indifference, uninterested in engaging. Asuma, however, chuckled and patted Guy on the shoulder, saying, AKA, we're here to enjoy the feast. Let us discuss this later. Feeling embarrassed, Guy scratched his head and chuckled. I got a bit carried away with my youthful exuberance and forgot. Ha ha ha. Not far off, a girl with little presence was scanning the surroundings. It's time to eat. I want to sit at a table with handsome boys. After searching for a while, she blushed and sat beside Kakashi. Confused, Kakashi turned to her and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The girl, feeling a bit distressed by Kakashi's aloof demeanor, replied, "Kakashi-kun, it's me, Ayako." At the back of the venue, Yuhi Kurenai held Lin's hand, gazing at her with envy. "I truly envy you, Lin. You've walked hand in hand with your beloved from your student days to now, almost stepping into the realm of marriage." Lin's face radiated happiness. "Why envy me? You have someone like that by your side too." Kurenai's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. "Oh, what are you saying, Lin? I don't like that Asuma guy." Lin shook her head, saying, "What are you talking about, Kurenai? I never said that person was Asuma." In playful retaliation, Kurenai lightly slapped Lin, causing her to giggle. "You cheeky girl, daring to tease me." Lin, not to be outdone, playfully grabbed Kurenai's arm, eliciting soft gasps from her. What will you do?" After their playful banter, the two girls composed themselves and reappeared before the guests with grace and poise. Today, Minato had set aside his numerous duties to officiate the engagement ceremony for his two disciples. Observing his grown-up students, Minato felt momentarily lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. The children he once knew were now as tall as he was. Regaining his composure, Minato presented their hands to one another, smiling as he said, "Obito, Lin, may you both find happiness." In unison, they replied, "Thank you, Teacher Minato." Obito and Lin genuinely felt gratitude towards Minato for his nurturing and support throughout the years. It was rare for the current Hokage to attend an engagement ceremony. Perhaps no other pair in Konoha could boast such an honor, especially considering Kakashi's uncertain romantic prospects. Soon, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin and Obito exchanged engagement rings and embraced each other. As Obito gazed at the swirling cherry blossoms, memories of their graduation day flooded back. He held the girl tightly in his arms, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, it was love at first sight. Through thick and thin, it has always been you. This may well be the only romantic gesture I, a man unversed in romance, can muster. I shall shoulder the storms of the future. Your only duty is to love me." At that moment, as they embraced, a luminous screen flickered before Obito's eyes. Choice successful. Reward acquired. Mysterious red envelope X1. The system had thoughtfully added a few striking words to the prompt. However, in that moment, Obito's focus was solely on the girl in his arms, oblivious to the reward. The engagement banquet continued late into the night. Once everything was tidied up, an exhausted Obito finally returned home. It was only then that he had the leisure to examine the reward he had received that day. With his mind, he accessed the system interface and clicked on the mysterious red envelope. Prompt: "Are you sure you want to use mysterious red envelope X1? Yawning, Obito replied, "Confirm. Let us see what a non-lucky person like me can draw." System ding. The envelope has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the armor of lava release. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a youth-preserving pill X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a shaping pill X1. Obito was slightly taken aback. Oh, 3 items. Let's see what they are. The first, armor of lava release. To protect your beloved girl, you don the armor forged from lava. The high-temperature lava entwined around your body possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, capable of melting all things and withstanding attacks at the shadow level. Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this lava release chakra mode is incredibly powerful. His anticipation for the other rewards grew. Next, youth-preserving pill. True to its name, consuming it can preserve your youth eternally. I'll give this to Lin later. Eternal youth sounds splendid. Ha ha ha. Obito eagerly scrolled through the system interface once more. Next, shaping pill. Within half an hour of consumption, the host can freely alter their body, changing any part's shape. After half an hour, these changes will be permanently retained. Obito exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck? This is incredible." He wanted to articulate his excitement, but his limited vocabulary only allowed for the exclamation of how amazing it was. Glancing down, a mischievous grin crept across his face. "I have a bold idea, he." 5 minutes later, laughter echoed through Obito's room as he exclaimed, "Where's my Jiao-chan? My statue, wrapped around my waist." Ha ha. Chapter 114. The arrival of the Lightning Country delegation, I am exceedingly satisfied with my current appearance. This should facilitate future investments considerably. As I lay on the bed, I silently expressed my gratitude to the system. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. The system responded with a chime. As long as the host is pleased, consider it a token of appreciation from this system. I am counting on you to help me generate substantial profits in the future. I chuckled. No problem. Let us assist each other and ascend to the pinnacle of life together. Ahem. By the way, could you provide me with another task, system? The system immediately fell silent. After waiting for what seemed an eternity without a response, an unsettling premonition began to creep in. System? Brother system? I exclaimed in frustration. What the heck? You vanished again. So love can indeed fade away, right? The night passed with no further dialogue. The following day, after finishing my duties in the Umbu, I realized it was already midnight. Taking advantage of the stillness of the night, I ventured into a small grove, eager to experiment with my newly acquired lava release armor. I struck a pose, feeling quite dramatic, and let out a spirited roar. Lava release chakra mode activate. Suddenly, a torrent of molten lava enveloped me like a suit of armor. The intense heat warped the air around me. I retrieved a kunai, intending to test the armor's defensive capabilities. However, as soon as I drew it, the weapon melted away. Oh, come on, I muttered, discarding the melted kunai and delivering a swift kick to a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, its broken trunk charred and crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. I mused to myself, that kick must have utilized at least 20 years of skill. After practicing in the grove for a while, I contemplated aloud, even without relying on Kamui. My mastery of lava release alone would suffice to place me among the ranks of the elite. The destructive power of lava release is indeed formidable. And coupled with my overwhelming chakra, I could certainly contend with the strongest of shinobi. As I retracted the lava release armor, an unexpected chill swept over me. Looking down, I was taken aback to find my clothing had been incinerated. When did my clothes burn off? I quickly narrowed my eyes and hastily retreated into the Kamui dimension. Not far away, a green-skinned, watermelon-headed figure stood in stunned silence. Guy had been training nearby and, upon hearing commotion from the grove, decided to investigate, thinking perhaps a fellow comrade was honing their skills. In a fleeting glance, he spotted a bare figure resembling me. In the next instant, the person vanished. Was that an illusion? Is such length truly possible for a human? It must be an illusion. Come on, Guy. Have some confidence. You are the azure beast of Konoha. After a bout of self-encouragement, Guy revealed a broad grin. Yash. As the azure beast, I shall complete another 1,000 push-ups. Another weekend arrived. I retrieved a beauty elixir from the system and merrily sought out Rin. The two of us strolled hand in hand along the street. Glancing at Rin, I mischievously said, Rin-chan, I have a treasure for you. Would you like to try a taste? Rin, slightly annoyed, swatted at me. Oh, come on, Itachi. It hasn't been that long. My cheeks flushed as I cleared my throat. Ahem, I mean it seriously. From my pocket, I produced a small vial, gently shaking it near her ear. This is a detoxifying and beautifying elixir I procured through connections. It's said to enhance one's beauty. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She playfully punched me twice. You should have said that from the start. I chuckled as I handed her the vial. My fault, my fault. After wandering a bit longer, I escorted Rin home. As the following day marked the arrival of the Thunder Country delegation, I intended to rise early to scout the situation and assist Kakashi. At dawn, I awoke to find I had overslept again. Hastily, I donned some clothes and my umbu mask, employing a transformation technique before sprinting out the door. 10 minutes later, I discovered a colleague in a narrow alley. They looked at me with confusion. Hey, what brings you here? This Thunder Country delegation shouldn't concern you, right? I waved my hand dismissively. I'm worried those Cloud Village fellows might try something sneaky, so I came to keep an eye on things. My colleague's expression shifted to understanding. Hate and I shared a close bond, well known among our peers. Given Cloud Village's penchant for aggression, it was a wise decision to remain vigilant. He glanced toward the delegation. Indeed, we share that concern. We plan to closely monitor the delegation for the next few days to prevent any untoward incidents. I nodded in agreement. That sounds ideal. Allow me to take a look. The Umbu ninja stepped back, granting me access to the observation point. Activating my Sharingan, I peered through a gap in the wall at the delegation. Among them, a young man engaged in conversation suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with me. Intriguing. I withdrew slightly, a smirk forming on my lips. Despite the distance, He instinctively sensed my gaze, indicating his strength was no ordinary feat. Thoughts raced through my mind. While he could be a mere guard, I leaned toward the notion that he was a cloud ninja on a covert mission to Konoha. The young man quickly averted his gaze, cursing his bad luck internally. The body's instinctive reactions can be difficult to control, sometimes exposing one's identity inadvertently. He surmised that I was likely part of the Konoha Umbu monitoring the delegation. However, confusion crossed his features as he recalled that the Uchiha clan was historically at odds with Konoha. How could the higher-ups trust an Uchiha within the Umbu? He mentally noted this information, planning to relay it back to Cloud Village at the first opportunity. Just as I suspected, this young man was named Aoyama Kenichi, a ninja from Cloud Village. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Although his strength had been revealed, he believed I could not ascertain his identity. He resolved to be increasingly cautious. He could not afford to betray the trust bestowed upon him by Lord Raikage and the Aoyama clan. Chapter 115. My late-night training. The Aoyama clan is a minor clan within Cloud Village. Their status had risen thanks to the recent promotion of the 4th Raikage, and they were now somewhat recognized. Thus, the Aoyama clan was unwaveringly loyal to the Raikage. At the Raikage's command, they would leap into the most perilous situations without hesitation. As Kenichi walked along the path, he recalled the orders given to him just before his departure, no matter the cost. Ensure you bring back a pair of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his breath quickening. The Aoyama clan's advancement depended on the success of this mission. Rest assured, Lord Raikage, even if it meant risking his life, he would bring back a pair of white eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the Leaf's Umbu from earlier, shaking his head in regret. If it weren't for the numerous restrictions of the Sharingan and the madness of the Uchiha clan, things might have been different. Under the moonlight, as pure as frost. Inside the inn where the delegation was staying, Aoyama Kiyoshi donned a dark outfit for the night. He stealthily approached the outer perimeter of the inn and nimbly leaped over the wall. However, just as he was about to make his jump, his legs seemed to develop a mind of their own. Let me go first, urged the left leg. Why should you? Retorted the right leg. Then let neither of us go, declared the left leg. Fine, then I want tea, responded the right leg. In a sudden twist, Aoyama's left leg tripped the right, causing him to crash to the ground with a thud. This is bad, he thought, quickly rising to his feet and removing his mask. Before he could make his next move, a guard from the Leaf had already entered. Recognizing the individual as a member of the delegation, he inquired, "What are you doing, sir?" Noticing the guard's suspicious gaze, Aoyama coughed lightly and replied, "I have a habit of exercising at night. A little sweat ensures a good night's sleep." The guard, contemplatively, remarked, "You are indeed diligent, even bringing your training attire to the Leaf." Aoyama forced an awkward yet courteous smile. Haha, exercise invigorates life, and vitality beautifies existence. The guard's face broke into a playful grin. "I shan't disturb your activities. Please, continue." "Not at all. My apologies," Aoyama replied as the guard departed. Once alone, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it. What happened to me just now? Now, thanks to that, the Leaf will surely be wary of me." Escaping undetected has become exponentially more difficult. Quietly, he returned to the inn. Half an hour later, Aoyama stealthily approached another side of the inn. The Leaf's guards were likely focused on the wall, so he decided to take an alternative route and utilize Earth Release to escape. As long as they weren't specifically probing underground, the faint chakra disturbance from his technique should go unnoticed. Aoyama formed hand seals and plunged into the ground. Earth Release, underground movement technique. A dull thud echoed as his head collided with the hard concrete, leading him to question his life choices. Just as he was about to enter the earth, his chakra abruptly faltered, causing him to crash onto the unforgiving surface. The guards, hearing the noise, entered again. Observing Aoyama sprawled on the ground, one asked cheerfully, "Still exercising, sir? Your stamina is impressive. It's been nearly half an hour." Aoyama, lying there despondently, replied, "Indeed. In a foreign land, sleep eludes me. Only exercise can help me forget my longing for home." The guard nodded, somewhat speechless. Initially, he had thought Aoyama was attempting to sneak away to cause trouble, but the man's grand demeanor and refusal to emerge were perplexing. "Please, continue. I shall take my leave," the guard said, exiting once more. After the guard's departure, Aoyama returned inside with a grim expression. "Jiner, come here." His younger brother stepped out, puzzled at Aoyama's unexpected presence and demeanor. "Brother, what is the matter?" With a serious face, Aoyama recounted the earlier incident. I suspect that Umbu from this morning cast some sort of illusion on me. Aoyama, not lacking in intelligence, had deduced the situation. As a highly skilled ninja, one slip was understandable, but twice? There was certainly foul play involved. Indeed, some scoundrel implanted a few amusing illusions during our eye contact this morning. For instance, if I attempt to sneak out at midnight, I might trip due to my legs being out of sync. Or if I try to use earth release in the leaf, my chakra might just fail me. Jinner's expression darkened. What shall we do, brother? There are no comrades proficient in illusions among our party. Aoyama gritted his teeth. We have no choice but to resort to that method. Jinner looked astonished. Brother, do you intend to? Aoyama, resolute, declared. Only electrical stimulation can dispel the illusions plaguing my mind. Strong chakra can unravel 90% of the illusions. As for the remaining 10%, if we have to eliminate the source, it might as well be considered resolved. He patted Jinner on the shoulder. Come, Jinner, do not hold back. As brothers, let us proceed. With tears welling in his eyes, Jinner nodded firmly. I understand, brother. I shall do this for you. Aoyama shouted, for the Cloud Village. For the Raikage. Jinner echoed the sentiment. For the honor of the Cloud Village. He placed his hand on Aoyama's head and unleashed lightning release. Ah! Aoyama screamed in agony. Moments later, Aoyama, with a wild mane, approached the wall once more. This time, he cautiously leaped and effortlessly cleared the barrier. Finally, the illusion has been broken, he exclaimed as he landed outside the wall. However, as he turned around, he found himself staring into a pair of crimson eyes.